Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 462 to Chapter 516. While Zhao Hai was puzzled, Kaier suddenly told Zhao Hai that the servant's expression was somewhat anxious as he stared at the cup of tea on the table. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he looked at the cup of tea on the table. After arriving in this room, he wasn't attacked, nor was he disturbed. There were no other actions. It was impossible for the other party to just call him to this room and call it done. There must be something else, and this could only be the cup of tea. Zhao Hai picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. He wanted to see how strange this cup of tea was and how the other party wanted to deal with him. When the cup of tea entered his mouth, a prompt was heard from the space: stimulating hallucinogenic medicine can produce strong stimulation to the body. Afterwards, the user may lose their memories. Extracting poison, strengthening the space's toxic compounds, removing the host's internal toxins. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that the servant would give him a cup of hallucinogenic medicine. Although the space didn't say anything, Zhao Hai understood that this was a cup of hallucinogenic medicine, and a strong aphrodisiac at that. Zhao Hai slowly put down the cup of tea. He really didn't know why the other party gave him this. Did they want him to make a fool of himself? However, Zhao Hai was still prepared to put on a show. He wanted to see how the other party wanted to deal with him. So after drinking the cup of tea, he pretended to be dizzy and shook his head. Before long, he leaned on the sofa and pretended to faint. At this time, the servant came in and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he suddenly took out a short sword and pointed it at Zhao Hai's leg. Obviously, he wanted to see if Zhao Hai really fainted. However, the servant didn't use battle qi. Although Zhao Hai's clothes were made by the Calci family, he was wearing another set of clothes underneath. This set of clothes was modified from the magic robe that Laura and Yila gave him. Ordinary attacks were useless against it, so the servant's short sword was immediately blocked by Zhao Hai's robe. Although it was blocked by his pants, it was still very painful. However, Zhao Hai still endured it and pretended to be unconscious. Although the servant was stunned, he immediately understood that Zhao Hai was wearing a protective suit. He couldn't help but whisper, "Wearing a protective suit in a banquet, what a coward." Then he carried Zhao Hai and walked outside. The servant shook Zhao Hai a few times and saw that Zhao Hai still didn't wake up. The servant couldn't help but mutter, "Something's wrong, he should be awake now." Did he overdose? Zhao Hai already knew that the other party used hallucinogens and not knockout drugs. However, the dosage was indeed a bit too much. Moreover, Kaier had already calculated when Zhao Hai would wake up. She also told Zhao Hai what he would look like when he woke up. Zhao Hai was waiting for the right time. The servant supported Zhao Hai for a while before Zhao Hai suddenly moved and opened his eyes. His eyes were completely unfocused. It was as if he was sleepwalking. At the same time, his breathing was very heavy and his face was red. Naturally, all of this was done with Kaier's help. Zhao Hai wasn't an award-winning actor. If he were to rely on himself, he wouldn't be able to achieve this effect. When the servant saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but whisper, "It seems like the drug was overdosed. Kid, you're lucky." Then the servant supported Zhao Hai to a room. Then he pushed Zhao Hai inside and closed the door. From beginning to end, he didn't let anyone in the room see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared, but he knew that the servant was eavesdropping outside. He pretended to be in a daze as he looked around the room. This was a very ordinary guest room. At first glance, one could see that Charlie used this room to entertain guests who weren't very important. The guest room was divided into an inner and outer room. The inner room was a bedroom while the outer room was a small living room. Standing in the living room, one could see the bed in the inner room. Although there was a curtain in the middle, the curtain was now lifted. Zhao Hai could see that there was a person lying on the bed. The person's breathing was very steady. It seems like the person was asleep. Zhao Hai now understood. It seems like the other party wanted to lead him to this place and make him drink a hallucinogen. The hallucinogen was a strong aphrodisiac. Then they would bring him to this room and arrange for a woman to be in the room. They would wait for him to do the beastly thing and catch him in the act. Now he understood why Terry had been following him the whole night. He was afraid that if he left, it would affect their calculations. He also understood why Terry was so excited when he was called out by the servant. So it was because of this. Zhao Hai can imagine what would happen if he really drank the hallucinogen and was about to do the beastly thing. Then Terry would bring Megan and the others to see what would happen. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get angry. The other party really wanted him to die. However, Zhao Hai was curious. He was sure that the person on the bed was also unconscious. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the servant to make such a big noise and still not wake up. What Zhao Hai was curious about was what kind of woman those people arranged for him. If it was a bad woman, then Megan and the others would be able to tell that it was fake. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai pretended to stumble over to the bed and looked at the person lying on the bed. The person's face was covered with a cloak, only the eyes were exposed. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the person's eyes were open. Zhao Hai was startled. He carefully looked at the person's eyes and saw that the person's eyes were full of fear. However, the person was still lying on the bed, motionless. Zhao Hai was now sure that the other party was also drugged. However, the drug wasn't the same as the one he was drugged with. It wasn't the same as the one he was drugged with. Instead, it was a drug that made the person unable to move while preserving their consciousness. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to deny it, he wouldn't be able to do so. Zhao Hai couldn't wait to kill Terry, but he knew that this matter wasn't just Terry's idea. The Crown Prince must have been involved as well. Otherwise, the Crown Prince wouldn't have called Charlie away at this time and said those senseless words. Zhao Hai gently lifted the quilt. However, the person that entered Zhao Hai's eyes made him startled. This was because the person lying on the bed was none other than Princess Lizzie. Zhao Hai felt his scalp go numb, all the hairs on his body stood up. He finally understood that the other party's plan wasn't just aimed at him, it was also aimed at Charlie. Think about it, if the other party's plan was successful, then Charlie's most important subordinate would rape the princess. Not only would Zhao Hai be finished, Charlie would also be finished, and Princess Lizzie would also be finished. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Princess Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai in horror. She was called out by the servant and was told that Charlie was looking for her. She didn't suspect anything and just followed the servant out. Then the servant led her to a small living room and gave her a cup of tea. Then the servant told her that Charlie was going to send the Crown Prince off and asked her to wait for a while. Because Lizzie drank a bit of wine during the party, she drank the cup of tea. But when she drank the cup of tea, she felt that something was wrong. Her body went soft, she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. However, her mind was still very clear. Then a black-cloaked person came in and carried her into the room. He placed her on the bed and put a robe on the beast. The person who carried the beast was completely covered in black, making it impossible to see his appearance. Then the person went out. Lizzie laid on the bed and became more and more afraid. She didn't know what was going on. Every minute she laid on the bed felt like a year. Finally, footsteps could be heard from outside as a person entered the room. When the person entered the room, Lizzie saw that it was Zhao Hai. However, Lizzie also discovered that Zhao Hai's current situation wasn't right. He looked confused and his face was flushed. It seems like he drank too much. Lizzie wasn't stupid. She was a girl, and she was also the 9th child. She knew that it was impossible for her to obtain the throne in her lifetime. Therefore, she didn't care about the matter of the throne. However, among her brothers, she had the best relationship with Charlie. Now that she saw Zhao Hai's situation, Lizzie understood that Zhao Hai was also being schemed against. At the same time, she immediately figured out what was going on. Although she figured it out, her heart still felt uncomfortable. This was because she knew that she was being schemed against by her big brother. When Zhao Hai saw Lizzie, he immediately understood what was going on. He looked at Lizzie for a moment before his body suddenly moved. It seems like he didn't stand firm as he swayed backwards. Unfortunately, he bumped into the curtain of the bedroom. Then the curtain fell and blocked the view of the bedroom. Seeing that the bedroom was blocked, Zhao Hai's expression changed. He was no longer in a daze. He smiled faintly at Lizzie as he bowed and said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'll have to ask Your Highness to wait for a moment, I'll immediately detoxify you." Then he waved his hand and took out a bottle filled with a transparent liquid. Then he gave the bottle to Lizzie to drink. While feeding Lizzie the spatial water, Zhao Hai whispered to Lizzie, "Your Highness, when your poison is detoxified, please don't shout or make a fuss. Just play with me. After giving Lizzie the spatial water, Zhao Hai received the bottle. Then he turned his hand and took out a piece of cloth. After opening the cloth, a tearing sound was heard as Zhao Hai tore the cloth. Then he pretended to be short of breath as he tore the cloth. Then he tore a few pieces of cloth. His breathing also became more and more rapid. At the same time, he kept shaking the bed that Lizzie was lying on, making a tsk 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 sound. At the same time, he had Kyer pay attention to the servant outside. At this time, Lizzie was able to move. However, she was somewhat embarrassed. When she heard Zhao Hai, she lowered her head and blushed. Then she slowly sat up on the bed and got off the bed. Although she could move now, her movements still couldn't be too flexible. However, Zhao Hai believed that she would be fine soon. After Lizzie stood up, Zhao Hai stepped forward and helped her sit on a chair. When Zhao Hai's hand touched Lizzie, her body couldn't help but tremble. However, she immediately calmed down and felt an unprecedented sense of security. Zhao Hai didn't know about this, he just whispered to Lizzie, "Your Highness, when you regain your strength, you should immediately leave the room. The other party will certainly have something else up their sleeves." Then Zhao Hai went to the table where Lizzie was lying on and cleaned it up. At this time, Lizzie also regained her strength. She stood up and looked at Zhao Hai. "Mr. won't come with me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Acting naturally needs to be done to the end. As long as your Highness leaves, then I'll stay and accompany them. Your Highness should leave immediately, and the further you go, the better. When you discover that everyone is coming here, then you can follow them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Lizzie looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then she bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lizzie will never forget this favor." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness is too polite. Your Highness, please leave." Lizzie nodded, then she turned around and left the room. Zhao Hai already discovered that the servant had already left. Therefore, even if Lizzie went out, she wouldn't be discovered. Zhao Hai wanted to see how the other party would react when they discovered that Lizzie wasn't in the room. Zhao Hai cleaned up the bed and then opened the curtain of the bedroom. Then he sat in the small living room and took out a bottle of wine as well as some snacks. He sat there and drank leisurely. While Zhao Hai was leisurely here, the situation outside had already turned upside down. When the servant heard the sounds of tearing clothes and *****, he immediately turned around and left. He didn't want others to know that he was here. He was calculating the time. The medicine that he gave Lizzie was a medicine that would make her lose her strength but keep her conscious. Moreover, he was very careful in controlling the dosage. After a while, Lizzie's strength would recover. When Lizzie's strength recovered, he would proceed to the next step. When everyone arrived at the room, they would see Lizzie struggling, and Zhao Hai's crime. The servant was very confident in his plan. Moreover, he was afraid that if he wandered around, he would be discovered. Because of this, he was very far away from Zhao Hai and Lizzie's room. Because of this, he didn't notice that Lizzie had already left. While calculating the time, he also made preparations. When the servant felt that it was time, he immediately shouted, "Not good, Her Highness the Princess is missing." After he shouted, the servant's figure flashed and disappeared. His shout was very lively, it alarmed everyone in the courtyard. Even the dance stopped as everyone jumped out. At the same time, Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai was called away by the servant. When they heard the voice, they knew that something bad had happened. This operation was certainly directed at Zhao Hai. Laura and the others' complexion couldn't help but change. They quickly stood up and walked outside. Megan looked at Terry and saw a trace of pride in Terry's eyes. Megan knew that this matter was related to Terry. Megan couldn't help but bite her lips as she glared at Terry. Then she quickly followed Laura and the others outside. Terry was very proud of himself, so he didn't notice Megan's gaze. If he saw Megan's expression, then who knows what he would do. When Charlie heard the servant's voice, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed. The servants in his mansion were all well trained. Even if Lizzie went missing, the servants wouldn't make such a big fuss. This voice shouldn't have come from his mansion. Even if it was someone from his mansion, they should have already been bribed. After thinking about this, Charlie couldn't help but turn his head to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed with pride, but he pretended to change his expression. He stood up and said, "Little sister? How did something happen to little sister?" Then he stood up and walked outside. Charlie's face flashed with anger, then it was replaced by worry. He knew that he had been careless. He didn't think that he would be schemed against in his own mansion. Charlie immediately followed the Crown Prince out. At this time, the nobles who were dancing in the front yard also rushed to the backyard. At this time, Terry was talking to a servant. Charlie and the Crown Prince quickly walked over. When Terry saw the two, he immediately let go of the servant and bowed. "Crown Prince, third prince," it was this servant who called. Charlie looked at the servant and couldn't help but stare. This was because the servant was indeed from his mansion. He didn't think that this person would be the Crown Prince's subordinate. At the same time, Charlie's heart sank. He knew that the Crown Prince had given up this important chess piece. It seems like today's matter wouldn't end well. Charlie wanted to see who was being schemed against in the crowd. He believed that the person who was being schemed against wasn't among these people. After looking at these people, Charlie couldn't help but be startled. This was because he didn't see Xianxia among them. Charlie's heart sank even more. He didn't care about other people, but Xianxia was too important. Xianxia was too important to his future plans, he couldn't just abandon him. At this time, the Crown Prince opened his mouth and said, "What happened?" Terry looked at the third prince and said, "Just now, the princess said that she was tired and wanted to take a rest. It was this servant who followed her. But when they arrived at the backyard, he was knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he immediately shouted." Charlie looked at the servant and said, "Is that so?" The servant lowered his head and said, "Yes, the princess said that she was tired, so I brought the princess to the backyard to rest. But as soon as we arrived, we were knocked unconscious. Then we don't know what happened." Charlie looked at the servant coldly. He didn't scold the servant. He knew that scolding him would be useless at this time. The Crown Prince must have planned this. It was too late for him to do anything now. He can only wait and see how things develop. The Crown Prince didn't give Charlie the opportunity to speak, he immediately said, "Go and look for the princess. See if she's in the mansion." The nobles didn't move. This wasn't something that they should do. Moreover, a mansion like Prince Charlie's wasn't a place that anyone could casually enter. The people present weren't fools, so naturally, they wouldn't move easily. At this moment, the servant who shouted earlier suddenly said, "Your Highness, I just saw someone supporting the princess down there." The Crown Prince was very cooperative as he immediately said, "Who? Who did you see?" The servant looked at Charlie and pretended to be afraid as he said, "It seems to be Mr. Xianxia." Charlie looked at the servant and discovered that he had seen this servant before. This servant was also a servant of his mansion, it wasn't a fake. This discovery made Charlie's back turn cold, he didn't think that there would be so many traitors in his mansion. At the same time, when he heard the servant say that Xianxia was supporting Lizzie, he felt his head buzzing. He was very clear that Xianxia and Lizzie were being schemed against. At this time, he understood the Crown Prince's method, it was killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Naturally, the first target would be Charlie. If Lizzie really had an accident in his mansion, and if Xianxia was the one who did it, then Charlie would be finished. Don't even talk about fighting for the throne, he might not even be able to keep his position as the successor. The second bird was Xianxia. Everyone knew about Xianxia's strength. With Xianxia's help, Charlie's strength would greatly increase. Therefore, Xianxia needed to be eliminated. The second bird was Xianxia. The third bird was Lizzie. Although Lizzie was only a princess and didn't have the right to inherit, she was still the emperor's favorite princess. If something happened to Lizzie, then she would bring shame to the royal family, making it impossible for her to gain the emperor's favor. This was equal to killing Lizzie, making it impossible for Lizzie to help Charlie in the future. The fourth bird was the Kelsey family. The Kelsey family had been in the limelight recently, but if something happened to Xianxia, then the Kelsey family might be implicated as well. Charlie was a master of politics. He understood all of this in an instant. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince usually did things in a tepid manner, but this time, his actions were linked together, making it impossible to guard against. At this point, Charlie understood that Terry and the Crown Prince were in cahoots. Otherwise, the two wouldn't have cooperated in this play. However, Charlie could also see that Jason wasn't in cahoots with them. This was because Jason was standing in the crowd when he heard that Zhao Hai was supporting Lizzie. His expression changed, it didn't look like he was faking it. But now, Charlie didn't have anything to think about. He could only look at Zhao and hope that Zhao would be safe and sound, that he wouldn't be plotted against. However, Charlie also knew that this possibility was very small. If the Crown Prince's plan didn't succeed, then they wouldn't have dared to make a move in his mansion. While Charlie was thinking about this, the Crown Prince led the servant and the nobles towards Zhao Hai's room. Although Zhao Hai was sitting in his room, he was still paying attention to the situation outside through the monitor. He discovered that Lizzie had already left the room. She had a sneer on her face as she followed the group towards his room. At this time, the Crown Prince was guided by the servant to Zhao Hai's room. The servant pointed at Zhao Hai's room and said, "Your Highness, it's here." Actually, there was no need for the servant to say anything, the others already knew. This was because this room was the only room that was lit. Laura, Megan, and the others looked worried as they followed the crowd. The people who knew them were looking at them with strange expressions. These people weren't fools, they knew that Zhao Hai was being schemed against. Because of this, they weren't angry, they were just watching a play. Most of them were taking pleasure in Zhao Hai's misfortune. Before long, the crowd arrived at Zhao Hai's room. The Crown Prince pretended to ask, "Is Mr. Zhao Hai inside?" Zhao Hai sat at the table and smiled faintly. Then he took a sip of his wine and didn't say anything. He wanted to wait, he wanted to let these people be proud. Then when they were at their proudest, he would ruthlessly trample them to the ground. When the Crown Prince heard that there was no response, he was certain that Zhao Hai was being schemed against. He immediately shouted, "Rush in and rescue Lizzie." Terry was the first to run in and kicked the door open. Then he shouted as he rushed in. When he went in, he couldn't help but stare blankly at Zhao Hai, who was sitting at the table and drinking wine. At this time, the other doors were also kicked open. Then everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was about to pour his wine into his mouth. When he saw everyone's expression, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he slowly put down his wine glass and stood up. Looking at the Crown Prince and the others, Zhao Hai said embarrassedly, "Everyone, I'm just hiding to drink and eat. You don't need to be this excited, right?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the first to react were Laura and the others. They couldn't help but chuckle. When they saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they knew that Zhao Hai would be fine. Charlie's face was also very happy. Jason looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and then looked at the Crown Prince's face. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good kid, you actually dared to hide here and drink, you didn't even call me. Ha ha ha, you're really enjoying yourself, Third Highness." Charlie was now very happy, he laughed and said, "You can't find me here, these were brought by Little Hai himself." "Little Hai, do you think that the food here isn't good? Why are you drinking here?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Little Hai, don't you think that the food here isn't good?" Just as Charlie finished speaking, the Crown Prince couldn't help but shout, "Enough, Zhao Hai, stop pretending. Where is Lizzie? If something happened to Lizzie, then I'll hold you responsible." Zhao Hai coldly looked at the Crown Prince and calmly said, "I don't know what the Crown Prince means. Princess Lizzie's disappearance has nothing to do with me." The Crown Prince coldly said, "Someone saw you supporting Lizzie, where is Lizzie?" Zhao Hai expressionlessly said, "Who saw it? Come out?" The Crown Prince turned his head and stared. The two people that he sent to the third prince's residence were nowhere to be seen. The Crown Prince stared, he knew that he had lost tonight. At this time, Lizzie's voice was heard from the back of the crowd, "Big Brother is so concerned about my safety, I'm very touched." Along with this voice, Lizzie slowly walked out from the back. She looked at the Crown Prince with a cold expression, then she turned her head to Terry and calmly said, "Someone came to me and said that Third Brother was looking for me, so I came out. I didn't think that I would be deceived by a servant. Third Brother, your residence isn't very peaceful, you need to clean it up. Don't let any random cat or dog cause trouble inside." When he heard Lizzie, the Crown Prince's expression turned ugly. At this time, Zhao Hai also said, Third Highness, you should clean up the mansion. I was just called out by a servant, he said that you were looking for me. Haha. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, you're looking for me. Charlie's expression sank as he said, Little Hai, you can rest assured that I will clean up the residence. Recently, the residence has been very unstable. The Crown Prince's face turned pale, then he coldly snorted before he turned around and left. Charlie looked at the Crown Prince's departure but didn't move. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, then there was no need to be polite. When the guests that Charlie invited saw this, they didn't know what to do. Some of the nobles left with the Crown Prince while the rest stayed behind. Charlie didn't think that all of these people wanted to follow him. He wasn't that naive, he knew that many of these people were fence-sitters. They just didn't want to offend him today, so they didn't leave. However, Charlie didn't care, a general can defeat 1,000 soldiers. With Zhao Hai here, even if these nobles ran away, Charlie wouldn't care. However, he still needed to deal with this situation. Charlie immediately invited the nobles to the hall and invited them to eat and drink. However, these people's interest had already decreased. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't go with them. Instead, he stayed in the room with Jason, drinking wine and eating snacks. Laura and the others also didn't go, they stayed behind to accompany Zhao Hai. Unexpectedly, Lizzie also stayed behind. Zhao Hai and Jason sat on the table and drank wine while Laura and the others chatted. Jason looked at Laura and the others, then he looked at Lizzie and whispered to Zhao Hai, Brother, how was it? What happened just now? Why did I see Princess Lizzie's expression when she looked at you? Zhao snappily looked at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. I almost had an accident. If it weren't for my brothers and sisters, I might have been dead by now. Then he whispered to Jason about what had just happened. After Jason listened, he slammed his wine glass on the table. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, is what you said true? Did they really do that? Zhao Hai snorted and said, I won't lie to you about this. Let me tell you, this matter is most likely related to Terry. A few days ago, when I went to his store with Megan to buy things, he looked at me strangely. I didn't expect him to act this quickly. I thought that he was a big shot, I didn't expect him to act this quickly. But if I wasn't alert, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only me, the third prince and Princess Lizzie would also be finished. Jason coldly snorted and said, You're thinking too simply. Not only the third prince and Princess Lizzie, even the Kelsey family would be implicated. At the same time, your Buddha clan would also be finished. In the future, your Buddha clan would no longer have a foothold in the continent. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Jason continued, I didn't expect Terry to be such a sinister villain. But Zhao Hai, you're really good. You've angered the crown prince, you'll have to suffer in the future. Zhao Hai sneered and said, even if today's matter didn't happen, would he let me go? I'm now with the third prince, I'm his enemy. It would be strange if he let me go. Jason sighed and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai also knew that Jason didn't want to talk about this matter, so he said, Jason, I'm telling you this today so that you can be careful. Don't get too close to them, be careful of their schemes. Jason sighed and didn't say anything. Jason nodded, but he didn't go with Zhao. He just sat there and slowly drank his wine while Laura and the others chatted and laughed. Before long, Charlie arrived and said that the banquet had already ended. Because of what happened just now, the people had already lost their interest, so the banquet ended hastily. Charlie looked at Zhao Hai and Jason, then he smiled and said, You two are really carefree, drinking here. Alright, don't drink anymore. Zhao Hai, come here, I have something to tell you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he put down his glass. Jason also put down his glass, then he turned to Charlie and said, Third Highness, it's already late, I'll be heading back. Charlie didn't keep him, he smiled and said, Alright, if you have time, come and play with me. Jason nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, if you have time, come to my house and find me. You should know that I don't have many friends in Carson City. Come and find me for a drink. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, Alright, you just need to prepare the wine. Jason smiled and said, That won't do, my wine can't be compared to yours. You prepare the wine, I'll prepare the dishes. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I've never seen someone as stingy as you. Alright, I'll prepare the wine. Then the two laughed. Jason left Charlie's residence. Charlie looked at Jason's departing back, then he smiled at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't think that Jason would actually become friends with you. I really didn't think that you would be able to stand him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, he's a good person, but most people don't like people who speak the truth. But I'm the opposite, I like people who speak the truth, that's why I became friends with him. Lizzie, who was standing behind the two, stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Megan had also said this to her, and now Zhao Hai also said this. This was beyond Lizzie's expectation. Lizzie couldn't help but turn her head to look at Megan. She saw that Megan was looking at Zhao Hai with an infatuated expression. Charlie nodded and said, let's go, we'll talk inside. Lizzie, you can go back. Lizzie shook her head and said, no, I won't go back. Third brother, today's matter is related to my safety. I want to go with you. Charlie looked at Lizzie, he already understood that today's matter was directed at him. Lizzie was also implicated because of him. He couldn't refuse Lizzie, so he just sighed and said, alright, come with me. Then he led the group to the living room in the backyard. Xianxia and the others were already waiting for Charlie in the living room. This time, Laura and the others didn't leave, they just followed Zhao Hai into the living room. Charlie didn't oppose. After the group sat down, Charlie turned his head to Zhao Hai and Lizzie and said, tell me, what happened? Zhao Hai and Lizzie told Charlie what happened. The more Charlie heard, the uglier his expression became. He didn't think that the crown prince would be this ruthless. If this matter was successful, then the consequences would be unimaginable. After thinking about this, Charlie couldn't help but admire Zhao Hai even more. After Zhao Hai said that, he waved his hand as two people appeared in the room. These two people were none other than the two servants. When Charlie saw the two servants, he couldn't help but stare. Jean and the others also stared at Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's space to be able to store living things. However, it didn't take long before they heard Zhao Hai say, tell His Highness your identities. The two nodded, then one by one they told Charlie their identities. It was true that the two of them were the children of Charlie's household, but even their parents were arranged by the crown prince. One of Charlie's subordinates was bribed by the crown prince to fake their identities. In fact, the two of them were not the children of Charlie's household, but the crown prince's household. Charlie and the others could now see that the two servants had been turned into undead by Zhao Hai. While they lamented Zhao Hai's ruthlessness, they were also more confident in Zhao Hai's strength. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong, he could turn people into advanced level undead. After the two of them explained their family background, Charlie was also surprised. This was because the servant that the two of them mentioned was someone that Charlie thought highly of. He didn't think that the servant would be a traitor. Charlie coldly snorted and said, just wait for me to deal with them. Today's matter was really dangerous. Fortunately, Little Hai was vigilant. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little Hai, how did you know that the cup of tea was poisoned? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what do you think I am? I'm a dark mage. There are a lot of dark mages who don't use poison. Using poison in front of a poison expert like me, they're still too inexperienced. Charlie couldn't help but laugh. Even Jean and the others were laughing. They didn't know about the existence of the space, but regarding dark mages using poison, this was something that the entire continent knew. Because of this, they didn't doubt Zhao Hai. After Charlie laughed, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what do you think we should do next? Are we going to eat this loss for nothing? Zhao Hai sneered and said, eat this loss for nothing? How is that possible? It can be seen that Terry has already taken refuge with the crown prince. Moreover, he must have participated in today's matter. Their hearts are really big if they want to deal with all of us. However, their good luck has come to an end. Since they made a move on me first, then I won't be polite. Your Highness, you don't need to worry about this matter, let me handle it. I want to see how strong the Robert family is. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Megan knew that Zhao Hai already had the intention to kill the Robert family. However, Megan didn't say anything, she was now following Zhao Hai's lead. Moreover, it was Terry who made a move on Zhao Hai first. Naturally, she wouldn't ask Xiao Hai to be lenient. Xiao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness can rest assured, I will pay attention to it. If I let the Crown Prince continue to develop like this, then more and more great clans will follow him. When that happens, Your Highness's chances of obtaining the throne will become smaller and smaller. I want to let those who follow the Crown Prince know that even if they are millennium-old clans, they still aren't safe." Xiao Hai's words were very arrogant, but his words were resolute and decisive. Upon hearing these words, people's hearts shook as their blood began to flow faster. These words weren't exaggerated at all. This was because Xiao Hai wanted to deal with a millennium-old clan. Millennium-old clans represented the peak of power in the continent. Even imperial clans wouldn't dare to offend them. This was because there were very few millennium-old dynasties in the continent. However, there were a lot of millennium-old clans. And now, Xiao Hai wanted to declare war on a millennium-old clan. This made people's blood boil. Charlie looked at Xiao Hai's appearance, then he suddenly laughed and said, "All right, little Hai, don't worry. Being beaten up and not fighting back isn't our style. Go and beat him up." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness, you don't need to worry about this matter. The most important thing for you right now is to clean up your mansion. Otherwise, I would be worried about your safety." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to worry about this matter." Charlie smiled and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. However, I can't just let this matter go. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, then there's no need for me to be polite. The rest is up to me." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's good. Your Highness, it's already late. I need to go back. I'm afraid that I won't be able to come here in the next few days." Charlie nodded and said, "All right, you can continue with your work. But remember, if you have time, you must come and play with me." Xiao Hai smiled and nodded. Then he stood up and said goodbye to Lizzie before preparing to leave. Seeing that Xiao Hai was about to leave, Lizzie suddenly stood up and looked at Xiao Hai. "Mr. Xiao Hai, will you be participating in the New Year's banquet?" Xiao Hai stared. He didn't expect Lizzie to ask such a question. He shook his head and said, "No, with my status, I don't have the qualifications to participate in the Imperial Palace's banquet. Also, I don't like to participate in banquets." Charlie looked deeply at Xiao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "If you want to participate, that's not a problem. I can take you there. How about it? Are you going or not?" Xiao Hai looked at Charlie and then at Lizzie. Then he gently shook his head and said, "Forget it, I don't know many people there. Moreover, I don't like to participate in banquets." Charlie nodded and said, "All right, if you don't want to participate then don't. You can go back first, come back and play when you have time." Xiao Hai nodded, then he led Laura and the others away. Lizzie looked at Laura and the others who were following Xiao Hai and couldn't help but feel envious. Charlie looked at Lizzie's expression and couldn't help but sigh. But he still said, "Xiao Hai is really outstanding. It seems like he will have more wives in the future. He's the successor of the Buddha clan, and he's the only descendant of the Buddha clan. I'm sure that he will marry more wives in order to spread his family." Charlie said this deliberately. This was because he discovered that ever since Xiao Hai saved Lizzie, Lizzie seemed to have developed an inexplicable feeling towards Xiao Hai. Charlie knew that if this feeling continues to develop, then sooner or later, it would turn into love. Therefore, he deliberately said this to make Lizzie give up. This was because Charlie knew that Lizzie was very proud, she wouldn't agree to share her husband with other women. Xiao Hai was already engaged, so Lizzie had nothing to say. But if Xiao Hai wanted to have more wives in the future, then Lizzie would certainly not agree. Charlie said this to make Lizzie understand that Xiao Hai might have more wives in the future. Sure enough, when she heard Charlie, Lizzie's expression changed slightly. But it didn't take long for her to return to normal. Charlie knew that Lizzie had already listened to his words. Charlie didn't continue with this topic, he turned to Lizzie and said, "Lizzie, Big Brother has already torn away all pretense of cordiality with us. Moreover, he has already made his move. You need to be careful. To be honest, I really didn't want to see today's situation. I didn't think that Big Brother would be this ruthless. I've implicated you." Lizzie had already returned to normal, she shook her head and said, "No, third brother, this matter isn't your fault. I just didn't think that he would be this ruthless. Third brother, from today onwards, you need to care about your brotherly feelings. I will fully support you. Charlie smiled bitterly and said, forget it. The reason why Imperial Father likes you is because you never participate in these matters. If you really do, then I'm afraid that your status will be affected. Forget it, you don't need to worry about third brother. Third brother isn't someone that anyone can bully. Lizzie looked at Charlie and didn't continue with this topic. She just said, third brother, then I'll be going back. Then she turned around and left. In Rosen Empire, once a prince reaches adulthood, he would have to build a mansion outside. But princesses didn't. Generally, princesses would wait until they get married. If they were favored by the emperor, then they would be given a princess mansion. If they weren't favored, then they could only live in their husband's house. Lizzie wasn't married yet, nor was she engaged. Therefore, she was still living in the imperial palace. Looking at Lizzie's carriage slowly leaving, Charlie couldn't help but sigh. His love for his ninth sister was sincere. Lizzie was very sensible and very kind, but she was also very arrogant. She didn't put any man in her eyes. Today, Zhao Hai saved her. This had a huge impact on Lizzie. Moreover, Zhao Hai's actions today were very beautiful, leaving a deep impression on Lizzie. Therefore, it was understandable that Lizzie would have feelings for Zhao Hai. But the only problem was that Zhao Hai already had 3 fiancés. However, it seems like there were 4 of them. This was because there was still a little tail following Laura. In this case, Charlie wouldn't allow Lizzie and Zhao Hai to develop further. In Charlie's opinion, Zhao Hai's strength was indeed worthy of Lizzie. If Zhao Hai didn't have any fiancés, then Charlie would be happy to see it. But now, he was a brother who loved his little sister. He didn't want his little sister to compete with other women for a husband. Zhao Hai didn't think about this at this time. He was sitting inside the carriage with Laura and the others by his side. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, how do you plan to deal with Terry? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'll make sure that the Robert family isn't one of the top families in the continent. If they really want to kill me, then I'll just destroy them. Laura nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, what should we do? Zhao Hai looked outside the window, then he smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, there won't be any problems. I've already sent a hawk to map the entire Rosen Empire. This will make it easier for us to do things in the future. Megan, after we go back, I want you to mark the Robert family's businesses in Rosen Empire. Megan nodded. To be honest, if Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the Robert family in the past, then she might have stopped him. But after all, the Kelsey family and the Robert family had been on good terms for a long time. But this time, Terry's actions were too excessive. It was normal for Zhao Hai to deal with the Robert family. Zhao Hai continued, also, tell Uncle and Grandpa about this matter. Have them prepare themselves. If the Robert family really wants to fight with us, then we'll just have to wait for them to take over their family's business. Megan nodded and said, Be careful, Brother Hai. The Robert family is a millennium-old family, they aren't easy to deal with. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Now that he had a comprehensive plan, he certainly wouldn't let the Robert family have an easy time. Before long, the carriage arrived at Dark Soldier Fort. Because it was already late, besides the guards and the servants on night duty, everyone else was already asleep. Zhao Hai didn't disturb anyone, he just returned to his courtyard and directly went to the space to rest. Today, Charlie invited the Kelsey family to the banquet, but Randolph didn't send anyone. This was to let people know that the Kelsey family didn't support Charlie. That Zhao Hai was close to Charlie was Zhao Hai's matter, it had nothing to do with the Kelsey family. The second reason was because Megan was there. Although Megan was engaged to Zhao Hai, the two weren't married yet. Therefore, Megan could represent the Kelsey family. This way, nobody would be able to say anything, it wouldn't offend Charlie, and nobody would be able to see anything. After a night of silence, the next morning, Zhao Hai got up and freshened up. Then a servant came to deliver breakfast to Zhao Hai and the others. After Zhao Hai and the others ate, Smith sent someone to invite Zhao Hai over. Zhao Hai knew that Smith already knew about what happened last night, it seems like he wanted to ask him about it. Jiao Hai didn't hesitate and followed the servant to the living room. Sure enough, it wasn't only Smith, Randolph was also present. After Jiao Hai gave the two a salute, Randolph had Jiao Hai sit down. Then he immediately said, "Little Jiao Hai, tell me about what happened last night in detail." Jiao Hai nodded, then he told Randolph about what happened last night. After he finished, Jiao Hai said, "I'm sure that this matter was done by Terry and His Highness the Crown Prince. Moreover, it seems like the Robert family has already sided with the Crown Prince. Even if the Robert family didn't, Terry should have already sided with the Crown Prince." After listening to Jiao Hai, Randolph couldn't help but frown. It's not just Terry who joined the Crown Prince, it seems like it was the Robert family's idea. Terry is the first heir of the Robert family, and he's very close to the Crown Prince. It would be strange if he didn't receive the Robert family's approval. Randolph shook his head and said, "Forget it, what the Robert family wants to do has nothing to do with us." "Right, Jiao Hai, how are you going to deal with the Robert family?" Randolph knew that Jiao Hai wasn't someone who would keep quiet after suffering a loss. This time, Terry dared to scheme against him, it would be strange if he didn't return the favor. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Wait a few days, I definitely won't let the Robert family off. If they really want to fight me, then I'll destroy their millennium-old family." Randolph and Smith didn't know about Jiao Hai's true strength, but when they heard Jiao Hai's words, they couldn't help but frown. They thought that Jiao Hai's words were too full of himself. Smith opened his mouth and said, "Little Hai, you have to be careful. A millennium-old family isn't as simple as it seems. I heard that there are some ninth ranks who can live for more than 1,000 years. Who knows, the Robert family has 5 ninth ranks. If you don't have to go all out against them, then don't. Who knows what kind of trump cards they have." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "I have a sense of propriety, uncle doesn't need to worry." Smith also knew that Jiao Hai had a sense of propriety, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. He just nodded and said, "Do you have any plans for today?" Jiao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I had a good chat with Jason last night, we can be considered friends. Today, I want to visit the Crook family and give them some gifts. It's almost God's grace day, if I go after that, then the atmosphere would change." Smith nodded and said, "It's right to go and see them. Although the Crook family isn't a millennium-old family, they are still very powerful in the Rosen Empire. We should go and see them." Randolph nodded and said, "I didn't think that you would be able to play with that kid Jason. That kid is famous for his foul mouth, he has offended countless people. It must be hard for you." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Randolph looked at the sky and said, "If you want to go, then go early. I also have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Then he stood up and left. Jiao Hai and Smith quickly sent him out of the courtyard. After Randolph left, Smith pulled Jiao Hai back into the room. After the two sat down, Smith said, "Little Hai, tell me about your strength. How confident are you in dealing with the Robert family?" Jiao Hai didn't think about it and said, 10 points. Smith looked at Jiao Hai and couldn't help but knit his brows. He still didn't believe in Jiao Hai. One must know that 10 points wasn't something that could be easily said. Moreover, a millennium-old family's strength wasn't something that could be taken lightly. For Jiao Hai to say that he had 10 points, Smith felt that Jiao Hai was too arrogant. Jiao Hai looked at Smith and knew what he was thinking. He said, "Rest assured, uncle. If I say that I have 10 points, then I have 10 points. You can rest assured." Smith looked at Jiao Hai and sighed, "Forget it, in any case, father wouldn't just stand by and watch. You can go ahead and do what you want. Our Kelsey family will be behind you." Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, uncle. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave." Smith nodded and said, "Go ahead." Jiao Hai stood up and said his goodbyes before he left. He was preparing to go to the Crook family and deliver some seafood to them. After returning to his courtyard, Jiao Hai told Laura and the others about his plans to visit the Crook family. Laura and the others didn't oppose, they saw how Jiao Hai and Jason chatted last night. They knew that Jiao Hai and Jason had a good relationship, so naturally, they wouldn't oppose it. Jiao Hai didn't plan to bring Laura and the others today. This time, he was only going to deliver some gifts. Bringing Laura and the others wasn't a good idea, so he had Shun and Shu prepare a carriage. Then he slowly walked towards the Crook family's residence. The Crook family's main residence was built outside Carson City. It wasn't very far from the Kelsey family's residence. After passing through a few hills, it would only take about an hour to arrive. The Crook family's castle was located on a hill that was similar to the Kelsey family's, but it was smaller than the Kelsey family's. There weren't a lot of trees on the hill. The castle was about the same size as the Kelsey family's Dark Soldier Fort, but it looked newer than the Kelsey family's Dark Soldier Fort. At the foot of the hill, there was a road leading to the castle. There was also a checkpoint on the road. When Shun's carriage arrived at the intersection, a servant immediately came out of a small house. The servant looked at the badge on Zhao Hai's carriage and couldn't help but stare. This was because he had never seen this badge before. However, this servant was also trained. He could see that it was the badge of a count. Although a count was nothing in front of the Crook family, the servant didn't dare neglect it. He immediately went to the front of the carriage and gave Shun a salute. "May I know who has arrived?" Shun also came down from the carriage and bowed to the servant. The Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai Buddha, came to visit Mr. Jason Crook. When the servant heard about the Buddha clan, he couldn't help but stare. He had heard about the Buddha clan. Moreover, he also heard about Jason and Zhao Hai's conversation last night. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually come to visit today. The servant quickly replied, "Mr. Please." Then he immediately moved the roadblock away. The servant knew that the young master of the Buddha clan wasn't easy to deal with. To be able to make friends with the young master, the Buddha clan's patriarch must have some means. Seeing that the roadblock had been moved away, Shun thanked the servant and then drove the carriage up the mountain. At this time, a wind falcon was also flying up the mountain. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Crook family's castle, they found that Jason was already waiting for Zhao Hai in front of the castle's gate. When he saw Zhao Hai coming down from the carriage, Jason immediately greeted him. He laughed and said, "Good, you came really fast." Zhao Hai stared at him and said, "What's wrong? You don't welcome me? If you don't, then I'll take my leave." Jason pulled Zhao Hai and said, "You want to leave? You're already in front of my house's gate. If you don't leave some wine behind, then don't even think about it." After he said that, he pulled Zhao Hai towards the castle. But he didn't notice that the eyes of the servants and guards were almost popping out of their sockets. In Carson City, Jason was an anomaly. It wasn't only the nobles who thought this, even the Crook family thought the same. His mouth was foul, and his temper wasn't very good. Because of this, he didn't have many friends in the past few years. Most of the people who came to the Crook family were looking for Jason and his brothers. There were almost no people who came to look for him. Although Jason was good to the family's servants, these servants couldn't be considered as his friends. However, these servants had a good relationship with Jason. It was because of this that the servants were surprised. They hadn't seen Jason being this polite to nobles. Even the princes didn't have this kind of expression on Jason's face. Upon entering the castle, Zhao Hai knew that this castle was bigger than the Kelsey family's. But he could see that it was a lot newer. It lacked a simple and ancient aura. It seemed to be lacking in heritage. The Crook family's castle was much bigger than the Kelsey family's. Naturally, they also prepared carriages for their people. However, their carriages weren't as luxurious as the Kelsey family's. They were very simple. Before long, they entered 3 gates and stopped in front of a courtyard. Jason pulled Zhao Hai to his courtyard. After the two sat down in the living room, Zhao Hai looked at the fruit trees planted in the courtyard. He smiled and said, "Interesting, other people's courtyards are planted with pine and cypress or flowers. Only you have fruit trees here." Jason smiled and said, "Interesting." Jason snorted and said, "Why would I want to be like them?" "Humph, I just like to plant fruit trees." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Jason really had a unique taste. It was to Zhao Hai's liking. Zhao Hai turned to Jason and said, "Since we're already at your house, it wouldn't be good if we don't pay our respects to your uncle. I'll go pay him a visit." Jason looked at the sky and said, "At this time, father and grandfather should be handling official business in the study. Alright, let's go see them. We'll have someone prepare some dishes, we'll come back and have a drink or two." Then he stood up and led Zhao Hai out of the courtyard towards the main hall. The two left Jason's courtyard and walked towards the middle of the castle. Before long, they arrived at the main hall. Their family's main hall was similar to the Kelsey family's main hall. It was mainly used for official business and not for living. Therefore, during the day, Jason's father and grandfather would be working in the main hall. The main hall had a living room. Jason led Xianxia to the living room and sat down. Then he turned to the servant who brought the tea and said, "Go tell father and grandfather that the Buddha clan's patriarch, Xianxia, has come to visit." The servant complied and then turned around to leave. Xianxia looked at Jason and smiled. "Your father and grandfather are busy every day, how can you be so leisurely? Really, you don't want to manage your own family's affairs?" Jason smiled and said, "My days of managing the family's affairs have yet to come. I'm currently learning from my father and grandfather. Since God's grace day is coming, they're very busy and don't have time to teach me. So I'm just relaxing." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "I really envy you, you can be so relaxed. Unlike me, I have to rely on myself for everything. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others." Jason looked at Xianxia and said, "Don't pretend, it's not good to have nobody to manage you. Unlike me, I have my father and grandfather watching over me every day, I don't have any freedom at all." Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. He found out that Jason was just like those people back on Earth, complaining that there were people watching over them and that they didn't have any freedom. But he didn't think that this was actually a form of concern, it was also a form of blessing. If there was no one watching over them, then they would know how bitter it was. Seeing that Xianxia didn't speak, Jason didn't care. He quickly invited Xianxia to drink some tea. At this time, footsteps could be heard from the back of the living room. Before long, several people came out from the back of the living room. Xianxia and Jason quickly stood up. Xianxia looked at the people who came in. The one leading them was an old man. This old man didn't seem to be young, but his face was glowing with health. He was wearing a luxurious noble's robe. Although the old man wasn't very tall, his temperament and his robes made it impossible for anyone to underestimate him. Behind the old man was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man looked very similar to Jason, but his face was very serious. His eyes shined brightly, one could see that he was a shrewd person. Behind the two was the servant who went to call them. Jason quickly bowed to the old man and said, "Grandfather, father, this is the Buddha clan's patriarch, Xianxia. Little Hai, this is my grandfather, and this is my father." Xianxia immediately bowed to the two and said, "Grandfather, uncle." Xianxia is very polite. Jason's grandfather and father looked at Xianxia. Then Jason's grandfather smiled faintly and said, "Good, this child Littleson doesn't have many friends. You should come more often in the future." Xianxia smiled and said, "When I have time, I'll definitely come. But I've been running around all year long, so I don't have much time. Today is the New Year's Day, and because of Megan's request, I came to Carson City. I'm afraid that there won't be many opportunities like this in the future. But grandfather and uncle can rest assured, Jason and I will always be friends." Jason's grandfather nodded, then he looked at Xianxia and said, "Good, I'm relieved to hear your words. But Little Hai, I'm just curious. Little Hai, this child Littleson is very straightforward, the entire Rosen Empire knows about him. How did you become friends with him? Can you stand that mouth of his?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "It's fine as long as he can stand me. I don't think there's anything between me and Jason. He's just a straightforward person, he says what he likes. Such a person is good, he'll be a good friend. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer people who dare to speak the truth." Jason's grandfather stared, he wouldn't be surprised if someone of his age said such words. But looking at Xianxia's appearance, he knew that he was younger than Jason. It wasn't easy for him to say such words. Jason's father hadn't said a word since he entered the room. He just stared at Xianxia until Xianxia said those words. His eyes lit up as he carefully looked at Xianxia. Jason's grandfather nodded and said, "Good, since you can say that, then you can really become friends with little Jason. Alright, don't leave at noon, stay here and drink with me." Jason smiled and said, "Grandfather, I originally wanted to drink with Xianxia. But since you said that, then the two of us can't drink." Xianxia smiled and said, "Alright, I'll accompany grandfather and uncle for a drink or two." Right, this nephew also brought some gifts. I'll leave them outside, you can have the servants put them away. Then he went outside and took out the seafood that he prepared for the Crook family. These seafood were rare in the continent, but for a great clan like the Crook family, they weren't rare at all. However, the quality of the seafood that Zhao Hai took out was very rare. After Zhao Hai took out the things, he turned to Jason and said, Jason, have the servants put them away. I don't have anything good, so I can only give you some seafood that I made. Jason laughed and said, good, so many delicious things. Good, you prepared the best things. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're quite considerate. Zhao Hai laughed and said, don't think about saving. Have the kitchen prepare it so that we can drink. Right, I also brought some wine. Then Zhao Hai took out several large leather bags filled with milk wine. Jason's grandfather and father looked at the two people who were laughing and chatting. Jason's grandfather said, little Jason finally found a good friend. He's a good friend indeed. Jason's father also nodded and said, I didn't think that little Jason would be able to make a good friend with his temper. I've been worried about this kid. Jason's grandfather smiled and said, little Hai is a very good child. Haha, these days, not only are there fewer people who dare to speak the truth, there are also fewer people who like to hear the truth. Haha, good. Then Jason's grandfather smiled and said, you were wondering what little Hai was planning. Now you see, he's a good kid. To be able to make such a friend, little Jason's life is worth it. Jason's father nodded, then he sighed and said, it's not easy to make such a friend in this life, especially with our status. Little Jason's luck is really good. At this time, the servants came and took the things that Zhao Hai brought to the warehouse. Zhao Hai and Jason went to the living room. Jason's grandfather and father also sat down, but the two looked at Zhao Hai with a soft expression. Jason's grandfather looked at Zhao Hai and said, little Hai, treat this place as your home. You can come whenever you want, don't be polite. Zhao Hai smiled and said, certainly, grandfather can rest assured. Jason's grandfather stood up and said, all right, you youngsters can go and play. Right, remember, don't drink. You have to accompany me at noon. If you drink too much, then no one will accompany me. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, then watched the two leave. When Jason saw that the two were gone, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, let's go to my courtyard, I have some snacks there. Let's drink a few cups first, we won't drink much anyway. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, you don't want me to go back. Let's go. When the two of them returned to Jason's courtyard, Jason ordered the servants to bring them some snacks from the street food. The two of them each had a cup of wine and drank it without taking a sip. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of wine, Jason looked at Zhao Hai and said, little Hai, do you want to forget about yesterday's matter? Do you want to deal with Terry's crown prince? Zhao Hai looked at Jason and smiled, what's wrong? You want to help me? Kid, can you do it? You're not the head of the Crook family right now. You should be clear about the status of those two. Don't mess around. Jason snorted and said, thinking about what happened last night makes me angry. Damn, not only did they scheme against you, they even plotted against me. If I don't vent my anger, I won't be able to sleep well. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I'm not a person who doesn't fight back after suffering a loss. When Jason heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, really? Kid, do you want to retaliate against them? Do you have a plan? Zhao Hai looked at Jason's expression, then he smiled bitterly and said, I know that I have a grudge against them, but those who don't know might think that you have a big grudge against them. I haven't thought of a plan yet, but they are certainly on guard against me. But don't worry, I won't let them have an easy time, but it will take some time. Jason nodded and said, all right, but you have to tell me when you take action. If you need my help, you must tell me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Hai gave him a blank look and said, what can you do if you're impolite? Be honest, if you get involved in this matter, then it would be equal to getting involved in the crown prince's struggle. Would your family agree to this? Remember, you don't just represent yourself, you have a big family behind you. In the future, you should discuss this matter with your father and grandfather. Jason sighed, then he picked up his glass and took a sip. Then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, being a human is good, You can do whatever you want, nobody would care, nobody would ask. You have a lot of freedom. Zhao Hai sighed and said, freedom? Do you really think that I'm that relaxed? I have a lot of people behind me, so I have a lot of things to worry about. If nobody finds my nest, then I can deal with them as I please. But if someone finds my nest, then I'll be in a lot of trouble. But I need to think carefully before I do anything. At the very least, I don't want to implicate the Kelsey family. Megan married me, and I already feel sorry for her. If I implicate the Kelsey family because of my matters, then I'll feel even more guilty. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Jason looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly smiled and said, I really didn't see it. Kid, you're really good. But I'm telling you the truth. Last night, I saw that Princess Lizzie looked at you strangely. What if she wants to marry you? Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by marrying me? Look at my current status, I'm a count, not even a count of Rosen Empire. Moreover, I already have 3 fiancés. Do you really think that Princess Lizzie would marry me? Don't joke around. Jason smiled and said, that's hard to say. Megan's status isn't much worse than Princess Lizzie, but she still ended up marrying you. You need to have confidence in yourself. Zhao Hai laughed and said, get lost, when did I lose confidence in myself? I just think that even if Princess Lizzie agrees, do you think that His Majesty would agree? A princess trying to steal a husband from several other women, it would be strange if His Majesty would agree. Jason nodded and said, you're right, even if Princess Lizzie agrees, His Majesty wouldn't. Princess Lizzie is his most beloved daughter, and this matter is related to the imperial family's face. His Majesty certainly wouldn't agree. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you know that. Also, I don't have any thoughts about Princess Lizzie. Among my 3 fiancés, Meg grew up with me. Her grandfather is Spiritual Wind Green, my grandfather's generation. Moreover, she's very loyal to the Buddha clan. If it wasn't for Grandpa Green, I might have died a long time ago. Laura threw away her years of hard work for me and even fell out with the Marquis Del clan. Megan didn't care about my low birth and was determined to marry me. With these 3 fiancés, I'm already satisfied. Jason looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and sighed, kid, you're really lucky. Your luck with women is also very good. You actually managed to find such good girls, I really envy you to death. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't talk back. He agreed with these words. To be able to get the favor of Laura and the others, Zhao Hai was very happy. Because they had to drink with Jason's grandfather at noon, the 2 of them didn't drink too much. They only drank a small cup of wine and ate some snacks before they went to rest. During lunch, the atmosphere was very lively. Jason's grandfather not only called some of the influential people of the family to sit with him, he also introduced Zhao Hai to them. This gave Zhao Hai a very good impression. However, in such an occasion, it was impossible to drink too much. Naturally, it was also impossible to eat too much. Almost everyone was just chatting and pretending. For such occasions, Zhao Hai and Jason didn't like it. But today's lunch was specially prepared for Zhao Hai, so he couldn't leave and could only stay there. This made Zhao Hai very impatient. After lunch, Zhao Hai chatted with Jason for a while before he got up and said his goodbyes. Jason accompanied Zhao Hai outside the fort before he waved goodbye to Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai returned to Dark Soldier Fort, the sky was already dark. He returned to the courtyard and ate some food. Then he told Laura and the others about what happened in Jason's house. Today, someone sent an invitation to Zhao Hai, inviting him to a banquet. However, Zhao Hai declined, he hated banquets the most, it was better if he didn't attend them. The next day was a rare tranquility. Although there were still people sending tents, they were all sent after God's Grace Day. This was because tomorrow was God's Grace Day, nobody would attend any banquets. Aside from the Imperial Palace's banquet tomorrow night, most nobles wouldn't hold any banquets in these 2 days. This day, the people inside Dark Soldier Fort were very busy, everyone was preparing for tomorrow's Grace Day. For a great noble like the Kelsey family, they were very particular when it came to celebrating Grace Day. They had a lot of rules and regulations, so everyone needed to prepare in advance. The family would also send people to inform them of what to do tomorrow, as well as their itinerary. This way, they wouldn't be in a situation where they couldn't find anyone. Zhao Hai and the others also received the schedule. When Zhao Hai looked at it, he couldn't help but feel that today was very busy. What time to wake up in the morning, what time to eat, what clothes to wear, when to worship the ancestors, what clothes to wear, who to go first, and the etiquette of worshipping the ancestors, these were all written clearly on the schedule. Zhao Hai was afraid that he would make a mistake. For a great noble like the Calci family, their worship ceremony was very solemn. If there was a mistake during the ceremony, then they would be heavily punished. Moreover, it would affect their status in the family. Although Zhao Hai wasn't a member of the Calci family, he didn't care about his status in the family. However, Smith was, and they were Smith's people. If something went wrong, then Smith would be implicated. Because of this, Zhao Hai had to prepare carefully. At the same time, Zhao Hai also had Kair monitor the entire Dark Soldier fort. If someone was found to be plotting against him, then Kair would inform him. He was afraid that Juwen and third grandfather would plot against him during the ceremony. If that happened, then he would feel wronged. Zhao Hai was now confused, he didn't know what was going on in the Ark continent. The people here looked like Westerners back on Earth, but their culture had a lot of Eastern elements. Ancestral worship was an example of this. Ancestral worship was generally a part of Eastern culture. This was because in Eastern culture, people believed that after death, their souls would continue to protect the family. Because of this, they wanted their ancestors to protect the family. In fact, people also understood that it was impossible for their ancestors to protect the family. Even if they turned into souls, they wouldn't be able to protect the family. If they weren't there, then the great clans and the imperial clans would continue to exist. They wouldn't slowly disappear into history like they did now. However, when people worship their ancestors, they wanted to use this method to remember their ancestors and express their yearning for a better life. It wasn't just a superstitious way to save the blessings of their ancestors. Great clans like the Calci family didn't only worship their ancestors for blessings, they also wanted to use this method to create a cohesive force within the family. This way, the family would slowly grow stronger. The entire ancestral worship ceremony was very serious. There weren't any mistakes during the process. Overall, it was very successful. Zhao Hai also followed Smith to worship their ancestors. The Ark continent's ancestral worship ceremony was a bit different from China. In China, women generally weren't allowed to participate. But in the Ark continent, there was no such rule. Because of this, the entire ancestral worship ceremony took half a day before it was finished. In the evening, Randolph took Peter to the Imperial Palace's banquet. To be honest, nobles were very bored during God's Grace Day. Besides attending banquets, they would just eat and drink with their families. Moreover, this kind of eating and drinking atmosphere wasn't necessarily good. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't really like this atmosphere. After attending the Calci family's banquet, Zhao Hai immediately led Laura and the others back to Iron Mountain Fort. Compared to the Calci family, Iron Mountain Fort was his true home. Therefore, he had to attend the banquet there. When they returned to Iron Mountain Fort, the banquet hadn't started yet. Green and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai. At this time, Green and the others were in the fort square. There were a lot of bonfires in the square. Argali, bulls, and even blue-eyed rabbits were placed on the sides. On the side was the huge blade scale whale as well as some seafood. It can be said that Green brought out all the good things this time. Beside each bonfire was a large wooden barrel filled with fragrant milk wine. Whether it was humans or beast men, everyone was wearing new clothes as they sat around the bonfire. However, nobody touched the food nor the wine. Therefore, they just sat there calmly, waiting for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai came out of the space and saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel warm inside. Laura and the others were also moved. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he knew that it wouldn't be good if everyone was missing. Therefore, he immediately went to Jade Water City to pick up Muan and the others. Now, as long as it was a place on the space's map, Zhao Hai could go in and out at any time. The space had become a treasure that could be used for teleportation, making it a lot more convenient. When Zhao Hai went to pick up Muan, Green had already ordered the people to put the animals on the bonfire. Even the blade scale whale had been processed. Green and the others spent a lot of effort on processing the blade scale whale. The scales on the whale's skin had already been removed. These scales could be used to make water, they were very sharp and sturdy. As for the rest of the fish meat, Green and the others had already sliced it and marinated it with various seasonings. The innards of the blade scale whale had been removed and some cooked stones were placed inside. Because there was a lot of space inside, people could even stand in the mouth of the blade scale whale to heat up the stones. A bonfire was set up outside so that the inside of the whale could be heated up as well. In addition to the neat cuts on the fish's body, the blade scale whale would be cooked. As for the other animals like argali and bulls, they didn't need much work. These animals were commonly eaten by beastmen, so it was very convenient to cook them. Before long, the tempting smell of barbecued meat came from the square of Iron Mountain Fort. The meat was almost done. Marine also had the people take out some of the delicacies that they had made so that everyone could taste it. This was also Zhao Hai's proposal. He knew that the Buddha clan's situation was different from other clans. Other clans had servants who were specialized in this matter, but the Buddha clan didn't. In order to prevent this banquet from turning into a barbecue feast, Zhao Hai proposed to Marine to have the clans prepare 1 or 2 of their best dishes. Then on God's Grace Day, they could take it out and taste it together. This way, they would be able to see who was the best at cooking. If they needed any ingredients, then Zhao Hai would be able to provide them. Marine originally didn't want to trouble these people, but she didn't expect that when she told them about this matter, all of them would become excited. Marine didn't even need to prepare any ingredients as they all returned to their homes and prepared their best dishes for everyone to taste. One couldn't blame these people for being so excited. At this point, the 100 slaves that were bought in the beginning had already settled down and were no longer slaves. They had their own houses, their own land, and their own jobs. Every family's days were very prosperous. Moreover, this was the first time that they had celebrated God's Grace Day, so naturally they were very excited. They wanted to show off their best things to everyone, and cooking was a good opportunity for them. Therefore, all of them agreed. The beastmen were good at meat dishes, and the slaves were also good at meat dishes. This made Zhao Hai speechless for a while. However, this was also good. Today was God's Grace Day, so everyone was happy and could eat a good meal. Seeing that the preparations were almost done, Green slowly walked to the middle of the square and looked at the people who were playing around. Then he loudly said, "Everyone, quiet down." Green's words were very effective, the square almost instantly quieted down. Even the children stared at Green, none of them dared to make a sound. Iron Mountain Fort had always been managed by Green. For the slaves, Green was their leader, so they naturally listened to Green's words. As for Zhao Hai, he was like a god to them, so they revered him to the extreme. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Green continued, "Everyone, a year ago, we came to Iron Mountain Fort. At that time, besides a dilapidated castle, there was nothing here. We were filled with despair towards life. A year passed in a blink of an eye, and in this year, we used our own hands to create everything. Our lives had undergone earth-shaking changes, and all of this came from one person. Everyone, who do you think this person is?" Everyone replied in unison, "It's the young master." Zhao Hai had always made these people call him young master, so at this time, these people still called him young master. They didn't call Zhao Hai by his name, nor did they call Zhao Hai patriarch. This was because the title of young master was a special title for Zhao Hai in their hearts. Green nodded and said, "All right, today is God's Grace Day. I know that many people are celebrating this day for the first time. Today, I'll have to ask the young master to say a few words to us." Then he slowly withdrew. Zhao Hai didn't think that Green would ask him to say a few words. But since this was his territory, he didn't back down. Instead, he smiled faintly as he stood up and walked to the middle of the square. Without waiting for him to speak, thunderous applause resounded from all around. Zhao Hai looked at the people around him and said, "A year ago, each of you had your own identity. But now, you only have one identity, the children of the Buddha clan's Black Earth territory. A year ago, I said that I would let everyone eat meat every day, and I have done it. But I couldn't do it alone. It was you who used your own hands and worked hard every day, creating all of this for yourselves. I, Zhao Hai, represent the Buddha clan in thanking everyone. Then he bowed to everyone. Zhao Hai's action frightened the people around him. Whether it was beastmen or humans, all of them stood up and knelt down. Some of the older beastman elders even loudly said, "Young master, please get up. You've really wronged us. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here today. You are our great benefactor for generations to come." At this time, Zhao Hai straightened his body, he looked at the kneeling people and smiled, "Everyone, get up. Today is a festival, there's no need to kneel down. Quickly get up." Everyone stood up. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, "Today is a festival. In this year, the Buddha clan has been reborn, I have also been reborn, and you have also been reborn. Therefore, God's Grace Day is of great significance. This is a festival to celebrate our rebirth, a festival to revel in. Everyone, raise your glasses, let's drink together. For the distant, nightmarish yesterday, for the bright and beautiful tomorrow, cheers." Everyone obediently raised their glasses and drank along with Zhao Hai. Just like what Zhao Hai said, this glass of wine was a farewell to yesterday, it was also a celebration for tomorrow. Because of this, many people's eyes became moist. These people were different from Laura and the others. Ever since Laura and the others were born, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Laura and the others were the kind of people who would avoid meat when they saw it. For them, eating meat was a normal thing, they would eat it almost every day, there was nothing special about it. But for these slaves, having clothes to wear and meat to eat was already a heavenly life. It was something that they didn't even dare to think about. Laura and the others sat together and looked at Zhao Hai with infatuation. They felt that Zhao Hai, who was standing in the middle of the group, was the most handsome. At this moment, Zhao Hai was dazzling. Even if his appearance wasn't very outstanding, he still looked different at this moment. What Laura and the others saw wasn't Zhao Hai's appearance. There were many people who were more handsome than Zhao Hai. What they saw was Zhao Hai's temperament. This temperament was different from the people of the continent. It was this temperament that deeply attracted them. Zhao Hai's temperament was naturally different from the people of the Ark continent. A person's temperament was inseparable from their living environment. It was impossible for a person who lived in the slums to have the temperament of a noble. Similarly, Zhao Hai lived on Earth. Although this world had mystical magic and battle chi that Earth didn't have, it also didn't have the advanced technology and civilization that Earth had. Therefore, the temperament that Zhao Hai developed on Earth became a unique and attractive temperament in the Ark continent. In the Ark continent, Zhao Hai's temperament was somewhat similar to Jason's. This was because Jason had a rebellious temperament, he didn't have the same temperament as the people of Earth. Even so, Jason was regarded as the biggest anomaly in the Rosen Empire, not to mention Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's temperament was also different from Jason's. Zhao Hai's temperament was relatively gentle. Moreover, he had been working hard to adapt to the Ark continent. Adding on to the fact that he had Adam's memories, he was equivalent to a native of the Ark continent. These two completely different temperaments fused together, making him even more attractive. This night, the entire Iron Mountain fort was drunk. Whether it was men or women, everyone was drunk. These people had different ways of expressing themselves after getting drunk. Some stood there and laughed, some sat down and cried. Zhao and Green were sitting on the side. They weren't drunk, but when they looked at the drunk slaves and beast men, their hearts didn't feel too good. Needless to say, compared to the slaves' current lives, their previous lives were like hell, a living hell. The beastmen weren't any better. They were just a small tribe, so they had to suffer from exploitation. Every year, they would have enough to eat and wear. It was already good enough that they didn't starve to death in winter. Zhao Hai provided them with a completely different life. They could laugh happily, cry loudly, eat meat, and drink fragrant milk wine. All of this was engraved in their hearts. They only felt gratitude towards Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's heart was filled with blame. These people were his subordinates, they were all members of the Buddha clan. He needed to make their lives better, this was his responsibility. On the other hand, Laura and the others were more emotional. They looked at the slaves who were crying and laughing. Their hearts couldn't help but feel suffocated. Megan's eyes were brimming with tears, looking at her made people feel distressed. After everyone fell asleep, Zhao Hai had the undead carry the people back home. Then he cleaned up the square. After cleaning up, Zhao Hai discovered that these people could really eat. Not only was the huge blade scale whale eaten, the dishes were also eaten. Even the roasted bulls and argali were eaten. This really made Zhao Hai surprised. One must know that these people could really eat a lot. After having the undead clean up, Zhao Hai and the others returned to Iron Mountain Fort's living room and sat down. After they sat down, Zhao Hai told Green and the others about what happened in the past 2 days. Naturally, he also told them about the enmity between him and Terry, as well as his plan to retaliate against Terry. After listening to Zhao Hai, Green didn't have any reaction. He just nodded and said, "Young master, how do you want to deal with the Robert family? Do you want to directly eliminate them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, directly eliminating them would be too big of a target. It would alert the entire Rosen Empire, which would be very detrimental to our future development. I can't do that. The Robert family has made a lot of enemies in the past few years. As long as we cripple them, there would be people who would want to eliminate them. When the time comes, they wouldn't be able to make a comeback." Quinjan nodded and said, "That's a good idea. Just cripple him and let his enemies as well as the other nobles see the Robert family's situation. When the time comes, we won't even need to do anything, someone else will do the job for us. But Little Hai, you have to act quickly. If we fight a war of attrition with a great family like the Robert family, then even if we cripple them, we would still suffer a lot of losses." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's a good idea." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I know, that's why I didn't immediately retaliate. I'm waiting." Now that Eagle has printed the entire Rosen Empire on the Spaces map, as long as the map is complete, I can launch my retaliation. In one night, I want to destroy all of the Robert family's shops outside of Carson City. Kuan and the others knew about the Spaces ability after its upgrade. These people were Zhao Hai's most trusted people, so Zhao Hai didn't hide anything from them. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai, Green and the others weren't surprised, they just thought about the feasibility of this matter. After thinking for a while, Green nodded and said, "That's feasible. It's currently God's Grace Day, nobody would think that we would suddenly make a move." Kuan nodded and said, "But it's best to do this secretly, we can't let others know that we're the ones doing it. If we don't, they would be even more afraid of us. We need to let them know that we have enmity with the Robert family, but we also need to let them know that we don't have the strength to do so. Right, Zhao Hai, on the day of the operation, it's best if you find a place with a lot of people. Let them know that you don't have the time to do this." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that the Buddha clan had been in the limelight recently. If they were to make other people vigilant, then it would bring a lot of trouble to their future development. Kuan's proposal was very good. They would kill the Robert family and destroy their store, but they couldn't let them know who did it. Even if they suspect Zhao Hai would have an alibi. This way, other people wouldn't be too suspicious of the Buddha clan. At the same time, it would also make them fear the Buddha clan. This was exactly what they needed right now. Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, after God's Grace Day, I'm afraid that you'll have to go to the prairie. The matters in the prairie haven't been dealt with yet. Although the Herculean bulls have destroyed the fighting bulls, the status of the Herculean bulls has been threatened. In order for us to develop in the prairie in the future, I think you should go there and protect the Herculean bulls." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, I've already thought about it. Right now, we have some business with the fishmen. But the next time we do business with them, it would be best to tell them about it. Maybe once a month, or maybe several times a year. We can't always do business with the fishmen, otherwise it would attract their attention sooner or later." Green nodded and said, "Young master, didn't you say that you want to visit the elves and the dwarfs? When do you want to go? They also have a lot of special animals and plants, they should be very helpful to the Spaces upgrade." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he sighed and said, "I'm afraid we'll have to wait for some time. There are a lot of things that need to be done during this time. We need to take root in the continent and have those people accept our Buddha clan. Then we can think about other things." Green nodded and said, "All right, we'll wait for a while. In any case, the Spaces ability is already very strong, we don't need to worry about it." Zhao smiled bitterly. I don't want to wait until the space reaches level 50 to see if I can grow those high-level herbs. But now, it seems like I'll have to wait. Zhao smiled bitterly and said, I'll have to wait. Green laughed and said, Don't worry, we old men aren't going to die tomorrow. What are you afraid of? Take it slow. I'm already very happy that our Buddha clan has developed to this point. Young master, you don't need to worry too much about it. Zhao Hai nodded, it seems like this was the only way. He looked at the universal machine's recipe for a potion that could be upgraded to level 9. It didn't only need herbs, it also needed animal blood, bones, and other things. Only then could it be processed, and those animals' levels were very high. With Zhao Hai's current level of the space, he really couldn't get the ingredients needed for the recipe. Zhao Hai also discovered that as the space leveled up, the level of the high-level herbs and animals in the space's shop had also increased. The highest level of the animals that were sold in the space's shop had already reached level 100. The same was true for the herbs. Because of this, Zhao Hai desperately wanted to upgrade the space. After the group chatted for a while, Zhao Hai left. After all, he was currently living in Dark Soldier Fort. Even if he didn't rest in his courtyard, he still needed to rest inside the space. Otherwise, if something happened inside Dark Soldier Fort, he wouldn't be able to get there in time, which would be very troublesome. Laura and Meg went back to their rooms to rest. Today had been a very tiring day for them. Not to mention anything else, just the ancestral worship ceremony was already very tiring. Although Laura and Meg didn't participate in the worship ceremony, they still couldn't leave easily. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the host. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others came out of the space early. After a night's rest, the soreness in their bodies had disappeared, they were now full of vigor. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai took a deep breath of the cold air outside. He suddenly had the urge to laugh. This was because he felt that God's Grace Day in the Ark continent was very similar to China's New Year's Day. You would think about the New Year before the New Year, but after the New Year, you would find that there was nothing to look forward to. What's done is done, it's done. He was now 1 year older, this year had been very busy. But to be honest, now that he calmed down and thought about the things that happened this year, Zhao Hai felt as if he was in a dream. He didn't understand how he had changed from a useless otaku to a fallen aristocrat. How did he change from a person who couldn't even bear to kill a chicken to a person who could kill 10,000 people in an instant without blinking? How did he change from a person who would blush when talking to a girl to a person who had 3 fiancés and a servant girl who could be eaten at any time? All of this made him feel like he was dreaming, an incomparably realistic dream. Laura looked at Zhao Hai, who was standing there in a daze. She couldn't help but walk towards him and said, What are you thinking about? It's cold outside, let's go inside. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura's dainty face. Back on Earth, it was impossible for him to interact with this face. This was because one was the moon in the sky while the other was the mud on the ground. But here, she was his fiancée. This world was really strange. Laura looked at Zhao Hai, who was looking at her in a daze. Her face couldn't help but turn red, her heartbeat also sped up. However, she still looked at Zhao Hai and said, What are you looking at? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm looking at a beauty. A beauty like you going out with me would make me feel pressured. Laura looked at Zhao Hai, then she turned her head to look at Nier, who was covering her mouth and laughing. Her face couldn't help but turn red, but her heart was filled with sweetness. However, she still looked at Zhao Hai and said, Don't talk nonsense, you'll make a joke out of yourself. Come in quickly. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and entered the room. They woke up early today, and with the Kelsey family staying up late last night, Smith and the others might have woken up late today. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to call Zhao Hai to eat. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and entered the room. When Zhao Hai entered the house, Meg came in with a glass of milk. Drinking milk in the morning had become a habit for Zhao Hai and the others. However, Zhao Hai didn't like to drink milk, he preferred to drink soy milk. However, soy milk was very troublesome to make. They didn't have a soy milk machine, so they could only grind it. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make it. Additionally, this milk was made from their own cows, there was no trihydroa in it. Naturally, they could drink it without any worries, they could drink as much as they want. Zhao Hai and the others were already used to it, so they drank a glass of milk each. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who drank it, everyone in Iron Mountain Fort also drank it. Zhao Hai hoped that they would all be in good health. After drinking the milk, Zhao Hai looked at the sky, then he turned to Megan and smiled. It seems like Uncle and the others didn't wake up early today. Right, you should investigate the Robert family's businesses in the next few days. We'll make our move in a few days. Megan nodded. Alright, I won't make any preparations in the next few days. For a millennium-old family like the Robert family, some of their businesses are hidden, they don't use the Robert family's name. There are also some businesses that are managed by their subordinates, these people aren't using the Robert family's name. Because of this, if we want to deal with them, we need to deal with them as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to hurt their bones. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, we need to find them. If we want to deal with them, we need to deal with them thoroughly. If we don't hurt them, they would certainly retaliate. Megan nodded, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, I'm afraid that there will be a lot of banquets in the city in the next few days. Do you want to participate? Zhao Hai smiled and said, This matter depends on you. You know more about the nobles in Carson City than me. You have the final say in this matter. If you want me to participate, then I'll participate. If you don't want me to participate, then I won't participate. Megan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. Then when will you take me to the prairie? I also want to see Brother Whales. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and smiled. Soon, the prairie is much colder than here. You're used to living here, but you won't be used to staying in the prairie, you might get sick. Right, during this period of time, you have to practice well. After a while, when you reach 8th rank, we'll go to the prairie. There are still 100,000 slaves that Brother Whales gave me, I have to bring them back to Iron Mountain Fort. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Right, the prairie is much colder than here. Megan also knew about this matter, but she didn't think that the beast men would be so generous as to give 100,000 slaves. This was simply impossible in the eyes of humans. Because of this, Megan was now yearning for the prairie. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Megan nodded and said, Alright, rest assured, I'll practice well and reach 8th rank as soon as possible. When the time comes, you must take me to the prairie. Laura looked at Megan's appearance and couldn't help but smile. What's so good about the prairie? You haven't seen it yet, the prairie isn't as interesting as the space. The prairie isn't as beautiful as you think it is. Moreover, it's not as good as the space. Megan smiled and said, You can go with me, I also want to see it. I haven't been to the prairie before. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Alright, when you practice well, I'll certainly take you there. You won't be thinking about it anymore. At this time, a servant came in and invited Zhao Hai to have a meal. In the next few days, Zhao Hai went to participate in banquets. Zhao Hai went to places that had good relations with the Kelsey family. Among them, only the Crook family invited Zhao Hai to their banquet. This couldn't be helped, in Carson City, Zhao Hai's fame couldn't be compared to the Kelsey family. When people send invitations, they would usually send it to the Kelsey family. But for banquets like this, people wouldn't just send 1 or 2 people. Because of this, Zhao Hai went with Megan every time. This made the people of Carson City envious. Zhao Hai didn't only go out to participate in banquets, the Kelsey family also held one. This was a convention. Every year, these great clans would hold a banquet. Sometimes, there would be several great clans holding banquets at the same time. Therefore, the great clans would separate their guests, each of them going to a different place. Besides attending the banquets, Zhao Hai was also waiting. In the past few days, Megan and Smith had been giving Zhao Hai a list of the Robert family shops. Zhao Hai also marked them in the space. After 5 days, Fane finally marked all of the Rosen Empire's territories on the space's map. At the same time, Zhao Hai also marked all of the Robert family shops on the space's map. Now, all that was left was to wait for an opportunity to make the Robert family pay the price. After doing all of this, Zhao Hai also began to make preparations. He had Kyer understand the people in the Robert family shops, as well as whether there were any experts. This way, he could allocate manpower to them. Kyer's work efficiency was very fast. In just 2 days, all of the Robert family shops were accounted for. Then she told Zhao Hai everything. Looking at the map, Zhao Hai knew how formidable a millennium-old family was. Aside from the Robert family's shops in Carson City, they also had more than 1,300 shops in the Rosen Empire. Of these shops, 630 were publicly owned, directly under the Robert family's banner. There were also 700 shops that weren't owned by the Robert family. These shops belonged to the Robert family small nobles. In fact, these shops were also owned by the Robert family. Most importantly, each of these 1,000 shops had at least one 8th rank expert. Some of the major cities only had one 8th rank expert. In addition to 8th rank experts, there were also 7th rank and 6th rank experts. Of the more than 1,300 shops, there were actually more than 2,000 8th rank experts. This number made Zhao Hai very surprised. In the past, the Buddha clan only had two 8th ranks, Green and Marine. They were already able to do well in the Aksu Empire. But now, the Robert family had more than 2,000 8th ranks in their shops. The difference was too big. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know that the reason why the Buddha clan was able to do well in the past was because they were favored by the old emperor. Those people didn't give face to the Buddha clan, but to the old emperor. As long as it was a noble who settled down in the imperial capital of a few empires, they would generally have some 9th rank experts in their family. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive. Even if they didn't have a 9th rank expert, they would still be dependent on the great clans. They could only be regarded as vassal clans. Thus, Zhao Hai was surprised to find out that there were a lot more 9th ranks in the human race compared to the Carrion Swamp. Even if the 9th ranks in the Carrion Swamp were more powerful than the 9th ranks of the human race, they still wouldn't be able to fight against the 9th ranks of the human race. It was only because of Kai that the 9th ranks of the Carrion Swamp couldn't resist her poison. Because of this, the 9th ranks of the human race were able to sign an agreement with the 9th ranks of the magic beasts. After Zhao Hai understood the strength of a millennium-old clan, the pride that rose in his heart immediately disappeared. Now, he was thinking about the strength of the Radiant Church. The Calci family and the Robert family were both millennium-old clans. Therefore, the Calci family shouldn't be any weaker than the Robert family. Since the Radiant Church was able to suppress the Calci family, this meant that they were much more powerful than a millennium-old clan. This made Zhao Hai pay attention to them. However, Zhao Hai was thinking too much. The 9th ranks in the Carrion Swamp weren't easy to deal with. And with the special environment they were in, their fighting strength couldn't be compared to ordinary 9th ranks. Additionally, the 9th ranks of the human race were scattered among the great clans, making it very difficult for them to unite. If they could unite, then they would have already conquered the Carrion Swamp. While Zhao Hai was waiting for the right opportunity to make his move, an opportunity suddenly came. Zhao Hai was sitting in the living room looking at a map projection. This map wasn't an ordinary one, it was three-dimensional, just like the ones in science fiction movies back on Earth. Zhao Hai could zoom in and out of the map at will, he could also zoom in and out. This was a new ability of the space that Kai told him about. At this time, the map was showing a panoramic view of the Rosen Empire. There were a lot of red dots on the map. These red dots were the Robert family's shops, Zhao Hai's target. There were also some green dots in the middle of these red dots. These green dots weren't shops, but rather the residences of nobles. These nobles were the vassals of the Robert family. Zhao Hai still couldn't make up his mind, he didn't want to deal with these small nobles as well. Laura and the others were also looking at the three-dimensional map with Zhao Hai. Although this wasn't the first time they saw it, they were still surprised every time they saw it. The space gave them a lot of surprises, this map really surprised them. The Arc Continent's way of fighting was still very primitive. There weren't any strict military tactics. Generally speaking, there were three types of tactics: scouting and assassination, long-range attacks from mages and magic cannons, as well as large-scale infantry attacks. There were almost no military tactics, everything was based on strength. In this way, they didn't need a sand table. Most countries only needed to bring a map when they went to war. They didn't have any sand table or battle plans. Moreover, in their armies, they didn't have any advisors or advisors. These people were all generals. It was precisely because they didn't have a sand table that Laura and the others were surprised when they saw the three-dimensional map. This was because they didn't think that there would be a three-dimensional map like this. At this time, Megan came in from the outside. Megan would go to her father's place every day. First, she would learn how to deal with some matters. Second, she would look at the banquets that Zhao Hai was going to attend. When Zhao Hai saw Megan's expression, he couldn't help but smile and said, "What's wrong? Why are you so happy? Did something good happen?" Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, can you guess who sent me an invitation?" Zhao Hai stared, he looked at Megan's smile and suddenly thought of someone. He turned his head to Megan and said, "Is it the Robert family?" Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, can't you guess wrong once? Let me be happy, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment." Then she handed the invitation over to Zhao Hai. During this time, Zhao Hai saw a lot of invitations, but there were only two that were sent to him. One was from Charlie, which was before God's Grace Day. The other was from Jason, which was the day before yesterday. This was the third one. The first two invitations were sent to Zhao Hai, so Zhao Hai wasn't surprised. However, this invitation was sent to Zhao Hai. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai put down the invitation and looked at Megan. "Megan, what do you think Terry wants to do? What does the Robert family want to do?" Megan snorted and said, "I don't know what the Robert family wants to do, but I know what Terry wants to do. He wants to step on you, he wants to humiliate you. Big brother Hai, you need to be careful tomorrow. Otherwise, they might come up with a way to deal with you." Megan nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's good, I also want to deal with him. What do you think, if we go to the Robert family's banquet tomorrow and the family's businesses outside of Carson City were attacked, what would they do when they find out about it? Wouldn't they suspect me?" When they heard Zhao Hai, Megan and the others couldn't help but smile. They really wanted to know what Terry's reaction would be when he finds out that his family's businesses were attacked. Laura smiled and said, "All right, I agree with brother Hai. Let's do it this way, we'll clean them up." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I really want to see how they plan to make things difficult for me. It seems like they won't use force. My 8th rank mage title isn't just for fun. I'm afraid that they wouldn't use any underhanded methods. Their plan last time was very good and they didn't do anything to me. This time, I don't think they'll use force." Laura and Megan nodded at the same time. The two of them grew up in noble families, so they had seen a lot of methods used by nobles. Because of this, they thought that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. Laura nodded and said, "If nobles can't use force, then they would use force. There are several ways to use force. One is to make poems on the spot, another is to dance, and another is to play musical instruments. Brother Hai, you can't dance, but you can't play musical instruments either. I haven't seen you play before, but as for poems? I'm afraid that would be a bit difficult. If they really want to use force, then they would really hit brother Hai's weak spot." Laura didn't care about Zhao Hai's face and deliberately ignored his shortcomings. In Laura's opinion, a person couldn't be perfect. Zhao Hai couldn't write love poems, dance, or play musical instruments. Zhao Hai couldn't do anything that nobles used to display their status. However, these things couldn't cover up Zhao Hai's merits. For a clan like the Buddha clan that was forced to a dead end, a patriarch who only knew how to make poems, play, and dance wasn't enough. What they needed was a patriarch who could endure and kill decisively. Zhao Hai was the latter. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They really hit my weak spot. But don't worry, I can sing, and I can sing very well." "How about it? Can I sing?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and Megan's eyes lit up. The two looked at each other, then Megan said, "Brother Hai, can you really sing? Then why don't you sing a song?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he knew that when he said that he could sing, this would certainly be the case. But he didn't lie, although he couldn't play musical instruments, when it came to singing, he really did have some skills. This was because when he was on Earth, he only had 3 hobbies: singing, drinking, and reading. Zhao Hai generally liked to sing pop songs. Naturally, he also liked classic songs. As for drinking, he didn't like to drink too much. Usually, he would drink a couple of cups by himself or go out with friends. As for reading, that was his biggest hobby. To be honest, Zhao Hai's singing was very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say that he could sing. But after arriving at the Ark continent, Zhao Hai didn't have the mood to sing, he had too many things to do. When it came to poems, Zhao Hai could plagiarize 2 of them. But Zhao Hai didn't want to. If he was really forced, then he wouldn't be polite. A man can lose face, but it depends on who he is facing. In front of a love rival, one can't lose face. In front of an enemy, one can't lose face, because doing so would mean losing one's dignity. Because of this, when Laura said that the nobles could write poems, dance, and play musical instruments to make things difficult for Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. This was because he didn't know how to do those 3 things. Therefore, he said that he could sing, he wanted to see if he could sing. Naturally, when he said that he could sing, Megan and the others wouldn't let him off. They would certainly make him sing, and sure enough, it didn't go beyond his expectations. Laura became interested, she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you can sing? How come I didn't know about it before? Quickly sing a song for us." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and Megan, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Alright, I'll sing a song. What should I sing?" I'll sing Chrysanthemum Terrace. Your tears shine. Weak and wounded. The pale crescent moon. Hooking the past. The night is too long. Condensed into frost. Who is the cold despair in the attic? The rain gently bounces. The vermilion window. All my life, the wind ruffles the paper. The dream is far away. Turning into a strand of yarn. Drifting with the wind. Your appearance. Frost covers the ground. Your smile has turned yellow. The flowers fall, heartbreaking. My thoughts flow quietly. The north wind is chaotic in the night. Your shadow is cut off. Leaving me alone on the lake. The flowers fall. Falling brilliantly. On the withering world. Fate is unbearable. Worried not to cross the river. The autumn heart is torn in half. Afraid that you can't reach the shore. Shaking for a lifetime. Whose country? The sound of horses' hooves. I wear a military uniform. Whistling through the vicissitudes of life. The sky is slightly bright. You softly sigh. A night of melancholy. So euphemistic. Frost covers the ground. Your smile has turned yellow. The flowers fall, heartbreaking. My thoughts lie quietly. The north wind is chaotic in the night. Your shadow is cut off. Leaving me alone on the lake. Frost covers the ground. Your smile has turned yellow. The flowers fall, heartbreaking. My thoughts flow quietly. The north wind is chaotic in the night. Your shadow is cut off. Leaving me alone on the lake as a pair. This song wasn't unfamiliar to most people. Jay Chou's songs had their own unique charm. Zhao Hai liked Jay Chou's China-style songs, but he liked the lyrics even more. They were very artistic. There was no such song in the Ark continent. The people here generally listened to things like operas. Pop songs like these didn't exist here. Zhao Hai also had some understanding about these things. However, he couldn't sing operas, he could only sing pop songs. The reason why he agreed to sing to Laura and Megan was because he wanted to know if they could accept this style of song. If they can, then Zhao Hai can use this song to deal with Terry and the others. If they can't, then Zhao Hai can only think of other ways. After Zhao Hai finished singing, he calmly looked at the stunned Laura and Megan. Since the beginning of Zhao Hai's performance, their expressions hadn't changed at all. This made Zhao Hai very worried. After some time, the two recovered. They looked at Zhao Hai with strange expressions. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel scared, he quickly said, "What are you doing? What happened?" Laura and Megan seemed to have woken up. The two looked at each other and then ran out. Zhao Hai looked at the two, he didn't know what was going on. He was confident that he had done a lot of research on Jay Chou's songs. Moreover, his singing wasn't bad, right? Why did they run away? Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at Meg. Meg looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression and said, "Young master, I didn't know that you can sing. When did you learn it? Did you learn it in order to attract other girls?" When Zhao heard the first half of Meg's words, he was really scared. He thought that Meg was doubting his identity, but when he heard the second half, he felt relieved. It turned out that Meg didn't doubt his identity at all. Meg's words made him break out in cold sweat. Actually, Zhao Hai was overthinking. Not only did Meg not suspect his identity, Green and the others also didn't. This was because Zhao Hai's soul had crossed over, not his body. His body was Adam's. Moreover, after Adam drank the water of nothingness, he had fainted and never left Green and the others' line of sight. In this case, how could Green and the others suspect Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai relaxed, then he smiled at Meg and said, "Don't talk nonsense. This is something that this young master made himself." "How is it? Isn't it good?" "Right, what did you say the two of them did?" Meg smiled and said, "You'll know in a while." This made Zhao Hai confused. Before long, Laura and Meg returned. Laura's little tail, Mir, was also behind them. But now, the three of them were holding musical instruments in their hands. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood what they meant. They actually wanted to play the song, Chrysanthemum Terrace. Interesting. Zhao Hai looked at the four instruments. One of them was a harp, another was a violin, another was a cello, and the last one was a flute. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, the song you sang was really good. I've never heard such a song before in the continent. We've all learned how to play musical instruments, so why don't you sing it again and let us record the score? Then we'll give you a soundtrack." Such an opportunity was hard to come by, so Zhao Hai didn't oppose it. He nodded and said, "All right, if we practice well and Terry makes things difficult for me, then I'll sing this song. You can accompany me." Zhao Hai nodded. Laura smiled and said, "All right, go ahead and sing." Zhao Hai nodded and then sang the song from beginning to end. Afraid that the other people in the courtyard would hear them, Zhao Hai and the others entered the space and practiced inside. Laura and the others were very excited. This was the first time they heard such a song. It was very novel. The day passed by as they practiced non-stop. However, the practice wasn't in vain. Now, Zhao Hai was singing while Laura and the others were playing. They had a tacit understanding between them. As the sky slowly darkened, the group freshened up and went out of the room. In the banquets that Zhao attended before, except for Jason's banquet, Zhao didn't bring Laura and the others. He only brought Megan with him because he was afraid that Megan would encounter some awkward situation. Megan nodded. One must know that the relationship between noble women wasn't very peaceful. Megan and Lizzie were both known as the twin flowers of the imperial capital. There were certainly a lot of people who were jealous of her. If Zhao Hai brought Laura and the others to the banquets at this time, then it's possible that these women would mock Megan. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen, so he didn't bring Laura and the others to the banquets. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't just leave Laura and the others at home. In fact, Laura and the others were inside the space, accompanying Zhao Hai the whole time. It's just that they didn't attend the banquet with Zhao Hai. However, in today's banquet, all of them had to attend. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to do, but it was something that was requested by the invitation. Zhao Hai knew that Terry wanted him to lose face in front of Laura and the others. Zhao Hai didn't oppose this, he directly brought Laura and the others along. Zhao Hai rode an ox cart. This cart might look good in other places, but it wasn't good here. However, this was the capital of the continent's most powerful country. A cart like Zhao Hai's could only be considered ordinary. However, no matter how good or bad the cart was, it was still Zhao Hai's own cart. He was already used to it, so he didn't feel anything bad about it. The cart slowly moved towards the Robert family's castle. The distance between the Robert family's castle and the Kelsey family's castle was quite far. If one walked slowly, it would take about 4 hours, or 2 hours. Zhao Hai and the others came out early, so they let the cart slowly move forward. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the others entered the space and observed the situation outside. At the same time, they were preparing for tonight's operation. Zhao Hai couldn't personally participate in tonight's operation, so he handed the task over to Kai Er. At the same time, Zhao Hai's advanced level undead also participated in the operation. These undead were quite intelligent, so they were used to this kind of operation. Actually, there was no need for these people to do anything. At this point, Zhao Hai already knew about the situation of the Robert family's shops. Zhao Hai already gave instructions on how many people to send to each shop. If something happens, Zhao Wen and Kai can provide support at any time. What Zhao Hai wanted was to capture all of the shops within an hour. Then the people must be evacuated. Moreover, their movements must be light, they must not cause too much of a ruckus. As for the Robert family's vassal nobles, Zhao Hai didn't touch them. No matter what, they were still nobles of the Rosen Empire. If Zhao Hai really did touch them, then it might cause a backlash from the Rosen Empire's nobles. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. One must know that the Rosen Empire's nobles were very powerful. In order to ensure the success of this operation, Zhao Hai specially brought Green and Kuan from Iron Mountain Fort to the space. Since Zhao Hai wasn't present, they were in charge of the operation. With the addition of Kai and the advanced level undead, Zhao Hai believed that this operation would be foolproof. Zhao Hai had no choice but to do this. He needed to make sure that no one inside the shops would be able to leave alive. This way, nobody would know that they were attacked by the undead. Even if the Robert family were to suspect them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. After discussing this matter with Green and Kuan looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. Zhao Hai looked at the two and knew that he could sing. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. How did singing become a rare thing in this world? If the group of animals from Earth's KTV came to this world, wouldn't they become a country? Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, can you really sing? And you can sing very well?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, "I can sing a little bit. I used to sing when I was bored. Tonight, Terry might be planning to trick me. Musical instruments aren't something that can be learned in 1 or 2 days. Therefore, I can only sing right now." Green smiled and said, "I didn't expect the young master to be able to sing." Hee, good. Right, I'll have to discuss this with Marine. After we return, we'll have the young master learn some musical instruments as well as dance. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sweat. He wasn't too interested in these things. If he were to learn these things, he didn't know if he would be able to do so. Kuan nodded in agreement and said, "Right, he should learn. There are nobles who can't dance, it's too shameful. Right, let's have Laura and the others teach him." When Zhao Hai heard Kuan, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Although Zhao Hai was a homebody and loved Laura and the others, this didn't mean that he didn't have any desires. In the past, his body wasn't very good, so his desires weren't very strong. But now, he was an 8th rank expert. His body was so strong that he could kill an elephant with a single punch. In this case, his desires were naturally a lot bigger. However, he didn't want to ruin his image in the hearts of Laura and the others. Therefore, he didn't do anything excessive. The Ark continent wasn't like Earth. On Earth, if you don't take down a girl after a few days, the girl would think that you're incompetent. But in the Ark continent, if you were too impatient, then you wouldn't leave a good impression. Because of this, although Zhao Hai was engaged to Laura and the others, he didn't have many chances to hold their hands. If Laura and the others were to teach him how to dance, then he would be able to eat their tofu. Such a soft tofu, Zhao Hai couldn't help but salivate. Fortunately, Zhao was also a person with a lot of self-control. He just thought about it in his head, and then he stopped thinking about these evil thoughts. At this time, the ox cart was about to arrive at the Robert family's hill. The Robert family's crest was a wolf with one eye. Their family crest was called the Savage Wolf Crest. Everyone who faced beasts knew that wounded beasts were the most difficult to deal with. This was because these beasts were more ruthless. This was why the Robert family chose the Savage Wolf Crest. Savage Wolf Mountain, Savage Wolf Fort, and the Savage Wolf emblem, these were the most obvious symbols of the Robert family. Moreover, Zhao Hai had heard that the Robert family had an ancestral teaching that their descendants must remember. They must be like the savage wolf. Savage wolves were the fiercest, but also the most cunning. If a person had the same temperament as a savage wolf, then that person would be very terrifying. Because of this, every patriarch of the Robert family was a sinister person. Even the Kelsey family, who had a good relationship with the Robert family, was always on guard against them. However, one can't help but recognize that the Robert family relied on the savage wolf crest to reach their current status. Zhao Hai's ox cart arrived at the foot of Savage Wolf Mountain. The servants at the foot of the mountain gave him an invitation before they went up the mountain. Zhao Hai also discovered that the style of the castles around Carson City was similar. There was nothing special about them. Zhao Hai also knew that the people of the Ark continent didn't like to pursue beauty, but for them, practicality was more important. Zhao Hai had read about the history of the Ark continent. It wasn't only humans that fought each other, there were also battles between humans and magic beasts. Now that the population of the continent was increasing, the number of magic beasts in the mountains and forests was also increasing. Once the humans and magic beasts started to compete for territory, it was very likely that a war would break out between humans and magic beasts. In times of war, whether a castle was beautiful or not didn't matter, what was more important was its practicality. Zhao Hai had already seen the Kelsey family's castles. Their castles were very well built, their main purpose was to fight. Moreover, after many years of development, the castles here had reached the pinnacle, it was very suitable for them to fight. Because of this, the castles here were almost the same. The main reason for this was to maximize their fighting strength. The ox cart slowly arrived at the entrance of Savage Wolf Fort. There were two servants who were welcoming guests. When they saw Zhao Hai's carriage, the two servants strangely didn't come forward to greet them. However, Zhao Hai didn't care, he just followed Laura and the others down from the ox cart. At this time, the two servants came forward and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Welcome, Sir Count." Zhao Hai stared. After attending so many banquets, this was the first time that someone addressed him as Sir Count. Generally, people would just call him Mr. Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai immediately understood Terry's intention. Terry deliberately called out his title in order to humiliate him. He wanted to remind Zhao Hai that he was just a small count, he shouldn't be complacent. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he didn't say anything. If he were to make a scene now, then he wouldn't have a good demeanor. On the contrary, the more magnanimous he was, the more stingy Terry would be. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't get angry, he just smiled faintly to the servant and said, "Thank you." The servant didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a reaction, he stared for a moment before he said, "Sir Count, please." Then he led Zhao Hai towards the castle. When they arrived at the castle, there was a carriage waiting for Zhao Hai. However, this carriage's specifications were a lot worse. The carriage was very small and the horse that pulled it was also very thin. After sitting in the carriage, Megan angrily snorted and said, "Big Brother Hai, why are you enduring? Look at the carriage that they arranged for you, what kind of carriage is that? It's a carriage for servants, why are you riding it?" Zhao Hai looked at Megan's angry expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't be angry. Didn't you hear that servant calling me by my title? He wants to remind me of my status. Hee, the angrier I get, the prouder he gets." When Megan heard Zhao Hai, she calmed down. Then she turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, are you really not angry?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's the use of being angry? Even if we were unlucky today, when I think about the faces of the Robert family tomorrow, I'll be happy. Let's think about tomorrow." When Megan heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile. Then Zhao Hai said, "Endure it, I'm sure there will be other things to do." Then the carriage stopped. When Zhao Hai and the others got off the carriage, they couldn't help but stare. This was because the carriage stopped in front of the banquet hall's entrance. Naturally, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there were a lot of people standing in front of the banquet hall. A lot of people were looking at Zhao Hai with a mocking smile on their faces. Terry was standing in front of these people, he had a smile that wasn't a smile on his face as he looked at Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others come out of the carriage, Terry turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Count Buddha, how was the carriage that I arranged for you? There's no other way, our Robert family can only use this kind of carriage to receive the count." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's very good, I thank Mr. Terry. I didn't think that the Robert family would have such a thin horse. It seems like the Robert family's days aren't good. Tomorrow, I'll give the Robert family 10 good horses to pull the carriage. This way, the Robert family won't have enough horses in the future." When Terry heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. His expression became very ugly. He didn't expect Xiao Hai to say this. Originally, he wanted to use this method to insult Xiao Hai. He didn't expect Xiao Hai to make it seem like the Robert family was poor. Terry coldly snorted and said, "Our Robert family treats people the same way. For someone like Count Buddha, our Robert family can only treat him this way." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "So the Robert family, since I'm so unbearable, I don't know why the Robert family sending me an invitation. Aren't they afraid that I'll pollute the Robert family's treasured land? If that's the case, I advise Mr. Terry to destroy this castle tomorrow. Because I've already been here, this castle has already been contaminated by me." Although Xiao Hai's words were belittling himself, they were also filled with sarcasm. Moreover, the people present weren't fools, most of them knew about Terry's past deeds. Because of this, they didn't have any contact with Megan. Now that they saw Xiao Hai and Terry going against each other, they couldn't help but feel amused and relieved. Terry's face paled, then he coldly snorted and said, "Everyone, please enter the hall for the banquet." Then he turned to Xiao Hai and said, "Count Buddha, please enter." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Terry. For Mr. Terry to personally invite a nobody like me, I'm truly honored." Then he led Megan and the others into the hall. Terry's face was already dark. The nobles who followed Terry out to watch the fun saw a big show. They were still somewhat unsatisfied. But when they saw Xiao Hai and Terry's expression, they knew that the banquet would be more interesting. So they also entered the hall. After entering the hall, Xiao Hai separated from Laura and the others. At this time, Jason went to Xiao Hai's side and hugged Xiao Hai's shoulder as he said, "Good boy, your mouth is really fierce. What's wrong? I thought you wouldn't come today." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why wouldn't I come? I just wanted to see his expression today. I wanted to see what kind of attitude he has towards me. Hee hee. But to be honest, I'm quite disappointed. If the Robert family's successor is only at this level, then it would be very disappointing." Jason smiled and said, "Kid, you shouldn't be making sarcastic remarks. Terry isn't simple. But his performance today was indeed below his standard. I'm afraid that he might have some tricks up his sleeves to deal with you. I think it's better if you go back early." Xiao Hai looked at Jason. He knew that Jason was sincerely concerned about him, and didn't want him to be humiliated here. Xiao Hai smiled faintly and looked around. Seeing that everyone was some distance away from them, he whispered in Jason's ear, "No, I can't leave today. I need to stay here today and let everyone see me." Jason nodded and said, "Today, I need to stay here and let everyone see me." Jason was a smart person. When he heard Xiao Hai, he immediately understood what Xiao Hai meant. He turned to look at Xiao Hai and said, "Tonight?" Xiao Hai nodded and didn't speak. Jason snorted and said, "Kid, didn't you say that you'll tell me when the time comes? If I don't ask you, then you won't tell me, right?" Xiao Hai looked around, then he whispered to Jason, "Don't be angry, the less people know about this, the better. If everyone knows about this, then I'll be in trouble. Even if those people know that I did it, without any evidence, they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Don't tell anyone about this, even if it's your family." Jason snorted, then he drank a mouthful of wine. Although he didn't answer Xiao Hai understood that he was a true friend of his. If Xiao Hai didn't misjudge him, then he wouldn't tell anyone about this. The banquet went smoothly. Throughout the banquet, besides Jason, nobody came to talk to Xiao Hai. It can be said that Xiao Hai was isolated. Xiao Hai and Jason sat on the side drinking wine. Jason looked at the people in the hall and coldly snorted, "The people who came tonight are all from the great clans. Moreover, they have a good relationship with Terry. Terry originally invited my second brother, but I snatched the invitation. It seems like they won't be kind tonight." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "It's alright, don't worry. So what if they can't be kind? What can they do to me? Don't worry, there's no need to worry." Unlike Xiao Hai, Laura and the others were surrounded by a lot of people. Naturally, most of these people were here for Megan. They were very cold towards Laura and the others. Moreover, the people who were talking to Megan were very strange. They kept talking bad about Xiao Hai in front of Megan. Sometimes, they would even praise Terry. Regarding Terry's way of doing things, Laura and the others couldn't help but curl their lips. Such methods could only be described as naive, there was nothing to pay attention to. At this time, Terry suddenly arrived in the hall. He gently tapped the crystal cup in his hand as he smiled and said, "Everyone, we're all having a lot of fun today. Why don't we join in the fun and perform a little show? What do you think?" Zhao Hai almost spat out the mouthful of wine that he just drank. Jason looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhao Hai looked at Jason and smiled bitterly. "There's a problem, a big problem. I can't play a musical instrument, I can't dance, and I can't compose poems. What do you think?" Hee, Laura and the others guessed correctly. Terry really used this trick to deal with me. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Jason couldn't help but get anxious. He quickly said, "You really can't compose poems? You can't dance? You can't play a musical instrument? Didn't your family teach you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They taught me, how could they not? But it's a pity that I didn't learn." Jason looked at Zhao Hai's indifferent expression. He couldn't help but get anxious. "Then what do we do? If you don't perform when the time comes, then it would be very shameful. You wouldn't be able to mix in your circle in the future." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, don't worry. Since I've thought of this, then I naturally have a way to deal with it. You don't need to worry." At this time, several nobles had already performed some small performances. It was nothing more than reciting a poem or playing a musical instrument. At this time, Jason discovered that Terry was looking at them. He was startled. He knew that Terry wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. After he finished his performance, Jason immediately stood up and said, "Let me do the rest." Then he went to the orchestra and picked up a harp to play. Jason was obviously stalling for time, so he took a long time to play. Zhao Hai understood Jason's intention. He couldn't help but smile. Jason was really interesting. However, it was impossible for Jason to treat this banquet as a solo performance. Although he delayed for a while, he still managed to finish his performance. At this time, Terry turned his gaze to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's mind wasn't on this matter. He was currently communicating with Kai. This was because when Jason was playing, their operation had already begun. Zhao Hai gave them an hour's time to act. But Jason's performance took more than 20 minutes, almost half of the time had already passed. At this time, several teams had already finished their operations. Zhao Hai's estimation was very accurate. Moreover, the information that he had collect was very useful. The people that he sent out this time were to kill those people in one blow. The shorter the operation time, the better. They had to finish the operation in 1 hour, so it would be best if they could finish it early. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the fastest team took less than 10 minutes to complete the operation. This team was made up of death warriors, so they were very fast. After 10 minutes, they even cleaned up the scene. Then Kai took all the inventory of the Robert family's stores and put them inside the space. Then the store was burned down. Zhao Hai was currently looking at the situation through the monitor in his mind. At this time, Jason's performance was also completed. Waves of applause rang out, waking Zhao Hai up. Zhao Hai looked at Jason, who was walking down from the stage. Although Jason's performance was very successful, his face didn't have any happy expression. He just looked coldly at the smiling Terry before walking down from the stage. Terry didn't seem to notice Jason's threatening gaze. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he slowly walked up to the stage and smiled at the audience. "Everyone is happy today. Let's invite the Buddha clan's patriarch, Mr. Zhao Hai, to perform for us." The people on the stage naturally cheered. These people were hired by Terry, so they were very cooperative with him. Zhao Hai already thought that this day would come, so he didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and stood up. Then he handed his wine glass to a servant and slowly walked up to the stage. Terry had already walked down from the stage and was now looking at Zhao Hai with a sneer. Before dealing with Zhao Hai, Terry had already investigated Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't weak, he was also a dark mage. Although he didn't know why Zhao Hai had such strength, it could be explained by a fortuitous encounter. Terry was very confident in his ability to make Zhao Hai lose face. Terry had already checked, Adam used to be a hedonistic son. Although his current performance wasn't bad, he had been ignorant and incompetent ever since he was young. Magic could be improved by using drugs, but this method of writing wouldn't work. He hadn't heard of anyone learning how to write poems after being drugged. It was because of this that Terry arranged today's plan. He wanted to make Zhao Hai lose face. He wanted Zhao Hai to lose face in the Rosen Empire's noble circle. Zhao Hai stood on the stage and looked at Terry's proud face, then he smiled and said, "I suddenly feel that I have a lot of face right now. It seems like today's banquet was held just for me. This Zhao Hai has never been treated like this before, it's an honor. Mr. Terry invited me to perform, naturally I wouldn't decline. I've already seen the previous performances, they were all very good. Everyone here is truly a pillar of the Rosen Empire, this one deeply admires you. Since everyone is happy today, then this one can only embarrass himself. But since I'm only performing alone, there's no meaning to it. I'll ask my fiancés to come on stage and perform together with this one, I don't know if everyone agrees?" Zhao Hai's words were somewhat self-deprecating, but it was also very decent. Nobody could find any fault with it. And with Laura and the other beauties coming on stage to perform, the people below the stage were naturally very happy. They immediately cheered loudly, but Terry's expression wasn't very good. Jason looked at Zhao Hai standing on the stage and laughing. Suddenly, he wasn't worried anymore. Although he didn't know Zhao Hai for a long time, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't fight back after suffering a loss. He also wasn't the kind of person who would do things that he wasn't sure of. Now that Zhao Hai was calm, it meant that he was prepared. It seems like Jason's worries were in vain. After thinking about this, Jason couldn't help but turn his head to look at Terry, who was looking at Zhao Hai. Jason's mouth couldn't help but hang a smile. He was now looking forward to tomorrow, he wanted to see what Zhao Hai's revenge would be like. However, one thing that Jason was sure of was that Zhao Hai wouldn't let the Robert family off easily. But this had nothing to do with Jason, he didn't want the Robert family to suffer. At this time, Laura and the others also stood on the stage. When they stood on the stage, they attracted everyone's attention. But when Zhao Hai stood in front of them, he became even more inconspicuous. Zhao Hai stood in front of them, making him seem even more inconspicuous. When Zhao Hai saw the way the crowd looked at Laura and the others, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He was a man, and the one behind him was his fiancée. With so many people looking at his fiancée with green eyes, he wouldn't feel comfortable. Zhao Hai coughed lightly, then he turned to Laura and the others. Laura and the others nodded, then they turned to the musicians in the band to discuss. Naturally, the musicians didn't dare to say anything, so they immediately handed the 4 instruments to Laura and the others. Laura took the harp, Megan took the cello, Meg took the flute, and Nir took the violin. Seeing that everyone was ready, Zhao Hai turned his head to the audience and said, "I don't know how to play any instruments, nor do I know how to make poems. I can only sing a song, I hope that everyone won't take offense." Then he turned his head to Laura and the others and nodded. The audience didn't think that Zhao Hai could sing. Generally speaking, nobles wouldn't learn how to sing, this was because it was too difficult. In the Ark continent, songs were usually operas. Without a lot of practice, it was impossible to learn how to sing operas. Most importantly, even if one learned how to sing operas, they would still need to practice their voice every day. This was too hard, so no one would learn it. When the audience heard that Zhao Hai was going to sing, they couldn't help but stare blankly at Zhao Hai. At this time, gentle music was played. The music was very soft, as if it was caressing their souls. However, there was a faint sense of sadness in this song. That kind of feeling made one's heart tighten, as if one's whole body was slowly being surrounded by a melancholy aura. The Chrysanthemum Terrace song wasn't very suitable to be sung here. This was because the Chrysanthemum Terrace song itself was a movie song, there were a lot of China elements in it. You want foreigners to see chrysanthemums and think of the Double Ninth Festival? This was nonsense, but you have to recognize that sometimes, songs weren't meant to be heard with the ears, but with the soul. This was the reason why Michael Jackson had so many fans, some of them didn't even understand English. The Chrysanthemum Terrace song couldn't be compared to Michael Jackson's song, but when it was sung in the Ark continent, it made everyone stunned. This was because the Ark continent had never heard of such a song before. The Chrysanthemum Terrace song had the word strange in it. Sometimes, strange was a great advantage. Every time something appeared, it would always make people feel strange and infatuated. The Chrysanthemum Terrace song was quickly finished. After Zhao Hai finished singing, the entire hall became quiet, there wasn't a single sound. Everyone seemed to be intoxicated by this unique song. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a burst of applause resounded in the hall. This made the people who were absent-minded stare, they unconsciously turned their heads towards the direction of the sound. Zhao Hai also looked at the person who was clapping. He discovered that the one who was clapping was none other than Jason. This guy recovered before the others, so he was the first to clap. When the crowd saw Jason, they recovered as well. Thunderous applause resounded in an instant. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others stood in a row and bowed to the people on stage before they walked down the stage. Young people love to be lively. The people who were invited by Terry tonight weren't any worse than him. However, their relationship with Terry was better. Therefore, when Terry asked them to embarrass Zhao Hai, they were happy to watch the play, so they all agreed. But now that they heard Zhao Hai's song, they suddenly forgot about Terry's request. When Zhao Hai walked down the stage, they immediately surrounded him. They kept asking Zhao Hai about the song. For them, there was nothing more interesting than discovering a new song. Zhao Hai also laughed and chatted with these people. When they asked about the song, Zhao Hai just said that he liked to sing, but he wasn't good at opera. Therefore, he slowly came up with this song. Terry's face was pale as he stood there looking at Zhao Hai. He wanted these people to embarrass Zhao Hai. Naturally, he didn't just want to embarrass Zhao Hai. Most importantly, he wanted to dig a ditch between Zhao Hai and these people. The first meeting between two people was very unpleasant, leaving a bad impression on the other party. Later on, it would be very difficult for two people to become good friends. First impressions were very important. Terry was very clear about this point. Therefore, the purpose of his operation was very simple. He wanted to create a small enmity between Zhao Hai and these noble young masters. When they meet in the future, there would be a knot in their hearts. This would make it very difficult for Zhao Hai to enter their circle in the future. However, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to endure and laugh at himself. He didn't offend these noble young masters. Then with a new song, these noble young masters took the initiative to chat with him. It can be said that his operation was a complete failure. Jason didn't go over to chat with Zhao Hai. His relationship with Zhao Hai was different compared to the other noble young masters. He can see that Zhao Hai was only dealing with these people. True friends wouldn't interfere at this time, there was no need to do so. On the contrary, Jason was now paying attention to Terry. Jason grew up in Carson City, so he had a better understanding of the temper of the city's young masters compared to Megan. He knew that Terry was a treacherous person, so he was afraid that Terry would use some method to deal with Zhao Hai. Terry looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, his eyes were about to spit fire. He wasn't willing to lose to Zhao Hai. He wanted to make Zhao Hai look bad. After thinking about this, Terry's eyes couldn't help but turn. Then he slowly walked to the stage and gently tapped the cup in his hand. The people in the hall were also attracted by him, they looked at him in confusion. At this time, the people in the hall also remembered Terry's request. However, nobody cared about it, they just looked at Terry impatiently. These people weren't fools, they were very clear about why Terry was targeting Zhao Hai. Although Terry said some bad things about Zhao Hai's performance at the banquet made these noble young masters appreciate him very much. He was calm, natural, and decent. To be honest, Zhao Hai's demeanor was much better than Terry's. Moreover, Terry was a very arrogant person, he always wanted to suppress others. Because of this, these people didn't have a good impression of Terry. Now that Terry went on stage, these people knew that Terry was going to make things difficult for Zhao Hai. This made them feel even more disgusted. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai didn't offend Terry. The hatred between the two of them was caused by Megan. Everyone knew that Terry and Megan grew up together. But after all these years, they could see that Megan was neither cold nor warm towards Terry. It was clear that she didn't have any feelings towards him. Terry didn't even give them the opportunity to get close to Megan. Now that Megan was engaged, Terry was still doing such a thing. This wasn't something a great noble would do. Terry didn't think about this, he just wanted to suppress Zhao Hai. Therefore, after he went to the stage, he squeezed out a smile and said, Count Buddha's performance was really wonderful. Please give him a round of applause. When everyone heard that Terry only mentioned Zhao Hai's title, they felt even more disgusted. Some of the people present were also counts. When they were dealing with Zhao Hai, they didn't think much about it. But now that Terry was talking about his title, they felt that it was very harsh. However, this was the Robert family, they still needed to give some face. Therefore, everyone applauded, but their applause wasn't very enthusiastic. Terry clapped twice before he stopped, then he made a hand gesture. After the applause slowly stopped, Terry said, I believe that after hearing Count Buddha's applause, everyone would feel the same as me. It would be better if we asked Count Buddha to perform a performance. But let's make it clear, Count Buddha can't sing anymore, it would be very boring if he kept singing. Hearing Terry's words, Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm sure that after hearing Count Buddha's applause, everyone would feel the same as me. There weren't any fools in the audience. When they heard Terry's words, they immediately understood what he meant. It seems like Terry wanted to make a fool out of Zhao Hai today. Terry's actions not only didn't show how brilliant he was, on the contrary, it showed how narrow-minded he was. He was also a scoundrel, causing people to feel disdain for him. Terry didn't know about this, he stood on the stage and proudly said to Zhao Hai, Count Buddha, please. Zhao Hai looked at Terry's appearance and smiled faintly. He discovered that Terry was already in a mess, so he decided to end tonight's farce. Zhao Hai slowly walked towards the stage. This time, Laura and the others were worried. Li Wei and the others knew that Zhao Hai only practiced one song during the day. Now that he's on the stage, he wouldn't be able to perform. Would he really lose face? Zhao Hai stood on the stage and looked at the audience. He smiled faintly and said, It's good that Mr. Terry didn't ask me to sing. Otherwise, tonight would be my personal concert. The audience burst into laughter. When Zhao Hai's words came out, the audience wasn't surprised. They knew that Zhao Hai didn't want to stay here any longer. To be honest, they already admired Zhao Hai for being able to endure until now. Although Terry wasn't willing, since Zhao Hai said it so openly, he couldn't force him to stay. So he could only raise his glass to Zhao Hai to show his agreement. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he bowed to the audience and said, Since Mr. Terry said that I can't sing, then I won't sing anymore. It just so happens that when I went out to sea, I wrote a poem with only 2 lines. I ask everyone to comment on it. When the audience heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then an uproar broke out, a poem with only 2 lines? Can that be considered a poem? At this time, the audience understood that Zhao Hai was going to make a fool of himself tonight. Laura and the others' expressions weren't good, only Terry had a smug expression. He believed that he would win this round. Zhao Hai looked at the faces of the audience, then he smiled faintly and said, Some time ago, when I went out to sea, I caught some magic beasts and brought them back to the continent for God's grace day. This poem was written after seeing some magic beasts in the sea. It's only 2 lines, very short. However, I think that this poem would be very vivid and profound. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You're right. The audience looked at Zhao Hai anxiously. They didn't know what kind of poem Zhao Hai would write after such a long time of suspense. Zhao Hai looked at the audience and smiled faintly. I think that there are a lot of people who like to eat crabs. This poem of mine is about crabs. I ask everyone to comment on it. At this point, he cleared his throat and glanced at everyone below the stage. He then glanced at the smug Terry and slowly said, Chang Jiang will observe the crab with cold eyes. Let's see how long you can run rampant. Silence, incomparable silence. It was even quieter than when the song was finished, ha 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 ha. A sudden burst of laughter broke the silence. Zhao Hai didn't need to look to know that it was Jason who was laughing. Jason's laughter caused a chain reaction. Everyone in the hall laughed as well. Everyone knew what Zhao Hai's poem meant, and who it was aimed at. The young nobles found themselves liking Zhao Hai more and more. If Zhao Hai kept holding back, these people wouldn't like Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was too spineless. Even if Zhao Hai retaliated in the future, they would think that Zhao Hai was a treacherous villain. But when Zhao Hai's poem came out, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He was clearly scolding people, moreover, he was scolding them. And the most wonderful thing was that even though he was scolding them, Terry couldn't say anything. If Terry were to clamor now, not only would he lose his poise, he would also be scolded. Wonderful, very wonderful. At this time, Zhao Hai was still on the stage. He bowed to the audience and said, "Everyone, since I have some matters to attend to, I will be going back first. I thank Mr. Terry for his hospitality, I am very grateful." Then he bowed again to the audience before he left the stage. The young nobles surrounded Zhao Hai, they were like stars surrounding the moon as they escorted Zhao Hai out of the hall. Terry's face was pale, he knew that he would become a laughingstock tomorrow. This news would spread throughout the entire Jessan Empire's noble circle. Laura and the others also had smiles on their faces as they followed Zhao Hai out. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, Zhao Hai turned his head to say goodbye to the crowd before he left. Although the nobles liked Zhao Hai, they still gave the Robert family some face. They didn't immediately follow Zhao Hai out. However, they still looked at Zhao Hai and Terry with strange expressions. On the other hand, Jason didn't have these concerns, he didn't care about them as he directly followed Zhao Hai out. The servants didn't know what happened in the hall, but they were already informed by Terry. When Zhao Hai returned, he was still riding the thin carriage. However, Jason couldn't do the same. Although the Crook family wasn't a millennium-old family, they still couldn't be underestimated. Because of this, the servants immediately brought Zhao Hai's carriage as well as another carriage. Jason didn't care about these things, he just took Zhao Hai's carriage along with Laura and the others. After the group sat down, Jason laughed and said, "Good job, Zhao Hai." "Ha ha ha ha. Didn't you see Terry's face after he heard your poem? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid that he would vomit blood." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's an exaggeration. Even if he didn't vomit today, he would still vomit tomorrow." Haha. Naturally, Zhao Hai lowered his voice and used a soundproof magic to prevent the servants from hearing him. Laura and the others were also sitting there with smiles on their faces. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually use a poem to scold Terry. This made Terry speechless. Before long, the carriage arrived outside Savage Wolf Fort. Zhao Hai and Terry got down from the carriage and said their goodbyes. Then they got on their own carriage and went down the mountain. After getting on the carriage, Zhao Hai and the others immediately returned to the space. The 1-hour duration of the operation had almost passed. Zhao Hai wanted to know how the operation went. Upon arriving at the space, Zhao Hai saw the smiling faces of Green and Kuan. Looking at the two's expression, Zhao Hai relaxed. It seems like the operation was a success. When Green and Kuan saw Zhao and the others come in, they immediately invited them to sit down. Then Green smiled and said, "Young master, the operation was very successful, there were no accidents. This time, not only did we kill the people in the Rotterdam family's shops, we also took all of their goods. Even if they put out the fire in their shops, they would still need a lot of things to rebuild their shops. Most importantly, this time we obtained more than 10 million tons of daily necessities, more than 10 million gold coins, more than 30 million silver coins, and more than 100 million steel coins. Moreover, we also obtained enough bricks and wood to build 500 houses, we made a huge profit." Zhao Hai didn't think that they would get so many things. He looked at Green and said, "How can there be so many things?" Green smiled and said, "Didn't God's Grace Day just pass? That's the time when the continent's stores are stocking up. During God's Grace Day, the stores were selling very fast. Therefore, after God's Grace Day, they immediately replenished their stock. Their stock has just been replenished, and with the store's liquidity, that's why they have so much stock." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What about those people? Did you kill them all? Did you do it according to my plan?" Green nodded and said, "Rest assured, young master, everything was done according to your plan. All of them were killed, no one was left alive. Moreover, the shops were cleaned and destroyed, making sure that no clues were left behind. Moreover, before the operation, the shops were also used with dark magic to make sure that nobody saw who was behind this operation. All of the people who were killed were beheaded and made into statues." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. This time, I want to see how the Robert family will make a comeback. Moreover, with these things, even if the Beastman slaves come, we wouldn't need to worry about their food and clothing. Ha ha ha. Green also smiled. These millennium-old families were truly amazing. They didn't even touch the Robert family's castle yet they were already able to obtain so many good things. With these things, they would be able to settle the 100,000 people. Moreover, they could also use these things to trade with the fishmen and beastmen. Most importantly, with so many silver and copper coins, Iron Mountain Fort's financial system would be completely established. Basically, they would be able to put an end to the awkward situation of bartering or using things to exchange for wages. Although Iron Mountain Fort's development was good, there were very few silver and copper coins circulating in the market. Instead, gold coins were the most common. Because of this, the people in Iron Mountain Fort would use bartering. Only when they went to Zhao Hai's shop would they be able to use gold coins. This was too inconvenient. There were only a few people right now, but when there are more people, the situation would become even more chaotic. But with these silver and copper coins, the circulation of money in Iron Mountain Fort wouldn't be a problem. Quinn John smiled and said, "This time's operation was very clean. I believe that nobody would be able to see any flaws. When we retreated, in order to not let the mages know that we used dark magic, we also used light magic to attack the place. This made sure that all traces of dark magic would disappear, leaving only traces of light magic. Nobody would be able to trace it back to us. Don't forget, we and the Radiant Church are sworn enemies. Perhaps, this matter would be blamed on the Radiant Church in the end." When Zhao Hai heard Quinn John, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Quinn John and said, "Grandpa Quinn John, whose idea was this?" "Good idea, why didn't I think of it before?" Before, Zhao Hai only thought of not being discovered, he didn't think of using light magic to destroy the place. It seems like the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Quinn John smiled and said, "It's normal that you didn't think of it. Alright, no need to worry about that. Today, we're all tired, so we'll go rest. Tomorrow, you'll have to move the building materials to the Black Wasteland. Then when spring comes, we'll bring back the slaves from the Beastman Prairie in batches." Zhao Hai nodded, but Green didn't immediately go to rest. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, how was today's banquet?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It was very good, it went very smoothly." Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. Then Laura told Green and Quinn John about what happened during the banquet. After the two listened, they couldn't help but laugh. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually use this method to scold Terry. Moreover, he scolded Terry to the point that he couldn't even retort. Seeing that there was no one around, Shu turned to Shun and said, "Shun, what do you think about tonight's operation? Will it succeed?" Shun smiled faintly and said, "It will certainly succeed. With Kair's help as well as the undead, there's no reason for it to fail." "Right," the young master said, "that as long as we grow the herbs we need, we can upgrade our ranks. When the time comes, we'll be 8th rank experts." Shu smiled and said, "As long as we follow the young master, we'll be fine. Even if we reach 8th rank, we won't be of much help to the young master, unless we reach 9th rank." Shun sighed and said, "It's not that easy to reach 9th rank. If it's that easy, Green, Grandma Marine, and Grandpa Kuan would have already become 9th rank experts." Just as he said that, Shun's expression suddenly changed. Then he whispered to Shu, "Shu, be careful. I can feel a murderous aura." Shu nodded and said, "I can also feel it, I'll immediately inform the young master." After he said that, Shu's mind moved. An avatar immediately appeared inside the carriage and knocked on the carriage's door 3 times. This was a secret signal. As long as Shu knocked on the carriage 3 times, Kair would know that something happened outside. She would immediately inform Zhao Hai. Kair also saw Shu's doppelganger knocking on the carriage. She immediately appeared in the living room and said, "Young master, Shu is knocking on the carriage. It seems like something has happened." Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao Hai, who was chatting with Green, stared for a moment, then he immediately said, "What's going on? Quickly bring out the monitor." Kair complied, and then turned the monitor's image to the outside. Now, the monitor's range was much further than before. It was able to cover a distance of 10 li. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and saw a lot of red dots. These red dots were people. Of course, it wasn't them, but the people who were lying in ambush on both sides of the road. Now that the ox cart was about to enter the middle of the ambush, Zhao counted the number of people. There were about 500 of them, and all of them were experts. Most of them were 6th or 7th rank experts, and there were also dozens of 8th rank experts. These people were all wearing armor and holding a variety of weapons in their hands. Most importantly, these people actually had more than 20 ballistas. Ballistas were things that couldn't be used without being installed. It seems like these people were already prepared, they had been lying in ambush for a few hours. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared inside the carriage. He told Shan and Shu about the situation and had them prepare themselves. When he gave the order, the two of them would immediately lie down on the ground and not move. The rest would be left to him. The two naturally didn't say anything. They were very clear about Zhao's strength, so they immediately responded. At the same time, they focused their attention on the battle. Zhao Hai didn't return to the space, he just sat inside the carriage and looked at the monitor. Among these people, there was a bearded man who was the commander. He was sitting in front of a ballista with his hand raised. His eyes didn't even blink as he stared at the carriage. The arrow on the ballista was a whistling arrow. When he saw the whistling arrow, Zhao Hai knew that he was the commander. At the same time, he also paid attention to the ballistas. When he looked at the ballistas, Zhao Hai immediately discovered a problem. The arrows on the ballistas had small black jars tied to them, he didn't know what they were for. If this was ancient Earth, Zhao Hai's first guess would be that they were explosives. Unfortunately, this was the Ark continent, there weren't any explosives here. Zhao Hai couldn't think of what was inside the jars. However, Zhao Hai was sure that it wasn't anything good. Moreover, he saw that the bearded man was about to give the order. Zhao Hai immediately shouted, "Fire!" Almost at the same time, the bearded man gave the order. The bearded man waved his hand and shouted, "Fire!" The 20 ballistas immediately fired. At the same time, Zhao Hai's body flashed and entered the space. Shu and Shan were also lying on the ground. At this time, Zhao Hai's carriage had already been destroyed by the ballistas. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. He immediately released a large number of undead, forming a larger encirclement around the people. At the same time, he also released a large number of undead around the carriage. However, Zhao Hai was still sitting inside the space, he kept looking at the bearded man. He knew that the bearded man was the commander, so he should know that this was an ambush to deal with him. After paying attention to the bearded man, Zhao Hai noticed that when the undead appeared, the bearded man seemed to have turned silly. He muttered, "Impossible, this is impossible. That's obviously anti-magic powder, how can he use magic? Why?" Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. This was because the anti-magic powder that the bearded man was talking about was very famous in the Ark continent. Because of this powder, there was a large-scale mage rebellion in the Ark continent. Anti-magic powder, as the name suggests, was a powder that can isolate magic. This powder had no effect on ordinary people, it also had no effect on martial arts. It was only used against mages. If you sprinkle this anti-magic powder around a magician, the magician's mana consumption would increase exponentially. Normally, a magician would be able to release 10 spells, but once surrounded by the anti-magic powder, being able to release one spell would already be pretty good. This was a great weapon that people used to deal with magicians. This powder was made by a genius alchemist. Most alchemists were mages, but this alchemist was a master alchemist and a master alchemist. However, he wasn't a mage. Not only was he not a mage, he also had a huge hatred towards mages. When this alchemy genius was young, he wanted to learn magic. But after a test, it was found that he didn't have the talent for magic and couldn't learn magic. That wasn't all. One night, the magician who gave him the test went to his house and killed his whole family. At that time, he hid in a secret passage in his house and escaped being hunted down. After many years of investigation, the genius alchemist found out that he didn't have any talent for magic. On the contrary, his talent for magic was quite high. However, his family was hostile to him, so they spent a lot of money to bribe the mage who gave him the test. Because of this, he was judged to have no talent for magic. Then the mage took a fancy to his family's money, so he killed them and robbed them. At that time, his family was only a somewhat famous merchant family with no background. There were no experts in the family, so how could they resist the mage's attack? His entire family was killed. In order to take revenge, the genius alchemist didn't study magic. On the contrary, he thought that mages were dangerous and shouldn't exist. He wanted to eliminate all mages, so he became an alchemist. Later on, he learned how to refine medicine. After more than 30 years of unremitting effort, he finally succeeded in creating a kind of powder. This powder could isolate a magician from the surrounding magic elements, forming a small environment where no magic could be used. This way, magicians would not be able to use magic multiple times, nor would they be able to use powerful magic together. Everyone on the continent knew that mages mainly cultivated spiritual force. Through spiritual force cultivation, they could communicate with the surrounding magic elements, and then use these magic elements to cast powerful magic. It was like a general commanding soldiers in battle. However, this powder cut off the mage's way of communicating with the magic elements, turning the mage into a general without an army. In this case, besides the small amount of magic elements that existed in the mage's body during cultivation, there was no way to command other magic elements. And a mage without magic could only wait for death. The invention of this powder attracted the attention of all the mages on the continent, and the major powers on the continent also began to pay attention to this matter. Some families even began to use this powder to deal with mages. For a time, all the mages on the continent were in panic. For the sake of this powder, all the mages on the continent joined forces for the first time and began to hunt down the genius. In the end, the genius was killed by the mages, and then all the mages joined forces to put pressure on all the nobles and forces of the continent. In the end, this powder became a forbidden drug, and was absolutely prohibited. Moreover, all the mages also reached an agreement that if they found someone using this magic powder, they would hunt them down to the end. Zhao Hai saw this matter in a history book of the continent. This matter happened 3,000 years ago. Since then, no one had heard of anyone using or making this powder, because it was simply a road to death. But he didn't expect that today, Zhao Hai would actually hear the name of anti-magic powder. This was definitely a big event that would change the entire continent's weather. And the people who wanted to deal with Zhao Hai didn't expect that Zhao Hai's magic was different. His magic was cast through the space, so it wasn't affected by the powder at all. Those who attacked Zhao Hai didn't expect that Zhao Hai's magic wasn't affected by the anti-magic powder. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already discovered them, so it was too late for them to escape. A large number of undead rushed up behind them and surrounded them. In less than half an hour, all of them were killed. Zhao Hai used his wind element magic to collect the anti-magic powder that was scattered around his carriage. He planned to go back and tell Randolph and the others about this matter, letting them deal with it. Zhao Hai was very clear that this matter wasn't only related to dark mages, it was also related to all mages in the continent. Zhao Hai's influence was far from being able to deal with this matter, so he could only rely on Randolph and the others. With the Kelsey family's influence, dealing with this matter shouldn't be a problem. After dealing with the anti-magic powder, Zhao Hai immediately turned the people who attacked him into undead. Among them, the leader was turned into a high-level undead. From the leader's mouth, Zhao Hai knew that the people who wanted to deal with him today were from the Robert family. As for the Robert family's anti-magic powder, Zhao Hai didn't know where it came from. Now that Zhao Hai's carriage had been destroyed, there was no way to ride it. Therefore, Zhao Hai released Alien and headed towards Dark Soldier Fort. Alien's speed was much faster than the giant horned bulls, so it didn't take long before they arrived at the fort. In order to not cause any misunderstandings, Zhao Hai and the others came out of Alien's body when they were still some distance away from Dark Soldier Fort. They slowly walked towards the entrance of Dark Soldier Fort. After explaining the situation to the servant, Zhao Hai and the others rode undead up Dark Soldier Mountain. Before long, they arrived at Dark Soldier Fort. When Zhao Hai came out of undead and received it, he discovered that Randolph, Smith, and the others were outside the fort. Zhao Hai and the others immediately gave them a salute. Randolph nodded and said to Zhao Hai, "Who are you? Are you all right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm fine, I've made Grandpa worry. Let's talk inside the fort." When Randolph saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that Zhao Hai had something important to say. He immediately nodded and led Zhao Hai and the others inside the fort. Then they sat down in the living room of the fort. Besides Smith, all the important people of the Kelsey family were present, only Juwen was absent. After everyone was seated, Randolph looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, tell me, who are the people who wanted to deal with you?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Grandpa. The people who came to deal with me were from the Robert family. They sent 500 people to ambush me on the road. My carriage was destroyed during their attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." When Randolph heard that it was the Robert family, he couldn't help but snort. Zhao Hai looked at him and took out a leather bag. He placed it on the ground and said, "Grandpa, when the Robert family dealt with me, they used anti-magic powder. This bag contains some of the powder that I collected." Just as Zhao Hai thought, when they heard that the bag contained anti-magic powder, the people in the room immediately went into chaos. Everyone unconsciously took 2 steps back. They looked at the bag as if it was a scourge. The Kelsey family was known as a family of dark mages. Almost all of the people in the family were mages who studied magic. Even if they didn't study dark magic, they would still study other types of magic. Because of this, anti-magic powder was a deadly threat to the people in the room. Randolph's complexion also changed, but he was still the patriarch of the family. He was used to seeing big scenes. He didn't move, only his complexion changed. Then he looked at the bag and said, "This bag contains anti-magic powder?" Randolph's expression was dignified. He knew that the appearance of anti-magic powder in the continent wouldn't be a trivial matter. He didn't know how many mages would suffer because of it. Moreover, Randolph believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to him. Although Zhao Hai had some opinions about the Kelsey family, Randolph could see that Zhao Hai really liked Megan. And this anti-magic powder was something that would affect all mages in the continent. Whether it was ordinary mages, dark mages, or even light mages, anti-magic powder was something that would take the lives of all mages in the continent. Randolph nodded and said, "What do you plan to do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I reckon that the Robert family is finished. Tonight, besides Carson City, all of the Robert family's businesses in the Rosen Empire would be attacked. Moreover, they wouldn't even have a single copper coin left. Their losses would be huge. If Grandpa can handle this matter, then maybe the Kelsey family would be able to take over the Robert family's businesses," Zhao Hai said as he pointed at the bag of anti-magic powder at his feet. At this time, third grandfather suddenly said, "Wait, if they really used anti-magic powder to deal with you, how come you're fine?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Anti-magic powder has no effect on me." Third grandfather coldly snorted and said, "That means that the anti-magic powder is fake. Otherwise, why would it be useless?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Whether it's fake or not, third grandfather, you'll know once you try it. In the past, the people of the continent said that the water of nothingness was incurable, but I'm still alive." When Zhao Hai said this, third grandfather didn't know what to say. Randolph was a cautious person. He immediately turned to Smith and said, "Little second, find someone to test this thing and see if it's real. If it's real, then even God wouldn't be able to save the Robert family." Zhao Hai said, "Grandpa, I think it's best if we monitor the Robert family. If they find out that their plan to deal with me failed, then they might think that their anti-magic powder has been exposed. When that time comes, it would be troublesome for them to escape." Randolph stared, then he immediately nodded and said, "Right, Zhao Hai's right. Boss, have the family's dark guards immediately, make sure to keep an eye on the Robert family." Peter nodded and nodded, then he went to Randolph's group. And Randolph's. After the person came in, he gave a salute to Randolph. Randolph had him stand in place while Smith sprinkled the anti-magic powder around the person. When he opened the bag, Smith knew that the powder was real. This was because when he opened the bag, he felt that the surrounding magic elements had become sluggish. He had never encountered such a situation before. However, in order to test the anti-magic powder, Smith sprinkled the powder around the person. Then under the watchful eyes of Randolph and the others, the person used magic. The first one was an ordinary dark magic, but it seemed like it took a lot of effort. When it came to the second one, the person's face turned pale with fright. When Randolph and the others saw this, they naturally didn't doubt the authenticity of the anti-magic powder. Zhao Hai immediately received the anti-magic powder and then tied the bag. After Zhao finished, everyone in the room let out a sigh of relief. However, Randolph's expression was very ugly. He turned to Smith and said, "Little second, immediately inform the family to prepare for battle. We need to prevent the Robert family from doing anything desperate." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think about this point. But since the Robert family dared to make anti-magic powder, then they must have something to rely on. They might be desperate. After all, it was impossible for them to know that the Robert family's shops were destroyed outside of Carson City. Because they didn't know, they might make a move. They were afraid that the Kelsey family would spread the news that they had anti-magic powder. As long as the news of anti-magic powder was spread, not to mention the small Robert family, even the Rosen Empire wouldn't be able to resist. How many mages were there in the continent? For their own safety, these mages would certainly unite and hunt down those who used anti-magic powder. When the time comes, nobody in the continent would be able to resist. The status of mages in the continent was very high because of their formidable offensive capabilities. If someone were to suddenly invent a drug to deal with them, causing them to lose this advantage, then their status would plummet. In this case, in order to protect their own interests, these mages would certainly counterattack. The combined strength of the continent's mages could only be described as terrifying. Moreover, there wouldn't be any 9th rank experts interfering. This was because there were a lot of 9th rank experts who were mages themselves. When Smith heard the old man's words, he wanted to go out. But at this time an explosion was heard outside, followed by a huge firework that soared to the sky. When Randolph saw the firework, he coldly snorted. And said, "Sure enough, fire the cannons, prepare for battle." When his words came out, the people in the room immediately moved. Everyone went out of the room, leaving only Zhao Hai and Randolph. Even Smith left. Zhao Hai looked at all of this with a confused expression. Randolph looked at Zhao Hai's puzzled expression. He smiled faintly and said, "That was an early warning signal from the magic cannons. The cannons that I just mentioned were the signal to prepare for an attack. As long as the cannons sound, all of the Kelsey family's younger generation would immediately enter a battle position. They would live and die together with the family." Zhao Hai nodded. Randolph's attitude towards him was very good. Randolph looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "All right, don't think too much about it. Let's go, we'll take a look at the walls." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Randolph out of the room and walked towards the walls. When the two came out of the living room, the entire Dark Soldier fort began to move. Everyone was moving in and out of the fort in an orderly manner. The warriors had already put on their armor and picked up their weapons, while the mages had already taken out their magic staffs. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed that the children inside the fort, as well as the young ones that were being nurtured by the family, were no longer inside the fort. They were secretly sent away. Megan and the others didn't leave. Instead, they were heading towards Zhao Hai and the others. The people of the Kelsey family knew that Dark Soldier Fort was the Kelsey family's residence. The family's strongest forces were all here. Those who dared to make a move against them weren't weak, therefore, they were very careful. Megan and the others quickly arrived at Zhao Hai's side. Megan had already told Laura about the matter, so Laura also knew what was going on. However, they weren't worried. There were 49th ranks inside Zhao Hai's space. With so many 9th ranks present, they didn't need to worry. When Randolph saw Megan, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Megan, why didn't you follow? Just in case, you should follow them immediately." Megan smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, nothing will happen. With Brother Hai here, nothing will happen. Let's go to the walls, I want to see who attacked us." Zhao Hai didn't tell Megan that the people who attacked them had anti-magic powder. This was because there was no need to do so, those things wouldn't affect him. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he followed Megan towards the walls. Randolph couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't think that Megan would trust Zhao Hai this much. When the group arrived at the walls, there were already a lot of people on the walls. Moreover, the magic cannons and ballistas were already prepared. Although Dark Soldier Fort's walls weren't very high, with these things, it shouldn't be a problem for them to defend. Most importantly, the Kelsey family was a family of dark mages. Most of the family's members were dark mages and other types of mages. Their attack power was very formidable. They were one of the most formidable families in the continent. At this time, the people standing on the walls were all mages. With these mages present, even if an army of 100,000 besieged Dark Soldier Fort, they wouldn't be able to do much. At this time, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He turned to Randolph and said, "Grandpa, have all the mages come down from the walls?" "They can't help, the other party has already sprinkled anti-magic powder in the forest." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Randolph's complexion changed. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Really?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and nodded, "It's true, it's about to be sprinkled. Moreover, the Robert family has already dispatched all of their forces. At this time, there are about 10,000 people in the forest. These people are all warriors, and their levels aren't low." Randolph stared. He decided to believe in Zhao Hai. He immediately nodded and turned to the person next to him and said a few words. The person nodded and then immediately went to pass the order. Before long, all the mages on the walls had arrived inside the fort. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and knew that the other party was ready. The warriors were already holding their weapons as they rushed forward. Zhao Hai looked at these people and couldn't help but smile. He wanted to see what the other party would do. At the same time, he increased the range of the monitor and discovered that there was a group of people at the foot of Dark Soldier Fort. This group might be the second echelon, and they were preparing to attack the fort. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Under the cover of the night, he released a large number of undead behind the encirclement. He was waiting for the other party to be surrounded, making it impossible for them to escape. Randolph's face turned serious. He didn't think that the other party would actually use this much anti-magic powder. This was to destroy the Calci family. For a great clan like the Calci family, if they were to be defeated, then their elites and experts would be exterminated. This was the same as the end of the Calci family. They wouldn't dare to show their faces in the continent anymore. This was because great clans like the Calci family had a lot of benefits in their hands. In normal times, these benefits would allow them to recruit more people, obtain more benefits, and gain more power. But when the family's elites and experts were all exterminated, these benefits would become a death sentence for the family. Because of this, the Calci family couldn't afford to lose. At the same time, the Robert family couldn't afford to lose. Before they decided to deal with Zhao Hai, they didn't think that they would fail. They sent a lot of 8th rank experts as well as anti-magic powder to deal with Zhao Hai. This was to ensure that nothing would go wrong. But they didn't expect that they would fail in the end. Not only did they fail, the matter of the anti-magic powder was also known by Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai knew about it, then the Calci family would also know about it. If the Calci family knew about the anti-magic powder, then the entire continent would know about it. Once all the mages in the continent knew about the Robert family's anti-magic powder, then it wouldn't be as simple as exterminating the Robert family. This time, the Robert family had mobilized all of their forces in order to exterminate the Calci family in one fell swoop. At the same time, the situation in Dark Soldier Fort wasn't very good. The Calci family was a mage family, so they attached great importance to the cultivation of mages. On the contrary, they didn't attach great importance to the cultivation of warriors. Because of this, the family had a lot of mages. Now, according to Zhao Hai's suggestion, all of the mages on the walls were withdrawn. The walls suddenly became very sparse, there weren't many people left. Zhao Hai also saw this situation. At this time, Smith and the others came over. They were also mages, but they were also members of the Calci family. At this time, it was impossible for them to retreat. Third grandfather and Juwen also walked with them. Their faces were very ugly. Although they didn't get along with Randolph, they weren't fools. They knew that once the Calci family was finished, they would also be finished. Only with the existence of the Calci family would they be able to live a good life. The group went to Randolph's side. They weren't in the mood to be polite with Zhao Hai. Third grandfather turned to Randolph and said, "Patriarch, why did you order the mages to withdraw? If they all withdraw, who will defend the city?" Randolph looked at him and snorted, "Do you think I want the mages to withdraw? Can't you feel it for yourself? The other party has sprinkled a lot of anti-magic powder. If the magicians don't withdraw it, they can only stand there and wait for death." Third grandfather stared, then he immediately felt it. Then his complexion turned ugly. Right now, the magic elements in the entire Dark Soldier Mountain had become very sluggish. With such magic elements, it was impossible to use a large-scale attack on a mage. It can be said that a mage in such an environment was equivalent to a cripple. Smith and the others also felt it, their faces were also ugly. Smith quickly said, "Father, should we have the mages retreat to the outside of the mountain and attack them from there?" Randolph shook his head and said, "It's useless. Even if they retreat to the outside of the mountain, with the anti-magic powder in their hands, they wouldn't be able to do anything." Peter and the others also didn't have any good ideas. They discovered that their family didn't pay much attention to the development of warriors. If they had some warriors in their family, then they wouldn't have fallen into this awkward situation. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Grandfather, everyone, you don't have to worry. The other party only has about 10,000 people. Rest assured, just leave it to me." Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on Zhao Hai. At this time, they remembered that Zhao Hai said in the living room that he wasn't affected by the anti-magic powder. Randolph looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Right, Zhao Hai, you're not affected. Quickly think of a way to get rid of the anti-magic powder." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "They have sprinkled too much anti-magic powder. Even if they want to get rid of it, it wouldn't be possible in a short time. Moreover, they wouldn't give us that much time to do so." Just as Zhao Hai finished speaking, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the castle. Warriors came out from the woods of the Dark Mountain. They were all wearing armor and holding weapons in their hands as they slowly walked towards the castle. These were all heavy infantry, the most elite soldiers on the continent. They wore thick metal armor, held a huge tower shield in one hand, and a spear in the other. Now, they placed the tower shield on the ground, and with a spear in the other hand, they almost formed a moving wall. These tower shields were similar to the ones used on the floor. Only when two tower shields were placed together, they would immediately bite each other, making the shield wall even more solid. Moreover, when the tower shields were connected, they would leave an attack hole. From this attack hole, a spear could reach out and attack the enemies outside the tower shields. Behind the tower shield soldiers were a large number of archers. Originally, ballistas and magic cannons were the best weapons to use. However, whether it was ballistas or magic cannons, they weren't very convenient to move. Moreover, because of the anti-magic powder, the magic cannon's power would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it was better not to use them. The archers of the continent were not to be trifled with. They all used longbows. These longbows were made through many processes and could shoot at least 200 steps away. In addition, these archers were all warriors, so they could shoot at least 400 steps away. Moreover, each archer could draw the bow at least 40 times. This kind of attack power was not small. Behind the archers were the sword and shield soldiers. They wore leather armor, had a leather shield in one hand and a sword in the other. There were also some who were carrying ladders and poles. Upon seeing this, Randolph immediately ordered the people on the wall to prepare for battle. Zhao Hai looked at the people outside the wall and couldn't help but smile. Their arrangement was good, but their numbers were still too small. They simply couldn't stop the charge of the undead. Randolph stood on the wall and looked at the formation of the enemy. He coldly snorted and shouted, "Robert family, come out. I've always treated you as a friend, but you actually want to destroy my Kelsey family. Come out." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he smiled. If he was the patriarch of the Robert family, then he wouldn't have come out to meet Randolph. If he did well, then he might be able to leave a scene. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai's guess was wrong. Just as Randolph's voice fell, a voice was heard, "Randolph, you're really naive. Don't you know that with our status, we don't have true friends? Your Kelsey family is a mage family, so I want to destroy you. Ha ha ha, how about it? Does the anti-magic powder taste good?" Randolph coldly snorted and said, "Robert family, what benefits do you get from destroying our Kelsey family? As long as the matter of you having anti-magic powder spreads out, then your Robert family would be finished." Robert family laughed and said, "Spread out? Who would spread it out? All of you are going to die today. None of you will be able to spread the news. To tell you the truth, I have specially invited the 9th rank elders of the clan to watch over those people that you have released. Even if there is a secret passage in your clan, none of them will be able to escape." Randolph stared, then his complexion changed. He clenched his teeth and said, "Good, good Robert family. You're worthy of being called the Savage Wolf family. But don't worry, our Kelsey family isn't a vegetarian. If you want to destroy us, then you'll have to pay a price." Robert family smiled and said, "Of course I'll have to pay a price. But what about it? Destroying your Kelsey family would give me the greatest benefits. When the time comes, our Robert family would become the most powerful family in the continent. Ha 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 ha, compared to the price I'll have to pay, I'll gain more." Randolph's face turned pale. Zhao Hai looked at Randolph's expression and smiled faintly. "Grandpa Randolph, why are you getting angry with this mad dog? Does he think that he's won?" "Haha, too ridiculous." Naturally, Robert family heard Zhao Hai's voice. He didn't show himself until now, but now he suddenly appeared. A carriage was slowly approaching from Dark Soldier Mountain. This carriage didn't have a carriage, it only had a large chair. Sitting on the chair was an old man wearing a warrior's uniform. In front of the old man was a table with a bottle of wine and a wine glass. The old man's stature was very tall, but he looked very thin. His warrior's uniform looked loose on his body. His pair of slender eyes flashed with a green light even in the dark night. The old man stared at Zhao Hai with his green eyes, then he coldly snorted and said, "Ignorant junior, don't think that just because you defeated some second-rate people in the continent, you're very good. Today, I'll let you know that compared to my grandson Terry, you're still far behind." As soon as the old man's voice fell, the sound of hooves came from behind him. Then, a tall white horse came out from behind the old man's carriage. This horse was very tall, like a magic horse. It was more than 4 meters tall. On the back of the horse sat a knight in bright silver armor. He held a knight's spear in one hand, a helmet in the other, and a tower shield on his back. The knight's sword was in the scabbard in front of the saddle. His entire body looked very heroic and handsome. Zhao Hai looked at this person was Terry. His current attire was that of a qualified knight, moreover, it was very eye-catching. Zhao Hai looked at his appearance and smiled faintly, then he whispered to Megan, "This guy really knows how to act. He's dressed like a knight, but he has a belly full of evil intentions." Terry didn't think the same, he was feeling very good right now. His family had surrounded the Kelsey family's Dark Soldier fort, this was something that would make people happy. Now, he finally understood what it meant to be in high spirits. Terry looked at Zhao Hai and Megan who were standing on the wall, then he sneered and said, "Megan, have you ever thought that this day would come? All these years, I treated you with sincerity, but what about you? You actually don't know what's good for you. You actually chose Zhao Hai over me. Today, I will make you regret it." Megan looked at Terry and coldly snorted, "Of course I'll choose Big Brother Hai over you. Look at yourself, you can't even compare to Big Brother Hai's pinky finger." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Megan, you're exaggerating. How can you say that about Mr. Terry? How can you say that he can't compare to my pinky? You have to say that he can only compare to my pinky." When Megan and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. They knew that Zhao Hai rarely made jokes. But when something big happened, Zhao Hai would be able to make jokes. This was Zhao Hai's ability. Megan smiled and said, "Right, you should say that. Terry, you can only compare to Brother Hai's pinky. Why don't I choose you over Brother Hai?" Terry's face turned pale after being mocked by Megan and Zhao Hai. His handsome face was now nowhere to be seen. He looked at Megan ferociously and said, "You can laugh all you want. I want to see how he can compare to me." Megan nodded and said. Zhao Hai looked at Terry's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "I didn't want to deal with you this quickly. But since you came to my door, I have no choice but to make a move. I'll say the same thing, I'll always watch the crab with cold eyes. I want to see how long you can rampage. But now, your days are numbered." When Terry heard Zhao Hai recite this poem, his face immediately turned black. He angrily shouted, "Don't waste your breath. Today, I'll make sure that you die without a burial place." Zhao Hai looked at Terry's appearance and smiled faintly, "There are a lot of people who want me to die, you're just one more. But they didn't succeed, so you won't succeed either." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as Alien appeared. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the others disappeared from the city wall as they entered Alien's body. Alien opened its mouth as Zhao Hai's voice came out. The biggest mistake your Robert family made was making me your enemy. Just as his voice fell, the Robert family's people suddenly discovered that there were a lot of undead in their formation. When these undead appeared, they immediately attacked the Robert family's warriors, causing the Robert family's formation to become chaotic. At this time, Alien jumped down from the city wall along with a lot of other figures. Randolph and the others stared. They looked closely and discovered that those who jumped down after Zhao Hai were undead. Moreover, they were undead cavalry. These undead cavalry were in the form of beastmen. They had huge horns on their backs, and on their backs were tall minotaur skeletons. When these people fell to the ground, they immediately smashed a hole in the ground. However, they didn't seem to be affected at all. They jumped out of the hole and directly crossed the Kelsey family's moat, killing their way towards the Robert family's camp. Randolph and the others were surprised by Zhao Hai's fighting strength. The undead that Zhao Hai released were completely different from the undead that the dark mages in their family used. Their family's dark mages specialized in summoning magic, but they were only able to summon low-level undead. After every battle, they needed to replenish their strength. This was because these undead were too weak. They weren't an opponent for ordinary warriors. Therefore, they could only rely on numbers to deal with them. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's undead weren't the same. Their fighting strength was very formidable. They could even fight against 8th rank warriors. This made Randolph and the others very surprised. The most important thing was the number of undead. The number of undead that Zhao Hai released already reached 10,000. And from time to time, more and more undead would emerge from the Robert family's camp. It can be said that in less than 5 minutes since Zhao Hai launched his attack, the Robert family's siege formation had been broken by the undead. There was no longer any formation left. At this time, Alien was standing on the bridge in front of Dark Soldier Fort. Then it opened its mouth and Zhao Hai's voice was heard. Ha ha ha, Robert family, you want to deal with this Zhao Hai? Ha ha ha. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if your family doesn't show up today, it's already over. Tonight, when I went to your family's banquet, all of your businesses outside of Carson City were destroyed. People were killed, goods were robbed, and even your houses were burned. If you don't act tonight, then you won't have the opportunity to act tomorrow. How ridiculous, you actually want to deal with me. Robert family and Terry recovered. When Zhao Hai launched his attack, they were in a sluggish state. Now that they heard Zhao Hai's words, their expressions changed. They believed Zhao Hai's words. This was because Zhao Hai didn't need to lie to them at this time. In the current situation, Zhao Hai's undead had the upper hand. It seems like their plan to besiege the Kelsey family would fail. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't need to lie to them. Robert family's face turned pale. He coldly snorted and said, "Ignorant Junior, don't be complacent. Your undead are formidable, but can they be more formidable than 9th ranks? I asked the elders to make a move. My Robert family has reached a point of life and death." Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "Do you think that a few 9th ranks can change anything? It's useless. If I want to destroy your Robert family, then nobody can save you." At this time, a cold voice was heard. "Is there really nobody who can save them? I don't believe it. My Robert family has existed in the continent for more than 1,000 years. A junior like you wants to destroy my Robert family? Dream on." Zhao Hai looked up and saw several silhouettes floating in the sky. These people were dressed as warriors. Zhao Hai counted them and found that there were more than 10 9th ranks. Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, a voice was heard from Dark Soldier Fort. "Evil Sword Savage Wolf, I didn't think that you would still be alive." Ha ha ha, good, I thought that I wouldn't be able to get my revenge in this lifetime. Today, we'll settle old and new accounts. Along with this voice, 7 silhouettes appeared from the Kelsey family. Among these people, 6 were dressed as mages while 1 was dressed as a warrior. Although Dark Soldier Fort was sprinkled with anti-magic powder, it was obvious that the powder didn't have much of an effect on these 9th ranks. At this time, the 9th rank called Evil Sword Savage Wolf laughed and said, "Dark Demon, I didn't think that you would still be alive. In the past, you weren't my opponent, and now you're even less of an opponent. Although anti-magic powder doesn't have much effect on 9th ranks, it still has some effect. Your current strength is only equivalent to 80% of your peak, right? At this time, you still want to come out and seek death? Well, if I don't destroy you, then your Kelsey family wouldn't admit defeat. Without waiting for Dark Demon to speak, the alien on the bridge suddenly disappeared. Zhao Hai and the others appeared at the foot of the ninth ranks. When Randolph saw this, he couldn't help but be startled. He was very clear about the strength of ninth ranks. If Zhao Hai and the others appeared, then these ninth ranks would only need to lift a finger to take their lives. When Zhao Hai appeared on the bridge, he looked at Dark Demon and Evil Sword Savage Wolf and said, "I'm sorry to disturb you. If you want to chat, then go ahead. I don't like people standing on top of me." Evil Sword Savage Wolf looked down at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "Ignorant Junior, die." Then he moved his hand and sent a sword chi towards Zhao Hai. Randolph was startled, but at this time, Zhao Hai's hand moved. Nobody knew when a whip appeared in his hand, so he lashed out at the incoming sword chi. When Evil Sword Savage Wolf saw Zhao Hai's action, he couldn't help but smile coldly. In his mind, how could a whip block his sword chi? But what happened next made him widen his eyes in disbelief. He saw that the whip had dissipated the sword chi in the air, as if a fan had dispersed a cloud of smoke. Then Zhao Hai received his whip. He looked at Evil Sword Savage Wolf and said, "Injuring me is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the Buddha clan. My Buddha clan's protector is here." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, 10 huge silhouettes suddenly flew out of the woods. These 10 silhouettes weren't human, they were all in beast form. They were the 9th rank experts from the Carrion Swamp. Zhao Hai didn't send too many 9th ranks, only 10 of them. Moreover, these 10 weren't the strongest in the Carrion Swamp, they were actually the weakest. However, these 10 9th ranks were more than enough to deal with the Robert family's 9th ranks. After the 10 9th rank beasts appeared, they flew for a while before landing in front of Zhao Hai. Then their bodies shrank until they were about the same size as Zhao Hai. Then they bowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Anyone who is an enemy of my Buddha clan, kill." The 10 9th ranks bowed to Zhao Hai before flying away. Among the 10 9th ranks, an eagle-shaped 9th rank expert looked at Evil Sword and said, "You've got guts, daring to make my Buddha clan your enemy. Today, you will all die." Evil Sword nodded and said. Then they directly rushed towards Evil Sword Savage Wolf. They weren't polite at all, they also didn't waste time talking. Most importantly, they noticed the attitude of the 10 9th ranks towards Zhao Hai. One must know that 9th ranks belonged to the peak of the continent. It was impossible for them to give a salute to anyone. Even if they did, it would only be to another 9th rank expert. No matter what status you have, they wouldn't give you a salute, even if you were the Rosen Empire's emperor. However, the 10 9th ranks of the Buddha clan actually gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Moreover, they had an expression of obedience. This was completely different from how other clans treated 9th ranks. This attitude didn't only shock Randolph and the others, even the 9th ranks in the sky were stunned. They didn't think that things would turn out like this. Beastman 9th ranks were generally stronger than humans, but at the same time, they were also more arrogant than humans. It was impossible for them to come in contact with humans, let alone become a consecrated member of a human clan. But this impossible matter was actually possible with Zhao Hai. However, they didn't have time to think about it. The 9th ranks of the Buddha clan had already rushed towards Evil Sword and Remnant Wolf. 29th ranks clashed with each other. Dark Demon stared blankly at the situation. He didn't think that there would be people who would interfere. Moreover, there were 10 9th ranks. This was a lot stronger than the Kelsey family. This was too terrifying. Megan and the others stood behind Zhao Hai. They didn't move. They knew that these people wouldn't be able to escape. These were only 10 9th ranks, they already had the upper hand. Not to mention, inside Zhao Hai's space, there were still 39th ranks stronger than them. Randolph stared blankly at Zhao Hai, who was chatting with Megan and the others. At this moment, Randolph's heart was filled with fear. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Hai's strength, but he was afraid of what happened in the past. In the past, Randolph wanted to invite 9th ranks to deal with Zhao Hai. If he really did that, then the Kelsey family would be in trouble. A battle between 9th ranks couldn't be too short. Although the Buddha clan's 9th ranks had gained the upper hand, it was still impossible for them to deal with the Robert family's 9th ranks in a short period of time. Therefore, the battle was still ongoing. At this time, Dark Demon and the others also made their move. Evil Sword and Remnant Wolf were already in a disadvantageous position. Now that Dark Demon and the others made their move, Evil Sword and the others were in a precarious situation. While the battle in the sky was still going on, the battle on the ground was about to come to an end. At this time, the undead that Zhao Hai placed on the outskirts of Dark Mountain had already arrived and surrounded the Robert family. The Robert family didn't even have a chance to escape. At this time, Robert and Terry's faces were as bitter as Chinese gold thread. They didn't think that today's situation would turn out like this. Terry looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He felt that his life had been ruined by Zhao Hai. Everything he had was taken away by Zhao Hai. He must kill Zhao Hai. When he thought of this, Terry couldn't help but reach his hand into his chest. Inside his chest was a magic scroll, an ancient magic scroll. There were many types of magic scrolls that were passed down from ancient times, but most of them were magic scrolls that didn't have a specific direction. Only a few of them were magic scrolls with specific effects, and some of them were forbidden spell scrolls. On the other hand, Terry inadvertently obtained a magic scroll. This magic scroll was very mystical. As long as someone tore it, he could instantly teleport to any place within a radius of 100 miles. This kind of magic scroll was very rare, even in ancient times. It was a very rare thing. Terry knew that the whip in Zhao Hai's hand wasn't simple. It should be an ancient magic tool with special abilities. However, this whip was currently coiled around Zhao Hai's waist. Since Terry was a mage, it was impossible for him to be faster than a warrior. As long as he could tear the scroll and teleport in front of Zhao Hai, then he would be able to kill Zhao Hai. At this point, Terry didn't think about anything else. The only thing on his mind was to kill Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai, who was talking to Megan, and didn't pay any attention to him, so he slowly took out the scroll. It wasn't only Zhao Hai, no one was paying attention to Terry. They were all attracted by the battle in the sky. At this point, of the 10 ninth ranks of the Robert family, 3 had already died, while the remaining 7 were injured. It seems like they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Because everyone was attracted by the battle in the sky, no one paid attention to Terry. Even the Robert family's troops that were about to be eliminated were ignored. This was because in their opinion, the life and death of those troops weren't important. What was important was the battle in the sky. At this time, Terry's eyes flashed with a cold light. He quickly took out a magic scroll and tore it. A white light soared into the sky, causing everyone to stare. When the white light disappeared, Terry also disappeared. While everyone was still in a daze, Terry suddenly appeared 2 meters to the left of Zhao Hai. The knight's spear in his hand went straight towards Zhao Hai. The knight's spear's tip flashed with a fiery red light. This was the result of battle chi gathering. At this time, the complexion of Randolph and the others changed. Even Megan was surprised, her mouth was wide open. When everyone thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to escape, Zhao Hai's magic staff suddenly moved. A loud dang sound was heard as Terry's attack was blocked by Zhao Hai. Terry couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Terry and coldly snorted, "What? You think you can kill me like this? Are you too naive? I forgot to tell you, I'm actually a dual cultivator." Then he waved his magic staff and chopped towards Terry's horse's leg. Terry immediately reacted. He pulled the reins of his horse, causing the magic horse to raise its front hooves. Not only did it dodge Zhao Hai's attack, but it also kicked towards Zhao Hai's head. The magic horse's hooves were bigger than Zhao Hai's head. If it kicked, then Zhao Hai's head would turn into a rotten watermelon. However, Zhao Hai's reaction was very fast. His body suddenly moved as he went under the magic horse's belly. Then the magic staff in his hand suddenly lengthened and the tip of the staff became as sharp as a sword. The staff fiercely pierced through the magic horse's belly, killing Terry and the magic horse on the spot. Then the magic staff suddenly became shorter as Zhao Hai's body flashed past Terry's body. Terry looked at Zhao Hai with an expression of disbelief. Then his body swayed as he and his mount fell to the ground with a bang. Zhao Hai's battle attracted everyone's attention. Randolph and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator. Moreover, his battle chi was also very strong. Robert looked at Terry with an ashen face. Terry was his most valued grandson. Now that he had died in front of him, he suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. Zhao Hai looked at Robert family and coldly snorted, "Robert family patriarch, I said that the biggest mistake your family made was to be my enemy." Humph, humph. Am I right? Robert family patriarch looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted. Robert looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and loudly said, "Good Zhao Hai, good Buddha clan. Good, good. From today onwards, there will be another person in the continent. My Robert family's defeat wasn't unjust. Zhao Hai, I only ask you one thing, leave my Robert family's roots intact. Can you agree?" Zhao Hai looked at Robert, then he shook his head and said, "I can't agree. If I don't remove the roots of the weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. If those people wanted to exterminate the Buddha clan, then the current Zhao Hai wouldn't exist. I don't want another Zhao Hai to appear in the continent. But if your family has a newborn child who doesn't understand anything, then I will let him live. But I won't let him inherit the Robert family, I will let him inherit the Robert family's name. Moreover, I will tell him that he doesn't have any relationship with your Robert family, I only want him to inherit your Robert family's name." Robert looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with despair. But at the same time, he smiled and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, good Zhao Hai, you're really ruthless. Unfortunately, my Robert family doesn't have any children who don't understand anything. My Robert family is doomed. I, Robert family, am ashamed to face my ancestors, ashamed to face my ancestors." Then he pulled out his sword and committed suicide. At this time, the Robert family's army had been completely annihilated. The battle in the sky had also ended, all of the 9th ranks of the Robert family had been killed. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, besides Robert family and Terry, all of the Robert family's people were turned into undead. Zhao Hai looked at the space's monitor and saw that there were no enemies, so he stopped. At this time, the 9th ranks of the Buddha clan gave Zhao Hai a bow before disappearing. Just as they disappeared, another group of 9th ranks appeared in the sky. There were a lot of 9th ranks in this group, about 40 of them. However, one could see that they didn't belong to a single family, instead, they belonged to different forces. They came here to see what was going on. At this time, the Dark Demon and the others went to greet them. After exchanging a few words with the 9th ranks, the 9th ranks retreated. They didn't want to get involved in this mess. For them, as long as it didn't threaten their clans, the life and death of other clans didn't matter to them. It was better to leave the matters of the secular world to the clan head. After the 9th ranks retreated, the Dark Demon looked at Zhao Hai and nodded to him. Then his body flashed and disappeared into Dark Soldier Fort, along with the other 9th ranks. Although the Dark Demon only nodded to Zhao Hai, this was already an extraordinary matter. One must know that 9th ranks were present, even if Randolph saw them, they wouldn't necessarily greet him. But now, they took the initiative to greet Zhao Hai. This showed how important Zhao Hai was to them. Zhao Hai had read a lot of novels back on Earth. The protagonists of those novels all had one characteristic, they were very talkative and soft-hearted. Talkative protagonists had always been a characteristic of the protagonists of those novels. Before they fight, they would always talk a lot of nonsense before making their move, showing their superiority. Zhao Hai was also a talkative person, but compared to those in the novels, his words were a lot less. Moreover, his heart was ruthless enough, he wanted to eliminate the root of the problem. Drama can only happen in novels and movies. In the present world, it was impossible for people to have a lot of fortuitous encounters. When a family was destroyed, it was impossible for 1 or 2 heirs to escape and take revenge. Terry was under the surveillance of the space, so it was impossible for the Robert family to escape. The space's surveillance didn't only cover the people on the ground, it also monitored the 9th ranks in the sky and the underground passages. Nobody could escape, all of them were under the space's surveillance. In this case, the Robert family had no chance to escape. Zhao Hai didn't like to make things troublesome, he didn't like to leave any troubles for himself. Therefore, the only thing he needed to do was to solve all of his problems. The Robert family couldn't be left alive, as long as they were left alive, they might rise again. Although he didn't turn Robert family and Terry into advanced level undead for interrogation, Zhao Hai believed that the Robert family's background wasn't simple. With the Robert family's strength, it was impossible for them to produce that much anti-magic powder. It was also impossible for them to have 10 9th ranks. One must know that the Calci family was a recognized great family in the Rosen Empire. But they only had 7 ninth ranks tonight, while the Robert family had 10. This was very unreasonable. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that the Robert family might belong to a certain force. The anti-magic powder and the 9th ranks of the family might also be supported by a certain force. While Zhao Hai sent the Blood Hawks to deal with the Robert family, he also began to clean up the anti-magic powder that the Robert family scattered around the mountain. Zhao Hai was in a hurry last time, so he didn't take the anti-magic powder to the space. But this time, when he was collecting the anti-magic powder, he did. When the anti-magic powder entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard: anti-magic powder containing radioactive substance. Space doesn't have the formula for this powder. Extracting the anti-magic powder and adding it to the formula of the processing machine. Anti-magic powder inside the space. With this discovery, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to collect the anti-magic powder inside the space. When he was collecting the anti-magic powder, he didn't think about this. He just wanted to collect some anti-magic powder so that he could use it against his enemies in the future. But now, it seems like he didn't need it anymore. After Zhao Hai collected the anti-magic powder, the Blood Hawks that were sent to the Robert family also finished their business. The Robert family's experts were now all gone. There weren't many people left in the family. The only ones left were the old and the weak. When faced with Zhao Hai's undead, these old and weak people didn't even have a chance to resist. Zhao Hai didn't let them off, even the children weren't spared. All of the Robert family members were killed, not a single one was left alive. From today onwards, the Robert family became famous in the continent. In addition to these, Zhao Hai also found the Robert family's treasury. There wasn't much to say, he directly emptied them. When dealing with enemies, Zhao Hai didn't know what it meant to be lenient. He was very clear that if you are lenient towards your enemies, the one who would suffer in the end would be yourself. In this world, there were a lot of people who repay kindness with enmity, but only a few who forget kindness. What kind of people were the least threatening? There was no need to ask. Dead people. After roaming the continent for so long and experiencing so many things, Zhao Hai had already learned what it meant to be ruthless. If your heart wasn't ruthless, then you would become a dead person. If your heart wasn't ruthless, then you would forever be trampled under other people's feet. Before, when he dealt with Boris's 9th ranks, he also swept away the Radiant Church's face. Although this shook some people, the effect wasn't very big. Rosen Empire was the continent's most powerful country, whether it was commoners or nobles, all of them were very arrogant. Because of this, Zhao Hai's actions didn't have any effect. At the very least, great clans like the Robert family didn't put him in their eyes. But Zhao Hai believed that things would be different in the future. This time, Zhao Hai destroyed the Robert family in one fell swoop. Even if some people thought that it was the Calci family who did it, Zhao Hai's strength was also involved. Even if people thought that Zhao Hai didn't have anything to do with it, and that it was only the Calci family's strength, Zhao Hai was now engaged to Megan. This meant that Zhao Hai now had a huge backer behind him. Those who wanted to make a move against Zhao Hai couldn't help but think twice. After collecting the anti-magic powder, Zhao Hai returned to Dark Soldier Fort. At this time, the people inside the fort were also sent to clean up the place. However, they only cleaned up the craters that were created by the undead. The road guard house that was attacked was actually just some damaged trees. They didn't need to clean it up tonight, they would have to wait until tomorrow. When Zhao Hai returned to Dark Soldier Fort, someone immediately invited him to the living room. Randolph and the other high-ranking members of the Calci family were already there, waiting for him. Zhao Hai gave everyone a salute. This time, nobody in the room dared to receive his salute, some of them even stood up to return his salute. Zhao Hai looked at the attitude of these people, he didn't blame them. The people of the Ark continent were very realistic, they only valued strength. If you have enough strength, then you would be respected. If you don't have enough strength, then you would be treated as a slave. Although Zhao Hai had shown his strength before, the Calci family still looked down on him, just like the Robert family. But this time, Zhao Hai's strength made the Calci family look down on him. The strength that Zhao Hai showed today had already surpassed the Buddha clan. In this case, it would be unwise for the Calci family to go against Zhao Hai. It wasn't that other people wouldn't help them, even the family wouldn't give them a good face. If the Kelsey family were to choose, then they would certainly choose a powerful son-in-law like Xiao Hai. They wouldn't care about the life and death of an ordinary family member. Great families were very realistic. After Xiao Hai sat down, Randolph saw that everyone was present. He nodded and said, "My Kelsey family has encountered its biggest crisis since the founding of the family. It's fortunate that Xiao Hai is here, otherwise, the family would have been in great danger." Randolph nodded and said, "All right." Nobody opposed Randolph's words, they knew that what Randolph said was true. Because of the anti-magic powder, the mages of the Kelsey family were unable to use magic. Because of this, the Kelsey family's fighting strength was reduced by more than half. And with the fact that the family didn't have as many ninth ranks as the enemy, they couldn't display their full strength. For the Kelsey family, this was a huge blow. Randolph continued, "Compared to the attack on the family, the appearance of the anti-magic powder is more important. Our Kelsey family is a mage family, the appearance of the anti-magic powder is a huge threat to us. Therefore, we need to get to the bottom of this matter." As soon as his voice fell, someone outside immediately responded. Then 4 servants came in from outside. The 4 servants were carrying 2 corpses. The 2 corpses belonged to Robert and Terry. Xiao Hai turned all the attackers into undead, except for these 2. Xiao Hai knew that these 2 would be of great use. Randolph looked at the 2 corpses on the ground and said, "Robert and Terry are already dead. How did they get their hands on the anti-magic powder? We can only ask them after we turn them into advanced undead. Who wants to help?" The Kelsey family never lacked advanced dark mages. This was the reason why Randolph asked this question. Xiao Hai looked at the situation and quickly said, "Wait, Grandpa, I think we shouldn't rush to turn them into advanced level undead. The matter of anti-magic powder isn't something that our Kelsey family can handle. We must inform the Imperial family about this matter. The Imperial family is also a mage family, it's impossible for them to not care about the matter of anti-magic powder. If we turn these 2 into advanced level undead, I'm afraid that the Imperial family would think that we made them talk about the anti-magic powder. I think it's better to wait until tomorrow when Grandpa brings them to the Imperial Palace and turn them into undead in front of His Majesty. This way, His Majesty wouldn't be suspicious." When Randolph heard Xiao Hai, he immediately understood what Xiao Hai meant. He thought for a moment and then nodded. "Little Hai's words are reasonable. I think we should put this matter aside for now. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the Imperial Palace and tell His Majesty about this matter." The other people in the family didn't object. Xiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Grandfather, I've already sent my undead to the Robert family. Now that the Robert family has been exterminated, their treasury has also been emptied. But I don't want their undead, Grandpa should try to get them. Also, Terry and Robert family have spatial magic equipment, I don't want them either, Grandpa can give them to me." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Grandpa, I've already sent my undead to the Robert family." When Randolph heard Xiao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Xiao Hai in disbelief and said, "Little Hai, did you really exterminate the Robert family? Did anyone from the family escape?" Xiao Hai didn't lie, he really checked the list one by one. This list wasn't a list that the Robert family put out, it was a list that was found in the Robert family's vault. Every member of the Robert family was listed on this list. After Xiao Hai found this list in the vault, he looked through the list one by one. The result was that there was no mistake, the Robert family's direct and collateral members were all dealt with by Xiao Hai. This was also because of God's Grace Day. When God's Grace Day passed, the Robert family was the same as other families. Almost all of their members were gathered in their headquarters. This allowed Xiao Hai to deal with them all in one fell swoop. A great family like the Robert family also had a lot of scruples. Take God's Grace Day as an example. If it was during normal times, it would be impossible for them to gather all of their members in Savage Wolf Fort and then carry out such a large-scale operation. However, on God's Grace Day, they had no choice but to do so. There were too many clans that had ordered them to return. If they didn't allow their clansmen to return to Savage Wolf Fort on God's Grace Day, it would definitely arouse suspicion. At that time, they wouldn't be able to take any action. On the other hand, Randolph and the others were looking at Xiao Hai with pale faces. Although they were dark mages and great nobles, they were still existences that could exterminate people. However, Zhao Hai directly exterminated the Robert family with just a few words. This was the first time that they had seen such an incident. The Robert family's direct and collateral members added up to 1 or 2,000 people. But Zhao Hai actually exterminated all of them with just a few words. Killing 1 or 2,000 people wasn't a bad thing for a great family. However, one shouldn't forget that there were more than 1,000 people from the Robert family, including the elderly, women, and children. Zhao Hai's words weren't polite at all, he didn't even spare the elderly and children. This made the Robert family startled. Randolph looked deeply at Zhao Hai. This was the first time that he knew that Zhao Hai was this ruthless. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but turn his head to Smith. At this moment, he was very glad that he didn't send people to deal with Zhao Hai. Otherwise, the Calci family would have already been exterminated. After taking a deep breath and calming his emotions, Randolph looked at the others in the living room and said, "All right, let's go back and rest. If there's anything else, we'll deal with it." Then everyone stood up and left. Zhao Hai followed Smith back to the rustling tree courtyard. While walking, Smith turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, did you really exterminate the Robert family?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, not only did I get rid of the Robert family, I also wanted to establish my prestige." Smith understood what Zhao Hai meant. He nodded and said, "All right, I won't interfere with your matters, you can deal with it yourself." "Right, Little Hai, are you planning to leave Carson City?" Smith could see that Zhao Hai wouldn't stay here for a long time. He had a lot of things to deal with, so he would certainly leave Carson City. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm preparing to leave. But I'll have to wait until I figure out the Robert family's matter. I think that the Robert family's matter would surely cause a storm in the continent." Smith sighed and said, "Right, with the appearance of anti-magic powder, the continent would surely be in turmoil." Then they entered the rustling tree courtyard while Zhao Hai returned to his courtyard. Laura and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai in the living room. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura and the others immediately went forward to greet him. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, did you make a lot of money this time?" Laura and the others were natives of the Ark continent, so they weren't too disgusted with Zhao Hai's extermination of the Robert family. This was because in the Ark continent, there would always be a few nobles being exterminated every year. For them, this wasn't something strange. Moreover, they were very familiar with the Black Wasteland. They knew that the Black Wasteland needed a lot of things, and what they needed the most was money. After spring, 100,000 Beastman slaves would arrive in the Black Wasteland. These 100,000 Beastman slaves would need a lot of money. Moreover, Zhao Hai was also preparing to go to Carson City's slave market to buy more slaves. This way, they would need more things to settle these people. Because of this, what the Buddha clan needed the most right now was money. But now that Zhao Hai had Grand Duke Lionheart's family's money, as well as the Robert family's resources, it would be very easy for them to settle these slaves. The amount of wealth accumulated by a millennium-old family was hard to imagine. For a great family like the Robert family, they didn't only have one treasury. The one in Savage Wolf Fort was the biggest one among them. In other places of the Rosen Empire, they also had several secret vaults. These vaults were built by the Robert family bit by bit in the past 1,000 years. One must know that these things weren't easy to build. Moreover, these vaults were mainly built in case something happens to the Robert family. This way, the Robert family would be able to use them in the future. But the location of these vaults wasn't the one in Savage Wolf Fort, but the Robert family's treasury. The Robert family's treasury was a lot more hidden than the one in Savage Wolf Fort. This was done in order to prevent people from looking for the treasury after finding it. The things stored in the treasury were rare treasures in the continent, as well as the most important information of the Robert family. Zhao Hai didn't have the time to look at these things, he only looked at the list. But the treasury in Savage Wolf Fort was enough for the Buddha clan to use. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he smiled faintly and said, "Not only did we make a profit, we made a huge profit. This money is enough for the Buddha clan to use." Laura and the others cheered. They knew how important this money was for the Buddha clan. It can be said that the Buddha clan was now no worse than any other millennium-old family. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. He was very happy today. The things he obtained from Savage Wolf Fort greatly strengthened the Buddha clan's foundation. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. After the group chatted for a while, Zhao Hai and the others entered the space. They obtained a lot of information about the Robert family from the treasury. They wanted to take a look at it. After arriving at the space, Zhao Hai immediately took out the information that he found in the Robert family's vault. Then he distributed it to everyone and gave them a look. What Zhao Hai obtained was the information about the locations of the other vaults. Zhao Hai took a look at it. Besides the treasury in Savage Wolf Fort, the Robert family also had 12 other vaults. The total amount of these vaults was 5 times the amount of Savage Wolf Fort's treasury. For Zhao Hai, this was a huge source of income. Zhao Hai gave the information to Kai so that Kai could memorize it and then mark it on the 3D map. This way, they would be able to easily find the exact location of the other vaults. Laura received another piece of information. After looking at it for a while, her complexion changed as she said, "Brother Hai, look at this." Zhao Hai put down the information in his hand and then took the one in Laura's hand. The information in Laura's hand was about an organization. Zhao Hai looked at it and saw that it was about an organization called Engraved Arkansas. The members of this organization only had code names, but they had a lot of members. Moreover, Zhao Hai also saw the organization's purpose. This organization only had one purpose, and that was to subvert the entire Ark continent. They didn't only hate mages, warriors, imperial clans, and nobles. They even hated all the people of the Ark continent. This anti-magic powder was made by them. Moreover, they were also researching other things. Some of the information introduced certain drugs. Zhao Hai looked at these drugs and saw that they were similar to some viruses on Earth. This was too terrible. Zhao Hai suddenly thought of a word from Earth, anti-human. This organization was anti-human. They wanted to destroy all of humanity. Zhao Hai's expression became heavy as he looked at the information. Although this information introduced the organization, it was very limited. Everyone was represented by code names. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to find the organization's members through these code names. Moreover, the organization's communication methods were based on secret signals. Once something happens, these signals would immediately change. Because of this, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to find the organization. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "It seems like we need to hand this information over. This information isn't simple. If this organization succeeds, then the Ark continent would be in big trouble." Laura nodded and said, "I think so as well." "Brother Hai, what do you think they're thinking? Aren't they people of the Ark continent? Why would they want to be destroyed along with the Ark continent?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Nobody knows what these people are thinking. But one thing is certain, these people are lunatics." Megan sighed and said, "Brother Hai, are you going to hand this information over to grandfather? I think that we shouldn't get too involved in this matter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll hand this information over to grandfather. No matter what happens in the continent, it has nothing to do with the Buddha clan. No matter what happens, it's impossible for these people to enter the Black Wasteland. Let's see if there's any information about this organization." For Zhao Hai, this information was very useful. His understanding of the continent's great clans was still too little, and the Buddha clan's information network had yet to be established. Therefore, this information was very important for them. The rest of the information wasn't very useful, it was mostly about the Robert family. However, this information was already useless to Zhao Hai. The Robert family had already been destroyed by him, so this information was equivalent to waste paper. After sorting out the information, Zhao Hai threw away the useless ones and stored the useful ones. After that, Zhao Hai and the others went to rest. The next morning, Zhao Hai took the information about Engraved Ark and went out of the space. After having breakfast, he handed the information over to Randolph. Then he went outside of Dark Soldier Fort and released some undead to clean up the destroyed trees on Dark Soldier Mountain. When Randolph saw the information, he was very surprised. He immediately took Robert and Terry's corpses as well as the information to the Imperial Palace. The king also knew about what happened last night. Among the 9th ranks that appeared last night, there were also people from the royal family. Naturally, these ninth ranks wouldn't say too much, but they still had a rough idea of what happened. Randolph handed the information and the corpses over to the Emperor. The Emperor immediately looked for a dark mage of the imperial family to turn Robert and Terry into advanced-level undead. Then he asked about their situation. The result was naturally true. Robert and Terry clearly stated that they were members of Engraved Arkansas. Moreover, the majority of the powder was made by Engraved Arkansas. Regarding this matter, the Rosen Empire was very concerned. They immediately released this information to the world. At the same time, they communicated with the other countries in the continent, making them pay more attention to Engraved Arkansas. The Rosen Empire was the continent's most powerful country, its rallying power was very strong. Moreover, this matter was related to the entire continent. Because of this, when the Rosen Empire released this information, the entire continent went into an uproar. Zhao Hai didn't seem to know about this. He took a day to deal with the situation in Dark Soldier Mountain before he returned to his courtyard. Green and the others didn't know about yesterday's battle. Zhao Hai wanted to tell Green and the others about it so that they would know. Zhao Hai wasn't too worried about the Engraved Arkansas. The people in his hands were all slaves, and it was impossible for the Engraved Ark to have any slaves. For the Engraved Ark, slaves had no value, so they naturally wouldn't allow them to join. Moreover, Zhao Hai had already seen the information about Engraved Arkansas. Engraved Ark didn't have a lot of members, but he believed that their status wasn't low. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pull the Robert family to their side. At this time, the outside world was in an uproar. When people heard that the Robert family was destroyed, they were very surprised. They couldn't believe that a millennium-old family was destroyed just like that. This was too shocking. However, the news that came from the imperial palace made them even more startled. Anti-magic powder, engraved ark, all of these were beyond their imagination. After the uproar, they collectively lost their voices. Then the news that came from the Calci family made them even more startled. The news said that the Robert family was destroyed by Zhao Hai alone. However, most people in the Rosen Empire didn't believe this news. But before long, they received another piece of news. All of the Robert family's shops in the Rosen Empire were destroyed. Their people were killed, their goods were emptied, and their houses were burned down. It can be said that the Robert family had no chance to make a comeback. From today onwards, the Robert family became a name in the history of the continent. This news was like a bomb, it made the people of the Rosen Empire dumbfounded. A millennium-old family was almost invincible in the continent. In the history of the continent, the number of millennium-old families that were exterminated by outsiders was very small, it can be counted with one hand. Those millennium-old families that were exterminated were mostly due to internal conflicts. But the Robert family was actually exterminated by someone else. Those millennium-old families that were destroyed in the past had at least a few survivors. But the Robert family didn't have a single survivor, all of them were dead. This was too terrifying. The great nobles of the continent were startled. When they thought about how the Calci family said that it was Zhao Hai who destroyed the Robert family, they couldn't help but be startled. Naturally, they didn't believe that it was Zhao Hai who destroyed the Robert family, but they were sure that Zhao Hai played a part in it. At this point, they couldn't help but face Zhao Hai. In the past, the Calci family's strength was almost the same as the Robert family. It was almost impossible for the Calci family to destroy the Robert family. But now that Zhao Hai joined the Calci family immediately destroyed the Robert family. If someone said that this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. It was precisely because of this that they were afraid. Now that the Calci family and the Buddha clan had joined forces, it was a strong alliance. It was completely different from the image of a gigolo living off a woman in the past. From this moment on, the great nobles of the Rosen Empire began to face Zhao Hai. They no longer dared to think of Zhao Hai as a gigolo living off a woman. The speed at which news spread in the continent was very fast. In just one day, almost the entire continent knew about this matter. All of the mages in the continent were in danger. At the same time, the mage guilds of the various countries proposed that all of the mages should unite and find the engraved Arkansas. They must be destroyed. Otherwise, if they were to continue developing and produce more anti-magic powder, then the mages of the continent would be in danger. At this time, Zhao Hai was thinking about how the engraved ark came to be. Why did this organization exist? From the organization's form, one could see that it was very secretive. Moreover, from the information, the organization seemed to have its own beliefs. This belief was very peculiar, it was different from what the people of the continent believed in. Warriors of the continent believed in the martial god, light mages believed in the radiant god, dark mages believed in the god of darkness, wind mages believed in the wind god, water mages believed in the water god, fire mages believed in the fire god, earth mages believed in the earth god, and life goddess. The beastman believed in the beast god, and the dwarfs believed in the craftsman god. But this engraved ark organization's belief was very different, it seemed like they believed in the devil. Why did it seem like it? This was because Zhao Hai didn't have any proof that they believed in the devil. In the information, there was no mention of this belief. However, at the end of the information, there was a drawing of a large devil god. This devil god had 8 arms, 3 heads, and 6 legs. It was very ferocious. From this drawing, Zhao Hai deduced that the engraved ark organization believed in the devil. Zhao Hai knew that if a person didn't have a belief, then it would be impossible for them to do such a thing. It was precisely because of this belief that they were willing to do anything for it. While Zhao Hai was in a small courtyard, a servant suddenly came to report that Jason had come to visit. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, but he immediately had the servant invite Jason in. Jason's usual smiling face was no longer there, he had a heavy expression as he walked in. After Zhao Hai invited him to sit down, he waved the servant away. Jason immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, were you the one who did it last night? Is the engraved ark organization real? Did they really make anti-magic powder?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, but my original intention was to attack their family's businesses. I didn't expect the Robert family to send someone to assassinate me. Moreover, they even used anti-magic powder. However, they failed. They were afraid that the powder would be known by others, so they decided to attack Dark Soldier Fort. Later on, I joined forces with the Calci family to eliminate them. After that, I destroyed their family and obtained information about the engraved ark organization from their treasury." Jason had a heavy expression on his face as he nodded and said, "I believe that this organization exists. You don't know, but before I came here, I checked the information of my family and found that in the past few years, a lot of powerful mages in the continent had mysteriously died. When they died, it seems like they didn't use any magic. It has become an unsolved case in the continent. I'm afraid that the engraved ark used anti-magic powder to do it." Jason nodded and said, "Yes." Zhao Hai stared, he really didn't know about this matter. He looked at Jason and said, "Really? There's such a thing?" Jason nodded and said, "It's true. According to the information obtained by the Crook family, there were at least 100 mages who died in the last 10 years. Among them, there were more than 28th rank mages. If it wasn't for this incident, nobody would have noticed it. This was because they were from different countries, and the time of their deaths was very different. But now that this incident happened, the deaths of these mages were somewhat strange." Jason nodded and said, "Yes, it's true." Jason nodded and said, "It's true." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like this engraved ark organization has existed for a long time. No wonder they have such strength. But it's a pity that there's no way to find out about their identity." Jason nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai with a serious expression and said, "Little Hai, I came here today because I have something to discuss with you. My grandfather said that from today onwards, our Crook family and the Buddha clan will form an eternal alliance. What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that the Crook family would actually form an eternal alliance with him. This eternal alliance wasn't something that could be easily formed. There were too many people involved in this matter. An eternal alliance was called an Iron Alliance in the continent. If 2 clans form an eternal alliance, even if one of them was defeated, the other would still have to help it recover. This was similar to the Beastman's beheading blood oath. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he became happy. The Crook family's influence in the Rosen Empire wasn't any less than the millennium-old clans. If they form an eternal alliance, then it would be a good thing for the Buddha clan. Zhao Hai immediately nodded, then he happily said, "Of course I agree. How can I not agree to such a good thing? Also, with our relationship, wouldn't this alliance be perfect? When Jason heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Alright, I'll go back and tell grandfather about this. If you have time in 2 days, you can come to the Crook family and we'll discuss this matter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I'll go back and tell grandfather about this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I'll go tomorrow." Just as he said that, a servant suddenly knocked on the door. Zhao Hai immediately asked, "What's the matter?" The servant's voice was heard, "Young Master Zhao Hai, the patriarch just sent someone to pass on a message. His Majesty the Emperor asked you to come to the palace immediately. He has an important matter to discuss." Zhao Hai stared, Jason also stared, the two looked at each other in confusion. However, Zhao Hai immediately replied, "Alright, I'll change my clothes and come right away." The servant nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao Hai frowned as he looked at Jason and said, "Why do you think His Majesty the Emperor wants to see me?" Jason also frowned and said, "This matter is hard to say, but I'm sure it's related to what happened last night. You should go quickly." "Right, how come I haven't seen the other sisters-in-law today?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "They're in another room studying the Robert family's information. I didn't expect the Robert family to have collected so much information about the great clans of the continent. These things are very useful to me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, the Robert family has a lot of information about the great clans. Laura and the others were inside the space today, sorting out the information they got from the Robert family. They didn't leave the space at all." Jason smiled faintly and said, "This fellow, didn't you get a lot of benefits from robbing the Robert family this time?" "Hee hee, the wealth of a millennium-old family, I'm envious." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Are you envious? I just discovered that there's nothing faster than robbing in this world. It seems like I need to do this a few more times in the future." Jason laughed out loud and said, "You're robbing Xianxia? I didn't think that you would have the potential to be a bandit. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. We can't let His Majesty wait for too long." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and straightened his clothes before he followed Jason out. When the two came out of the courtyard, a servant was already waiting for them with a carriage. The two got on the carriage and left Dark Soldier Fort. Jason didn't forget to invite Zhao Hai to his house. Naturally, Zhao Hai smiled and agreed. Then he got on the carriage that the Kelsey family prepared for him. Before, Zhao Hai's carriage wasn't very big, it was something that only nobles could afford. Patriarchs of large clans would use carriages like Zhao Hai's, very spacious. Randolph gave Zhao Hai this carriage. This was a change in attitude towards Zhao Hai's status. Now that Zhao Hai was qualified to sit in such a carriage, his status was on par with Randolph and the other millennium-old patriarchs. After Zhao Hai got on the carriage, he asked the driver why Randolph was looking for him. However, the driver didn't know. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. When Zhao Hai's carriage entered Carson City, all the people who saw it immediately gave way to it. The people who lived in Carson City had good eyesight. They were very clear that people who could sit in such a carriage were people that they couldn't afford to offend. Naturally, they would stay as far away as possible. Before long, the carriage arrived outside the Imperial Palace. Rosen Empire's Imperial Palace was really extraordinary. The walls outside were more than 10 zhang high. In front of the gate, there were 2 rows of warriors, about 40 people in total. Each one of them wore a full suit of armor. They looked extraordinary. Outside the Imperial Palace was a moat with a drawbridge over it. Zhao Hai's carriage stopped outside the drawbridge. A servant stood on the carriage's platform and said to Zhao Hai, "Young Master Zhao Hai, our carriage has arrived. You will need to walk to the drawbridge. After you register, someone will take you to see His Majesty." Zhao Hai nodded, then he got down from the carriage and walked towards the drawbridge. Just as he crossed the bridge, he was immediately stopped by 2 warriors. When the 2 warriors saw Zhao Hai's carriage, they didn't dare to be negligent. They said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, please register on the side." Then they pointed behind them. Zhao Hai looked towards the direction of the warrior's finger and saw a small room. "It seems like it was used for registration." Zhao Hai nodded and walked towards the small room. After opening the door and entering the room, Zhao Hai discovered that the room wasn't very big, but it was very warm inside. The furnishings inside were very simple. There was a table and 4 chairs. 2 men were sitting behind the table. The two men were about 30 years old, they had white faces and no facial hair. They wore clothes with strange patterns, they looked very beautiful. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, the two men immediately stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. "We have seen Mr. May I know Mr.'s name?" Their voices were somewhat sharp. When he heard their voices, Zhao Hai knew that the two men were eunuchs. Although Zhao Hai didn't like these eunuchs, he was still very polite. In the history of China, there were a lot of eunuchs. Who knew what these eunuchs would do? Therefore, Zhao Hai politely bowed to the two men and said, "Mr. This one is the Buddha clan's patriarch, Zhao Hai Buddha. This time, I was ordered by His Majesty to have an audience." When the two eunuchs heard Zhao Hai's name, their faces became even more respectful. They quickly said, "All right, we'll register Mr. can go in, there's a eunuch waiting for you inside." Zhao Hai nodded. After the two eunuchs registered him, they took out a golden token and gave it to Zhao Hai. One of the eunuchs said, "Mr. can take this token and go in. Someone will come and greet Mr. inside." Zhao Hai nodded and took the token. Then he turned around and went out of the room, heading towards the imperial palace. The guards checked the token in Zhao Hai's hand and then let him pass. When Zhao Hai entered the imperial palace, he saw a eunuch standing in front of the door. This eunuch didn't look young, he was about 50 years old. However, Zhao Hai didn't see any signs of servility coming from this eunuch. On the contrary, this eunuch had an imposing aura, a kind of aura that only a person of high status would have. Moreover, he had a very heavy murderous aura. Upon seeing this eunuch, Zhao Hai knew that this eunuch wasn't simple. He was afraid that this eunuch was a death warrior, and a high-rank one at that. When the eunuch saw Zhao Hai, he immediately went to Zhao Hai and bowed. "Are you Patriarch Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai didn't dare neglect, he quickly bowed and said, "I wouldn't dare, I am indeed Zhao Hai." The eunuch immediately said, "Mr. Count, please come with me. His Majesty is waiting for you." Then the eunuch walked towards the imperial palace. Zhao Hai followed behind him. While walking, the eunuch introduced Zhao Hai to the etiquette of meeting the king. The etiquette of meeting the king in the Ark continent wasn't the same as on Earth. When meeting the king on Earth, one would need to kneel. When meeting the king for the first time, one would need to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. However, in the Ark continent, as long as one was a noble, they wouldn't need to kneel when meeting the king. All they need to do was to bow. Naturally, this bow was different from the other nobles. One would need to bow 90 degrees. Moreover, there were also some requirements that needed to be introduced to Zhao Hai. This was the first time that Zhao Hai and the eunuch met, so it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too many questions. He could only quietly listen from the side. Moreover, looking at the eunuch's appearance, he didn't seem to be greedy. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to give it a try. Halfway through, Zhao Hai looked around and saw that nobody was around. Then he waved his hand and took out something that he got from the Robert family. It was a piece of magic crystal. This crystal was an alchemy product. Zhao Hai didn't know what alchemists did, but there was a magic formation engraved inside the crystal. This magic formation was very beautiful. The entire magic formation was made with gold threads and other alchemy materials. This made the entire magic formation glitter with a golden light. With the addition of the magic formation's profoundness, the crystal looked even more beautiful. This crystal wasn't big, it was only the size of a palm. Although it was small, its uses weren't small. This crystal can maintain a person's body temperature, eliminate fatigue, and remove odors from the body. It was a rare plaything. Zhao Hai gently handed the crystal to the eunuch and said, "This is my first time meeting eunuch, so I didn't prepare anything. This is just a small plaything, I ask eunuch to accept it as a token of my respect." The eunuch looked at the crystal in Zhao Hai's hand. He was a knowledgeable person, he could see that this thing was extraordinary. He immediately said, "Sir Count is too polite. I'm just a eunuch, I can't accept such a big gift." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Eunuch is too polite. You're a close person to His Majesty, how could you not accept such a small gift? Now that the weather is cold, this little thing can maintain eunuch's body temperature. Eunuch must be very tired from following His Majesty every day. This little thing can also eliminate fatigue. Moreover, it can also remove odors from the body. Although it isn't very useful, it's still good to have it. When the eunuch heard Zhao Hai's words, he didn't think too much about the first two benefits. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the eunuch was a death warrior, an 8th-rank death warrior. With his strength, he was already invulnerable to the cold and heat. He wouldn't be overworked. However, the last thing that attracted him was the removal of odors. Eunuchs had this problem. Because of their physical defects, it was more inconvenient for them to relieve themselves compared to normal men. Moreover, it was easy for them to produce odors. It was precisely because of this that they didn't dare to eat too much during the day. They also didn't dare to drink too much water. One must know that they were facing the king. If they made an odor and the king smelled it, then they would lose their heads. Even if they didn't lose their heads, they would still fall out of favor. This was worse than losing their heads. Because of this, these eunuchs attached great importance to the problem of odors. In addition to eating and drinking less, they would often change their clothes and sprinkle perfume on their bodies to cover up their odors. However, with this little thing in Zhao Hai's hand, all of these problems would be solved. Because of this, when the eunuch heard Zhao Hai say that the crystal had this function, his heart was moved. When Zhao Hai saw that the eunuch was moved, he quickly handed the crystal over and smiled. "I ask eunuch to give me some face and accept it." "Right, I've been impolite, I still don't know eunuch's name." The eunuch didn't decline this time. He received the crystal card from Zhao Hai and immediately felt the benefits of the crystal card. His body was a bit cold, but now he couldn't feel the coldness of the task. Because of this, his attitude towards Zhao Hai became more polite. He smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Count Zhao Hai is too polite. We who enter the palace don't have names. I'm the third eunuch in my generation, so most people call me third eunuch." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Third eunuch, I'm just a small count. If there's anything I need in the future, I'll have to ask third eunuch to help me." Third eunuch also smiled and said, "Well said, well said." Zhao Hai certainly didn't believe that he would be able to bribe third eunuch. He just wanted to leave a good impression on third eunuch. This way, it would be more convenient for him to do things in the future. In fact, with his current strength, he didn't need to worry about third eunuch. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do so. It was enough to establish his prestige, he couldn't afford to offend too many people. After all, the nobles of the continent were the ones who had the final say. Those who went against the times wouldn't have a good end. At this time, they had arrived outside the largest hall of the imperial palace. This hall was where the king dealt with his daily affairs. It didn't have a very elegant name, it was just called the Government Affairs Hall. Just like the other places in the Ark continent, it was a very practical place. The Government Affairs Hall had a few dozen steps. Third eunuch asked Zhao Hai to wait at the bottom of the steps while he went inside to report. Zhao Hai waited for a short while before a sharp voice was heard from the hall, "His Highness Zhao Hai is summoned." When Zhao Hai arrived outside the government hall, the eunuch standing in front of the door immediately shouted, "Zhao Hai Buddha has an audience." Zhao Hai looked at the eunuch, then he took a deep breath and slowly walked into the great hall. When he entered the great hall, he glanced around. There were already a lot of people in the great hall. He saw a few people that he was familiar with, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, Charlie, Randolph, Jason's grandfather, as well as some of the nobles that he had seen in the banquet. These people were now divided into 2 rows on both sides of the great hall. This was somewhat unexpected to Zhao Hai, he didn't think that these people would actually sit here. In the middle of the hall was a small platform with a person sitting on it. This person was sitting on a chair made of gold and silver. The chair was inlaid with a lot of gems, but it was also covered with a layer of animal skin. It looked very soft and comfortable. This person's stature shouldn't be very tall. He looked very refined, even somewhat delicate. His hair was a bit gray, but his face was ruddy. He wore a golden crown on his head and held a cane in his hand. This cane wasn't very long, only about 40 centimeters. It was made of gold and silver and was inlaid with a huge gem. This shouldn't be a magic staff, but a scepter, a symbol of scepter power. This man was wearing very luxurious clothes. Although he looked refined, his body exuded an aura that made people submit. He just sat there and calmly looked at Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai could feel a pressure coming from this man. This pressure didn't seem to be aimed at Zhao Hai, but it was still very strong. This person should be the Rosen Empire's emperor. Zhao Hai thought to himself. However, he immediately reacted. He slowly walked 5 meters away from the man and gave him a 90-degree bow. Then he straightened his body and said, Zhao Hai, Buddha has seen your majesty. Long live your majesty. The Roland Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. You are Zhao Hai? Good, young man, not bad. You're the one who discovered the Robert family's use of anti-magic powder? Zhao Hai quickly replied, Yes, your majesty, the Robert family attacked me with anti-magic powder, that's how I discovered them. The king nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. You're a mage? Why are you fine when the Robert family used anti-magic powder to attack people? Zhao Hai stared, but he immediately thought that it might be because Randolph didn't tell the king that he was a dual cultivator. He also didn't tell the king that he wasn't afraid of anti-magic powder. He wanted to keep a trump card. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately replying to your majesty, I'm not only a mage, I'm also a warrior, an 8th rank warrior. Therefore, anti-magic powder is useless against me. Zhao Hai didn't say that he wasn't afraid of anti-magic powder, this was his trump card. Compared to this, he didn't need to hide the fact that he was a warrior. When Zhao Hai's words came out, all the nobles in the hall were stunned. They couldn't help but whisper to each other. They already knew that Zhao Hai was a mage, an 8th rank mage at that. But they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be a warrior, an 8th rank warrior. In other words, Zhao Hai was a dual cultivator? However, in the records of the continent, mages who were dual cultivators didn't have high achievements. Those who were able to reach 6th rank could be counted with one's fingers, and those who were able to reach 7th rank were even more rare. But now, not only was Zhao Hai an 8th rank mage, he was also an 8th rank warrior. This was too unbelievable. If they didn't believe that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to deceive the king, then they would have thought that Zhao Hai was lying. The king looked at Zhao Hai with some surprise, then he nodded and said, Good, young man, you're very good. I called you here today because I have a matter for you to deal with. If you handle this matter well, then this king will reward you. Zhao Hai bowed and said, It's my duty to work for your majesty. I wouldn't dare ask for a reward. I ask for your majesty's instructions. The king nodded with satisfaction and said, You were the one who discovered the engraved ark, so I won't hide it from you. Today, I had people turn Robert and Terry into advanced level undead. They also confessed some things, but they didn't know much. According to what they said, there should be another member of the engraved ark in their family. However, they don't know who this member is. As for the Robert family, they have already been exterminated by you. With so many corpses, my people don't have the ability to turn them all into undead. Lan Qing said that you can do it, is that true? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Yes, your majesty. I can do it. Your majesty can rest assured. The king nodded and said, Then how about we do it in this hall? I also want to see how different your dark magic is. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, Your majesty, turning undead requires contact with corpses. If we do it in this hall, then I'm afraid that it will dirty your majesty's eyes. Moreover, we need to use dark magic, so I'm afraid that it will offend your majesty. The king didn't care, he shook his head and said, Well, there's no need to say it. Let's do it in this hall. This king wants to see it with his own eyes. Zhao Hai didn't say anything else, he just nodded and said, I'll follow your majesty's decree. The king nodded, then he waved his hand. Eunuch San, who was standing next to the king, immediately took 2 steps forward and said, Bring them in. Someone outside the hall responded loudly. Then before long, stretchers were placed on corpses covered in white cloth. They were carried into the hall. It was obvious that these corpses had been processed, they didn't have any strange smell. However, the row of corpses still didn't look good. Although some of the nobles in the hall knew that Zhao Hai had exterminated the Robert family, when they saw the rows of corpses being carried in, they couldn't help but feel that Zhao Hai was ruthless. They couldn't help but whisper to each other. The king didn't care about them, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Let's do it. Zhao Hai bowed and complied. Then he took out his magic staff and pretended to chant an incantation. Then a mass of black gas covered the great hall's corpses. When the black gas disappeared, the corpses were already standing in the hall. These people didn't look any different from when they were alive. The only difference was that their faces were pale, their eyes couldn't move, and they couldn't breathe. Zhao Hai could have turned them into skeletons, but in order to show off his abilities, he turned them into zombies. In the Ark continent, people weren't afraid of having abilities, they were afraid of not having abilities. As long as you have abilities, you would be valued. On the contrary, if you don't have abilities, nobody would give you a second glance. The people in the hall looked at the undead and didn't know what to do. They had seen undead before. If they weren't skeletons, then they would be zombies with rotten flesh. But Zhao Hai's undead that looked 90% like a normal person was something that they hadn't seen before. After dealing with the undead, Zhao Hai turned to the king and said, "Your Majesty, you can ask them now. I guarantee that they wouldn't lie." The king was also shocked by Zhao Hai's move. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, the king nodded and said, "All right, then you can ask them. As long as you find the engraved ark hidden in Robert's territory, then everything will be fine." Zhao Hai nodded, then he immediately asked the undead. It was a pity that the engraved ark wasn't among them. Zhao Hai didn't waste time as he took the undead back to the space. Then another batch of corpses was brought in. Zhao Hai continued with his work. In the hall, Zhao Hai turned the corpses into undead. It wasn't until Zhao Hai was done that he found the engraved ark and saw. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the engraved ark was actually a woman, one of Robert's wives. From the engraved ark's mouth, Zhao Hai was able to obtain some information. The engraved ark's faith was indeed the demon god. Their mission was to destroy the Ark continent. The engraved ark's members had never met each other before. Their communication was through secret codes. Most importantly, nobody knew the identity of the engraved ark's members. They didn't have any markings on their bodies. If there was something that could identify them, then it would be the presence of a demon god's elephant in their home. This information wasn't very useful to Zhao Hai. How many people were there in the Ark continent? How many nobles were there? The engraved ark's members didn't have any obvious characteristics. They only said that they had a demon god's elephant in their home, but nobody knew where it was. However, it wasn't like they didn't have any harvest. The engraved ark's members knew a lot more than Robert and Terry. The engraved ark organization had existed for more than 1,000 years. In the beginning, they were just people at the bottom of society. These people were bullied by nobles, but they didn't have any means to resist. Therefore, they banded together and created the engraved ark organization. After several revolutions in the Ark continent, the engraved ark changed dynasties. These people used their accumulated strength to raise some of their members to become great nobles. This was how the Robert family became rich. The most important point was that although the engraved ark's members didn't look like much, their hearts were filled with the belief of the demon god. The demon god was merciless and merciless. Because of this, the hearts of these people were somewhat dark. Just like the Robert family's crippled wolf badge, obtaining this information was a huge help to the Rosen Empire. At the very least, they now have a target. They can narrow down the scope of their search. The Emperor was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. Other dark mages would find it very difficult to use dark magic, but in Zhao Hai's hands, he was able to do it effortlessly. This showed that Zhao Hai was very strong. Moreover, Zhao Hai was the Buddha clan's patriarch and a son-in-law of the Calci family. He also had a good relationship with the Crook family and Charlie. All of these added up made the Emperor favor Zhao Hai. Although the Buddha clan was a clan of the Oxu Empire, it didn't matter. As long as Zhao Hai had the ability, the Emperor wouldn't care about his background. Also, it was impossible for the Emperor to not know about the grudges between the Buddha clan and the Oxu Empire. In his opinion, Zhao Hai shouldn't have any feelings towards the Oxu Empire, it was more likely for him to have hatred. At this time, if Zhao Hai were to join the Rosen Empire, then it would be a good thing for the empire. The Emperor knew that Zhao Hai had offended the Radiant Church, as well as a prince of the Oxu Empire. In this case, if Zhao Hai wanted to settle down, then he would have to stay in the Rosen Empire, it would be impossible for him to do so anywhere else. For such a person, the Emperor was very reassured. Boldly using people was the standard of the Rosen Empire. They didn't care about background, as long as you have the ability, they would use you. It was because of this that the Rosen Empire became the continent's most powerful country. After Zhao Hai dealt with the matter of the engraved ark, the emperor sent people to carry the corpses of the Robert family and had Zhao Hai turn them into undead. This was to prevent any fish from escaping the net. But fortunately, the number of engraved Ark members wasn't a lot. They weren't found in the Robert family. After Zhao Hai was done, the emperor nodded and turned his head to Third Eunuch. Third Eunuch immediately took 2 steps forward and loudly said, "Zhao Hai Buddha, step forward and receive your reward." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately complied and took a step forward before kneeling down on one knee. This was also the custom of the Ark continent. When the king wants to reward you, you must kneel down on one knee to receive the reward. This way, you can show how much you value the reward. Just as Zhao Hai knelt down, Third Eunuch loudly said, "Zhao Hai Buddha, an aristocratic family with outstanding ability and strength. Currently, Zhao Hai Buddha is a first-class noble of the Rosen Empire. Zhao Hai Buddha's Golden Island is a hereditary fief." Zhao Hai immediately replied, "I thank your majesty for the reward. Zhao Hai will do his best to serve the Rosen Empire." The process of bestowing rewards in the Ark continent was much simpler. Zhao Hai liked it very much. However, he didn't expect the emperor to be this generous. He actually gave him the title of Marquis as well as an island as his fief. In the Ark continent, the ranks of nobility were as follows: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron, Meritorious, and Knight. Knights were only secondary nobles, while Baron, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron were the 5 official ranks of nobility. Each rank was further divided into 3 ranks, with the third being the lowest and the first being the highest. Above the first rank were the Grand Dukes, who can establish their own duchies. Above the Grand Dukes were the princes. Princes could only see how much power the emperor gave them. If the emperor didn't give them any power, then they could only be a noble, they wouldn't be able to do anything big. Although their rank was high, their power was still inferior to that of a Grand Duke. In the Oxu Empire, Zhao Hai was only a second-rank count. Among the nobles, he wasn't a peak existence. But in the Rosen Empire, he was a first-rank marquis, which was 4 ranks higher than the Oxu Empire. This was a huge difference. If an average noble wanted to be promoted to first rank, they would have to spend a lot of effort, not to mention 4th rank. Not only did the Rosen Empire give Zhao Hai the title of a first marquis, it also gave him a fief. This was a good thing. A noble's fief wasn't hereditary. If they wanted to keep their fief, then they would have to work hard to manage it. Only in this way would they be able to keep their fief. But Zhao Hai's fief didn't need to, this was because it already belonged to the Buddha clan. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was the name Golden Island. Zhao Hai hadn't heard of this island before, this made him feel strange. If an island dared to be called Golden Island, then there must be something special about it. And since it was an island, then it must be in the sea. But Zhao Hai had been in the Rosen Empire's eastern sea for a long time, and he still hadn't heard of Golden Island. This was very strange. But now that the emperor had given him a reward, Zhao Hai had no choice but to accept it. After he returns, he would ask Randolph about it. After receiving the reward, Zhao Hai naturally became a noble of the Rosen Empire. In the future, when he meets the emperor, he would no longer be able to address himself as a subordinate, he would have to address himself as a subordinate. After the reward, the emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you are now a citizen of the Rosen Empire. I don't care about the matters of the Oxu Empire, but you must remember, no matter what, you are still a marquis of the Rosen Empire. You must not lose face in the Oxu Empire." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the emperor said this to have his support. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. This subordinate will certainly not lose face for the Rosen Empire. Your Majesty can rest assured." The emperor nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, it's good that you understand. Today's meeting will end here, everyone can go back." The others immediately stood up and gave the emperor a salute before they excused themselves. After leaving the government hall, Randolph and Charlie went to Zhao Hai's side. After Zhao Hai gave the two a salute, Charlie smiled and said, "Good, you're now a marquis. Ha ha ha, if you have time in the next 2 days, come visit my house." Zhao Hai nodded, then Charlie quickly left. Randolph looked at Charlie's appearance, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like Prince Charlie really values you. But now that you've been promoted, it's a good thing. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked around and whispered, Grandfather, where is this golden island? How come I've never heard of it? Randolph looked at the people around him and whispered, Let's talk about this when we get home. Zhao Hai looked at Randolph and knew that there was something hidden. He didn't ask, he just nodded and followed Randolph back home. When they arrived outside the Imperial Palace, Randolph and Zhao Hai got on their carriage and went straight to Dark Soldier Fort. Along the way, Zhao Hai and the others didn't speak. Before long, they arrived at Dark Soldier Fort. After arriving at Dark Soldier Fort, Randolph immediately led Zhao Hai to the living room. Then he sent someone to look for Smith and the others. Zhao Hai looked at Randolph's appearance and didn't ask anything. He just sat inside the room and waited for Smith and the others. Before long, Smith and the others arrived. Zhao Hai stood up and gave them a salute. After everyone sat down, Randolph opened his mouth and said, Today in the Great Hall, His Majesty asked Zhao Hai to turn the Robert family's people into undead and asked them about the engraved Arkansas. Although the information obtained wasn't much, it wasn't little either. His Majesty was very happy and conferred Zhao Hai the title of First-Class Marquis. He also bestowed Zhao Hai the title of Golden Island. When Randolph's words came out, the people in the living room stared for a moment before they began to discuss. Zhao Hai was puzzled, a first-class marquis didn't seem to be worthy of their surprise. Was it because of Golden Island? Randolph also saw Zhao Hai's puzzled expression, so he said, Zhao Hai doesn't know about Golden Island. Waiter, you tell him about it. Smith nodded and said, Good. Golden Island was originally a small island that produced a lot of gold, but before the establishment of the Rosen Empire, all of the gold had already been mined. The island didn't have any special products, only a few mines were left behind. Such an island isn't worth paying attention to, but its location is very important. It's located between the borders of the Rosen Empire and the Oxu Empire. Because of this island, the two empires often had friction. Because of the island's freshwater, it has become a pirate's paradise. Although this is the case, the island's importance is undeniable. If the Rosen Empire gets their hands on the island, then they can establish a naval base there, which can threaten the Oxu Empire's waters at any time, and vice versa. Moreover, because it produced gold in the past, the island was built with dozens of docks, capable of docking thousands of ships. It can be said that the island's strategic location is very important. Zhao Hai stared and said, So it's like this? Does that mean that after I get appointed by the Rosen Empire, the Oxu Empire wouldn't recognize me and would just claim the island as their territory? Smith nodded and said, Right, it's like this. I think His Majesty wants to use this method to completely sever ties between you and the Oxu Empire. Randolph nodded and said, Right, I think His Majesty also has the same idea. However, this is also an opportunity for you. Golden Island's location is very important. As long as it isn't a pirate's nest, it will slowly become a place where ships pass by. If you can establish a market there and conduct transactions, I believe that it would be a golden egg for you. Randolph nodded and said, That's right. Zhao Hai nodded excitedly. Golden Island's location was very good. For Zhao Hai, this was very good. As long as he has this place, it would be equal to having his own territory. He would be able to develop without any worries. Moreover, he would be able to take out the things in his farm and enjoy them. Smith looked at Zhao Hai's expression and sighed, Zhao Hai, don't be happy too early. As far as I know, the pirates occupying Golden Island aren't ordinary. There are several pirate groups that are controlled by famous clans in the continent. Even the royal family's royal family has a stronghold on Golden Island. If you really want to take back Golden Island, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be easy. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, It's fine. Even if I offend them, they can just go to another island. I want to see if they have the courage to fight me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, All right. Even if I offend them, they can still go to another island. Randolph nodded and said, What Zhao Hai said is reasonable. Zhao Hai even dared to make a move against millennium-old clans. If those people want to make a move against Zhao Hai, then they would have to consider their own weight. What I'm worried about right now is the Radiant Church. Smith and the others stared, but they immediately understood what Randolph meant. Zhao Hai had a grudge against the Radiant Church, and Golden Island was located at the edge of Rosen Empire. It can be said that it was an isolated island. Once something happens, the people of Rosen Empire wouldn't be able to help. Moreover, now that Zhao Hai has his own territory, he would certainly build it. That place was his root. The Radiant Church couldn't deal with Zhao Hai in the past because they couldn't find his roots. Now that he has, the Radiant Church naturally wouldn't let him off. Zhao Hai sneered and said, I'm not worried about the Radiant Church. They couldn't do anything to me in the past, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to me in the future. What I'm worried about is the engraved Arkansas. This time, I defeated the Robert family. It can be said that the engraved Ark suffered a huge loss. Not only did they lose a great family, they were also exposed. Our understanding of this organization is still too little, so I'm worried about them. Randolph nodded and said, what Zhao Hai said is reasonable. The Radiant Church is strong, and we already have a good understanding of them. But this engraved Ark organization, we don't know anything about them. This is the most dangerous thing. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Randolph and said, Grandpa, I think that our Kelsey family should also be careful. The engraved Ark would certainly put this debt on the family's head. Engraved Ark isn't the same as the Radiant Church. If the Radiant Church wants to deal with us, then they might find an excuse to do so. On the other hand, the engraved Ark organization can do anything. This time, they used anti-magic powder to deal with us. Who knows if they would use it again next time? Moreover, if they can research anti-magic powder, then they should be able to research other poisons as well. We need to be careful. Randolph nodded and said, this matter is indeed tricky. Our family is a mage family. If they really use anti-magic powder to deal with us, then it would be very troublesome. Smith and the others also frowned. Zhao Hai then said, Grandpa, I think we should strengthen the security of the important people of the family. It would be best if we send more warriors to protect them. I'll go back and see if we can develop an antidote for this anti-magic powder. If we can, then everything will be easy to handle. If we can't, then we can only make sure that everyone is careful. When Randolph heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, What's wrong, little Hai? You have a pharmacist in your hands? When Smith heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Then he turned to Randolph and said, Father, little Hai has told me about this before. But now that it's winter, those rare plants aren't easy to find. But now, it seems like we need to do our best to help little Hai find those plants. If little Hai can really develop an antidote, then it would be very important for us. Randolph nodded and said, Don't worry. Randolph nodded and said, All right, pass down the order to the family to look for all kinds of rare plants, the more the better. Right, little Hai, do you want magic beasts? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Of course I do. Those magic beasts can also be used to make medicine. The more varieties there are, the better. Randolph nodded, then he looked at the people in the room and said, Did you hear? Cooperate with little Hai. The people didn't dare to neglect, they immediately complied. They knew that this matter was related to the entire Kelsey family, so they didn't dare to be negligent. Zhao Hai looked at the group and sighed. Then he waved his hand and took out a large bottle from the space. This bottle could hold 10 jin of water. It was made of glass and was taken from the Robert family's store. Naturally, there wasn't anything special about this bottle, but the water inside was. Randolph and the others looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't know why he took out such a large bottle. Zhao Hai pretended to be very careful as he placed the bottle next to Randolph. Then he said, Grandpa, this bottle of water should be shared with everyone. If you encounter a situation or get poisoned, drink some of this water immediately, it might be useful. Randolph nodded and said, Don't worry. Randolph looked at Zhao Hai. He was puzzled. What's so special about the water inside this bottle? Is it a potion? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, The water inside this bottle isn't a potion, but it's a lot more useful than potions. This is a bottle of life liquid. Life liquid. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai say this name, everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. The life liquid was definitely a good thing. Even if you were rich and powerful, you wouldn't be able to get your hands on it. Randolph looked at the bottle for a while, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, is this really life liquid? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Yes, I inadvertently obtained it from a 9th-rank expert of the Radiant Church. At that time, that ninth-rank expert wanted to cooperate with the fighting bulls to deal with the Herculean bulls. Later on, he was killed by me, so I obtained the liquid of life. I asked that person, he also inadvertently obtained it. Randolph nodded, he also understood the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words. He immediately frowned and said, the Radiant Church also interfered with the Beastmen? Zhao Hai nodded, then he told Randolph about what happened with the Beastmen. At the same time, he also told Randolph about his identity, the prince of the cow-headed race. Randolph looked at Zhao Hai in surprise, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such an identity. Humans generally don't get the trust of the Beastmen, he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to do so. However, Randolph immediately thought about the Radiant Church, he pondered for a moment and then said to Zhao Hai, now that you have a firm foothold in the Beastmen, you should pay attention to the movements of the Radiant Church. You must figure out what the Radiant Church wants to do. If you can deal with them and the Beastmen, then that would be great. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Grandpa, you can rest assured, I've already figured out the temperament of the Beastmen. I believe that I can stand firm in the Beastmen's territory. Grandpa doesn't need to worry, dealing with the Radiant Church in the Beastmen's territory is very simple. The Beastmen simply don't believe in the Radiant Church. As long as people from the Radiant Church are found, they would certainly not have a good time. Randolph nodded, then he said, I'll accept this bottle of life liquid. You're right, the family needs this thing. However, the family can't treat you unfairly. Since Golden Island is already your territory, the family will send a fleet to help you take it back. Randolph nodded, then he said, all right, I'll take this bottle of life liquid. Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled and said, Grandpa, there's no need for that. I don't care about the pirates in Golden Island, it would be too troublesome for the family to deal with them. This life liquid doesn't have much use for me, I still have some left for my medicine. You can take it and use it, there's no need to worry. Randolph nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai with appreciation in his eyes. He now felt that Zhao Hai was very pleasing to the eye. Zhao Hai was generous and decent, he handled matters cleanly and efficiently. For the Calci family, Zhao Hai was willing to take out life liquid. Moreover, he even asked for a reward. He was much better than the other members of the Calci family. Randolph looked at the other members of the family and said, all right, that's all for today's matters. Everyone should know about it now. After we return, immediately arrange everything. Remember, make sure that no mistakes are made. Everyone nodded, then Randolph had them disperse. Smith took Zhao Hai back to Rustling Tree Courtyard. After sitting down in the living room, Smith immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Zhao Hai, how do you want to deal with Golden Island? I think it would be best if you handle this matter carefully. Otherwise, not only would the Aksu Empire deal with you, the clans that colluded with the pirates wouldn't let you off either. In the future, you would need a lot of help. Zhao Hai nodded, he also understood this point. But he had already thought about it. Golden Island's location was in a lawless area. There were no laws there, only strength. But if he didn't make use of the pirates, then it would be a pity. It was impossible for all of the pirates to be related to great clans. Those who were related to great clans would be able to sell the things they plundered. But for those who weren't related to great clans, it was hard to say. They could only look for people who cooperated with them and sell their things at a low price. However, there was a huge business opportunity in this. Zhao Hai's idea was to turn Golden Island into a free port. The pirates would be able to trade freely on the island, but they would have to pay a certain amount of taxes. The merchants would also be able to trade freely on the island. Naturally, they would also have to pay a certain amount of taxes. Zhao Hai intended to turn Golden Island into a black market for pirates, merchants, and other forces. He can lower the taxes on the island, allowing the pirates to take refuge on the island. If he succeeds, then Golden Island wouldn't be a chicken that lays golden eggs, but a goose that lays golden eggs. Zhao Hai didn't think that Golden Island would be a chicken that lays golden eggs, but a goose that lays golden eggs. Now that Smith asked, Zhao Hai didn't immediately tell him about the free trade port, he just said, actually, it wouldn't be difficult to subdue Golden Island. Although the island's location is very special, it isn't irreplaceable for the pirates. And with my current reputation in the continent, I believe that there aren't a lot of pirates who would dare to go against me. If they do, then I wouldn't be polite. Smith nodded, then Zhao Hai didn't immediately tell him about the free trade port. Smith knit his brows. He really didn't want Zhao Hai to have any conflicts with the great clans. If things developed to this point, then the one who would suffer would be Zhao Hai. Seeing Smith's expression, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, you can rest assured. The solution to Golden Island can be divided into 2 steps. The first step is to beat them until they're honest and scared. The second step is to give them some benefits. This is something that I need Uncle's help with. I'm going to turn Golden Island into a free trading port. Whether it's pirates or merchants, they can all come to Golden Island to trade. What do you think?" Smith nodded and said, "All right, I'm going to make Golden Island a free trading port. What do you think?" Smith stared, then his eyes lit up. He was a merchant himself, so he naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. If Zhao Hai succeeds, then Golden Island's annual income wouldn't be any less than Skywater City, it might even be more. However, Smith frowned and said, "It's a good idea. But if we do as you said, would there be merchants who would dare to go to Golden Island? Wouldn't they be afraid of being robbed?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's simple. I can issue an order that no one can use force on Golden Island. Nobody can use force within 1,000 li radius of Golden Island. If anyone dares to use force, then I'll eliminate them. This way, nobody would dare to mess around. What do you think, Uncle?" When Smith heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai's body was filled with a domineering aura. Daring to say that no one can use force within 1,000 li radius of Golden Island, and that anyone who dares to use force would be eliminated, this undoubtedly showed his domineering aura. In the past, only the great clans dared to say such words. But now, Zhao Hai dared to say it. This undoubtedly showed the change in Zhao Hai's status. Moreover, Smith knew that if Zhao Hai succeeds in this matter, then Golden Island might really surpass Skywater City and become a major trading port. Smith now really admired Zhao Hai. He also understood why the Buddha clan had disappeared for a year and still dared to show themselves in front of the world. This was all because of the Buddha clan's current strength, as well as Zhao Hai. If a clan wants to rise, then strength was essential. However, strength alone wasn't enough, it also needed a shrewd mind as well as the right direction of development. Zhao Hai's direction of development was very good. With him as their representative, the Buddha clan would be able to rise up and become a great clan in the continent. This was only a matter of time. Smith was very clear that although the Xianxia family had good relations with several other families, they didn't have any true friendship with each other. This was very disadvantageous to the Xianxia family's development. On the other hand, the Buddha clan had the potential to become a top family. If the Xianxia family helped the Buddha clan at this time, then in the future, the Buddha clan would be able to help the Xianxia family. With the two families helping each other, the Buddha clan would certainly become the strongest clan in the continent. After thinking about this, Smith nodded and said, "All right, Little Hai, then I won't take care of Golden Island. However, I'll tell Father that if you have any problems, then the family would certainly support you. I believe that Father wouldn't oppose this." Smith nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave Golden Island to you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Uncle, there's one more thing that I want to hear from you. Today, Jason came to see me with some news. He said that the Crook family wants to be our Buddha clan's eternal ally." When Smith heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised. He knew what an eternal ally meant. The Crook family actually wanted to be Zhao Hai's eternal ally. After being surprised, Smith's mind immediately turned. He knew that the Crook family wasn't simple. A few years ago, they were just an ordinary great clan. But now, the Crook family had already become a great clan that could stand shoulder to shoulder with millenniums. What did this mean? This meant that the current leader of the Crook family was very capable and had good vision. But in this case, the Crook family wanted to be an eternal ally with the Buddha clan. This could only mean one thing: they were optimistic about the Buddha clan's future. Therefore, before the Buddha clan fully developed, they wanted to establish this relationship with the Buddha clan. When the Buddha clan fully develops, they would have a powerful ally. This was a good plan. Smith couldn't help but recognize that the Crook family's plan was very good. But for Zhao Hai, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. At the very least, the Buddha clan's influence couldn't be compared to the Crook family. If Zhao Hai became their eternal ally, then it would be a great thing for the Buddha clan. Smith walked a few laps on the ground. After thinking through all the details, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "This is a good thing for the Buddha clan, we can agree to it. You go and prepare, I think you should go to the Crook family tomorrow." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Not only do I have to make a trip to the Crook family, His Highness Charlie also wants me to make a trip to his place tomorrow. Hee, I'm really busy today." Smith looked at Zhao Hai's expression, then he laughed and said, "Alright, you should make a trip to His Highness Charlie's place." "Alright, you go do your own things, I have something to discuss with father." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and returned to his courtyard. Then he directly entered the space. He wanted to see what Smith wanted to discuss with Randolph. Zhao Hai didn't believe that Smith and Randolph would harm him. He gave Randolph the life liquid in order to give him a good impression. He believed that Randolph wouldn't make a move against him. At this time, he also believed that Randolph would value him very much. When Zhao Hai arrived at the space, he immediately entered the villa. He saw that Laura and the others were still sorting out the information. They were sorting out the information. This information was very important to the Buddha clan. Although Laura and the others were busy, they were still in high spirits. This made Zhao Hai very happy. But he still returned to the living room and turned on the monitor, showing Randolph's study. Randolph's study was very big. It was the place where he dealt with matters. It was also the place where he met with the Kelsey family's people. Because of this, the decoration inside was very good. Although it couldn't be compared to Grand Duke Evan's study, it still wasn't bad. After all, Dark Soldier Fort wasn't as big as the Grand Duke's mansion. Smith had already arrived at Randolph's study. The two were sitting in the lounge area and drinking tea. Zhao Hai, however, it was clear that the two had yet to talk about proper matters. Randolph knew that Smith's sudden arrival was related to Zhao Hai's matter. He didn't worry about it. He had someone deliver the tea before he sat down and chatted with Smith. Randolph was very optimistic about Smith. If it weren't for Smith's insistence, then it would have been impossible for them to marry Zhao Hai. If they became enemies with Zhao Hai, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Smith's decision to marry Zhao Hai was correct. For the Kelsey family, the benefits were too great. Because of this, Randolph attached great importance to Smith's opinion. Randolph took a sip of his tea and sighed. This time, it was really thrilling. Who would have thought that an ordinary attack would lead to so many things? If not for Little Hai, our Kelsey family would have suffered a big loss. Randolph sighed and said, "That's right." Smith nodded and said, "Right, nobody thought that the Ark continent would have such a poisonous snake. The engraved Ark is too ruthless. Right, father, do you think that Little Hai's research on the antidote for anti-magic powder would succeed?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Randolph sighed and said, "I hope that he can succeed, but it seems like it won't be that easy. When anti-magic powder first appeared, people only wanted to suppress it, they didn't research any antidote. The anti-magic powder's formula was also destroyed, not leaving any traces behind. This will bring a lot of trouble to Zhao Hai. You need to figure out the formula of the anti-magic powder before you can make an antidote. But no matter what, I think that Zhao Hai's approach is correct. Although the continent knows about the existence of the engraved Ark, aside from the Robert family, no one else has discovered anything. Nobody knows who developed the powder, let alone destroying it. If Zhao Hai really succeeds in his research, then have you thought about his position in the hearts of the mages? Randolph sighed. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Randolph said that if Zhao Hai develops the antidote, then the biggest benefit that he would get was his reputation among the mages. As long as Zhao Hai develops the antidote, then his reputation among the mages would reach an unprecedented level. The Kelsey family would certainly benefit from this. Whether it was Smith or Zhao Hai, they didn't think about this before. Now that Randolph's words woke them up, Smith couldn't sit still. But in front of Randolph, he was too embarrassed to walk around in circles. Therefore, he could only hold the cup of tea in his hand and turn it around. After some time, Smith looked up at Randolph and said, "Father, if Zhao Hai succeeds, then the Buddha clan's development wouldn't take much effort." Randolph nodded and said, "That's right. Therefore, what we need to do now is to fully support Little Hai. If Little Hai succeeds, then the Buddha clan would obtain the greatest benefits, but our Kelsey family would also benefit from it. Little Hai didn't want us to help him with Golden Island, but I've already told everyone in the family that as long as Little Hai needs our help, then we would fully support him. You should remember this. Randolph nodded and said, "Don't worry." When Smith heard Randolph, he couldn't help but smile. He smiled at Randolph and said, "Father, I came here today to talk to you about this matter. I also have the same idea. You must fully support Little Hai. Besides the reason you mentioned, there's also another important reason." Randolph nodded and said, "Father, I came here today to talk to you about this matter." Randolph stared. "There's another reason? Is there another reason?" Smith smiled faintly and said, "Xiao Hai just told me that Jason came to look for him with his family's intentions. According to the Crook family's intentions, they want to form an eternal alliance with the Buddha clan." When he heard this, Randolph couldn't sit still. He stood up and began to walk in circles. Smith looked at Randolph and thought about his own thoughts. He couldn't help but laugh. He didn't think that this habit of walking in circles was actually hereditary. After walking in circles for a few times, Randolph stopped. He turned to Smith and said, "Xiao Hai told you this personally? There shouldn't be any mistakes, right?" Smith nodded and said, "Absolutely not. Father, you should know that Xiao Hai wouldn't easily say anything. But since he said it, then he can do it. Therefore, I believe that this matter is true." Randolph nodded and said, "The Crook family is really good. Good, we need to fully support Xiao Hai. If Xiao Hai really does form an eternal alliance with the Crook family, then it would be very good for us." Smith nodded, then he said, "Father, there's one more thing. Xiao Hai said that he wants to turn Golden Island into a free trading port. Pirates and merchants would be able to freely trade on the island. He only needs to collect some taxes. Moreover, he wants to set a rule that no one can use force within 1,000 li radius of Golden Island. If he succeeds, then it would be hard for the Buddha clan to not develop." Randolph nodded and said, "Good idea. If it succeeds, then it would be hard for Xiao Hai to not develop. But in the early stages, we still need to use force to deter people. Remember, we need to fully support Xiao Hai. How Golden Island develops will depend on Xiao Hai, we don't need to intervene. As long as Xiao Hai needs something, we need to support him. Also, there's one more thing, don't mix in sand." Mixing in sand was a common saying. Randolph used this to tell Smith to not send spies to Xiao Hai's forces. This was a very rare thing in a great family like the Kelsey family. "Stupid." Just as Smith's voice fell, Randolph immediately reprimanded him, "Don't listen to them, they're short-sighted. If they were placed outside the Kelsey family, who knows how many times they would have died." Randolph paused for a moment, then he sighed and said, "Little fool, you have to remember, as a patriarch of a great family, there are times when you need to stick to your own ideas. Even if you want to go your own way, as long as it's beneficial to the family, you have to do it. Even if you fail, the Kelsey family can still afford to lose. I'm afraid that if you don't dare to do anything, in the end, the patriarch position would only be a decoration." When Smith heard Randolph, he nodded. At the same time, his eyes shone. This was because he discovered that Randolph's words were meant for his successor. Could it be? Smith couldn't help but think about it. Randolph looked at Smith and said, "What is Little Hai's status now?" "He's the patriarch of the Buddha clan, his strength is tyrannical, he can command 10 ninth ranks. They want to control such a person? I think they're crazy. Even if we do control Little Hai, what good would it do for the Kelsey family? Little Hai's strength is very strong. In the end, he would become a subordinate of the strong. This would only make the Kelsey family more unstable. Moreover, the Kelsey family doesn't need that many ninth ranks, what we need now is a strong ally. If the Buddha clan can become one of the top clans in the continent, then the Kelsey family would gain a lot of benefits. In this case, why don't we fully support Little Hai and make the Buddha clan take less detours? This way, not only would we gain an ally, it would also leave a good impression on Little Hai. When the time comes, Little Hai's help to the Kelsey family would be even greater." Smith nodded and said, "Yes, Father, I understand. Rest assured, I know what to do." "Right, Father, if Little Hai succeeds in Golden Island, would it affect Skywater City?" Randolph smiled faintly and said, there shouldn't be any impact. Even if there is an impact, it would be a good one. If he does well, then most of the goods would be stolen by the pirates, so they would certainly be very cheap. There would certainly be merchants who would buy the goods and then bring them to Skywater City to sell. The pirates wouldn't dare to come to Skywater City, but the merchants wouldn't have any problems. This would give the pirates an opportunity to launder their money. For Skywater City, this might be a good thing. Smith nodded and said, yes, father, I understand what to do. Tomorrow, Little Hai will go to the Crook family as well as Prince Charlie. What do you think will happen to Prince Charlie? Randolph smiled faintly and said, what can happen to Prince Charlie? Zhao Hai is his man, His Majesty must have known about this. But today, His Majesty rewarded Zhao Hai. This is equal to increasing Prince Charlie's strength. Naturally, Prince Charlie would be happy. Now, it seems like Prince Charlie's chances of getting the throne have increased. But we still don't need to get involved, we just need to maintain our family's position. Smith nodded and said, all right, don't worry, I know what to do. I won't participate in Little Hai's matter. Randolph nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't need to continue watching. He knew that he now had the full support of the Kelsey family. This was very important for the Buddha clan. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he sat quietly in the living room. This time's operation was really good. Not only did he obtain the title of Marquis, he also obtained the full support of the Kelsey family. Moreover, he could also become an eternal ally of the Crook family. At this point, he had already spread his net in the Rosen Empire. This net was still immature, but as the Buddha clan grows, this net would become more and more solid. After resting for a while, Zhao Hai called out the Robert family's undead. He also wanted to ask about other things, such as the battle chi cultivation methods of the Robert family. Although the Robert family had the wild dragon battle chi, it wasn't suitable for everyone. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to hear about the battle chi cultivation methods of the other families. Even if he didn't use them himself, he could still give them to the children of the other families in the future. One must know that the things in the hands of millennium-old families weren't inferior goods. The most precious thing that Zhao Hai obtained from the Kelsey family wasn't the money, but the Kelsey family's internal library. Although there were a lot of books in the Ark continent, the truly useful ones were mostly in the hands of the great nobles. Most people wouldn't be able to see them. And since the Robert family was one of the great clans of the Rosen Empire, it was natural for them to have their own internal library. This library didn't only contain information about the Robert family, it also had a lot of battle chi cultivation methods. These things were very important to Zhao Hai. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was that among these books, Zhao Hai also found some notes. These notes were carefully kept in wooden boxes by the Robert family. It seems like they were more precious than the books. After Zhao Hai saw these notes, he understood why the Robert family valued them so much. It was because these notes were the cultivation experiences of 9th rank experts. The cultivation experiences of 9th rank experts were definitely good things. For Zhao Hai, these things might not be very useful, but for Green and the others, they were very useful. Grimm, Merlin, and Kuan John had already reached the peak of the 8th level. They were only one step away from the 9th level. These cultivation experiences could provide them with some precision. Zhao Hai now understood why it was easy for big clans to have a rank 9 expert, but it was difficult for small clans to have a rank 9 expert. What they lacked was this kind of cultivation experience. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't write down the battle chi cultivation methods himself. He gave the Robert family members some paper and had them write down their own notes. In any case, they were now advanced level undead, writing wasn't a problem for them. This was also what Zhao Hai thought about. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai called out the other undead experts from the space. In any case, they didn't have anything to do right now, they didn't need to fight. This was the perfect time for them to write down their own cultivation experiences. This would be very important for Zhao Hai and the others' future development. Nothing happened today, but the Ark continent was in turmoil. The appearance of engraved Ark, the appearance of anti-magic powder, the extermination of the Robert family, Zhao Hai's Marquis title, and the ownership of Golden Island. All of these had caused the continent to be in turmoil. The appearance of engraved Ark and anti-magic powder was still a distant matter to the people of the continent. It only caused a stir among the mages and the higher-ups of the continent. However, the ownership of Golden Island had attracted the attention of many people in the continent. What kind of place was Golden Island? All the nobles in the continent knew about it, even the commoners knew about it. The ownership of Golden Island had always been a hot topic between the Rosen Empire and the Oxu Empire. It was precisely because of this that Golden Island had no owner. Now that Golden Island had an owner, this owner's identity was even more mysterious. The Buddha clan was born in the Oxu Empire. However, the Buddha clan's reward came from the Rosen Empire. This made everyone in the continent startled. The Rosen Empire's reward was very thought-provoking. The relationship between the Buddha clan and the Oxu Empire was something that everyone in the continent knew about. At first, everyone thought that the Buddha clan was finished. But who would have thought that they would suddenly rise and become one of the most powerful clans in the continent? In this case, the Rosen Empire suddenly gave Zhao Hai's fief to Golden Island. This matter made people think about it carefully. The Oxu Empire quickly expressed their stance. They were determined not to recognize the Rosen Empire's decision. Moreover, they insisted that Golden Island belonged to the Oxu Empire. If the Rosen Empire dared to send people to Golden Island, the Oxu Empire wouldn't be able to guarantee the consequences. This was undoubtedly a threat. If the Rosen Empire didn't take back their decision, then it might lead to a war between the two empires. As for Zhao Hai, the Oxu Empire didn't say anything. Zhao Hai's family's title and fief were confirmed by the Radiant Church as well as the major powers of the continent. Therefore, even if they wanted to expel Zhao Hai from the Oxu Empire, it was still impossible. Moreover, in the continent, nobles were allowed to have dual citizenship and receive titles. However, these were just fleeting clouds in Zhao Hai's eyes. Since Golden Island had been given to him, he could now claim it. Before, he didn't claim it because he didn't have the Rosen Empire's reward. If he claimed it, then it would be equal to offending two major powers. Now that he claimed it, he wasn't afraid of offending one of them. Zhao Hai didn't have a good impression of the Oxu Empire. They treated the Buddha clan too harshly. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't consider himself as an Oxu Empire citizen. He only considered himself as a citizen of the Black Wasteland. This was because that was his kingdom. Therefore, he didn't have any psychological burden when it came to offending the Oxu Empire. At night, Zhao Hai brought Green and the others to the space. He told them about what happened today as well as his new title and fief. Green and the others didn't oppose, they also didn't have a good impression of the Oxu Empire. Now that Zhao Hai's title in the Rosen Empire was higher than the one in the Oxu Empire, Green and the others naturally thought of themselves as people of the Rosen Empire. After all, they were natives of the Ark continent, so they valued their titles very much. They weren't like Zhao Hai. In Zhao Hai's eyes, as long as one had enough strength, they didn't care about their titles. Green and the others immediately agreed to Zhao Hai's idea. For them, it didn't matter if Golden Island becomes a chicken that lays eggs, as long as the Buddha clan's territory is big enough, then it's fine. After discussing this matter with Green and the others, Zhao Hai gave the 9th rank expert's notes to Green and the others. Green and the others felt as if they had just received a treasure. They didn't leave the space and immediately went inside to read the notes. The space's environment was very good, it was very suitable for them to practice. Because of this, they didn't want to go out. Fortunately, Iron Mountain Fort didn't have too many matters to deal with. Even if they closed up inside the space for a few days, it wouldn't matter. At night, they rested inside the space. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai sat in his carriage and went to the Crook family. This time, when Zhao Hai arrived at the Crook family, it wasn't like the last time where only Jason was waiting for him. This time, Jason's grandfather led the group. The Crook family's senior members were all outside the fort to greet Zhao Hai, giving him a lot of face. Zhao Hai wasn't too ostentatious today, he only brought Shu and Shun with him. Laura and the others were still sorting out the books inside the space. These books couldn't be sorted out in a day or two. When Zhao Hai saw the Crook family's posture, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the Crook family to muster such a large force. When the carriage stopped, he immediately got down and bowed to Jason's grandfather and said, "Grandfather, why did you come out personally? This is too much for me." Jason's grandfather nodded and said, "Grandfather, you came out personally." When Jason's grandfather heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile. Then he gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Crook family's patriarch, Jason Crook has seen Patriarch Zhao Hai Buddha." When Zhao Hai heard Jason, he stared. But he immediately understood what Jason meant, so he quickly returned the salute and said, "Zhao Hai Buddha has seen Patriarch Jason." After the formal greeting, Jason introduced his family members to Zhao Hai. Jason's father was called Ron. Zhao Hai didn't know Jason's and Ron's names until now. Zhao Hai only paid attention to their names. As for the other members of the Crook family, Zhao Hai didn't pay special attention to them. Instead, he gave them to Kyer to record. After the introductions were finished, Jason laughed and said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, welcome to our family. God's grace day has already passed and you only came a few days ago. I'm really angry." When Zhao Hai heard Jason, he immediately understood what Jason meant. When he was introduced, Jason was the Buddha clan's patriarch. But now, he was Jason's friend, his junior. Because of this, Jason spoke in this tone. Zhao Hai liked it when Jason spoke in this tone, it was more natural. Zhao Hai immediately smiled and said, "There have been a lot of things going on recently. But I did attend the banquet a few days ago. It's just that grandfather was too busy and didn't attend. You can't blame me for this." Jason laughed and said, "All right, what you said is reasonable. But today, you have to accompany me for a few drinks. Come, let's talk inside." The Crook family's living room was similar to the Kelsey family's. Although Jesse's prestige in the Crook family was very high, the other members of the family also had their own status. If they were to unite, Jesse would have no choice but to submit. It's just that Jesse's prestige in the Crook family was very high, and with his brilliant methods, he was able to pull people in and beat them. Because of this, Jesse's words carried enormous weight. However, he was still very polite to those who supported him. After sitting down in the living room, Jesse didn't become polite and directly said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, you should know why you came here today. I can tell you that you have two identities, the Buddha clan's patriarch and Jason's friend. The first identity is equal to me, and the second identity is that I am your elder. Which identity do you intend to use to talk to me today?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Grandfather, I'm naturally speaking to you as Jason's friend. Although I'm the Buddha clan's patriarch, I'm still a marquis in public. In private, I'm a good friend of Jason. Since you're Jason's grandfather, then you're naturally my elder. Naturally, I'll be speaking to you as a junior." Jesse looked at Zhao Hai, he was waiting for Zhao Hai to say these words. For Zhao Hai to say this, it showed that he was a righteous person. This was why the Crook family would fully support him and form an alliance with him. Otherwise, the Crook family's attitude would change. After Jesse waited for Zhao Hai to finish, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, Little Hai, since you said this, then as your elder, I can't let you suffer a loss. From today onwards, I hope that the Buddha clan and the Crook family will form an eternal alliance." "I don't know if Little Hai agrees?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course I agree. But this way, the Crook family would suffer a loss." Jesse laughed and said, "The Crook family might suffer a loss right now, but they won't in the future. All right, this matter is settled. In 2 days, we'll announce this news." "Right, Little Hai, what do you plan to do with your fief? What do you plan to do? Take it back? Or are we just going to leave it there?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I'll take back my own things. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave them there?" Jesse knit his brows and said, "Little Hai, Golden Island isn't that simple. If you want to take him back, I'm afraid it would be difficult. Moreover, it might cause a war between the two countries." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "War between two countries? I don't think so. If the Oxu Empire really wants to make a move on Golden Island, then I want to see if they have the ability to do so. Don't worry, the Kelsey family will fully support me. If the Crook family also supports me, then even if the Oxu Empire makes a ruckus, they would still recognize me as the ruler of Golden Island. Moreover, grandfather, don't forget that I have the status of a citizen of the Oxu Empire. If necessary, this status can be used as a stepping stone for the Oxu Empire." Jesse stared, then he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Indeed, Zhao Hai's relationship with the Oxu Empire was very stiff. However, his status as a noble wasn't something that ordinary people could touch. And if necessary, his status as a citizen of the Oxu Empire would be very useful to him. Jesse nodded and said, "Then after you take back Golden Island, what are you going to do there?" "There's no gold mining there right now." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. I'm going to take back Golden Island first." Jesse was an old fox, so when he saw Zhao Hai's expression, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't telling the truth. He also knew that Zhao Hai already had a plan, but he didn't want to say it in front of so many people. Jesse didn't pursue the matter, he just smiled and said, "All right, then today's matter will end here. Everyone can disperse. Little Hai, you stay and accompany me for a few drinks." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Grandfather, I'm going to the third prince's place in the afternoon. It was decided yesterday. Do you think we should stop drinking this afternoon?" Jesse didn't care too much, he stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't waste your breath, just drink. What are you afraid of? You can go to the third prince's place in the afternoon, he wouldn't blame you." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. At noon, Jesse and the others drank for a while, making Zhao Hai dizzy. There was no other way, Jesse and the others were too happy, so they took Zhao Hai to drink. Even so, Zhao Hai still felt dizzy. However, Zhao Hai still went to Charlie's place. He didn't want to give Charlie the impression that he would turn his back on him. He also drank some life liquid, so he was now sober. Megan used this matter to make fun of Zhao Hai. The Kelsey family's life liquid was a treasure, but Zhao Hai only used it to relieve his drunkenness. If this matter were to spread out, Randolph might just kill Zhao Hai on the spot. When they arrived at Charlie's place, Charlie was already waiting for Zhao Hai at the door. The two greeted each other and went straight to the back hall. After arriving at the back hall, Zhao Hai didn't have a servant bring him tea, instead, he had the servant bring him a glass of water. Zhao Hai drank it in one gulp. Charlie looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, he smiled and said, "How was it? Are the Crook family's people good at drinking?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know if they can drink, but they can definitely persuade two people to drink. Have you ever seen dozens of people taking turns toasting each other? I was so scared that I almost crawled under the table." Charlie laughed and said, "The Crook family is just like that. They have another name in the imperial capital, they're called the Rogue Aristocrats. Everyone in their family is a pain in the ass, nobody can do anything to them." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Who would have thought that these old men would be so shameless?" Charlie laughed. After some time, he said, "Right, why did the Crook family look for you? Why did you drink so much wine with them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's a good thing, the Crook family has formed an eternal alliance with our Buddha clan. In 2 days, we will officially announce it to the outside world." Charlie stared, then his face turned happy as he said, "Really? That's great." Zhao Hai was Charlie's subordinate, and the Buddha clan's strength wasn't weak. Moreover, their relationship with the Kelsey family had also become closer. This made Zhao Hai's status change a lot. If the Crook family was added to the equation, then even if Charlie failed in his bid for the throne, he would still be able to keep his status as a prince. Moreover, it was very likely that he would become a prince with real power. Naturally, Charlie also understood that his chances of ascending to the throne were greater than anyone else. In the past, the crown prince was the strongest among the princes, Charlie was second to him. But because Charlie was very low-key, most people didn't pay attention to him. Later on, because of Terry, everyone knew that the crown prince had the support of the Robert family. This was a very important matter, the crown prince's strength immediately increased, he even had a faint chance of ascending to the throne. However, the sudden demise of the Robert family, the sudden emergence of engraved arc, and the use of anti-magic powder had caught the crown prince unprepared. All of the crown prince's plans were foiled. Because of his relationship with the Robert family, the old emperor wasn't happy with him. And with the matter of anti-magic powder, all the mages in the continent were unhappy with him. And because of engraved arc, the nobles kept their distance from him. Now, he had become the most unlikely person to ascend to the throne. The second prince was too reckless, he didn't have any advantage against Charlie. And with the fact that Rising Water City and Jade Water City were in a competitive relationship, it was obvious that Rising Water City couldn't compete with Jade Water City. Therefore, it was impossible for the second prince to ascend to the throne. But Charlie was different. His most capable subordinate, Zhao Hai, had just received a marquis title from the old emperor, along with an island as his hereditary fief. All of this affirmed Zhao Hai's strength and status. This made Charlie's strength increase. If the Kelsey family and the Crook family were added to the equation, then Charlie's strength would be at the top of the princes. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness can rest assured, this matter has already been decided. There won't be any mistakes." Charlie's face turned red from excitement. After some time, he calmed down and looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "Little Hai, you really are my lucky star." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's still too early to say that, I'm not your lucky star." "Right, Your Highness, I think that I'll be very busy in the coming days. I'm going to take back Golden Island." Charlie stared, then he nodded and said, "Taking back Golden Island is also good. But this matter isn't easy to handle, have you thought about it?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he told Charlie about his plan. He even told Charlie that he wanted to turn Golden Island into a free harbor. When Charlie heard Zhao Hai's words, he was startled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's actions would be this big. However, he still supported Zhao Hai's plan. If Zhao Hai's plan succeeds, then not only would it benefit the Buddha clan, it would also benefit him. After thinking about this, Charlie immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I fully support your plan. If you want people, then I'll give you people. If you want things, then I'll give you things. But there's one thing, if your free harbor succeeds, then you must leave a shop for me. How about it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Highness, you're too polite. With our relationship, there's no need for you to say this. Rest assured, if you want a piece of land on Golden Island, then I'll give it to you. When the time comes, I might even need to cooperate with Jade Water City." When Charlie heard Zhao Hai, he was very happy. He was afraid that after Zhao Hai ascends to the throne, his attitude towards him would change. That would be a huge blow to him. After returning from Charlie's place, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Laura and the others had been busy for the past few days. Now that the materials have been sorted out, although they haven't looked at them completely, it wasn't a problem for them to sort them out. In addition to the materials that Zhao Hai had the undead right 2 days ago, Laura and the others were now finishing up. The materials were now divided into 2 parts by Laura and the others. Some of the insignificant materials were placed in Iron Mountain Academy for the students to study. As for the important materials, Zhao Hai had them placed in the Space's villa. Inside the villa, there was a special room for these materials. When Zhao Hai entered the space, Laura and the others were already done tidying up. They were sitting in the living room and drinking tea. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, Laura immediately poured a cup of tea for Zhao Hai. Seeing that Zhao Hai's face was red and his body reeked of alcohol, Laura immediately knit her brows and said, "Brother Hai, you should drink less in the future. Look at your body, it reeks of alcohol." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to, but there's no other way. Today, I can't not drink. The Crook family has already decided to form an eternal alliance with us." Prince Charlie also had to give his greetings. Laura nodded, she also knew that with Zhao Hai's status, he would have to deal with a lot of things. This kind of social interaction was unavoidable, but she still felt distressed. Meg was even more distressed, she quickly said, "Young master, you should take a bath in the hot spring. You'll feel more comfortable there." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then nodded. Now that his body reeked of alcohol, he didn't feel comfortable. The Space's hot spring was very convenient, it would be good to soak in it. Zhao Hai went to soak in the hot spring while Laura and the others sat outside and chatted. Laura turned her head to Megan and said, "Megan, do you think that we should build a castle on the outskirts of Carson City? With Brother Hai's current status, wouldn't that be enough?" Megan nodded and said, "That's a good idea. But I'm afraid that Brother Hai wouldn't agree. Building a castle would cost a lot of money. Moreover, all of the famous hills around Carson City have already been occupied. The unknown hills wouldn't be very good." Laura thought for a moment and said, "How about we have Brother Hai talk to His Highness about taking over the Robert family's castle? In any case, nobody would want their castle." Meg frowned and said, "Is that okay? The Robert family was destroyed by us. Now that we're living in their castle, it's a bit strange. I don't like it." Megan nodded and said, "I also don't like it. Moreover, His Majesty wouldn't agree. I think we should build one ourselves. We can't save this money. Building a castle around Carson City is also a symbol of status. At the same time, it's also a way to show His Majesty our position." Laura knit her brows and said, "So there's such a thing. But this is also good. If we can build a castle around Carson City, then we really should build one." "Right, I think we should discuss this matter with Grandpa Green." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's talk to Grandpa Green about this." Megan nodded and said, "We should discuss this matter with Grandpa Green. This matter isn't a trivial matter, it's related to the Buddha clan's future." Laura nodded, then the group chatted for a while. Before long, Xiao Hai came out of the hot spring room. He was now refreshed, so Laura told Xiao Hai about what they just discussed. Xiao Hai didn't oppose it, on the contrary, he was very interested. However, building a castle wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Xiao Hai wanted to solve the matter in Golden Island first before building the castle. Naturally, Laura and the others wouldn't oppose it. After a night of silence, the next day, Smith told Xiao Hai that the Kelsey family was going to hold a banquet in Dark Soldier Fort to celebrate Xiao Hai's marquis title. Xiao Hai didn't oppose it, he knew that this was a necessary process. This banquet was actually a way for him to get acquainted with the great nobles. It was also a way for the great nobles to recognize his existence. The banquet was very successful. Now that Xiao Hai was in the limelight in the Rosen Empire, nobody would dare to not give Xiao Hai face at this time. Additionally, the nobles weren't fools. From Xiao Hai's display of strength, as well as the relationship between the Kelsey family and the third prince, everyone knew that the rise of the Buddha clan was inevitable. At this time, there was no one who didn't want to add flowers to a brocade. On the second day of Xiao Hai's banquet, the Crook family officially announced that they had formed an eternal alliance with the Buddha clan. This was without a doubt a big bomb, it made everyone think highly of the Buddha clan. What an eternal alliance represented, there wasn't a single noble in the continent who didn't know about it. No noble would dare to go against an eternal alliance, this was because they knew that if they did, they would be pushed aside by the other nobles. When that time comes, they would no longer have a foothold in the continent. After this news was announced, the old nobles of the continent discovered that the Buddha clan's strength wasn't any worse than theirs. This news wasn't over yet, another news shocked the continent. The Shelley family announced that they were willing to form an offensive and defensive alliance with the Buddha clan. An offensive and defensive alliance was different from an eternal alliance. Although an offensive and defensive alliance was also a type of alliance, it didn't have as much binding force as an eternal alliance. The meaning of an offensive and defensive alliance was just like the literal meaning of an eternal alliance. When one side is in trouble, the other side must help. The two sides can cooperate, it can be considered a relatively loose alliance. The Shelley family's reputation in the continent was very big. They were the continent's largest hotel family as well as one of the continent's most famous merchant families. For them to be willing to form an offensive and defensive alliance with the Buddha clan was something that many people didn't expect. Xiao Hai already knew about this matter. When he came to Carson City to celebrate God's Grace Day, the Shelley family had already discussed this matter with Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai also agreed. The alliance with the Shelley family came much earlier than the alliance with the Crook family. However, Xiao Hai didn't announce it to the public. But recently, the Buddha clan was in the limelight. Xiao Hai didn't want to announce it, but the Shelley family wanted to. This alliance with Xiao Hai had a huge impact on the family. The Shelley family also understood that in the end, they were only a merchant family. If they could form an alliance with a new noble like the Buddha clan, then there would only be benefits for them. Although the alliance with Xiao Hai would have some impact on their businesses outside the Rosen Empire, they believed that with the strength that the Shelley family had accumulated over the years, it wouldn't be difficult for them to get through this crisis. However, if they let go of the Buddha clan as an ally, then it would be very difficult for them to find another one. When the Shelley family announced their alliance with the Buddha clan, the people of the continent went into an uproar. At this point, nobody dared to underestimate the Buddha clan. However, there were also people who jumped out at this time to embarrass the Buddha clan. This person was none other than the Oxu Empire. The Oxu Empire jumped out at this time and announced that they wouldn't recognize the Rosen Empire's reward to the Buddha clan. If the Buddha clan dared to set foot on Golden Island, then they wouldn't rule out using force to recover the island. This wasn't just a warning, it was a threat. With the Oxu Empire's decision, all eyes in the continent turned towards the Rosen Empire and the Buddha clan. The Rosen Empire didn't respond, they just announced that Golden Island was now the Buddha clan's hereditary territory. Whether or not the Buddha clan had the ability to obtain the island was up to the Buddha clan. If the Buddha clan requested the empire to send troops, then the empire would certainly help. This was because Zhao Hai was a noble of the Rosen Empire. The nobles of the continent weren't fools. They knew that the Rosen Empire's move was to force the Buddha clan to declare their stance. They wanted the Buddha clan to completely fall out with the Oxu Empire. When Zhao Hai saw how tyrannical the Oxu Empire was, he immediately issued a statement. He solemnly declared that Golden Island was now the Buddha clan's territory. It was given to the Buddha clan by the Rosen Empire. If anyone were to set foot on the island without the Buddha clan's permission, then they would be considered a challenge to the Buddha clan. He wouldn't rule out using force. Zhao Hai's statement was equally tough. At the same time, it was also a warning to the pirates who were still entrenched on the island. Regarding Zhao Hai's statement, the Oxu Empire immediately responded. They declared that Golden Island was now the Oxu Empire's territory. If anyone dares to set foot on the island, then they would be dealt with harshly by the Oxu Empire. Zhao Hai also issued a statement. He gave everyone on Golden Island a deadline of 10 days. After 10 days, if there were still people on the island, then the Buddha clan would officially send troops to the island and wipe out all resistance. At this time, the continent became lively. Everyone was waiting to see if the Buddha clan would really send troops to Golden Island in 10 days. At the same time, Zhao Hai used these 10 days to get a clear understanding of the island's situation. The blood hawk with the ghost staff was constantly flying around the island. Not only was he monitoring the island, he was also paying attention to the Oxu Empire's reaction. After Zhao Hai's statement, the pirates immediately left the island like a swarm of bees. Whether it was the Buddha clan or the Oxu Empire, the pirates couldn't deal with them. Therefore, they decided to leave the island. Just as Zhao Hai said, although Golden Island was very important, it wasn't a big deal for the pirates. Golden Island wasn't something that the pirates couldn't do. The reason why they stayed there was because nobody was in charge of the island. Now that someone was in charge of the island, they naturally wouldn't dare to touch the Buddha clan's head. Zhao Hai was very happy about the pirates' tactful approach. However, he also felt a bit of regret. He didn't want all of them to run away. If all of them ran away, then Golden Island would become an empty island. He wouldn't be able to find an excuse to clean up the pirates. After all, the pirates had plundered a lot of good things over the years. If all of these things belonged to Zhao Hai, then he would be able to make a lot of money. Zhao Hai was now addicted to this kind of robbery. This kind of robbery was much more profitable than any other kind of business. Moreover, each time he did it, he would earn more and more. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this was impossible. The reason why he made that statement was to make the pirates run away. He was very clear that Smith and the others were right. These pirates had a lot of support behind them. If he didn't say anything and just attacked them, then he would be offending a lot of people. This would be very detrimental to the Buddha clan's development. Zhao Hai first made a statement with a heavy tone. This way, the pirates would be tactful enough to run away. If they didn't, then Zhao Hai would just kill them and nobody would be able to say anything. However, Zhao had obviously underestimated his position in the hearts of the continent's great powers. These great clans weren't fools. They knew Zhao's strength, and they also knew how powerful his network was. No one would dare to provoke Zhao at this time, because that would be tantamount to living long enough. Therefore, they immediately ordered the pirates under their family's control to choose a new place for them to settle down. Actually, Golden Island wasn't the base of the pirates, all of them had their own bases. Golden Island was originally a free trade port where the pirates would trade. Some of the pirates who could sell their dirty goods would buy the dirty goods of the pirates who couldn't sell them at a low price. Then they would turn those dirty goods into money or other materials to sell to the pirates. This way, the pirates would be able to survive for a long time. There were some pirates who were active on Golden Island all year round. However, these pirates also had their own bases on other islands. Because of this, they immediately ran away from Golden Island after receiving orders from the powers behind them. These pirates also understood that if the Buddha clan really went to Golden Island, then the Oxu Empire would certainly make a move. When the time comes, Golden Island would certainly become a battlefield. These pirates didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. This was because they knew that these muddy waters weren't something that they had the qualifications to do. Seeing the pirates running away, Zhao Hai shifted his focus to the Oxu Empire and the Rosen Empire. The Oxu Empire's closest force to Golden Island was Southern King Boris. And since Zhao Hai and Boris had a huge grudge, Boris wouldn't let this opportunity slip by and would certainly come to deal with him. On the other hand, the Rosen Empire didn't necessarily have good intentions. When they sent Zhao Hai to Golden Island, they didn't have any good intentions. Not only did they want to sow discord between Zhao Hai and the Oxu Empire, they also wanted to plant a nail in the Oxu Empire's waters. Zhao Hai was afraid that the Rosen Emperor wanted to use him. After using him, he would want to get rid of him. Therefore, Zhao Hai was also monitoring the Rosen Empire's situation. However, Zhao Hai's focus was still on the Oxu Empire. The Rosen Empire had Charlie, the Kelsey family, and the Crook family. If the Rosen Empire makes a move, then the three of them would certainly receive the news. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about the Oxu Empire. However, Zhao Hai couldn't help but worry about the Oxu Empire. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, the Oxu Empire had already assembled more than 500 large and small warships. They were preparing to occupy Golden Island. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. He calmly stayed inside Dark Soldier Fort every day. From time to time, he would participate in the banquets held by the nobles. He didn't have any intention of going to Golden Island. His actions didn't only make the Oxu Empire puzzled, the people of the Rosen Empire were also puzzled. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking. Could it be that the announcement he made before was false? Only Laura and the others understood that Zhao Hai was waiting for the Oxu Empire's fleet to arrive at Golden Island. As long as the Oxu Empire's fleet arrives, Zhao Hai would immediately appear and release his undead. He would then capture the fleet in one fell swoop, turning them into members of his undead fleet. Regarding Zhao Hai's actions, the people of the continent despised him while some were puzzled. However, nobody dared to question Zhao Hai's actions. This was because they knew that even if Zhao Hai's strength was weak, Zhao Hai wasn't someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. On the other hand, Boris's fleet didn't care about Zhao Hai's actions. In any case, they were the first to move. The fleet of more than 500 ships had already set off from the Oxu Empire's southern port city, Jazura City. Their destination was Golden Island. Smith and the others were also puzzled by Zhao Hai's actions. They also asked Zhao Hai what he wanted to do, but Zhao Hai just smiled and didn't say anything. 2 days after the Oxu Empire's fleet set off, the emperor suddenly summoned Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that the emperor might have something to do with the Oxu Empire's fleet, so he didn't say anything and immediately went to the imperial palace. This time, the emperor summoned Zhao Hai alone. The location was the emperor's study behind the imperial palace. Naturally, the emperor's study was extraordinary. After Zhao Hai gave the emperor a salute, the emperor gave him a seat. After Zhao Hai sat down, the emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Marquis Zhao Hai, do you know about the movements of the Oxu Empire's fleet?" Zhao Hai didn't think that the emperor would be this direct. Zhao Hai immediately replying to the emperor, "This subject knows." The emperor nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then I don't know how Marquis Zhao Hai will deal with it. You should know that Golden Island was given to you by my Rosen Empire. You must not let the Oxu Empire's barbarians take it, do you understand?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "This subject understands." Rest assured, the emperor can rest assured that Golden Island will always be a part of the Rosen Empire, the Buddha clan's territory. This subject won't give it to anyone, the emperor can rest assured. When the emperor heard Zhao Hai, his expression relaxed, then he nodded and said, "It's good that you understand. Marquis Zhao Hai, what I want to tell you is that you are now a marquis of the Rosen Empire, which means that you are a subject of the empire. If someone dares to threaten you, the Rosen Empire wouldn't just stand by and watch. Zhao Hai understood the emperor's meaning. The emperor was afraid that Zhao Hai didn't have the strength to deal with this matter. Therefore, he told Zhao Hai that if he can't deal with something, the Rosen Empire can help him. Zhao Hai immediately smiled and said, "Your Majesty can rest assured, this subject still has the ability to deal with small thieves that broke into my home. But this subject wants to invite these small thieves into my home. This way, I won't let them escape." When the emperor heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment, then he immediately laughed and said, "Good, Marquis Zhao Hai, remember your words, don't let me down." Zhao Hai stood up and gave a salute, "Your Majesty can rest assured, this subject will definitely not let you down." The emperor nodded and said, "Good, you can withdraw. This emperor will watch your performance." Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave a salute before leaving. At this time, 8 days had passed since Zhao Hai's announcement. There were only 2 days left until Zhao Hai's announcement. At the same time, the Oxu Empire's fleet would arrive at Golden Island in 2 days. At this time, the eyes of the people in the continent were focused on Zhao Hai. They wanted to see what Zhao Hai would do. But they were quickly disappointed. Zhao Hai didn't do anything. He still stayed inside Dark Soldier Fort every day. Occasionally, he would attend a banquet and show his face in public. But after that, he didn't do anything. At this time, a lot of people in the continent believed that Zhao Hai had admitted defeat. In their opinion, they couldn't blame Zhao Hai. The other party had dispatched more than 500 warships. Among them, there were more than 200 5-masted ironclad warships, 300 3-masted ordinary warships, and hundreds of thousands of sailors. Moreover, there were also about 1,000 8th ranks sent by the Oxu Empire. They even heard that there were 9th ranks among them. In this case, it was natural for Zhao Hai to admit defeat. However, there were still some nobles who wanted to laugh at Zhao Hai. This was because the Buddha clan's reputation was too great, a lot of people couldn't stand it. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, the people who were paying attention to the Oxu Empire's fleet discovered that the Oxu Empire's fleet had already entered Golden Island's waters. They were preparing to dock. It seems like they were going to be stationed there. Sure enough, when the Oxu Empire's fleet docked, the Oxu Empire immediately announced that Golden Island was an inseparable territory of the Oxu Empire. They wanted to build a naval base on the island. Hearing the Oxu Empire's announcement, the people of the continent couldn't help but turn their attention to the Rosen Empire. In their opinion, Zhao Hai wasn't worth paying attention to. What they should pay attention to now was the Rosen Empire. They wanted to see how the Rosen Empire would respond to the Oxu Empire's provocation. But what made the people of the continent feel strange was that the Rosen Empire didn't respond. It was as if the matter didn't happen at all. The people of the continent went into an uproar. They didn't think that the Rosen Empire, who had always been strong, would actually swallow their anger. This was too abnormal. Under the watchful eyes of the people of the continent, the Oxu Empire's naval base was completed in 10 days. In these 10 days, Zhao Hai didn't respond. On the other hand, the Oxu Empire's fleet was going all out. Cargo ships arrived at Golden Island and unloaded their construction materials. Then, without stopping for even a minute, they immediately left. The hundreds of thousands of people on the island worked hard to build the naval base. With the help of mages, the naval base was completed in just 10 days. The establishment of this naval base symbolized the Oxu Empire's victory. In people's opinion, the establishment of a naval base on Golden Island made it very difficult for the Rosen Empire to capture the island. At this point, nobody thought about the Buddha clan. 10 days after the Oxu Empire's fleet arrived at Golden Island, the naval base of the Oxu Empire was officially completed. While the base was celebrating, countless undead suddenly appeared on Golden Island. They appeared on the Oxu Empire's ships that were docked at Golden Island's docks. A massacre began. Nobody knew what happened on Golden Island that night. They only knew that the next day, the Oxu Empire's flag disappeared and was replaced by the Buddha clan's Wild Dragon War flag. The Oxu Empire's Golden Island naval base was turned into a training ground for the Buddha clan's fleet. At the same time, the sea was sealed off, preventing any ships from the Oxu Empire from approaching the island. This night's incident made the people of the continent startled. They didn't know what happened. Did the Oxu Empire's fleet collectively betray them? While the people of the continent were still puzzled, Zhao Hai set out from Carson City. First, he rode a carriage, then he took a ship and went straight to Golden Island. Everyone's attention was focused on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's side was still the same as before. There were only 2 servants, 3 fiancés, and a maid. There was no one else. There was only 1 carriage and 1 ship. However, when the people of the continent saw the carriage and the ship, they immediately gave way. They wanted to see what would happen when Zhao Hai arrived at Golden Island. Would he be warmly welcomed, or would he be repelled? Before long, they knew that when Zhao Hai approached Golden Island, the Oxu Empire's fleet that was docked at Golden Island came out and escorted Zhao Hai's ship. After Zhao Hai arrived at the island, he immediately announced, "All of the Oxu Empire's navy on Golden Island have been turned into undead." If it weren't for the Oxu Empire building a naval base for them, the Oxu Empire's fleet would have already been wiped out. This is a lesson to the Oxu Empire. It's also a warning to all those who want to invade Golden Island. If you want to invade Golden Island, take the Oxu Empire's fleet as an example. After this statement was made, the people of the continent immediately fell into silence. They didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. This was because when Zhao Hai made his statement, the Oxu Empire sent another fleet to attack Golden Island. However, they were repelled by the original fleet. During the battle, the people of the Oxu Empire's second fleet discovered that the people of the original fleet had turned into undead. Zhao Hai's expression changed. The scale of the fleet that the Oxu Empire sent to Golden Island was known by almost everyone. This was because there were countless eyes on the continent. The ships that the Oxu Empire sent to Golden Island didn't only have crew and combat personnel, there were also a lot of craftsmen. Their main purpose was to build a naval base. The people on the 500 warships, the craftsmen, and the coolies added up to a few 100,000 people. A few 100,000 people? How could it turn into a few 100,000 undead? Moreover, it was done by Zhao Hai. If he wasn't a devil, then who was? Even if there were people in the continent who killed hundreds of thousands of people, they would still be soft-hearted. However, Zhao Hai didn't even bat an eye. Turning hundreds of thousands of people into undead was more vicious than killing hundreds of thousands of people. After being shocked by Zhao Hai's decision, these people were even more shocked by Zhao Hai's strength. A single person could turn hundreds of thousands of people into undead. What kind of person was this? To what extent was his strength? All of these made Zhao Hai seem to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. The biggest hobby of the continent was to remove these layers of veils. It wasn't just out of curiosity, but also for their own sake. The strength and means that Zhao Hai had displayed were too frightening. When the people of the continent began to investigate Zhao Hai, they discovered that Zhao Hai was actually a terrifying existence. For the past 18 years, he was a standard low-level playboy. He relied on his family's influence to run amok. He was an ignorant and incompetent playboy. Generally, people called him a low-level playboy. But when he drank the water of nothingness and was sent to a place where people deliberately avoided him, he underwent a qualitative change. A few months later, he changed his name to Zhao Hai and appeared in the continent. As soon as he came out, he received the Immortal Mercenary Group, which was a headache for everyone on the continent. Then he peacefully did his own business, but in the end, he became enemies with the Light Church and the Marquis Del family. After killing a group of people, he fled to the prairie. When he came out of the prairie, he changed his appearance and went to Rosen Empire. Grand Duke Lionheart fell because of him, his entire family was massacred. Then he went against the Calci family and forced them to admit defeat. After that, he saved the Purcell Duchy and obtained 100,000 undead. At the same time, he also showed his 10,000 Beastman undead. After that, he went on to exterminate the Robert family. What caught people's attention the most was his methods. He killed all the members of the Robert family, not leaving a single one alive. Moreover, he also turned them into undead. Then came the hundreds of thousands of people from the Oxu Empire. Now, the number of undead in Zhao Hai's hands was already close to 1 million. Nearly 1 million high-level undead creatures? What kind of strength was this? Not to mention ordinary clans, even millennium-old clans and great empires wouldn't dare to offend him. If it was before, people wouldn't care. Even if Zhao Hai was strong, he still wasn't a ninth-rank expert. The Buddha clan also didn't have a ninth-rank expert, they would still be able to force him back to the Black Wasteland. But now, they heard that Zhao Hai had a ninth-rank expert in his hands. Additionally, he was now the son-in-law of the Calci family, an eternal ally of the Crook family. In this case, if anyone in the continent dared to offend Zhao Hai, then they would only have their heads smashed by the door. Since Zhao Hai arrived at Golden Island, all the powers in the continent lost their voices. Even the Oxu Empire didn't make any noise. Then Zhao Hai immediately made a statement that Golden Island would become the continent's first free port. Anyone who came here to do business, regardless of their status, as long as they paid taxes and didn't cause any trouble, they would be allowed to do business on the island. Also, no fighting was allowed within 1,000 li of Golden Island. Anyone who dared to fight within 1,000 li of Golden Island would be killed. If this statement was made by Zhao Hai before, then no one would believe it. But now, it was different. Nobody in the continent dared to ignore this statement. Strength determined everything, and Zhao Hai had great strength. Therefore, even if he made a statement filled with killing intent, nobody would oppose it. This was because these people knew that the Buddha clan had the strength to do so. More than 500 warships, and all of them were undead. The Buddha clan could indeed prevent any fighting within 1,000 li of Golden Island. After Zhao Hai made this statement, the Oxu Empire also made a statement. This statement was very intriguing. Count Zhao Hai Buddha has made great contributions to the Oxu Empire. Therefore, Count Zhao Hai Buddha has been bestowed with the title of third-rank noble. Golden Island will be the Buddha clan's fief, hereditary. This statement was very interesting. Everyone knew about the relationship between the Buddha clan and the Oxu Empire. It can be said that this statement was a statement that the Oxu Empire had admitted defeat. This made the people of the continent very confused. They didn't understand why the Oxu Empire would suddenly admit defeat. They should have sent ninth ranks to deal with Zhao Hai. It didn't take long for the news to spread. It turned out that the Oxu Empire had already sent their ninth ranks to deal with Zhao Hai. However, the 5 ninth ranks that were sent to Golden Island didn't return. Therefore, the Oxu Empire had no choice but to give in. Although this news wasn't confirmed, a lot of people in the continent believed that it was true. This was because they knew that if the Oxu Empire didn't send ninth ranks to Golden Island, then they wouldn't have admitted defeat so easily. But no matter what the reason was, when the Oxu Empire made this statement, the ownership of Golden Island was officially decided. From now on, Golden Island would belong to the Buddha clan. After this matter was settled, people began to pay attention to something else. It was Zhao Hai's statement about Golden Island becoming a free port. Free port, this was the first time that this phrase appeared in the continent. However, the nobles weren't fools, they immediately understood what this free port was for. This free port gave the pirates a place to openly sell their loot. This was very attractive, but at this time, nobody went to Golden Island to trade. This was because they were still afraid. After all, hundreds of thousands of people had died there. It would be strange if they weren't afraid. Zhao Hai had already expected this reaction from the outsiders. He didn't worry about it, he was currently inspecting Golden Island. Although Zhao Hai had seen the entirety of Golden Island on the screen, he still felt that it was very different. Zhao Hai knew why there were so many pirates occupying Golden Island. It was because the island had been severely damaged by the people who mined the gold mines. The entire Golden Island looked like an apple that had been eaten by insects. There were small holes all over the island. The people who mined gold were completely different from the dwarven mines in Iron Mountain. The dwarven Iron Mountain didn't have a lot of entrances and exits. If there wasn't a lake in the mountains, then Zhao Hai was almost certain that Iron Mountain was a mountain city. However, Golden Island was different. There were a lot of mines here, so many that Zhao Hai couldn't count them all. He had Kyer count them and found out that there were more than 20,000 large and small mines on the island. Because of the existence of more than 20,000 mines, the small Golden Island looked like it was filled with thousands of scars. Although this was the case, it was still a matter of more than 1,000 years ago. Now, the vegetation on the island had already recovered. But because the damage was too severe, even though the vegetation had recovered, there weren't any tall trees on the island. At most, there were some weeds. The entire Golden Island had a total of 2 mountains. The 2 mountains were arranged in the shape of a T on the island. However, these 2 mountains were filled with mines that had been severely damaged. However, the people who mined the mines had some brains. Although the mines weren't connected, they still built roads on the mountains. Because the rocks on the mountains were very hard, the roads could still be used even after so many years. Zhao Hai looked at the caves on the island. Some of them had traces of people living here while some of them didn't. What made Zhao Hai puzzled was that he didn't see any magic beasts on the island. Although Zhao Hai felt that this was strange, he didn't think too much about it. Besides the mines, there was also the naval base built by the Oxu Empire. Zhao Hai looked at the naval base and saw that it wasn't small. There were about 1,000 mines that were used as resting places. There was also the largest pier on the island. The surrounding area was also surrounded by stone walls. It wouldn't be a problem for tens of thousands of people to live in the base. The base was built at the foot of the mountain, in a cave on the T-shaped mountain. Because of the help of the mages and some craftsmen, the construction of the base was very standard. Zhao Hai decided to keep the base. The undead of the Oxu Empire also didn't return to the island. Zhao Hai had them stay on the island. In the future, Golden Island would become a free port. However, the island also had its own rules. The undead were left on the island to maintain order. Besides the undead, Zhao Hai also released a large number of sea magic beasts around the island. These sea magic beasts were to guard the island as well as monitor the movements around the island. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't care too much about Golden Island. It was just a place for him to make money. When it comes to the environment, Zhao Hai liked Ape Island more. The weather there was much better compared to Golden Island. Zhao Hai decided that he would live in the military base in the future. Then he would transfer some people from Iron Mountain Fort to manage the island. Everything would be handled by the undead. What Zhao Hai wanted to do at this time was to repair the roads on the island. Then he would be able to officially open the island. Although there was nothing on the island right now, as long as it becomes a free port, everything will be there. You want to do business on the island? You can, but the island will only give you a piece of land, the rest will be up to you. If you want to use the mines to do business, or if you want to build your own house, the island will give you some discounts. If you don't have the time to build a house, then it doesn't matter. The island will help you build it, but remember, there will be a fee. Zhao Hai had already thought about it. At this time, Iron Mountain Fort didn't have anything to do. What about the Oxu Empire's craftsmen? They were now undead, it would be a pity if they weren't used. Therefore, Zhao Hai thought of a way to organize a construction team and have the undead craftsmen work on the island. A group of 8th rank undead craftsmen, what kind of concept would it be to have them build a house? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. He believed that if this construction team could be brought to Earth, no boss would dare to delay their payment. Zhao Hai had the construction team build a small building outside the naval base. This small building wasn't for the management personnel from Iron Mountain Fort. The management personnel transferred from Iron Mountain Fort were, of course, Laura's former subordinates. Her former subordinates were all talents who could take charge of their own affairs. Placing them in Iron Mountain Fort to teach and command the undead was too much of a waste. Zhao Hai didn't want to kill the craftsmen as well as the coolies working with them. But there was no other way. These people were also craftsmen in the army. They were craftsmen when they picked up tools, but if they put down their tools and pick up their weapons, they would become soldiers. Zhao Hai had no choice but to kill them. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was that among the people he killed, a lot of them were mages. Most of these mages were earth and water element mages. This was because these people cooperated with the craftsmen to build the naval base. This time, the Oxu Empire went all out, they sent nearly 1,000 mages to help. Moreover, these mages' levels weren't low. They wanted to establish a naval base in the shortest time possible. This would make it easier for them to bargain with the Rosen Empire in the future. However, it was a pity that this time, Zhao Hai took all the advantages. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to wait for them to arrive on the island and then destroy them. However, who would have thought that they would start to build a base? How could Zhao Hai give up on this opportunity? Didn't you want to build a base? Alright, go ahead and build it. I'll deal with you guys when you're done. Building a small building didn't require a lot of craftsmen. Zhao Hai had them build a 5-story building. The first floor would be used for construction while the other floors would be used for living. The rest of the craftsmen and coolies would be used to build roads on the island. Zhao Hai remembered a famous slogan in China: if you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. In order to attract merchants to Golden Island, it was natural for Zhao Hai to have a good environment. Because of this, Zhao Hai began to plan the entire island. What was the most abundant on Golden Island? The answer was that there were many mines. Some of these mines were connected to each other, while some were just one straight mine. Besides the mines, there were also weeds. These weeds needed to be cleaned up. However, when Zhao Hai looked at the weeds, he discovered that they were a type of weeds that he had never seen before. Out of curiosity, he took one of the weeds into the space. The space immediately issued a prompt: Millennium Grassroots Weeds. It has strong medicinal properties. Although it looks like weeds, the roots of the grass have long been connected to each other. It has a very strong vitality. The host is advised to transfer all of this grass to the space. The space will use this grass to improve the relationship between the space's grassland and similar plants. It might even cultivate a wood sprite. The space didn't say that this grass could upgrade the space, nor did it mention the grade of this grass. However, the function of this grass made Zhao Hai's eyes turn red. It had so many benefits, there was nothing to say about it. Except, as long as the space can be upgraded, then there was nothing to say. Even if the entire Golden Island was emptied out, it wouldn't matter. Now, it was very easy for Zhao to collect things. Unlike before, when he had to open spatial rifts and let things enter the space by themselves. Now that the space had leveled up, as long as Zhao wanted, he could collect anything within a kilometer of the space. Even if it was land, he could bring it into the space. But there was one thing he couldn't do. Intelligent things couldn't be forcibly collected by the space. Zhao Hai immediately took action. It took him 5 days to clean up all of the vegetation on Golden Island. All of the weeds and trees were taken into the space, becoming a part of the space. However, when Zhao Hai was collecting the weeds, he was surprised. While he was collecting the weeds, he also took the ground 1 meter below the weeds into the space. He was afraid that the roots of the weeds would be damaged. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the roots of the weeds were actually 2 meters below the ground. Some of the roots even penetrated into the ground. After Zhao Hai collected all of the plants on Golden Island, the space issued a prompt: space has absorbed a large amount of wood element energy. Space has leveled up to level 49. Plants can now be improved. Plants of the same type can be interdependent. Mutant wood element plants have been discovered. They contain a large amount of metal element energy. Host's original metal element constitution has been upgraded to metal and wood element constitution. Host can now control plants. Host should practice more. Zhao Hai listened to the space's prompt. At this point, there was only one sentence in his mind. It wasn't easy for the space to level up. With so many things coming in, the space only leveled up by 1 level. However, what made Zhao Hai excited was the fact that he could now control plants. This was definitely a great thing. Originally, he could control metals, which was already a very good ability. Now that he could even control plants, this was even more amazing. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he could only control 100 gene of metal at the moment, and this was because he couldn't practice it. As for his ability to control plants, he would need to practice it bit by bit. However, even so, the benefits that he obtained were still a lot. While he was happy, Zhao Hai also had a headache. At this point, Golden Island didn't have any plants, it had turned into a volcanic rock. Zhao Hai was very clear that if Golden Island didn't have any plants, then it would be very troublesome. As long as there was wind and rain, the island would certainly have a sandstorm, landslides, and mudslides. Such a place wasn't suitable for people to live in. Just as Zhao Hai was vexed, the sound of wings flapping was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai stared. There shouldn't be any flying magic beasts in the space. At this time, the sound of wings flapping disappeared. Just as Zhao Hai was puzzled, a voice was heard: "Young master, I leveled up." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked towards the direction of the voice. It was Kair. Kair was no longer the size of a finger, he was now almost as tall as a person's forearm. However, his attire didn't change. However, it was undeniable that Kair leveled up. Kair flew towards Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this is great. I leveled up. Now, even if there are dozens of 9th ranks, they wouldn't be able to beat me. I can now divide more branches, I can also control the plants in the space, I can also improve some plants. I can even combine 2 different seeds to give birth to new seeds." Zhao Hai looked at Kai with a pleasantly surprised expression. "Kai, is what you said true? You can really level up?" Kai nodded and said, "Yes, young master, I really leveled up." Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Great, Kai, you're too good." "Right, I have a troublesome matter. You see, I've moved all the plants in Golden Island to the space. I want to plant some plants there. What do you think I should plant?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Kai looked at the situation in Golden Island and did some calculations. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, there is a plant that is very suitable for Golden Island. It's a special plant that can be found in the Space's shop, it's called coiled silk grass. According to the Space's records, it's a type of game plant that grows all year round. Because its previous environment wasn't very good, it's very suitable for Golden Island. Once it's planted, it will grow on its own. Moreover, it has a very good medicinal effect for the space. After it was improved, it's very suitable for Golden Island. As long as young master buys some seeds and sprinkles them on Golden Island, they'll be able to grow very quickly. Once they're fully grown, young master doesn't need to take care of them anymore. Every year, young master can harvest these coiled silk grass 3 times. The harvested coiled silk grass can be used to make medicines as well as be used to weave things. This effect can last for 2 years. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the plants in the shop. Needless to say, there really was this type of grass. Its original name was Journey to the West's coiled silk grass. It was indeed something that could be used in the game. This kind of grass didn't exist in the space before. It seems like this grass only appeared after several upgrades. However, this grass had a lot of uses. Looking at the price, it was more than 1,000 gold coins per bag. If Zhao Hai were to buy a bag of seeds, then he would be able to plant about 100 mu of land. The entire Golden Island only had about 100 mu of land. If he were to plant coiled silk grass all over the island, then it would only cost about 1 million gold coins. Zhao Hai didn't hesitate as he immediately bought the 1 million gold coins worth of coiled silk grass. Then he sprinkled the seeds on Golden Island and began to water it with spatial water. Now that the spatial water's daily usage was no longer limited, Zhao Hai can feel relieved to use the spatial water. 10 hours later, the plate silk grasses were ready to be harvested. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to touch the grasses, he wanted to let them grow. The grasses were still too short, if they were harvested now, then Golden Island would return to its original state. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to let the grasses grow before harvesting them. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at Golden Island, the plate silk grasses had already grown to a meter long. The entire island was green, making people feel that it was full of vitality. Looking at the island's situation, Laura smiled and said, "Big brother Hai, I'm afraid that we'll have to issue a decree that we can't let them touch the plate silk grasses. Otherwise, our losses would be very big." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course, some of them will be destroyed. But we can set a rule that they must be under our control. For us, these grasses are a lot of money." Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you still care about money? How much can these grasses be worth?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course I don't care about money. But these grasses are necessary for Golden Island's development." "Right, there's no need to think too much about it. Now that Golden Island is fully prepared, the rest will depend on other people." Megan smiled and said, "Big brother Hai, is Golden Island's development really that easy? You see, it's been almost a month and nobody came to Golden Island." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They didn't come because I didn't let them come. Now that we've dealt with Golden Island, it's time for them to come. Alright, I won't say anything more. After we return, I'll immediately send a letter to grandfather." Megan looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai didn't tell Megan and the others about Golden Island's development. Therefore, Megan and the others didn't understand. After returning to the naval base, Zhao Hai immediately sent letters to the Kelsey family, Prince Charlie, the Crook family, and the Shelley family. In the letters, he explained his plan in detail and asked them to cooperate. Actually, Randolph and the others have been wanting to send people to Golden Island for a long time. However, Zhao Hai didn't agree. He wanted to wait until Zhao Hai was ready to send Randolph and the others. When Randolph and the others received Zhao Hai's letter, they couldn't help but praise Zhao Hai. They felt that Zhao Hai's plan was very good. Now that Golden Island was gone, it would be very difficult for the pirates to trade. This would be a huge loss for the great clans of the continent. However, it's a pity that they still don't know the exact situation of Golden Island. Therefore, they can only wait for more information before taking action. Randolph and the others were very clear about this point. Therefore, when they received Zhao Hai's letter, the Kelsey family immediately sent their own caravan to Golden Island. Since Skywater City was the closest to Golden Island, they could send people there immediately. The second to enter Golden Island was the Shelley family. Recently, the Shelley family's business in the continent had been suppressed by the Radiant Church. Although they managed to solve the problem, their business wasn't as good as before. For the family, this was a huge loss. The Shelley family's patriarch was very dissatisfied with their patriarch's decision to support Zhao Hai. Therefore, entering Golden Island was a good opportunity for them. The third to enter Golden Island was Prince Charlie. Prince Charlie's roots were in Jadewater City. Although Jadewater City was further away from Golden Island compared to Skywater City, it wasn't that far. Because of this, they were slower than the Kelsey family. On the other hand, the Crook family was the last to enter Golden Island. This was because their family didn't have a port city. Therefore, if they wanted to enter Golden Island, they would have to transfer people from the mainland. These four families entering Golden Island wasn't strange to the other clans of the continent. This was because the other clans were very clear about the relationship between these four families and the Buddha clan. Therefore, their actions were completely reasonable, nobody paid any attention to them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. But soon after, two pirate groups entered Golden Island to do business. Naturally, they didn't want to set up shop on Golden Island. They just wanted to sell the things they looted in the past few days in exchange for things that they could use. Their transactions went very smoothly. Not only were they able to buy what they needed, but they were also able to buy it at a much lower price than before. When they sold the items, they were able to sell them at a much higher price than before. With this, they were able to earn nearly 30% more profit than before. When these two pirate groups entered Golden Island, some of the more courageous pirate groups that didn't ask for directions also entered the island. In the end, they were very satisfied with what they saw. The success of these pirate groups greatly stimulated the other pirate groups. The other pirate groups were currently lacking a place to trade. Now that Golden Island had become such a place, it was natural for them to be happy. The arrival of these pirate groups allowed the Kelsey family and the other three clans to make a lot of money. Naturally, these profits couldn't be compared to the other clans in the continent. Therefore, the other clans immediately took action. Their current action was to establish a shop in Golden Island. Now that Laura's subordinates had entered the island, they were starting to take charge of the business. Before long, Golden Island became bustling. Not only was the price cheap, the tax wasn't high. Moreover, one can have a legal identity there. As long as one doesn't violate the rules of the island, they can do whatever they want. Naturally, these pirates were very happy. Even if they were rich before, it was impossible for them to be so carefree. They didn't dare to walk around the streets, they were afraid of being caught. But now, things were different. On Golden Island, they could walk around as they pleased. As long as they don't violate the island's laws, the undead patrolling the streets wouldn't even bother to look at them. In the beginning, they weren't used to the undead patrolling the streets. But slowly, they got used to it. The undead were very good. As long as you don't cause trouble on Golden Island, they wouldn't pay any attention to you. But if you do, they wouldn't be polite to you. The pirates saw with their own eyes that there was a pirate who took something on Golden Island and didn't pay. He even argued with the owner of the shop. The pirate was immediately taken away by the undead and was whipped several times before he was released. If this was the case, then it wouldn't be strange. But what was strange was that this person was a member of the Xianxia family. Naturally, he was very arrogant when he was taken away. He said that he was from the Xianxia family. If the undead dared to make a move on him, then he would definitely teach Xianxia a lesson. But after the undead hit him, nothing happened. On the contrary, it was said that the person was severely punished by the Xianxia family. There were a lot of small merchants who no longer transported their goods to other places. Instead, they directly transported their goods to Golden Island. As long as they were within 1,000 li of the island, they would be safe. Naturally, there were also pirates who didn't believe in this. After the Buddha clan announced this rule, they continued to plunder the waters around Golden Island. But no matter if they did it during the day or at night, the Buddha clan would be able to know if they used magic cannons. After that, the pirate gangs would be eliminated. After 3 pirate gangs were eliminated, the pirates finally calmed down. They knew that the pirate gangs had their own way of communicating, otherwise, it would be impossible for them to know so much. For the pirates, although the Buddha clan's action would affect their income, it wouldn't be too big. On the contrary, it would be very good for their income. When the merchants transport their goods to Golden Island, these goods would eventually fall into the hands of the pirates. Because of this, they weren't in a hurry. Since there were a lot of merchants transporting their goods to Golden Island, the price of these goods would naturally decrease. In the end, the pirates would be the ones saving money. Because of this, the pirates were very popular among the merchants. However, it was impossible to say that the pirates wouldn't rob anything. The pirates would still rob things, but all the pirates who entered Golden Island didn't have to report their pirate gangs. Even if someone wanted to trace them, it would be very difficult. Because of this, Xianxia wasn't worried about affecting Golden Island's income. Xianxia's tax on Golden Island was very low. Xianxia didn't collect taxes based on the total amount of goods that were transported. Instead, he collected taxes based on the amount of transactions. Xianxia made it clear that Golden Island's tax rate wouldn't be adjusted, it would always be the same. Xianxia knew that as long as Golden Island's tax rate was low and the service was good, then sooner or later, Golden Island's brand would be established. As long as this brand was established, then more merchants would come to Golden Island in the future. They might not want to trade with pirates, they just want to do normal business. However, the tax rate was already enough. A month after the Xianxia family entered Golden Island, it ushered in a peak period of development. Whether it was pirates or ordinary merchants, all of them liked to trade in Golden Island. This was because the tax on Golden Island was very cheap. In other places, although the tax wasn't very high, it wasn't low either. Take Skywater City as an example. The tax on Skywater City was 8% to 5% of the total amount of goods, while other goods could reach 10% to 15%. But in Golden Island, the tax on ordinary goods was only 1%, while other goods could reach 2% to 3%. The difference between ordinary goods and high-tax goods was whether they were strategic goods or not. If they were strategic goods, then the tax would be higher. If they weren't, then the tax would be lower. Moreover, Golden Island's tax on transactions wasn't based on the total amount of goods. If you buy something, then you have to pay the tax. If you don't sell it, then you don't have to pay the tax. All goods would be damaged. In other places, these damages would also be taxed. But in Golden Island, these damages didn't need to be taxed. In many people's opinion, this would make it easy for merchants to evade taxes. But in Golden Island, there was almost no such situation. When goods enter Golden Island, the total amount of goods would be inspected. Then a record would be made. Once a month, the amount of transactions would be checked before taxes would be collected. And all of this inspection was done by the undead. The undead wouldn't collect money, so the inspection was very careful. Because of this, it was very difficult for merchants to evade taxes. In order to prevent merchants from falsely reporting damages, Xianxia also borrowed Earth's invoice system. Every time you enter a transaction, you would need to issue an invoice. Then the island would collect taxes on the invoice. In order to prevent people from falsely reporting damage to avoid paying taxes, Zhao also evaluated the damage of all the goods. Then he calculated the average value. If out of 100 sets of goods, 5 sets of goods were damaged, and the average value of your goods was about 6%, then the 5% of goods would not be taxed. If your goods were damaged by 10%, and the average value of your goods was 5%, then you would be penalized. The extra number of goods would have to be taxed by 100%. Naturally, this situation could also affect people who were wrongly accused. For example, if they encountered a typhoon, then their goods would be damaged. This way, they could report it when they entered the island. But when they pay taxes, they could still hand over the extra goods. This way, they would be exempt from taxes. This way, most of the cases of tax evasion would be eliminated. However, there would still be some people who would be able to evade taxes. Zhao Hai thought of another method, which was to reward people. If someone reports tax evasion, then as long as the report is true, then the person would be rewarded. This way, there would be almost no tax evasion in Golden Island. Golden Island was bustling with activity. Moreover, the island's business was very good. This made the people of the continent jealous. But at the same time, they also knew that Golden Island wasn't a place to be provoked. In order to establish his prestige, Zhao Hai had done a lot of things. He even offended 2 great clans. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. If he didn't do this, then Golden Island would never be able to open up. In this process, Zhao Hai also made a lot of money. A lot of merchants came to the island and wanted to establish their own shops. This made the island's construction team very busy. Just the construction team alone made Zhao Hai a lot of money. Although Golden Island had merchants for a month, the island's current business could only be described as booming. Pirates, merchants, great clans, all kinds of people were present. A month ago, Golden Island was just starting to take shape. But this boom was still continuing. And as time passed, this boom was getting stronger and stronger. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in Golden Island at this time. Zhao Hai had returned to Carson City. This was because he wanted to do something big, something that was related to the Buddha clan. Laura and the others had discussed before that they wanted to build a castle on top of a hill outside Carson City. This way, the Buddha clan's status in Carson City could be confirmed. After the discussion, they were busy with Golden Island, so this matter was put aside for the time being. However, they couldn't completely put this matter aside. They asked Prince Charlie, Jason, and the others to help them see if there were any empty hills outside Carson City. After determining the location, they would make their move. Naturally, Charlie and the others were willing to help. But after so many years, there weren't any empty hills outside Carson City. Even if there were, they would be very small hills. Not to mention Zhao Hai, Charlie, and the others didn't like them. Naturally, it was impossible for them to give these hills to Zhao Hai. Originally, Laura and the others wanted Zhao Hai to live in the Robert family's hill. However, Zhao Hai didn't agree in the end. He also felt that it would be strange to exterminate the Robert family and live in their castle. Naturally, Charlie and the others didn't agree. But after a long time, they still couldn't find a suitable hill for Zhao Hai. This made Charlie and Jason feel sorry for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had asked them to help, but they still couldn't do it. In the end, Charlie thought of a way. Since there weren't any suitable hills, they would have to see if there were people who wanted to give him up. After searching for a few days, Charlie still couldn't find any people in those hills, which made Charlie feel very embarrassed. Jason was also the same, he was even more concerned than Charlie. But there was no other way, the people who lived in the hills were mostly great nobles. They had their own chain of interests, and their families were doing very well. Charlie and Jason couldn't just let these people give their place to Zhao Hai, it was impossible. Those who lived around Carson City weren't people to be trifled with. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, God's Grace Day has already passed for 2 months. Golden Island's development was very good, the Oxu Empire's spring had also arrived, and the Prairie spring had also arrived. As long as spring arrives, Zhao Hai would go to the prairie and take a look. It seems like he wouldn't have time to build a castle on top of a mountain. Just as Charlie and the others were about to give up, they suddenly received news that the Ryan Continent's family's castle was now being sold. Lionheart was Zhao Hai's first enemy when he arrived in Rosen Empire. Lionheart had colluded with the Radiant Church and was later killed by Zhao Hai. At the same time, Lionheart's castle was occupied by a nobleman of Rosen Empire. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the castle was occupied. This was because at that time, the Lionheart family's belongings were divided among them. Naturally, the nobleman bought the castle for a very low price. It was better to say that he was occupying it. However, because of the matter between the Robert family and Engraved Ark, the atmosphere in Carson City became very tense. Everyone was trying their best to track down the people and matters related to the Robert family. Needless to say, the nobleman who bought Lionheart's castle was a second-grade duke. He didn't have the strength to establish his own duchy, but his fief wasn't small. However, this person's relationship with the Robert family was very secretive. His family's emblem was a raging bull. This bull was missing a horn and its eyes were glowing with anger. The Rosen Empire was very sensitive to this emblem, and with the fact that the Robert family had a secret relationship with them, they immediately started to investigate the family. This investigation really did reveal something. The relationship between their family and the Robert family was very unusual. It was possible that there was someone who engraved the plates. Just as the imperial family was about to thoroughly investigate the Robert family suddenly disappeared. In just one night, the Lionheart family disappeared. Moreover, all of the family's valuables weren't taken away. All of the family's servants were also left behind. All of the family's businesses were still there, but all of the family's direct family members were gone, not a single one was left behind. This caused a sensation in the Rosen Empire. At this time, the Lionheart family's disappearance was undoubtedly proof of their identity. The Rosen Empire's imperial family immediately conducted a thorough search of the Lionheart family. In the end, they discovered that all of the family's information had been taken away. Moreover, the family's valuables weren't taken away. This made the imperial family even more suspicious. They immediately issued a national arrest warrant, wanting to capture the family. However, the family seemed to have disappeared. There was no news about them at all. Because of this, the castle became empty. But the Rosen Empire still arrested all of the family's servants and people related to the family. They wanted to interrogate them about the family, but in the end, all of their efforts were in vain. The servants simply didn't know anything. Because of this, the matter was left unsolved. It was a pity that the castle was empty, but Charlie and Jason were very happy. They knew about Grand Duke Lionheart's castle. It was built very well. After all, the Grand Duke was very famous in the past. Now that the castle was ownerless, it was best for Xianxia to buy it. Moreover, because of the family's hasty escape, they didn't take away all of the valuables from the castle. Although the gold, silver, and other nobles' belongings were taken away by the imperial family, the castle still had everything. As long as people enter, they can move in. Because of this, Charlie and the others wanted Xianxia to buy the castle as the Buddha clan's base. Xianxia naturally knew about this matter. Although he still wanted Iron Mountain Fort as his base, he still needed a castle in Carson City. First, it represented the Buddha clan's status. Second, it showed the Buddha clan's determination to become a part of the Rosen Empire. Under Charlie and the others' operation, the matter was quickly completed. In the end, Xianxia bought the castle as well as the mountain where the castle was located for 10 million gold islands. After taking the castle, Xianxia sent the craftsman from Golden Island to the castle. At the very least, the castle's emblem needed to be changed. There were also some things inside the castle that Xianxia needed to change. Xianxia returned to Carson City for this matter. He already told the undead about the castle's modifications. At the same time, he also had Kyer supervise. At the same time, Xianxia took Laura and the others to Carson City's slave market. Carson City's slave market wasn't located inside the city, it was instead located in a valley outside the city. The entire valley was a huge slave market. This was the first time that Xianxia came here. Since Kuan and Laura were in charge of Golden Island, Xianxia didn't need to worry about anything. So he led Laura and the others to the slave market. They were going to the prairie to get their 100,000 slaves. 100,000 beast-man slaves weren't easy to manage. Xianxia also wanted to buy some human slaves. The entrance to the valley wasn't very wide, it only allowed 2 carriages to enter side by side. There were no people in sight at the entrance, there weren't any buildings, it looked like an ordinary valley. However, when Zhao Hai's carriage entered the valley, he couldn't help but be startled. Zhao Hai had been in the Ark continent for more than a year, but this was the first time that he came to a slave market. He thought that the slave market would be very dirty and messy. But when he entered the slave market, he understood that he was wrong. Moreover, it was very outrageous. Not only was the slave market not dirty, it wasn't messy at all. In comparison, the slave market was much cleaner than other markets. It also wasn't as lively as other markets. However, the shops here were very beautiful. Looking at the 2 rows of 3-story buildings, they were neat and beautiful. Zhao Hai really couldn't relate this place to a slave market. After looking at it for some time, Zhao Hai turned his head to Megan and said, "Megan, are you sure? Is this really a slave market?" Megan smiled and said, "Of course I'm not wrong, this really is a slave market. I came here before because I was curious." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked around and said, "Such a beautiful place, but it actually has such a dirty trade. Who would believe it?" Laura and the others didn't say anything. They were natives of the Ark continent, so they weren't as disgusted with the slave market as Zhao Hai was. However, they had stayed in Iron Mountain Fort for a long time and saw the happy expressions of the people there. This made them have a bad impression on the slave market. When the carriage stopped in front of a shop, Zhao Hai and the others got down from the carriage. Immediately, a person came out of the shop to welcome them. This person was very well dressed, he was wearing a merchant's uniform. He didn't have any symbol of nobility on his body. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate this person. This was because Megan had told him that almost all of the slave traders in the continent were nobles. The bigger the slave trader, the bigger the influence behind him. This small merchant wasn't anything special, but the influence behind him was very formidable. The merchant looked at Zhao Hai's carriage, then his eyes shone. He immediately walked towards Zhao Hai and gave a bow to Zhao Hai. "Merchant Lin has seen Sir Marquis." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the merchant and said, "You know me?" Zhao Hai looked at Lin, then he smiled faintly and said, "Your eyes are really good, you should keep them for yourself." Then he walked towards the store, Lin quickly followed. After entering the store, Zhao froze for a moment. It didn't look like a store at all. On the contrary, it looked more like a family's living room. The furnishings were very good, and they were very similar to the furnishings of an average living room. Lin immediately asked Zhao Hai to sit down. Zhao Hai didn't go to the living room, he just sat on the sofa. Lin immediately had someone bring him some tea. Then he respectfully stood beside Zhao Hai and said, "Sir Marquis, how can this little one help you?" Zhao Hai looked at Lin and smiled faintly, "What can I do here?" "Of course I'm going to buy some slaves, both men and women. I've already bought a castle, so of course I'm going to buy some slaves." Lin immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I wonder how many slaves does Sir Marquis need? How many men do you need? How many women do you need?" Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Can I take a look at the goods first? I want to see the quality of the goods. If the quality is good, then I'll sell a lot of them. If the quality isn't good, then I won't take any of them." Linley smiled and said, "Sir Marquis, please don't worry. I believe that in this valley, there wouldn't be anyone who would sell inferior quality goods. This is because this is Carson City, the people who come here to buy slaves are all people with status. We can't ruin our business." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't talk about these useless things, lead the way." Lin nodded, then he led Zhao Hai to the back of the store. Behind the shop was a very large cave. In this cave, there were many large and small caves. These caves were all filled with people. These people were only wearing the simplest of clothes, which could only cover the important parts of their bodies. Most of the rest were exposed outside. Each cave was filled with 10 to 100 people. The men and women were separated. This place looked like a slave market. This was because the people here didn't look like people at all, they looked more like beasts waiting to be sold. Zhao Hai looked at these slaves, he had to recognize that these slaves were very good. They were all young people, and from their exposed skin, their bodies were very healthy. When Zhao Hai saw these slaves, he knew that they had undergone strict training. Their eyes and expressions were dull, they looked like walking corpses. If they weren't breathing, Zhao Hai would have thought that they were undead. Zhao Hai calmly looked at these slaves. His current identity was that of a noble. He couldn't bear to see these slaves, otherwise, he would be looked down upon by other nobles. This was the case in the continent, no noble would be able to bear to see slaves. Therefore, Zhao Hai's performance was very calm. Looking at the slaves, Zhao Hai nodded, then he said to Lin, "Good, Boss Lin has good goods." "Very good, I want 200 male slaves and 200 female slaves. With these people, my castle should be enough." Lin quickly nodded and said, "That's not a problem, Sir Marquis can take them away at any time. If Sir Marquis wants to deliver them to your door, then as long as you give us an address, we can deliver them to your command in the shortest time possible." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Lin Li and said, "Manager Lin Li, do you have any special slaves in your store? For example, artisan slaves or battle slaves. As long as they have special abilities, I'll take them, however many you have." When Lin heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up, then he quickly said, "Sir Marquis, please come to the living room to talk." "This isn't the place to talk." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Lin to the living room. Someone had already removed the Kia and replaced it with new ones for Zhao Hai. To be honest, Lin was still somewhat disappointed. 200 male slaves and 200 female slaves, this was just a small business for a shop like theirs, a total of 300 to 400 gold coins. They simply couldn't make much money. Ordinary nobles would buy slaves for thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Compared to them, Zhao Hai's small business was really not worth mentioning. But when he heard that Zhao Hai wanted artisan slaves and battle slaves, Lin became happy. Artisan slaves and battle slaves were several times more expensive than ordinary slaves, even tens or hundreds of times more expensive. If Zhao Hai really wanted dozens of artisan slaves or battle slaves, then it would be a big business. He didn't believe that Zhao Hai wanted as many as he could get. Not to mention anything else, the price of the artisan slaves and battle slaves in the shop would be several million gold coins. This wasn't a small number, ordinary nobles wouldn't spend so much money to buy slaves. After Zhao Hai and the others sat down in the living room, Lin looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir Marquis, our shop also has artisan slaves and battle slaves. But you should know that their price is very high. Moreover, they aren't locked up together with ordinary slaves." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Lin and said, "Lin, you don't have to worry about the price. I just want to see if there are any suitable slaves. I believe you know about Golden Island's situation, there are a lot of things that need to be done there. I need a lot of talents, especially craftsmen." "Right, if you have a family, I'll take all of them. If you have some small slaves, I'll take them as well, but the price will be lower." "But I'll give you a lower price." Lin understood Zhao Hai's meaning, he nodded and said, "If Sir Marquis says so, then this little one can rest assured. I won't hide it from Sir, our shop does have advanced slaves, battle slaves, and artisan slaves. There are many types of artisan slaves, and according to the type of work they do, their price is also different. On the other hand, battle slaves are divided according to their strength, the higher their strength, the higher their price." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's take a look at the artisan slaves first." Lin Li nodded, then he went to the side of the living room and took a large book from a bookshelf. He placed the book in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Sir Marquis, this is a list of all the artisan slaves in the shop. Their information is recorded in this book, please take a look." Lin Li nodded, then he went to the side of the living room and took a large book from the bookshelf. Zhao Hai nodded, then he picked up the book and looked at it carefully. One must say that the artisan slaves in Lin's shop were very good, altogether there were more than 200 of them. Most of them were carpenters and stonemasons. Moreover, their craftsmanship was also recorded. Only a few were blacksmiths and other artisans. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there were 2 artisans who knew how to brew wine and one who knew how to make potions. Zhao Hai put down the book, then he looked at Lin and said, "There's also an artisan who knows how to make potions? How could a pharmacist become a slave?" Lin smiled and said, "Sir Marquis' eyes are really sharp. You can see that there's a problem with just a glance. That pharmacist slave isn't an ordinary person, he used to be a famous pharmacist. But later on, because he was developing a highly toxic potion, an explosion occurred. This caused his research to be exposed in the laboratory, killing a lot of people. Because of this, he was demoted to a slave. We also spent a lot of money to buy him. Zhao Hai nodded. He wasn't very excited about this pharmacist slave. This was because he didn't need to make potions. If he wanted to make potions, then he could use the machine to do it. It would be much better than this pharmacist slave. Zhao was very interested in the other slaves. Of the more than 200 artisan slaves, only 30 of them didn't have families. The rest of them had families, and there was even a family that had 3 generations living under the same roof. Zhao Hai handed the book over to Laura. Laura wasn't polite as she took the book and looked at it. Zhao Hai's action surprised Lin, but when he thought about Laura and the others, he felt relieved. In Carson City, it wasn't only Zhao Hai who was famous, Laura and the others were also famous. This was especially true for Laura and Megan. Needless to say, Megan was one of the twin flowers of the Imperial Realm. Her name was known by everyone in the Imperial Realm. On the other hand, Laura became famous because of her relationship with Zhao Hai. Naturally, people began to investigate her past. It was only after they investigated her that they found out that Laura was actually very formidable. In the Purcell Duchy, she was known as the proud daughter of heaven. She started from scratch and established her own caravan in the Purcell Duchy. At one point, she almost dominated the Purcell Duchy's business world. Her methods were very famous. Even Meg, who wasn't very famous before, was now famous. Meg herself was a talented mage. She was already a 6th rank mage at a young age. Her future achievements were limitless. Because of this, Zhao Hai's fiancés weren't any less famous than him. Laura carefully looked at the book and then nodded. Then she handed the book over to Megan. Megan also took a careful look at the book before handing it over to Meg. Meg also looked at the book before putting it down. Zhao Hai looked at the 3, they all nodded. Zhao turned to Linli and said, "Linli, I want the people on your list, as well as the 400 slaves you just mentioned. Also, do you have any small slaves? I want to buy some and train them myself." Lin stared for a moment before he became happy. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually want all of these slaves. This was a big business. The total price of these 200 slaves was about 200,000 gold coins. Among them, the price of the pharmacist was the highest, reaching 20,000 gold coins. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I want some young slaves. Can you help me contact some people and see if there are any suitable ones? The price can be discussed." Lin nodded and said, "How many young slaves does the Marquis want? I can contact some for the Marquis." Zhao Hai nodded, then he thought for a moment and said, "All right, Golden Island needs a lot of slaves right now. The 400 slaves that I want today will be placed in Carson City's castle. Golden Island doesn't have any. You can see if you can buy some slaves for each family. Young slaves, old slaves, experienced slaves, as well as young slaves would make it easier for me to manage." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Lin couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in a new light. Although buying slaves was a simple matter, most people would buy young and strong slaves. Very few people would buy old slaves. This was because slaves had to work hard all year round. Once they get older, their bodies wouldn't be in good condition. Such slaves might die within 2 years, so nobody was willing to buy them. However, Linli, who had been in the slave trade for a long time, knew that the old slaves were sometimes very useful. Although the old slaves were illiterate, they had been planting for their entire lives. They were very familiar with the situation of the land. They knew what diseases the plants were suffering from, and when was the best time to plant them. Some of the slaves could even roughly predict the weather. This was definitely a very great ability. However, a lot of nobles didn't know about this. Those who had their own territories might not have gone to their own land in their entire life. Therefore, they didn't know anything about farming. There were some nobles who didn't have old slaves, so their income from the land was 2 times worse than those who had old slaves. However, this gap was noticed by the nobles. What they noticed was that the slaves weren't strong enough. Because of this, many of the slaves didn't live long before dying of exhaustion. Slaves who could live to old age were actually treasures. In Lin's eyes, the old slaves should be more valuable than the young ones. Unfortunately, many nobles couldn't see this point. When the old slaves reached old age and couldn't work anymore, many of them died miserably. Lin also understood why Zhao Hai wanted to buy some young slaves. These young slaves were very malleable. If they were allowed to learn craftsmanship, then the price of these young slaves would increase by 10 times or even 10 times compared to when he bought them. A lot of slave merchants were doing this. They would buy some young slaves and then find some craftsmen to teach them. When these young slaves grow up, they would sell them at the price of craftsmen, making a lot of money. Zhao Hai wanted to buy slaves in families to make it easier to manage. Lin had seen a lot of slaves go crazy because of their children being sold. Slaves were also people. Lin understood this point. Lin agreed with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Lin Li and asked, "What's wrong, Lin Li? Is there a problem?" Lin recovered, then he quickly shook his head and said, "No, there's no problem. May I know how many slaves does the Marquis want?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, 100,000. It doesn't matter if it's a bit more, but it can't be less. Lin was happy. He immediately said, "The Marquis can rest assured. 100,000 slaves, as long as you give me a month, I'll be able to prepare them. When the time comes, I'll send them to Golden Island." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "When you're ready, go to my castle and inform me. Then I'll tell you where to send them." "Alright, send the slaves I bought today to my castle. Calculate how much they cost." "Sir Marquis, the total is 213,000 gold coins." "Sir Marquis only needs to pay 210,000 gold coins." "Sir Marquis only needs to pay them 210,000 gold coins. Let's round off the 3,000 gold coins." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned his hand and took out 2 crystal cards. These 2 crystal cards were anonymous. One was for 200,000 gold coins while the other was for 10,000 gold coins. As long as you have these 2 cards, you can receive money when you go to a bank. These cards were generally used by nobles. Crystal cards like these were specially made by the bank. They had all kinds of denominations. They also had the bank's symbol on them. This symbol wasn't an ordinary symbol, it was a magic formation unique to the bank. As long as you input energy, you can distinguish the authenticity of the card. For someone like Lin, who dealt with money all year round, he could tell at a glance whether the card was real or fake. Moreover, it was impossible for a famous person like Zhao Hai to use a fake crystal card. Lin received the 2 crystal cards, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The Marquis can rest assured. Do you want to see the artisan slaves?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need, I believe that you wouldn't deceive me. There aren't many people in this world who would dare to deceive me." Lin was surprised. Zhao Hai wasn't joking. He was right, there weren't many people in this world who would dare to deceive him. Those who dared to deceive him were all dead. Let alone him, even the people behind him wouldn't dare to offend Zhao Hai. Lin immediately smiled and said, "The Marquis must be joking. Our small shop can withstand your wrath. Rest assured, I'll ensure that the people you want will be delivered safely." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good, then I'll go back first. I won't be looking at the slaves today, I'll come back when I have time." Then he went outside. After they got on the carriage, Zhao Hai and the others left the slave market. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we bought so many slaves at once. Shouldn't we inform Grandpa Green about the situation here?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will. Not only that, I also need to discuss something important with Grandpa Green." When Laura heard Zhao Hai, she looked puzzled and said, "Something important? What is it?" "Now that we've bought the castle, as long as we renovate it, we can officially move in. When the time comes, we'll have to hold a banquet. There are a lot of things to do." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This matter has already reached the point where I have to do it. Otherwise, Grandpa Green might get angry with me." Laura didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. But when she saw Zhao Hai's expression, she knew that he didn't want to talk about it. Therefore, Laura didn't ask any further. Before long, they returned to the castle. Zhao Hai had already decided to name the castle Wild Dragon Castle. The Buddha clan's banner was also the Wild Dragon banner, just like the castle. He wanted everyone to know that this castle belonged to the Buddha clan. At this time, there were still a lot of undead working on the castle. They were currently in the final stages of renovations. This was Carson City, the capital of the Rosen Empire, the continent's largest commodity distribution center. It was very convenient to buy things here. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to renovate Wild Dragon Castle. He also planned to have Kair place a branch here. In the afternoon, more than 600 slaves were sent to Wild Dragon Castle. In order to wait for these slaves, Zhao Hai had already transferred some people from Iron Mountain Fort. Their leaders were Blockhead and Rockhead, as well as Daisy and the others who were in charge of some specific tasks in Iron Mountain Fort. When it came to managing slaves, Blockhead and Rockhead weren't as good as Daisy and the others. Daisy and the others had already been selected by Zhao Hai to manage the slaves. Later on, when the academy was set up, they also studied there. Because of this, having them manage the slaves wasn't a problem. Most importantly, Daisy and the others had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. They understood Zhao Hai's habits and knew what he liked to do. The 400 slaves that were bought this time were to serve in the castle. If they didn't know what to do, then Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't be comfortable in the castle. The artisan slaves were much easier to handle. Zhao Hai directly sent them back to Iron Mountain Fort. At this time, the fort needed these people the most. As for the pharmacist, Zhao Hai directly introduced him to Shun's mother. Shun's mother knew how to use poisons, and the pharmacist specialized in poisons. Zhao Hai had him teach Shun's mother. After arranging these people, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Then he found Green and the others. Green and the others also knew that Zhao Hai was buying slaves for the castle. They weren't surprised, this was something that should have been done long ago. Naturally, they would fully support it. After the group sat down in the living room of the space's villa, Zhao Hai looked at Green and said, "Grandpa Green, I came to see you today because of two things. The first is that I've ordered 100,000 slaves. These slaves aren't artisan slaves, their main task is to farm. When they arrive, send them to the Black Wasteland to farm. I have a lot of things to do today, so it's impossible for me to farm in the Black Wasteland. We should establish a village outside of Iron Mountain Fort." Green nodded and said, "Right, I also think that we should do this. But even if we have 200,000 people, we still can't meet the needs of the Black Wasteland. Young master, you might as well use this time to plant some pasture in the Black Wasteland. When the slaves arrive, we can have them graze in the pasture. This way, they'll be more accustomed to living there, and we'll also have more income from the pasture. Otherwise, with the Black Wasteland's large area, it would be a pity to just leave it there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's a good idea. After a while, I'll plant them. If I have a large ranch, that would be good." Green nodded, then he said, "What about the second thing?" Zhao Hai took a deep breath, then he looked at Laura and the others who were seriously listening to him and Green. Then he said, "Now that the Buddha clan's name has been spread out, the castle has been bought, and the fief has been made public. I think it's time for Laura and the others to get married. Now that they're my fiancé, people will start gossiping." Green stared, Kuan stared, Laura and the others stared, they really didn't think about this. The things that they had to do these past few days were too big, they actually forgot about the matter of marriage. Now that Zhao Hai suddenly mentioned it, the group didn't recover for a while. After a while, Green finally calmed down. He laughed and said, "Yes, young master, you're right. It's time to hold the wedding. It's our fault for being too busy and forgetting about this matter. Alright, I'll arrange it right away." Kuan was also very happy. Laura and the others didn't know about Zhao Hai's identity. If word got out, Laura's reputation would be damaged. But since Zhao Hai insisted on holding the wedding only after the Buddha clan became famous in the continent, Kuan couldn't oppose it. Now, the time had finally come. Laura and the others were also very happy. Now that Zhao Hai brought them out, he could only introduce them as his fiancé, this made them very uncomfortable. But now, they were finally going to get married. Today, Marine was also invited to the living room. Naturally, Marine was the happiest one, she smiled and said, "Young master, this is great. Tomorrow, we'll pay our respects to the master and the others and tell them the good news." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Alright, after we set the date, Grandpa Green, Grandpa Kuan, you can prepare the invitations." I'll also ask Grandpa Randolph to prepare the invitations. Green happily said, all right, young master, when are you going to set the date? Zhao Hai understood what Green meant. Green wanted to set the date a bit later so that they could prepare the invitations. This way, more people would come, making the wedding more grand. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to do this right now. He looked at Green and said, Grandpa Green, I want to do it as soon as possible. This is because I need to go to the prairie after some time. Also, the business with the fishman race can't be neglected. I want to finish the wedding, then we can do these things. Therefore, the date can't be too late. Green thought for a moment and then nodded, that's good, the grass sprouts are about to appear in the prairie, it wouldn't be good if we go later. Alright, let's go as soon as possible. Right, I think you should discuss the date with Patriarch Randolph before deciding. In any case, we should respect his wishes. Quinjon, what do you think? Quinjon nodded, then he smiled and said, all right, I won't oppose it. Let's go back and tell Karen about this. Right, this invitation must include the Marquis Del clan. I want to see what kind of reaction they will have after receiving this invitation. If they still want to mess around, then don't blame me for being impolite. Green snorted and said, they dare? Do they think that our Buddha clan is still the same as before? Now that they're messing around, I want to see. This time, the wedding must be big and beautiful. We need to let everyone in the continent know about it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I also have the same idea. We can't let Laura and the others be wronged. If it weren't for this, then the wedding would have already been held. This time, we need to make it big. I think we should set the location in the castle. Grandpa Green, what do you think? Zhao Hai stared. He really didn't want to hold the wedding in Golden Island. This was because there was nothing on the island. He wanted to hold the wedding in the castle, it would be more stylish. Seeing Zhao Hai frowning and not speaking, Green couldn't help but ask, young master, what's wrong? Isn't Golden Island good? Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, Grandpa Green, Golden Island is very well built, but there are only caves there. Moreover, there aren't any decent buildings there. I'm afraid that holding the wedding there wouldn't be a good idea. Green thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, this is indeed a problem. Golden Island has just been built, if we hold the wedding there, it would be too simple. Laura opened her mouth and said, Brother Hai, Grandpa Green, I don't think so. Golden Island is our own territory, we can do whatever we want there. It's different from Carson City. This time, if someone were to disturb our wedding, then there would certainly be a fight. Brother Hai, although we're in the limelight right now, it's still better to not let people know about our true strength. The Rosen Emperor wouldn't care about what we do in Golden Island, but if we make a big fuss in Carson City and reveal our strength, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, I think that it would be better for us to hold the wedding in Golden Island. When Laura and the others heard that Zhao Hai was going to get married, they couldn't help but feel shy. But now, they already wanted to marry Zhao Hai. Now that their wish has been fulfilled, they couldn't help but feel happy. Moreover, they weren't ordinary girls, so naturally, they wouldn't act like ordinary girls. Upon hearing Laura, Zhao Hai calmed down. He had already offended the Oxu Empire, and the Radiant Church was very influential in the other two empires. If he went there, then he wouldn't have any good results. He could only rely on the Rosen Empire. If the Rosen Empire doesn't accept him, then he would have to guard Golden Island for the rest of his life. Zhao Hai didn't want this, so he had to consider the Rosen Empire's feelings. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's just a pity, although Golden Island's environment is good, there aren't any buildings there. If we hold the wedding there, then it would be unfair to you. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, it doesn't matter. With the Buddha clan's reputation in the continent, nobody would dare to look down on us. Rest assured, even if we hold the wedding on a deserted island, nobody would say anything. Zhao Hai looked at Laura's expression and smiled faintly, all right, then it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll go and discuss the wedding date with Grandpa Randolph. After that, I'll immediately make the invitations. I'll have the processing machine make the invitations, leaving only the date. Once the date is set, we'll just write it down. Laura nodded, all right. Green and the others also agreed. Zhao Hai and the others discussed the details of the wedding. The reception, food, drinks, and other things needed to be prepared. One must know that Zhao Hai's status wasn't ordinary, so the people who would attend the wedding wouldn't be ordinary as well. If they weren't satisfied, then they might offend some people. Fortunately, Green and the others were used to being stewards, so these matters weren't difficult for them. Zhao Hai only mentioned it to Green and the others, so Green didn't need to worry about these matters. At this point, the space wasn't lacking in materials, so Green's arrangement was very simple. Additionally, he had more than 1 million undead to command, so this matter was very easy. After the discussion, Zhao Hai and the others went to rest. Zhao Hai returned to his room and laid down on his bed, thinking about Golden Island's situation. After more than a month of construction, a lot of shops had been built on Golden Island. However, most of these shops were made of stone. These stones were mined by the undead on the island. The best building on the island was the 5-story Shelley Hotel owned by the Shelley family. There weren't any other decent buildings on the island. Holding the wedding in such a place was really unfair to Laura and the others. Zhao Hai didn't want them to regret it for the rest of their lives. While lying on his bed, although his eyes were closed, Zhao Hai's mind didn't stop working. This was also his habit. Before going to sleep, he would think about the things that he didn't handle during the day. This was because he believed that the time before going to sleep was when the brain was most active. If he carefully thought about what happened during the day, then he might be able to come up with a good idea. Sure enough, Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed this time. While he was having a headache about the buildings on Golden Island, he suddenly thought of something, or rather, an image. This image wasn't anything else, it was a sea of flowers. Flowers were everywhere in this sea of flowers. Moreover, everything there was made of plants. Zhao Hai was about to fall asleep, but when he thought of this image, he opened his eyes. He was very familiar with this image, it was the flower city in the swamp. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately called Kair in his mind. Kair appeared in the room and looked at Zhao Hai. "Young master, what did you call us for?" Zhao Hai looked at Kair and said, "Kair, can you place a branch in Golden Island and then use it to form a castle? This way, I can hold my wedding there." Kair nodded and said, "All right." Kair nodded and said, "I can, young master. Now that I've leveled up, it wouldn't be a problem to make a city as big as the Sea of Flowers." Zhao Hai's face was filled with excitement as he said, "It doesn't need to be that big, as long as it's as big as Wild Dragon Castle. Remember, the entire castle needs to have flowers. I want to make a real flower city." Kair nodded and said, "All right, young master, I'll immediately do it." Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Zhao let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want to tell Laura and the others about this matter, he wanted to give them a surprise. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the space and took a carriage to Dark Soldier Fort. Naturally, Laura and the others were also in the carriage. Actually, Megan was supposed to stay in Dark Soldier Fort before she got married. However, Megan didn't agree. Moreover, Randolph saw that Zhao Hai had 2 fiancés. If Megan stayed at home while Laura and the others stayed by Zhao Hai's side, then there was no need to ask, Laura and the others would definitely be favored. In order to prevent Megan from falling out of favor, Randolph decided to let Megan stay by Zhao Hai's side. Upon arriving at Dark Soldier Fort, Zhao Hai was immediately invited to Randolph's study. Randolph was already waiting for Zhao Hai, but he didn't see anything else. Smith had already returned to Skywater City, so he couldn't leave Skywater City. Seeing Zhao Hai and the others come in, Randolph smiled and said, "Why did you come to my place today? You have a lot of things to do, there's no need for you to come here all the time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Grandpa Randolph, I came here today because I have something to discuss with you. This matter is very important." Randolph stared and said, "What is it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I want to hold my wedding with Megan and the others in the near future. The location will be on Golden Island." Randolph stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "All right, Megan is now with you every day. If you don't hold your wedding, then it would affect her reputation. Moreover, you're still young and full of vigor. If something happens, then it would be too late to hold your wedding." "All right, I agree, when will it be?" Black lines appeared on Zhao Hai's forehead when he heard Randolph's words. He didn't think that Randolph would have this kind of scruples. However, after thinking about it, the Ark continent wasn't Earth. Living together before marriage was a common occurrence here. Randolph was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to hold himself back. However, Zhao Hai immediately adjusted his mood and said, "The sooner the better. After the wedding, I'll need to head to the prairie. There are a lot of things I need to take care of there, so I don't have much time." Randolph nodded, then he thought for a moment and said, "Then let's do it 10 days later. You should go back and prepare the invitations. We'll send them out as well." 10 days later, the wedding will be held on Golden Island. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've already prepared the invitations. You just need to write down the date." "Alright, I'll go prepare it immediately." Randolph nodded and said, "Go, there are a lot of things to prepare for the wedding. You can go back to work, I'll take care of the family matters." Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave Randolph a salute before turning around to leave. After returning to his castle, Zhao Hai immediately took out the invitations that he made using the universal machine. After writing down the date, he had someone send it out. Zhao Hai had a lot of invitations to send this time. The furthest one was Evan. Then there were the nobles of the Rosen Empire. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with these nobles, he still met them during the banquet. If he didn't invite them, then it would be rude. Fortunately, Kair had already memorized the names of these nobles. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to make the invitations. The invitations had their names printed on them, they just needed to be sent out. Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of people in his hands. This time, the invitations that he sent were sent by undead. The ones that were further away were sent by blood hawks. This was a very novel way of sending invitations. While Zhao Hai was busy preparing for the wedding, the people outside were very lively because of the news. Recently, the Buddha clan's name had become very famous. These people knew that not only was the Buddha clan very powerful, they also knew that Golden Island was a chicken that laid golden eggs. This made people envious, but they couldn't do anything about it. Now that Zhao Hai was going to hold his wedding, this was indeed a good thing for small and medium nobles. As long as they participate in the wedding, they might be able to get acquainted with Zhao Hai. They might even be able to make a connection with the Buddha clan in the future. If these small and medium nobles wanted to develop, then they could only rely on the great clans. Although the Buddha clan was very powerful, they were still new. Therefore, they didn't have many people under them. This was the best time to rely on them. Bestowed marriage, for the people of the continent, this wasn't a strange word. This was because the people who used this word were at least Grand Dukes. And those who were bestowed this marriage were definitely the lucky ones of the continent. But when this decree arrived at the Buddha clan, Zhao Hai and the others were shocked. They weren't happy, they didn't expect such a decree. Rosen Empire's emperor bestowed the 9th Princess Lizzie to Zhao Hai, becoming Zhao Hai's second wife. When this news spread out, the entire continent boiled. Rosen Empire, the continent's most powerful nation, the 9th princess, one of the twin flowers of Carson City, the emperor's favorite princess. She was beautiful, intelligent, and had a noble status. She was the dream lover of almost every noble in the Rosen Empire. And such a person was actually bestowed to Zhao Hai as his second wife. In other words, after marrying into the Buddha clan, Lizzie's status would be the same as Laura and the others. She wouldn't be able to put on the airs of a princess anymore. For the nobles of the continent, this was a huge blow. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. If he marries the princess, those who were secretly in love with the princess would hate him. This would create a lot of enemies for the Buddha clan. When Zhao Hai heard this news, he was completely dumbfounded. He didn't want to accept this decree, but Green and Laura pulled Zhao Hai to accept it. After the messenger left, Zhao Hai stared blankly at Green and the others in the living room. Green didn't have anything to say, his expression was very calm. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that Laura's expression was also very calm. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "Laura, why did you make me accept this decree? This would be unfair to you. Moreover, you should know that besides that time in Charlie's mansion, I didn't have any interaction with Princess Lizzie. Now that she suddenly bestowed this marriage, I should refuse. Otherwise, not only would it be unfair to you, it would also be unfair to Princess Lizzie." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. Brother Hai, you don't need to be nervous. I think that Princess Lizzie really wants to marry you. Otherwise, this decree wouldn't have been issued. Princess Lizzie is very favored by the imperial clan. Moreover, with the Rosen Empire's strength, there's no need for a marriage alliance. In this case, it would be strange if it wasn't Princess Lizzie's idea. Zhao Hai stared. Is this the case? But Princess Lizzie and I don't know each other, so how could she agree to marry me? Moreover, the imperial edict said that she would be married at the same time as us. For a princess, isn't this a bit too rushed? Megan smiled and said, Big Brother Hai, you don't know, but there's something about you that attracts women. In the past, I was attracted to you because of this. At that time, we didn't see each other many times, nor did we talk to each other. Laura also smiled and said, Brother Hai, don't forget that you saved the princess' life. I think it's because of this that Princess Lizzie fell in love with you. At this time, a voice was heard from outside the door. That's right, it's because of this. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the door and saw Charlie. Charlie was standing outside with a servant. The servant at the door didn't announce his arrival. While Zhao Hai stared, Charlie had already entered the room. Zhao Hai and the others quickly gave Charlie a salute. Charlie waved his hand and said, I didn't let the servant announce it. Little Hai, I came here today to tell you about the imperial edict. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Charlie. After Charlie sat down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, I know that you've been avoiding Lizzie for some time. However, Lizzie has already placed her heart on you. This imperial edict came from Lizzie after she heard that you were going to get married. She went to my imperial father and begged. She told him that she would only marry you. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled bitterly. He really didn't know what to say. He had only met Lizzie once, and after that, he had been avoiding her. Even when he met Lizzie at the banquet, he didn't say anything to her. How could Lizzie have such deep feelings for him? Zhao Hai didn't understand that Lizzie was a princess. When she was plotted against and was about to lose her most important thing, her dignity, Zhao Hai actually saved her. In this case, Zhao Hai had already left an indelible impression in Lizzie's heart. Women are emotional creatures, they believe in love at first sight more than men. They love fantasy more, they are more romantic. At the same time, they are more blind when it comes to love. Sometimes, because of a small matter, they can fall in love with someone. Moreover, they can't extricate themselves from their love. When Megan was about to lose everything, Zhao Hai saved her. For Megan, this was very important. Because of this, Megan fell in love with Zhao Hai after that night. As time passed, not only did her feelings not dilute, on the contrary, they became stronger and stronger. Because of this, when Lizzie heard that Zhao Hai was going to get married, her feelings won over her reason. She ran to the emperor and begged him to grant her marriage to Zhao Hai. Moreover, she even said that she would only marry him. After knowing the whole story, Zhao Hai could only sigh. He didn't say anything. He understood that if he really refused the marriage, then Lizzie might do something stupid. When the time comes, his relationship with the Rosen Empire would be completely severed. Regardless of whether Lizzie had feelings for him or not, if he refused the marriage, then Lizzie would become a laughingstock in the continent. In this case, it was hard to say what Lizzie would do. If something really happened to Lizzie, then with how much the emperor favored Lizzie, the Buddha clan would certainly suffer. Not only the Buddha clan, but also the Kelsey family and the Crook family. Zhao Hai sighed, then he smiled bitterly and said, Originally, I thought that besides Laura and the others, I wouldn't marry anyone else for the rest of my life. Not only would I be unworthy of Laura and the others, I would also be unworthy of them. However, I didn't expect Princess Lizzie to fall in love with me. The heavens are really good to this Zhao Hai. Your Highness can rest assured, I will take the princess as my wife. Moreover, I will treat her just like how I treated Laura and the others. Right, Your Highness, since we are going to get married in Golden Island, can you tell Princess Lizzie to come to Wild Dragon Castle in a few days? We can discuss about the marriage. Charlie looked at Zhao Hai's expression and smiled faintly. All right, I'll tell Imperial Father about this. But you're really lucky, you'll be my brother-in-law in the future. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai was speechless as he looked at Charlie. He didn't think that Charlie would still be thinking about these things at this time. On the other hand, Green was very happy. Zhao Hai becoming the son-in-law of the Rosen Empire would only bring benefits to the Buddha clan. Green didn't think that marrying the princess would offend the other nobles. In Green's opinion, with Zhao Hai's status, even if the other nobles were angry, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Moreover, nobles prioritized benefits. Among those who wanted to marry the princess, there were only a few who truly liked the princess. As long as Lizzie marries Zhao Hai, with the Buddha clan's strength as well as the help of the Kelsey family, the Buddha clan would be able to develop in the shortest time possible. When the time comes, those who wanted to do something to the Buddha clan would have to think about the consequences. It has to be said that Green, who was born and raised in the Ark continent, had a better understanding of the nobles compared to Zhao Hai. The nobles of the Ark continent wouldn't offend a powerful clan for a woman, what they cared about was benefits. When the news of the Rosen Empire's marriage to Zhao Hai spread out, all the nobles in the continent understood that the Buddha clan had gained a powerful backer. In the future, the Buddha clan would become even more untouchable. At the same time, the nobles felt strange, especially those who knew Zhao Hai. They couldn't understand why someone as ordinary as Zhao Hai would attract so many beauties. What was it about him that attracted these women? But no matter what, they knew that in this case, establishing a relationship with the Buddha clan would only bring benefits. At this time, Zhao Hai was currently making invitations. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't have any plans to invite people. But now, he had no choice but to do so. This was because there was a princess among his brides. Marriage was very troublesome, especially for someone of Zhao Hai's status. It involved a lot of things. Just the clothes that they wore would need to be designed. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this, he didn't like the clothes of the Ark continent. Therefore, Zhao Hai used the processing machine to make some vintage clothes from earth. Not only did they look expensive, they also looked beautiful when worn. Needless to say, Laura and the others were wearing wedding dresses. Naturally, they wouldn't be too revealing. The Ark continent wasn't that open, but these things were still unique in the Ark continent. As for the food and drinks, Zhao Hai prepared them in the same way as back on Earth. Because there would certainly be a lot of people coming, he had to prepare the food well. Fortunately, he had 10 processing machines, making the food very easy. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry too much about it. Instead, he decided to prepare the food. There was no need to talk about wine. Zhao Hai prepared 3 types of wine: red wine, white wine, and beer. Among these 3 types of wine, red wine was the most common one in the continent. White wine was only produced by Zhao Hai's milk wine. As for beer, there were only a few people in the continent who drank it. 10 days were too short for the people of the continent. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Golden Island was very lively during these 10 days. All the nobles of the continent had come to Golden Island. The houses on the island weren't enough to accommodate them, so a lot of nobles had to pitch their tents. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't do anything about it. So he immediately went to Golden Island and took out a lot of Beastman tents. These tents were very big, enough for a Beastman family to live in, not to mention humans. A lot of great nobles had never seen such tents before. In the end, a lot of them even requested to live in tents instead of houses. Sitting inside the tents and looking at the green grass, these people suddenly felt as if they were in a prairie. However, some of the nobles were able to see the difference between these grasses. These grasses were plate silk grasses, they were very tough and couldn't be used to drink magic beasts. However, they could be used to make medicines and weave things. Some of the lesser nobles immediately understood the value of these grasses, their eyes couldn't help but shine. On the day of Zhao Hai's wedding, Golden Island was already overcrowded with people. Not to mention other places, just the docks were already filled with people. There was simply no way for ships to dock. At the same time, Zhao Hai's group arrived 3 days later. Laura and the others also followed along with Zhao Hai. Among them was Lizzie. When Zhao Hai saw Lizzie, he couldn't help but be startled. During God's Grace Day, when Zhao Hai saw Lizzie, Lizzie was still radiant and had the posture of a princess. But now, Lizzie was completely different from before. Her face was yellow and her body was thin and weak. Compared to the last time he saw her, she had lost at least 20 gene. She could be said to be as thin as a match. Seeing Lizzie's appearance, Laura and the others couldn't help but feel sad. They all understood how a woman would feel when she couldn't see her lover. Lizzie was definitely troubled by her feelings. When Zhao Hai saw Lizzie's appearance, he couldn't help but feel heartache. Although he didn't have deep feelings for Lizzie, he could still feel Lizzie's feelings for him. This made him feel very moved. After 10 days of recuperation, Lizzie was no longer the same as before. Compared to a few days ago, Lizzie's condition was a lot better. Zhao Hai was very happy to see Lizzie's body changing every day. The way Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai almost made him melt. After the group arrived at Golden Island, Zhao Hai had Laura and the others stay in the military base. Everyone thought that Zhao Hai and the others would get married in the military base. Only Zhao Hai knew that this was just a cover. At this time, Zhao Hai had already prepared the flower fort for the wedding. It was at the top of the T-shaped mountain. Zhao Hai had already placed the fort under martial law. Nobody would be able to enter the fort, nor would they be able to see the situation inside. Today was the day of the wedding. According to the customs of the Ark continent, Zhao Hai would have to go to the bride's house to pick her up. Then they would go to his house to get married. However, Zhao Hai and the others' situation was special. Because of this, they could only do this on Golden Island. Laura and the others were waiting in the military base while Zhao Hai drove his carriage to pick them up. All the people who came to watch the wedding were invited by Zhao Hai to the T-shaped mountain. They were arranged outside the flower fort. However, the flower fort was blocked by Zhao Hai's dark mist. Nobody could see what was going on inside. The nobles didn't know what was going on. In their minds, the wedding was supposed to be held in the military base. Why would they be arranged here? Seeing the dark mist surrounding the undead, they couldn't help but feel scared. They had heard that every time Zhao Hai turned people into undead, the dark mist would appear. Many of the nobles thought, is Zhao Hai planning to turn us into undead as a wedding celebration? Before long, they knew the answer. They saw Zhao Hai's carriage coming out of the military base. After circling around the base, the carriage went inside and picked up Laura and the others. Zhao Hai's carriage today didn't have a trunk, it was half a trunk. When Zhao Hai and the others stood inside, the people outside could see what kind of clothes they were wearing. The nobles who were standing on the mountain saw Zhao Hai pick up Laura and the others from the base. They also saw the formal attire that Zhao Hai and the others were wearing. They had never seen such formal attire before. However, they couldn't help but recognize that it was very beautiful. These nobles thought that Zhao Hai arranged for them to be here so that everyone could see the wedding. They were very satisfied with this arrangement. However, they also heard that the military base didn't prepare any food or drinks. Does Zhao Hai not want to treat them to a meal? Does he only want them to go home after the ceremony? Isn't this too stingy? While everyone was puzzled, they saw Zhao Hai's carriage coming towards them. This made them freeze. They thought that after Zhao Hai picked up Laura and the others, he would circle around the military base and then deliver them to the military base. They didn't think that the carriage would actually come towards them. Zhao Hai's carriage was actually heading towards them. Zhao Hai's expression changed. Before long, Zhao Hai's carriage arrived in front of them. The nobles were stunned. Inside the carriage was Zhao Hai in his formal attire. In his hand was a red silk. The other side of the red silk was divided into 5 and was held in the hands of Laura, Megan, Lizzie, Meg, and Near. In the middle of the red silk was a big flower. Laura and the others were wearing white wedding attire. In their hands was a bouquet of beautiful flowers. Their smiles were even more beautiful than the flowers in their hands. Letting Near get married was Laura's idea. Laura knew that Near wouldn't be able to leave her for the rest of her life. Near would sooner or later become Zhao Hai's woman, so it was better to give her a title now. Zhao Hai also agreed, he understood Laura's idea. Therefore, he didn't oppose it. Moreover, this arrangement was something that Zhao Hai thought of. In the Ark continent, there was no such thing as red silk for marriage. Zhao Hai made it according to ancient China. When Zhao Hai's carriage passed by the nobles, they immediately applauded. No matter what they were thinking, they still had to give their blessings to Zhao Hai. Laura and the others were puzzled as they looked at the black mist surrounding the undead. They didn't know what was going on because Zhao Hai didn't tell them about this arrangement. Zhao Hai went to the front of the undead and waved his hand. The undead immediately opened a path for him. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand, causing the black mist to disperse. When the black mist dispersed, everyone was stunned, even the nobles. This was because in front of them was a castle made of flowers. Whether it was the castle's gate or its walls, it was similar to a normal castle. However, the structure of the castle was made of flowers. Large and small flowers of different colors formed a flower castle. At this time, the door made of flowers slowly opened. Green and the others neatly dressed came out of the castle. Blockhead and Rockhead immediately drove the carriage into the castle. Green and the others came to invite the other nobles into the castle. The nobles were startled when they saw the castle. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to make such a castle. This made them startled. On the other hand, Randolph and the others who came to participate in the wedding were very happy. Originally, they were unhappy that Zhao Hai wanted to hold the wedding in Golden Island. But now that they saw the flower castle, their unhappiness completely disappeared. On the contrary, they thought that Zhao Hai's help was very good, very good. Before long, the nobles followed Green and the others into the castle. Upon entering the castle, they discovered that inside the castle, even the ground was made of 7 colored flowers. It was soft to step on, just like stepping on a carpet. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were waiting for the nobles in the square. The only one who didn't know about the flower castle was Lizzie. Zhao Hai hadn't brought Lizzie to the space in the past few days, so Lizzie didn't know about Kair's existence. She also didn't know about the existence of Flower City. When she saw the castle, her heart couldn't help but be moved. Her tears couldn't help but flow out. After the nobles entered the castle, they couldn't help but curiously look at everything inside the castle. Everything inside the castle was very mystical. Flowers, besides flowers, there were flowers everywhere, there were countless flowers. When everyone arrived at the square, Green went to Zhao Hai's side and lightly coughed twice before he said, "I welcome everyone who took time out of their busy schedules to attend the wedding of Zhao Hai Buddha, Laura Markey, Megan Kelsey, Lizzie Rawson, Meg Buddha, and Near Markey. On behalf of the Buddha clan, I welcome everyone's arrival." Everyone applauded for a while before stopping. Green continued, "Zhao Hai Buddha is the patriarch of the Buddha clan. The Buddha clan is a great clan with a glorious past. Although it has gone through hardships, it still managed to stand up once again. Zhao Hai Buddha and the ladies are free to marry each other. Now, I'll talk about the marriage between the ladies, does everyone agree?" This was the first time for the people below to participate in such a wedding. They had participated in a lot of weddings, so they knew the general routine. It was nothing more than picking up the bride and then returning to the groom's house. Then they would invite a highly respected elder to preside over the wedding and send a few words of blessings. After that, the newlyweds would give everyone a toast and then the banquet would begin. But the Buddha clan's wedding actually had a history introduction? However, this aroused everyone's curiosity. Everyone applauded vigorously. Some people even shouted loudly, "Good." Green looked at Zhao Hai and Laura. Zhao Hai and Laura's faces were red. Although this procedure was arranged by Zhao Hai, when it really came to this step, Zhao Hai really felt embarrassed. Green chuckled and said, "Then I'll start with my granddaughter, Meg." She was the first to know Zhao Hai Buddha. At that time, Zhao Hai Buddha was still called Adam Buddha. He was a famous playboy in the Oxu Empire. But my lovely granddaughter liked him and always followed him. Even when Zhao Hai Buddha was poisoned by the water of nothingness, she always stayed by his side, never leaving him. The people below the stage warmly applauded, especially the women, they were moved by Meg's infatuation. Green continued, "The second one is Miss Laura. Miss Laura is known as a proud daughter of the heavens. Not only is she beautiful and moving, but she has also established a large merchant group. Why would such a beauty like Zhao Hai Buddha? The answer is because Zhao Hai Buddha saved her life." Then Green gave a brief introduction of how Zhao Hai met Laura. Everyone understood and gave Laura a round of applause. Green waved his hand and then said, "Third, let's introduce Miss Megan. Miss Megan is the Kelsey family's little princess. She has a gentle temperament and a peerless beauty. Why would such a beauty like Zhao Hai? The answer is because Zhao Hai saved her life." Then Green introduced how Zhao Hai saved Megan. Naturally, he didn't mention the existence of the space. He only said that Zhao Hai gave Laura and the others a very small undead. This undead allowed them to find the assassins and thus saved Megan's life. This made everyone understand why Megan married Zhao Hai. It was because Zhao Hai saved her life. This made those who wanted to avenge Megan feel more comfortable as they gave another round of applause. In the end, everyone's eyes focused on Lizzie. Green also said, "Finally, I'll introduce Her Highness Princess Lizzie. Her Highness Princess Lizzie has a noble status. She's as beautiful as the moon in the sky. So why did she marry someone who already has several fiancés? The answer is because Zhao Hai saved her." Green continued to talk about how Lizzie and Zhao Hai knew each other. This time, Green wasn't polite. Although he didn't mention who wanted to harm Lizzie, everyone present knew why this happened. They also knew who set this trap. At the same time, everyone also understood why Lizzie was betrothed to Zhao Hai. So it turned out to be because of this. This made a lot of nobles who didn't know the truth feel that the crown prince's favorability had fallen into the negatives. A person who could even scheme against his own sister, was he worth following? After Green finished speaking, the crowd gave another round of applause. Green then said, "All right, now that we've finished introducing the history of love, let's invite Mayor Randolph to witness the marriage." Randolph stared. He didn't think that he would be involved in this matter. But he immediately reacted. He stood up and smiled as he walked towards Zhao. Green had already prepared a special marriage certificate and handed it over to Randolph. Randolph also read the words on the marriage certificate. But when he said this, the hearts of the nobles couldn't help but tighten. In the Ark continent, there was no such thing as premarital vows. This was because men were generally in a dominant position. Moreover, polygamy was allowed. Because of this, nobody would ask for such vows before marriage. When the nobles heard Randolph, they thought that Randolph was angry at Zhao Hai for marrying so many wives. Therefore, they wanted to see how Zhao Hai would answer. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm willing." The audience applauded, but Randolph remained unmoved. Instead, he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Laura, Megan, Lizzie, Meg, Mir, do you agree to marry the man beside you? Do you agree to be his wife? Do you agree to stay by his side for the rest of your lives?" When Randolph asked this, the audience finally understood that this was the content of the marriage certificate. This was the first time that they had seen such a thing, so they couldn't help but feel curious. Randolph nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and the others and smiled faintly. "Remember your vows. On behalf of all the guests present, I wish you all the best. I will announce that you are now legally married. Your marriage will be protected by the laws of the Buddha clan's Golden Island." Then he handed the certificate over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took the marriage certificate and held it up high. The audience applauded once again. This time, most of the people were sincerely applauding. They knew that this wedding was prepared by the Buddha clan, so the procedures should also be prepared by the Buddha clan. One can't help but say that this was the most unique wedding they had ever seen. This was especially true for the marriage certificate and the vows. It added a lot of color to the wedding ceremony. Finally, Randolph said that their marriage was protected by Golden Island's laws. This made the nobles surprised, but this also added another guarantee to the marriage, making it even more solemn. After this was done, Randolph stepped down from the stage. Green once again went to Zhao Hai's side and bowed to the audience. "Thank you all for coming. The wedding ceremony has come to an end. Please follow the guidance of the servants. Now it's time to eat." These nobles stared. They now knew that it wasn't that the Buddha clan didn't prepare anything to eat, but that they were actually prepared to eat here. They stared for a moment before they smiled. At this time, they discovered that there were a lot of people in servant attire standing in the middle of them. However, the nobles could see that these people weren't real people, but rather undead. However, these nobles weren't surprised. Zhao Hai was a dark mage. This was something that everyone in the continent knew. For Zhao Hai to use undead to entertain them wasn't a big deal. This time, there were a lot of undead, nearly 1,000 of them. This was because there were more than 10,000 nobles standing in the square. These nobles thought that they would be invited to another place to eat, but they didn't think that the undead would only invite them to the edge of the castle. They didn't leave the square. While these nobles were feeling strange, the ground of the square suddenly moved. The first layer of flowers slowly receded, revealing the second layer. These nobles looked at all of this with amazement. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was doing. After the second layer of flowers rose, it didn't stop. Some of the bigger flowers slowly rose until they reached the height of a table. Around each big flower, there were also 10 smaller flowers. These small flowers were about the size of ordinary stools. This was obviously the place where the banquet was held. The nobles understood why the flowers on the first floor had to be removed. It was because they had stepped on the flowers and were dirty. They couldn't be used as tables and stools, so they were removed to the ground. The flowers on the second floor were clean, so they could be used as tables and stools. The undead immediately led the nobles to sit beside the tables and chairs made of flowers. When they sat down, the nobles felt that the flowers were different. First of all, the stools were very soft. They were more comfortable than stools. On the other hand, the tables were very hard. They could even hear a da-da sound when knocked on. What made the nobles feel strange was the fact that they didn't know what these flowers were made of. They also didn't know how the castle was made. After the nobles sat down, rows of undead immediately came out of the castle and placed dishes on the table. These undead were all dressed in the same way. They wore black vests, white shirts, black trousers, black leather shoes, black collars, and white gloves. They looked very clean. It made people feel very comfortable. The nobles couldn't help but have a new understanding of the Buddha clan's strength. It took a lot of time to prepare these clothes for the undead, but Zhao Hai was able to do it in such a short time. This really wasn't easy. Most importantly, aside from Zhao Hai's group, the other members of the Buddha clan rarely showed themselves. Almost nobody knew how many people the Buddha clan had, or where their base was. This made the people of the continent dread Zhao Hai even more. Zhao Hai's group was the Buddha clan. All kinds of dishes were placed on the table. Zhao Hai's dishes were prepared according to the Ark continent's customs. Everyone had a knife and fork in front of them. The dishes were also dishes that the people of the Ark continent were used to. These dishes were processed by the processing machine, so the taste was naturally good. Although it might not be as good as a top chef's, it was still better than what an average person could make. Moreover, there were a lot of good things inside. The nobles weren't polite. They immediately put their knives and forks on their plates and began to eat. But before long, they discovered that the table was different. The petals on the table were divided into 2 layers, a big one at the bottom and a small one at the top. The big one had their own plates, knives, and forks, while the small one had their own dishes. The small one was slowly rotating, making it possible to eat all the dishes on the table without having to stand up. The nobles were very curious about Zhao's design, but they had to admit that this design was really good. If they went to other noble houses to attend banquets, some of them would use such tables, but if they wanted to eat their favorite food, they would often have to stand up to get it. For them, this was very rude, so sometimes they would rather not eat and could only sit there. But with the Buddha clan's design, they completely avoided this kind of awkwardness. Then the undead brought wine. All of them were in transparent glass bottles. Some were transparent, some were red, and some were yellow. Red wine was something that the people of the Ark continent often drank. However, the brewing process here wasn't very mature, so the wine that they made wasn't very good. White wine and beer were very rare in the continent. Most people wouldn't be able to drink them, so they didn't understand the meaning of these 2 wines. But when the wines were brought up, each of them had their own matching cups. The wine bottles also had the characteristics of the 3 wines written on them. The nobles curiously tasted the wines. Some people liked the strong taste of white wine, some liked the mellow taste of red wine, and some liked the fragrance of beer. In just a short while, the atmosphere in the square became very lively. At this time, a large carriage was slowly pushed out from the castle. This carriage was very big and very long. On the carriage was a complete blade scale whale. It was completely roasted. Zhao Hai and the others were very experienced in roasting the blade scale whale. They had roasted it very successfully during God's Grace Day, and this one was even better than the previous one. When such a big whale was pushed out, the nobles were stunned. They looked at the big fish like idiots. At this time, the undead immediately took a knife and cut the whale's meat and placed it on a plate before bringing it to the table. The nobles curiously tasted the meat of the blade scale whale. One must say, the meat was very fragrant. This was partly due to their mentality, but it was also because the taste of the blade scale whale was very good. At this time, the atmosphere in the square became even more lively. Everyone was very happy as they ate. They didn't expect the Buddha clan to be this prepared this time. The happiest one among them was Randolph. When Zhao Hai didn't let him help, he thought that Zhao Hai was just trying to save face. He was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to handle it well. But he didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this prepared. This was very good, it gave him a lot of face. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from the sky, Zhao Hai, come out? Laura, Karen, come out. Laura, Karen, you two traitors of the Marquis del clan, quickly come back with me to face the law. The nobles who were eating in the square stared blankly, then they looked at the figure floating in the sky. There was no need to ask, this was a 9th rank expert. But in the eyes of these nobles, they didn't feel any fear towards this 9th rank expert. On the contrary, they only had one thought in their minds, this clan's head must have been eaten by insects. In the eyes of these nobles, this 9th rank expert's head must have been eaten by insects. How many nobles were present today? Almost all of the great clans of the Roland Empire were present. What was Zhao Hai's current status? He was the son-in-law of the Caoxi family, the emperor's son-in-law of the Rosen Empire, and the patriarch of the Buddha clan. In the face of such an expert, he actually came here and told his wife and father-in-law to go back to face the law. It would be strange if his head wasn't eaten by insects. The person floating in the sky was a warrior. He wore a black warrior's robe and carried a long sword on his back. The sword was very long, it was even longer than his own. It didn't look like a sword at all, it looked more like a spear. This person's skin was very dark. He looked like a black man, but his hair was golden. It was indescribably strange. This person had a very long scar on his face, from his right eye all the way to the left corner of his mouth. His right eye had already been destroyed, and he wore a black mask. A fierce person. The first impression this person gave was that he was very fierce. Zhao Hai held his wine glass and looked at him, then he smiled faintly and said, Mister, did you come to attend my wedding? Why don't you come down and have a drink? The 9th rank expert didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such an attitude. He stared for a moment, then he coldly snorted and said, Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Hand over Laura and Karen and I'll spare your life. Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled, This one is Zhao Hai Buddha. Laura is my wife and Karen is my father-in-law. Mister, you're in my territory, yet you're shouting about killing my wife and father-in-law. Isn't this unreasonable? The 9th rank expert seemed to be very angry, he angrily snorted and said, What qualifications do you have to talk about conditions with me? Kid, I'm just giving face to the nobles here. Quickly hand over Laura and Karen, otherwise, you'll die. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the 9th rank expert, he smiled faintly and said, Mister doesn't need to be angry, you're just a chess piece. Call out your remaining 8 partners, there's no need for you to act alone. When Zhao Hai said this, the 9th rank expert and the nobles present stared. The 9th rank expert didn't think that Zhao Hai would know how many people they had. On the other hand, the nobles didn't think that Zhao Hai would know that there were still 9th ranks that hadn't appeared yet. The 9th rank expert looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, Good, what an interesting young man. I didn't expect you to see through our plans. Young man, you're quite amazing. But unfortunately, you must die today. The 9th rank expert laughed and said, You're an interesting young man. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Who's going to die is still uncertain. Then he waved his hand as 10 silhouettes suddenly flew up from all around Golden Island. Naturally, the people from the Flower Fort couldn't see them clearly, but the 9th rank expert could. There were 10 silhouettes, and all of them were 9th rank magic beasts. The one-eyed 9th rank expert stared, then his expression changed. He looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then he waved his hand, sending a sword chi towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't move at all, but he heard a whistling sound coming from the sky. Then a golden light hit the sword chi, causing it to dissipate. The one-eyed 9th rank expert's expression changed, then he turned around and flew away. At the same time, 8 other 9th ranks appeared in the sky and flew away. Seeing them fly away, Zhao Hai turned his head to the crowd and said, "Everyone, don't panic. Come, let's drink." After saying that, he began to toast Laura and the others. However, the nobles present didn't dare to be negligent. They knew that the 9th rank expert wouldn't retreat for no reason, he must have been scared away. Also, the golden light just now was able to block the attack of a 9th rank expert. This meant that the person who released the golden light was also a 9th rank expert. Moreover, it was Zhao Hai's 9th rank expert. This made the nobles reevaluate the strength of the Buddha clan. The nobles ate the food on the table without tasting anything. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was still smiling as he toasted them. The plaza didn't seem to be any different. Before long, Zhao Hai finished toasting everyone. Then he stood on the stage and said to the nobles, "Everyone, please feel relieved. This is just a small problem, our Buddha clan has already solved it. Everyone, please take a look." Then with a wave of his hand, an undead appeared beside him. This undead was the 9th rank expert that just appeared in the sky. At this moment, he was carrying a long sword on his back. The nobles stared at the undead on the stage. They were certain that this undead was the 9th rank expert in the sky. This was because his clothes didn't change at all. However, the nobles still didn't believe it. Zhao Hai looked at the nobles and smiled faintly. "Gui Ke, tell everyone what's going on." The undead immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, young master. I am a 9th rank consecrated of the Marquis family. This time, I was ordered by the Marquis family to lure the Buddha clan's 9th rank expert. As long as the Buddha clan's 9th rank expert is lured away by me, the other 9th ranks can come here and kill everyone. When the time comes, the nobles of the Rosen Empire would be like a group of dragons without a leader. They can then take the opportunity to attack the Rosen Empire." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "The Marquis family doesn't seem to have enough strength to occupy the Rosen Empire, right? Are all of those experts from the Marquis family?" Gui Ke shook his head and said, "No, young master, those 9th ranks aren't all from the Marquis family. The Marquis family only has 3 9th ranks, the other 6 9th ranks are from the Aksu Empire and the Radiant Church. The 3 clans had already reached an agreement, as long as we kill these nobles, then they can send troops to attack the Rosen Empire." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Young master, those 9th ranks aren't from the Marquis family." When Gui Ke's words came out, the nobles present were in an uproar. They didn't believe Gui Ke's words. Just like what Zhao Hai said, it was impossible for the Marquis family to occupy the Rosen Empire with their strength. But when they heard Gui Ke say that there were 6 9th ranks from the Aksu Empire and the Radiant Church, they immediately believed it. The Aksu Empire had always coveted the Rosen Empire, while the Radiant Church had always wanted to destroy the Rosen Empire. So it was reasonable for the 3 clans to join forces. Moreover, the nobles present also discovered one thing. The people who came to attend the wedding were all nobles from the Rosen Empire. And among these nobles, 80% of the total number of nobles in the Rosen Empire were nobles. The rest who didn't come were small nobles who didn't have the qualifications to attend. If these people had an accident, then the Rosen Empire's nobles would be destroyed. If the Aksu Empire and the Radiant Church were to attack, then they would be able to easily break through the Rosen Empire's defensive line. Zhao Hai looked at the nobles and said, "Everyone knows what's going on. But you don't need to worry, none of the 9 9th ranks managed to escape. As long as you go back and prepare yourselves, the Aksu Empire and the Radiant Church wouldn't dare to make a move. You don't need to worry, just enjoy the banquet." The nobles were people who had seen big scenes. When they heard Zhao Hai, they immediately calmed down. At the same time, they also understood Zhao Hai's strength. 9 9th ranks, none of them managed to escape from Golden Island. The nobles became excited, some nobles even loudly said, "This isn't good, we didn't even taste the wine. Groom, quickly come down and give us some wine." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, good. Everyone, I'll give you some wine." Then he picked up his glass and gave the nobles some wine. At this time, the nobles immediately discovered a problem. Zhao Hai was actually able to call out their names. This was very remarkable. There were several thousand nobles present, but Zhao Hai was able to call out their names. This was very surprising. The banquet continued until the sky turned dark before the crowd slowly dispersed. A lot of nobles were already drunk, so Zhao Hai had them sent back to their residences. Zhao Hai drove everyone out of Flower Castle, leaving only him and the 5 brides behind. Tonight, Flower Castle belonged to them. The first place that Zhao Hai went to was Meg's room. This was the idea of Laura and the others. Because Meg had been with Zhao Hai the longest, they decided to give this opportunity to Meg. Zhao Hai drank a lot of wine, but they also drank the liquid of life, so he was now completely sober. Meg was wearing her wedding dress as she sat in her room, her heart was beating fast. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, and now it was finally here. Zhao Hai gently opened the door and walked in. Meg looked at Zhao Hai, then she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's appearance and smiled faintly. Then he gently walked towards Meg's side. Meg's face turned even redder than red silk. Zhao Hai gently pulled Meg's hand. Meg's body couldn't help but tremble. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's appearance and softly said, "Meg, you've finally become my wife. Are you happy?" Meg gently nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and hugged Meg. Meg's face turned even redder, but she didn't struggle. She just quietly nestled in Zhao Hai's embrace. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's appearance, then he lowered his head and kissed Meg's hair. Then he kissed her forehead, her nose, her ears, her face, her mouth. Zhao Hai's hand gently untied Meg's wedding dress and slowly reached inside. The temperature of the room rose a few degrees, a charming atmosphere filled the room. Before long, the lights in Meg's room went out. The room was filled with the sound of a man's breathing and a woman's tender moaning. After a while, a woman let out a long moan. The sounds in the room stopped, but it was followed by voices. "Young master, you should go to Laura's room." "No, I'll accompany you tonight." "Young master, you haven't. You should go to Laura's room. Tonight is their wedding night. If you don't go, wouldn't they be too pitiful? But if I go, what will you do?" "Forget it, they will understand." "Young master, you should go. If you don't go, I'll be angry." Zhao Hai's wedding was over, but the sensation it caused wasn't. There were too many things that happened during Zhao Hai's wedding. It was enough for the people of the continent to digest. At the same time, after Zhao Hai's wedding was over, the Rosen Empire immediately declared the Radiant Church as an illegal organization in the empire. Anyone who discovered or reported them would be rewarded. The Oxu Empire had bad intentions towards the Rosen Empire. From now on, diplomatic relations with the Oxu Empire would be severed. The Marquis family had bad intentions towards the nobles of the Oxu Empire. From now on, the Marquis family would be declared as wanted criminals. The Rosen Empire's response made Zhao Hai surprised. But in the past few days, he had been immersed in the warmth of his women, so he didn't have the heart to care about the continent's matters. For a week, Zhao Hai lived in the Flower Fort. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted Kai to take the fort, but Laura and the others didn't agree. In the end, the fort was kept. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were sitting in the living room. Laura and the others had the style of a young married woman, so they sat with Zhao Hai. Green, Marine, Kuan, and Karen were also sitting in the living room. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and Karen, then he said, "Laura, father-in-law, this time, the Marquis family made trouble during my wedding. This made the Buddha clan lose face. I want to deal with them." Green and Marine didn't speak. The decision of this matter was in the hands of Karen and Laura. No matter what, they were still people of the Marquis family. If they wanted to deal with the Marquis family, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. If they let Zhao Hai let the Marquis family go, then Zhao Hai wouldn't deal with the Marquis family. This could be considered as an explanation to Laura and Karen. Karen coldly snorted and said, "What's there to say? Deal with them. Do you think we're still people of the Marquis family? From the moment we entered the Purcell Duchy, we were no longer people of the Marquis del clan. They actually wanted to destroy Laura's wedding. In this lifetime I will not forgive them." Laura also had a cold expression as she said, "Brother Hai, don't be polite. You don't need to worry about us. If we don't deal with them, then the people of the continent would think that our Buddha clan is easy to bully." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and Karen, then he smiled faintly and said, "Laura, father-in-law, if you say so, then I won't be polite." Karen said coldly, "Why are you being so polite?" "I don't have the strength." If I had the strength, I would have already taken revenge for my mother. It's better if you do it now. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then I know what to do. Father-in-law, how about we take everything from the Marquis Del clan and make Laura the patriarch? Karen froze for a moment, then he suddenly smiled and said, good, that's a good idea. The reason why the Marquis Del clan is what it is today is all because of my mother. Now that the Marquis Del clan is in Laura's hands, that's a good idea. Zhao Hai laughed, then he turned to Laura and said, Laura, my female patriarch, the Marquis Del clan will depend on you. The Marquis Del clan is a large business clan that spans half of the continent. As for how to manage it, it will depend on you. Laura smiled faintly and said, what? Are you afraid that I won't manage it well? I have the Buddha clan as my backing. I don't believe that any clan in the continent would dare to provoke me. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but laugh. The group immediately entered the space. Zhao Hai had Laura and Karen inform Zhao Hai of the Marquis Del clan's location. Then they prepared to start. However, the space still didn't have a map of the entire continent, so Zhao immediately released a hawk. He had the hawk carry the ghost staff and receive the map of the entire continent into the space. At this point, Lizzie was already aware of the space's existence. On the night of their wedding, Zhao Hai brought Lizzie to the space and told her about the space. Because of this, Lizzie wasn't surprised when she saw the space. The hawk took another 5 days to take the map of the entire continent into the space. Naturally, the entire continent referred to the humans. The places where the dwarves lived, the elves lived, and the Beastman Prairie weren't completely taken into the space. They didn't have that much time. After the map was taken into the space, Zhao Hai immediately had Laura and Karen mark the Marquis Del clan's shops as well as those related to the Marquis Del clan. Then they prepared to move. However, at this time, Zhao Hai discovered another advantage of the space. As long as Laura and Karen tell Kai where the Marquis Del clan shops were, as well as those related to the Marquis Del clan, then Kai would be able to mark those shops on the map. This was also Kai's ability after her upgrade. Zhao Hai appreciated Kai's ability very much. With this ability, they would be able to save a lot of trouble. Karen finally told Zhao Hai that because the Marquis Del clan had offended a lot of people over the years, the location of their headquarters had changed several times. Some of them were fake, while the other one was real. Only a few people knew about this real place, and unfortunately, Karen was one of them. The reason why Karen knew about that place was because of a coincidence. One time, his father was talking to his stepmother, and that place was none other than the original headquarters of Karen's mother's family. Naturally, after Karen's mother's home was occupied by the Marquis Del family, the Marquis Del family secretly built a new headquarters in the headquarters of Karen's mother's family. Naturally, after Karen's mother's home was occupied by the Marquis Del family, the Marquis Del family secretly built a new headquarters in Karen's mother's home. This headquarters was built in secret, only a few people knew about it. They didn't say that it was the Marquis Del clan's headquarters, instead, it was said to be the headquarters of a small noble family. Nobody would notice that it was actually the real headquarters of the Marquis Del clan. When Karen told Kai about the location of the clan, Kai immediately marked it on the map. But after the surveillance, they discovered that the Marquis Del clan's secret headquarters wasn't just a simple headquarters, it was actually a yellow house, it was a house made of gold. The bricks on the walls and the floor were made of gold wrapped in mud. This was done so that if the Marquis Del clan were to fall one day, their descendants would be able to use this money to rebuild the clan. But unfortunately, this situation couldn't be hidden from the surveillance cameras. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai and the others formulated a plan of attack. Just like how they dealt with the Robert family, the Marquis Del clan's owner wouldn't be spared. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't want to kill the people in the stores, he just wanted to control them. Once Laura takes over the Marquis Del clan, the store owners would surrender, but if they didn't, then they would die. On the third day after Zhao Hai and the others formulated their plan, Zhao Hai and the others acted. This time, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. The Marquis Del clan had been looking for trouble for them for a long time. Laura and Karen only had hatred towards the Marquis Del clan, so how could Zhao Hai be polite? In just one night, all of the Marquis Del clan's direct and collateral relatives were removed from the continent. Now, the only successor of the Marquis Del clan was Karen. The Buddha clan's thunderous attack made all the great clans in the continent startled. Just as Zhao Hai destroyed the Marquis del clan, Karen came forward and took over the Marquis del clan's patriarch's position. He also announced that he would take over the Marquis del clan's businesses. And just as Zhao had thought before, some of the Marquis del clan's shop owners directly surrendered, while some had other plans. Zhao wasn't polite, he directly destroyed those who had other plans. This time, there were no objections. Zhao didn't hesitate to destroy those who had other plans. After eliminating all opposition, Karen immediately announced that he would resign from his position as the Marquis del clan's patriarch and pass the position of the clan's patriarch to Laura. The people of the continent had long thought that such a day would come, but they didn't think that it would come this quickly. The Marquis del clan actually fell into the hands of the Buddha clan in such a short time. But the people of the continent didn't dare to say anything. First, it was because Laura and Karen were indeed the successors of the Marquis del clan. Second, it was because of the Buddha clan's strength. Now, there were no great clans in the continent that dared to look down on the Buddha clan. This was because the Buddha clan's strength was very strong. After Laura took over the Marquis del clan, she immediately announced that the Marquis del clan would give up about 20% of their stores. These stores were located within the Oxu Empire. This caused the Oxu Empire's economy to suffer a serious blow. Laura also gave up another 10% of their stores. These 10% of stores were located in countries other than the Rosen Empire. This caused the economies of those countries to suffer a certain amount of damage. Although the Marquis del clan had given up 30% of their stores, they still had 70% of their stores in operation. At the same time, Laura also took advantage of this opportunity to gather the hearts of the Marquis del clan's store managers. She had truly turned the Marquis del clan into a fist. After Zhao Hai dealt with the Marquis del clan, the Rosen Empire announced that the Marquis del clan's bounty had been lifted. However, they didn't relax their blockade of the Oxu Empire. This time, the Rosen Empire went all out. Therefore, all the channels to the Oxu Empire were sealed. Whether it was land or water, whether it was open or smuggled, everything was sealed. The nobles of the Rosen Empire were unprecedentedly united. This was because they knew that the target of the Marquis del clan and the Oxu Empire's alliance was almost 80% of the Rosen Empire's nobles. How could these nobles let the Oxu Empire off? At this time, the Oxu Empire and the Rosen Empire's armies were having a small conflict in the Life Passage Canyon. At the same time, the navy of Golden Island was fully mobilized. They simply didn't allow any ships to enter the Oxu Empire's territorial waters. This caused the Oxu Empire to fall into an unprecedented crisis. The Rosen Empire was the continent's most powerful country. It wasn't a joke. When they were serious, their strength would be astonishing. Although this would cause some losses to the Rosen Empire's nobles, they were still willing to do so. They wanted to teach the Oxu Empire a lesson that they would never forget. In contrast, Golden Island's business was very good. A lot of pirates took this opportunity to rob the Oxu Empire's waters. And the things that they looted would be sold on Golden Island. This made the island's business even better. Actually, Zhao Hai also understood that it was impossible for the Oxu Empire to not be able to buy anything. Some of these pirates really did loot the Oxu Empire's ships. Some of them even cooperated with the Oxu Empire's merchants and traded with them on Golden Island. However, Zhao Hai turned a blind eye to this situation. As long as they didn't go too far, Zhao Hai would just let them go. But Zhao Hai also thought that if someone really did trade with the Oxu Empire, then he would send his army to sink their ships and rob their goods. After a few times, the merchants finally became honest. In the waters of the Oxu Empire and the Rosen Empire, there weren't a lot of things that could be hidden from Zhao Hai. He had already released a lot of magic beasts into the sea. These magic beasts didn't do anything other than monitor the ships. Because of this, Zhao Hai dared to deal with those ships that went too far. This was because he knew the ins and outs of those ships. The Oxu Empire was now regretting. They regretted how they treated the Buddha clan. They regretted getting involved in the Radiant Church's matter, and they also regretted getting involved in dealing with the Buddha clan. As for Southern King Boris, after being hit by these events, he became more honest. A lot of the nobles who followed him had already left him. This was because in the eyes of these nobles, Boris no longer had any hope. He actually offended a powerful clan like the Buddha clan. It was only a matter of time before he would be exterminated. They didn't want to be buried with him. Now that the Buddha clan's strength was known to everyone in the continent, nobody wanted to offend the Buddha clan. This was because the Buddha clan's strength was too strong. They were able to eliminate 9 ninth ranks just by relying on their own strength. In this case, if anyone dared to underestimate the Buddha clan, then they would be courting death. At the same time, more and more people went to Golden Island to do business. However, the order of the island was getting better and better. Nobody dared to cause trouble on the island. People who did business on Golden Island wanted to make money. They didn't want to offend the Buddha clan and lose their heads. Logically speaking, the relationship between the two empires in the continent was very tense, and war was imminent. Moreover, this was related to the Radiant Church, and Golden Island's location was very special. At this time, Zhao Hai shouldn't go to the prairie, he should stay in Golden Island. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't think so. After Randolph and Green's analysis, they believed that the two empires wouldn't easily go to war at this time. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to take this opportunity to go to the prairie. Now that spring had arrived, the grass had already sprouted. The beastmen had also begun to graze and communicate with each other. This was the right time to go to the prairie. Additionally, Zhao Hai had been doing it 5 times a night for several days. He was now an 8th rank expert, so naturally, there wouldn't be any problems. However, Laura and the others didn't want him to do this, they were afraid that it would hurt his body. Therefore, they didn't allow him to do it. Every night, Zhao Hai could only rest by himself. Zhao Hai was now aware of the sufferings of having too many wives. His love for his wives was the same, but when he thought about the time when he was alone in his room, he couldn't help but feel sad. Fortunately, Laura and the others didn't show any signs of jealousy. This made Zhao Hai very happy, but at the same time, he also felt guilty. Although Zhao Hai was now a person from the Ark continent, his thoughts were still the same as those from Earth. Because of this, people from the Ark continent wouldn't have such thoughts. At this time, the Rosen Empire and the Oxu Empire were still arguing. Both sides had scruples, so they didn't dare to make a move. However, the Rosen Empire's economic blockade on the Oxu Empire made the Oxu Empire feel very uncomfortable. This time, Zhao Hai and the others didn't go to the prairie by carriage. They also didn't plan to go by ship. Instead, they planned to go by Blood Hawk. After several upgrades, the Blood Hawk's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to go by Blood Hawk. This way, other people would know about the Blood Hawk's existence. When the time comes, nobody would be suspicious of him. This time, Zhao Hai planned to bring Laura and the others along. Naturally, he also brought Shu and Shun. However, he didn't want to bring Blockhead and Rockhead. Golden Island still needed them. Zhao Hai didn't want them to be full-time bodyguards, he wanted to train them as Green's successors. The two didn't oppose, they also understood what Zhao Hai meant. Because of this, they learned from Kuan and the others. And with the space, if they wanted to see Zhao Hai, they could do so at any time. Zhao Hai and the others went to the prairie by Blood Hawk. However, this caused a sensation in the Rosen Empire. After all, there weren't any flying magic beasts in the continent. Because of this, there weren't any air forces in the continent. Now that one suddenly appeared, it would be strange if people didn't pay attention to it. Even His Majesty the Emperor personally asked about this matter. An air force was an air force. Having an air force was equivalent to having a means to attack the enemy. Moreover, it could also be used for reconnaissance. Naturally, people would pay attention to this matter. The first person to find Zhao Hai was Randolph. Randolph didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a magic beast. Now that he heard about this matter, he immediately went to Kuan and had him look for Zhao Hai. He wanted to get an air force for the Kelsey family. Kuan also felt that this matter wasn't easy to deal with, so he immediately told Zhao Hai about it. Zhao Hai had Kuan tell Randolph that he was waiting for someone. Upon hearing this, Randolph immediately understood. He was a patriarch, so he had seen many things. Therefore, when he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood who Zhao Hai was waiting for. Naturally, it was the emperor. One must know that in the past, people also dreamt of establishing a space, but in the end, none of them succeeded. Now that Zhao Hai suddenly established a space, for a country, this was naturally a very important matter. If Zhao Hai gave the blood hawk to Randolph first instead of the emperor, then the emperor might get angry. This wasn't a joke. After Randolph thought about this, he didn't look for Zhao Hai anymore. Instead, he waited for the emperor's situation. The emperor immediately summoned Randolph. This was because Zhao Hai went to the prairie. When Randolph heard that the emperor wanted to see him, he immediately knew why. He didn't delay and immediately went to the imperial palace. The emperor summoned him to the back of the imperial palace. After sitting down in the study, the emperor looked at Randolph and smiled. "Randolph, your grandson-in-law is amazing. Good things, one after the other." Randolph smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty is overpraising me. To be honest, I don't know what that kid is capable of. This time, I didn't know about the Air Force. I wanted to look for him, but he went to the prairie. I've already told his family to send him a letter and have him come back." The emperor nodded and said, "All right, tell me more about the Air Force's magic beasts." Randolph smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, he didn't use magic beasts, but phantasmal beasts." The emperor stared, then his expression changed. "Phantasmal beasts? That's impossible. You should know what a phantasmal beast looks like. How can a phantasmal beast carry a person?" In the past, we've also studied using phantasmal beasts to build an air force, but in the end, we didn't succeed. Randolph smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, of course I know. But the thing they used was a phantasmal beast. I also saw them riding a phantasmal beast to the sky. Then when they came down, the phantasmal beast turned into armor." The emperor couldn't sit still. He stood up and said, "Is what you said true?" Randolph smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I wouldn't dare lie about this matter. I asked the housekeeper of the little clan. They said that these phantasmal beasts were cultivated by Zhao Hai. These phantasmal beasts have the advantages of both phantasmal beasts and magic beasts. Not only can they turn into armor, they can also carry people. Moreover, they don't need to absorb energy from the human body, they can just feed them meat." The emperor stared for a moment before he said, "There's actually such a thing. Then these phantasmal beasts are really good. If there are several thousand of them, then their fighting strength wouldn't be small." Randolph smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, things aren't that simple. After all, these phantasmal beasts are still phantasmal beasts. Although they can carry people, they can't carry heavy people. Moreover, they can't carry too many things. Because of this, the weight of the phantasmal beast knights are very strict. These phantasmal beast knights can only carry 2 quivers of arrows, a bow on their back, and a short sword." The emperor smiled faintly and said, "This is already very good. Right, do you want to discuss with Zhao Hai and have him give us several thousand to play with?" When Randolph heard the emperor, his smile became even more bitter. The emperor was a good person, but sometimes he was just like an old urchin. Randolph could only force a smile and said, "Your Majesty, you should know that these phantasmal beasts aren't easy to cultivate. I'm afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to take out that many phantasmal beasts." The emperor snorted and said, "What's there to be afraid of? If he can't take them out, then we can help him. With the strength of the Rosen Empire, how many phantasmal beasts can we produce? I don't care, just tell him to give me all of his eggs, the more the better." Randolph smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, when he comes back, I'll immediately tell him. I don't think he would dare to say anything." "Right, Your Majesty, I also heard that these phantasmal beasts can keep their wings after transforming. They can wear their phantasmal beast armor and fly for short distances at low altitudes." The more Randolph spoke, the more the emperor was moved. He couldn't wait to see Zhao Hai. Randolph looked at the emperor and knew that the situation wasn't good. He secretly blamed himself for talking too much. After being a monarch for a long time, he naturally understood the emperor's thoughts. Randolph's words touched the emperor's itch. With the emperor's temper, he was afraid that he would ask Zhao Hai to take out more phantasmal beasts. Sure enough, when the emperor heard Randolph, he immediately said, "That's great, that's great. Quickly go back and send a letter to Zhao Hai. Tell him to send me the phantasmal beasts in 5 days. Randolph smiled bitterly, then he nodded and left. He didn't know if Zhao Hai would be able to return to the prairie in 5 days. After returning home, Randolph immediately sent a letter to Zhao Hai. Naturally, this letter was sent to Kuan's subordinates. Kuan immediately told Zhao Hai about this matter. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't object. He immediately replied that the phantasmal beasts would be delivered in 5 days. Actually, the matter of the Air Force was something that Zhao Hai deliberately did. He knew that the Air Force couldn't be hidden for a long time. Additionally, he had been in the limelight recently. The strength that he displayed was very astonishing. It was certain that the Rosen Empire would be afraid of him. Therefore, Zhao Hai deliberately revealed the Air Force. As long as he gave the Air Force to the Rosen Empire, the Emperor wouldn't be afraid of him anymore. 5 days later, Randolph brought 300 blood hawks and 1,000 blood hawk eggs to the imperial palace. He handed these things over to the Emperor. At the same time, he also handed over the requirements for raising the blood hawks. Inside the requirements, there was a detailed record of how the blood hawks should be raised after hatching, how they should be raised after growing up, and how they should be trained. Naturally, this information came from Nier. Nier liked raising these animals the most. Although most of Zhao Hai's blood hawks were automatically hatched by the space, Nier was still curious. She took a few blood hawk eggs and hatched them using normal methods. Then she strictly recorded the entire process of their growth. At the same time, she also recorded the maximum weight of the blood hawks, the longest flight record, and so on. Zhao Hai naturally kept the copy that Nier recorded. The copy that he handed over was copied by someone else. Naturally, he didn't change the content, it was exactly the same as what Nier recorded. The matter of the Buddha clan handing over flying magic beasts to the Rosen imperial family didn't take long for the entire continent to know about it. For the Buddha clan to be able to take out flying magic beasts, everyone was very curious, but they were also very surprised. Regarding this matter, the most enthusiastic reaction was from the Rosen Empire. At this time, almost all of the nobles in the empire turned their heads towards Golden Island. These people only had one goal, to find Zhao Hai and get their hands on the magic beast. But unfortunately, the answer they got was almost the same. Zhao Hai had already gone to the prairie, he wasn't in Golden Island. Naturally, the nobles were very disappointed with this situation. But they immediately shifted their target to Randolph. The Kelsey family was Megan's family, so they naturally hoped to get some benefits from the Kelsey family. But unfortunately, Randolph didn't manage to get his hands on the blood hawk, so the others didn't need to think about it. Randolph wasn't dissatisfied with Zhao Hai's actions. On the contrary, he was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's approach. The Rosen Emperor was also very satisfied with Zhao Hai's approach. Don't look at the Emperor's ignorance. In fact, everything that happens in the Rosen Empire couldn't be hidden from his eyes and ears. If Zhao Hai gave the blood hawk to Randolph, then no matter how secretive it was, the Emperor would still know about it. But Zhao Hai didn't give it to Randolph, this made the Emperor appreciate Zhao Hai very much. The Emperor also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't give Randolph the blood hawk forever. The Emperor was very clear that even if Zhao Hai did give Randolph the blood hawk, it would be in the future. The Emperor could use this time to develop a more powerful air force. This was equal to taking a big step ahead of Randolph. Don't underestimate this step can often play a key role. Zhao Hai naturally knew about this, but he wasn't in the mood to care about it. With the Bloodhawk's speed, they would soon arrive at the Herculean Bull Tribe's headquarters. However, they weren't in the mood to care about these things, they were currently dealing with the Marquis family's matters. The Marquis family's previous business was very big, and involved in all aspects. When doing business, they were even more overbearing and offended a lot of people. After Laura took over the Marquis Del clan, some of the smaller clans began to stir, so they had a lot of things to deal with. Most importantly, the Marquis family's base was located on a small island. It wasn't very safe there. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to move the Marquis family's base to Golden Island. Then they would further shrink their business to the Rosen Empire and develop towards the south. They wouldn't do business in the Oxu Empire as much as possible. It was precisely because of this that they were very busy right now. Fortunately, the thorns in the Marquis Del family had been eliminated by Zhao Hai. The rest were easy to manage. 3 days after the Air Force incident, the Blood Hawk finally arrived at the prairie. Originally, it wouldn't take this long, but Zhao Hai didn't want others to notice it, so he deliberately took this long. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai released Alien. Then he went straight to the Herculean Bull Tribe's headquarters. Their current location was very close to the Herculean Bull Tribe's territory, so Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about anything. Moreover, when the Herculean bulls fought against the fighting bulls, almost all of them had seen Xenomorph. Because of this, when Zhao Hai released Xenomorph, he wasn't afraid that people wouldn't recognize it. Sure enough, not long after they appeared, a group of Herculean bull cavalry discovered them. When they saw Alien, they stared for a moment before they became happy. They immediately rushed over, making Megan and Lizzie, who hadn't been to the prairie before, worried. Laura immediately comforted them, "It's all right, don't worry. These people are certainly here to greet Zhao Hai. You should know that Brother Hai is their great benefactor." Just as Laura's voice fell, the group of cavalry arrived in front of Alien. Then they rolled down from their bulls and bowed before they loudly said, "Is it His Highness the Prince?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he came out of Alien's mouth. He looked at the group of people and laughed, "I didn't expect you to remember my ride. How are you? What's Big Brother doing? Did you miss me?" When the Herculean bulls saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but become excited as they said, "We've seen Your Highness the Prince. The Patriarch is currently in the camp, talking about Your Highness every day." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, good. I haven't had a drink with Big Brother for a long time. Lead the way, I want to have a good drink with Big Brother." The cavalry of the Herculean bulls happily complied. They got on their bulls and ran towards the direction of the main camp. Laura and the others who were inside Alien chuckled as they looked at all of this. On the other hand, Megan and Lizzie stared blankly. The two of them had never seen a beastman before. In the books of the continent, the beastmen were described as vicious. When they saw the beastmen, they were very ferocious. However, their attitude towards Zhao Hai was completely different. These beastmen were very respectful towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai returned to Alien and looked at Laura and the others. Then he smiled and said, "How about I invite Brother Whales to eat the roasted blade-scale whale today?" Laura smiled and said, "All right, I think Brother Whales would be very happy. Let's go." Zhao Hai smiled as he commanded Alien to head towards the headquarters. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the headquarters. The headquarters had already received the news, causing a stir. Almost all of the Herculean bulls came out to greet Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he knew that there was no way to move forward. He immediately came out of Alien with Laura and the others following him. At the same time, Zhao Hai also received Alien. When the beastmen saw Zhao Hai, they immediately bowed down. This scene made Megan and Lizzie feel uncomfortable. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a high prestige among the beastmen. Not to mention them, even Zhao Hai was surprised. But he immediately understood what these beastmen meant, so he immediately said, "All right, my clansmen, quickly rise. I still need to find Big Brother for a drink." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the beastmen couldn't help but laugh. They immediately stood up. One of the old men smiled and said, "All right, if His Highness the Prince wants to drink, then it's easy. Let's go back and make our own things so that His Highness can drink to his heart's content." The beastmen agreed before they dispersed. When the beastmen dispersed, Megan and the others discovered that there were more than 100,000 people gathered here. This made them even more surprised. At this time, the sound of hoofbeats could be heard as a group of cavalry headed towards Zhao Hai's group. Zhao Hai looked at the leader and saw Whales. When Whales was about 5 meters away from Zhao Hai, he jumped down from the bull's back and laughed as he ran towards Zhao Hai. Then he hugged Zhao Hai and said, "Ha ha ha, my brother, you came. I missed you to death." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Big brother, I also missed you. Let's go and have a drink." After Whales let go of Zhao Hai, he laughed and said, "Right, let's go and have a drink. Brother, did you bring some good wine for Big Brother?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Naturally, how could I forget about Big Brother? Moreover, I have some good news to tell Big Brother. Big Brother, I got married. These are my wives, Laura, Meg, and Near. This is Megan, and this is Lizzie. Megan, Lizzie, greet Big Brother. Megan and Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and Whale's happy expression. They didn't dare neglect as they quickly gave a salute to Whales and said, Megan, Lizzie, has seen Big Brother. Whales laughed and said, good, two sisters-in-law don't need to be so polite. But you also didn't suffer a loss. This brother of mine isn't an ordinary person. If you can marry him, then you would have profited. Megan and Lizzie stared, they didn't think that someone would speak like this. Laura was already used to Beastman's way of speaking, they would just say whatever they wanted to say. In Whale's opinion, Megan and Lizzie were the ones who profited, so he said those words. Laura smiled and said, right, Big Brother, in your eyes, Big Brother Hai is good. Big Brother, let's go, we're all so hungry. Whales immediately smiled and said, all right, let's go. We can't let you starve. Then he called for several mounts and had Zhao Hai and the others sit on them before they headed towards the headquarters. At this time, all the beastmen in the headquarters were busy preparing food. This was because Zhao Hai had arrived, their benefactor had arrived. Naturally, they would prepare the best things for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai arrived at the golden tent, Yale and Mendez were already waiting for him, along with the other Herculean bulls. Zhao Hai also greeted them, then he turned to Whales and said, elder brother, I'll give you something good to eat. We must eat him later. Whales nodded and said, I'll give you something good to eat. Then he released 10 blade scale whales. These 10 blade scale whales weren't small. Each year, they would produce about 20,000 gene of meat. They were the largest blade scale whales produced by the space. This time, Zhao Hai took them all out, he wanted to treat the Herculean bulls to a meal. The Herculean bulls didn't have a lot of people, only less than 1 million. But these 10 blade scale whales had about 200,000 gene of meat. Even if this wasn't enough, it was still enough to let the Herculean bulls have a taste. Then Zhao Hai released a lot of other marine magic beasts. This time, it was enough for the Herculean bulls to eat. Whales wasn't polite, he looked at these things and laughed, good, every time you come, you always bring a lot of good food. But I'll say this, we don't have anyone who can cook these things, you'll have to be responsible for cooking them. After arriving at the tent, Whales looked at Laura and the others, then he smiled and said, brother, you're finally married. Big Brother thought that you would drag it out for a long time, I didn't expect you to be so quick. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't dare to be slow. If I'm slow, then what would happen if 2 of them were to be taken away? Ha 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 ha. Whales also laughed and said, whoever dares to touch my brother, I'll personally lead an army to kill the humans. Brother, why did you come at this time? Did something happen? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's all right, the human race has God's grace day. After God's grace day, you and your brother will be given a fief. Also, Laura's family didn't like me, so I destroyed their family and made Laura the patriarch. Also, Lizzie is the Rosen Empire's princess while Megan is the Calci family's princess. We also held a wedding ceremony, so we came here right after the ceremony. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's right. Whale stared for a moment, then he laughed and said, so my sisters-in-law's status isn't simple. Good, very good. Brother, you've been promoted, you've made a fortune, and you've even gotten married. All the good things have happened to you. Zhao Hai laughed and said, it's all right, ha ha ha. The beastmen liked to talk like this, they were happy when they got something, otherwise, they would be hypocritical. Because of this, they weren't disgusted with Zhao Hai's way of talking. After laughing for a while, Zhao Hai turned to Whales and said, Big Brother, how's the tribe right now? If you need anything, just tell me, I'll definitely get it for you. Whales nodded and said, Brother, it would be best if you can get me some ironware, weapons. You should know that we dealt with the fighting bulls during the winter. There are still a lot of people who don't know about this matter. In the future, the Herculean bulls might encounter some challenges. With some ironware, I'll be able to deal with them. Zhao smiled and said, that's not a problem. I'll prepare 200,000 axes for you, and I'll send them to you after a while. Right, you don't have to give me the slaves right now, they'll stay with you until the war is over. You can also give me their corpses, I'll turn them into undead and use them. Zhao smiled and said, that's not a problem. Whales laughed and said, all right, brother, I won't be polite with you. After we settle down, I'll give you the slaves. Right, I also need food. I don't know what happened today, but the beastmen seem to be lacking in food. I just found out that our cow-headed race has run out of food in many places. Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright, food isn't a problem. I'll give you as much as you want. Bamboo rice, flour, breadfruit, I have them all. I'll give you as much as you want. Whale smiled and said, I know that brother has a way. But rest assured, big brother won't let you suffer a loss. Our beastmen have a lot of magic beasts in our hands these past few years, I'll make sure that they pay a high price for them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Brother, you don't need to worry about this. But you should ask the other beastmen if they are lacking in food. If the entire beastman race is lacking in food, then brother, there might be a war. Zhao Hai smiled and said, brother, you don't need to worry about this. Whale stared for a moment, then he thought of this possibility, so he immediately nodded and said, right, brother, you're right. It seems like we need to investigate this matter. Our Herculean bull tribe is currently in a weak state, we won't be able to recover for a few years. Now isn't the time for war. But brother, if the entire beastman race is lacking in food, then what should we do? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, don't be afraid, brother. If the entire beastman race is lacking in food, then I'll find a way to provide it. I might not have other things, but I'll definitely have bamboo rice and flour. Whales now believed in Zhao Hai unconditionally, so when he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded and said, alright, brother, rest assured. Leave the rest to me. I think that if we have food now, then they'll definitely pay a high price for it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I don't expect them to pay a high price, as long as there's no war. But brother, if it's just a war with the Oxu Empire, then I won't oppose it. You don't know, but the Oxu Empire has been bothering me recently, making me very vexed. Then Zhao Hai told Whales about the Oxu Empire's situation. When Whales heard Zhao Hai, he was very angry and immediately shouted, Oxu Empire, they dare to do this to you? I won't let them off. Brother, rest assured, if there's an opportunity, I'll definitely avenge you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, actually, there's no need for that. I can take revenge myself, but I don't want to do it right now. Moreover, I have some friendship with the Purcell family. If you attack the Oxu Empire, then the Purcell family would be the first to suffer. This isn't something I want to see. Whales nodded and said, brother, rest assured, I won't act rashly. Alright, let's not talk about this. The lamb outside is almost done, let's go, and have a drink. Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Whales outside. Sure enough, the argali and bulls outside were already roasted. Moreover, all kinds of specialty foods of the prairie were also prepared. The seafood that Zhao Hai brought was also prepared and ready to be eaten. The Herculean bulls brought their best food and gathered inside the golden tent. This was the first time that Megan and Lizzie saw such a scene, they couldn't help but feel that their eyes weren't enough. When Whale saw the chaotic crowd, he couldn't help but raise his hand. The beastman immediately quieted down, this made Lizzie surprised. In the Rosen Empire, even the old king didn't have the same prestige as Whales. When Whale saw that everyone was quiet, he loudly said, today is the day that our Herculean bull brother, Zhao Hai, has returned to the prairie. This is the Herculean bull tribe's festival, we must celebrate. Everyone, don't panic, put down your delicious food and let us have a drink with our good brother, Zhao Hai. The crowd loudly responded. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and smiled faintly, he didn't say anything. He was very clear that when interacting with the beastmen, there was no need for empty words, just do what was right. Before long, small tables were set up along with all kinds of dishes. Most of them were meat and dairy products. The beastmen were very good at making these things, ordinary humans simply couldn't compare. Whales wasn't polite, after having Zhao Hai and the others sit down, the other beastmen also sat down. They also had their own small tables and looked at Zhao Hai's group as well as the roasted seafood. One must know that some of them haven't eaten seafood in their entire life. Whales also wasn't polite, he raised his glass and loudly said, today, we are here to welcome brother Zhao Hai. Come, big brother, let's have a toast. The crowd loudly responded, cheers. Zhao Hai also raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. This was the rice wine that Zhao Hai brought out, the taste was very good, moreover, it was very strong. Whales and the others really liked it. After drinking this glass of wine, the atmosphere became lively. All kinds of delicacies were brought to the table by the Herculean bull girls. Xiaohai and the others began to eat and drink heartily. Megan and Lizzie still couldn't relax. They had received the strictest aristocratic education ever since they were young. When eating, they had to follow the rules. Naturally, it was impossible for them to make any big movements. Looking at the beast men who were eating and drinking, they weren't used to it. But when they saw that Zhao and Laura were also eating, they couldn't help but be curious. Laura looked at the two and knew what they were thinking. She smiled and said, "You don't need to be polite with the beast men. If you are too polite, the master would get angry. Therefore, you need to eat and drink as much as you want. The more you eat, the happier the master will be." Megan and Lizzie looked at Near and the others who were eating heartily. They were also affected and started to eat heartily. One must say, eating heartily like this was indeed a special taste. Megan and the others had never participated in a banquet with such a lively atmosphere. The most lively banquet that they had ever participated in the continent was their wedding banquet. That was the most lively banquet that they had participated in many years. But compared to today, the atmosphere of that banquet couldn't be compared to today. Before long, the Beastmen girls came up to dance. Then the Herculean bull warriors came up to perform wrestling. The atmosphere was very lively. Xiaohai and the others were already used to such an atmosphere. In such an environment, people can drink a lot more than usual. Today, Xiaohai and the others drank a lot more than usual. In the end, all of them got drunk. In the middle of the night, Xiaohai woke up. He was now feeling much better. After all, the rice wine didn't affect his head. Moreover, Laura had Kair bring him to the space and gave him some spatial water. Because of this, Xiaohai was able to wake up quickly. Xiaohai sat on his bed and felt as if he just had a good night's sleep. His whole body felt light and refreshed. He went out of his room and went to the living room to take a look. He saw that Shun was on night duty in the living room. The two of them were looking at a monitor that showed the tent that Whales had arranged for Xiaohai. When Shun saw that Xiaohai had arrived, he quickly said, "Young master, you're awake. The madams have already gone to rest." Xiaohai nodded and said, "Yes, I'm awake." "Haha, I'll have to trouble you tonight. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to sit." Shun smiled and said, "Young master, please sit down. I'll pour you a cup of tea." Xiaohai nodded and sat down. After a while, Zhao smiled at Shun and said, "Coming to the Beastman Prairie, I always have a very relaxed feeling. Maybe it's because I don't have to spend so much effort to get along with these beastmen." Shun smiled and said, "Yes, the beastmen are really simple and cute. From what I can see, they don't want to attack the humans. It's just that the humans have forced them too hard." Xiaohai smiled bitterly and said, "In this kind of racial war, there's no right or wrong. In the eyes of the humans, what they're doing is right. They control the price of food in order to prevent the beastmen from becoming stronger. In the eyes of the beastmen, the humans are bullying them. But as long as they can live with it, they wouldn't attack the humans. After all, that would only lead to death. But if the humans go too far, then they wouldn't be polite." Shun nodded and said, "Then young master, what are you going to do? Help the beastmen? If we provide food to the beastmen, then we can almost guarantee a supply. As long as Kair waters the breadfruit trees, we should be able to get a lot of breadfruits. This should be enough to meet the needs of the beastmen." Xiaohai nodded and said, "I also know that. But I want to see the situation first. If it's really like what Brother Whale said, that the entire Beastman Prairie is lacking in food, then there must be a problem. There must be someone controlling the situation behind the scenes. I don't want to help those people." Shun nodded. He agreed with Xiaohai's approach. Xiaohai wasn't a philanthropist, so there was no need for him to clean up the mess of those people. What happened in the Beastman Prairie must be investigated clearly. Otherwise, the Buddha clan would also be plotted against, and they didn't want that to happen. After chatting with Shun for a while, Xiaohai returned to his room to rest. The next morning, after the group washed their faces and rinsed their mouths, they came out of the space and then went out of the tent. At this time, the beastmen were already busy outside. Looking at the busy beastmen, Megan and Lizzie couldn't help but find them very cute. Yesterday, they also met with the higher-ups of the beastmen as well as the commoners. But in their opinion, whether it was the higher-ups or the commoners, they were very cute. They were very diligent people, they were much cuter compared to most nobles. At this time, they also understood why Zhao Hai and Laura could get along well with the beastmen. If you don't get along well with these cute people, then there must be a problem with your human nature. When the beastmen saw them, they immediately gave their greetings, some of them were very enthusiastic. Megan and Lizzie discovered that the beastman prairie and the human realm were two completely different worlds. At this time, Whale sent someone to invite Zhao Hai to have breakfast. Zhao Hai didn't decline and led Laura and the others to have breakfast with Whales. After breakfast, Whales had Zhao Hai stay in the tent while someone brought him a cup of milk tea. Whales took a sip of the milk tea and said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, do you think we should go to the mastiffs first? If the dog-headed race is lacking food, we should help them. After all, they have helped us a lot." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Little Hai, do you think we should go to the mastiffs first? If the dog-headed race is lacking food, we should help them." Whales thought for a moment, then he sighed and said, "In the past few years, our cow-headed race has only been on good terms with the mastiffs. As for the horse-headed race and the pig-headed race, we only have casual relations with them. I'm afraid that we won't be able to find a strong ally." Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he said, "That would be troublesome. Right, brother, when we go to the mastiffs, we should ask them if they have any allies. A friend's friend is naturally a friend. Since we're allies with the mastiffs, then the mastiffs' allies would also be our allies. This way, we might be able to have several allies." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Whale stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "You're right, if that's the case, then that would be the best. Right, Little Hai, you have grains in your hands. If our beastmen really have a shortage of grains, then Little Hai would be a great help to them. We wouldn't need to worry about having no allies." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, but we still have to look at the situation. Brother, the prairie is short of food every day, but if this year there really is a shortage of food, then I suspect that someone is playing tricks behind the scenes. Therefore, we have to deal with this matter carefully. If there really is someone playing tricks behind the scenes, then we have to find this person and deal with the root of this matter." Zhao Hai smiled and said, Whale stared, then he knit his brows and said, "There's really such a possibility. Although the prairie lacked grains in the past, it wouldn't be this much. But today is different, it seems like there's a shortage of grains." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's why I said that someone might be deliberately doing this. Don't forget about the matter with the Radiant Church last year. They failed once, so they might not be willing to fail again. Therefore, this time's shortage of grains might be caused by them. If it's really caused by them, then I think that war might be the solution." Whales knit his brows and said, "But the problem is that our cow-headed race's losses aren't small. If we start a war, then wouldn't it be harmful for us?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, why are you so stubborn? With me here, the cow-headed race wouldn't be lacking in grains. If there's no shortage of grains, then you wouldn't need to rob them. In the past, when you fought against the humans, you always acted as the vanguard because you wanted to gain more food. But now, you don't need to do that. You can just say that you suffered heavy losses in the battle with the fighting bulls, so you don't have the ability to act as the vanguard. And let the others do it." Whale stared for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Good. Brother, your idea is really good, it's very timely. Good, let's do it." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Big brother, don't be happy too early. This matter is only our guess. If it wasn't because of the Radiant Church, then this matter would be troublesome. But no matter what, if there's a war, you must find a reason to stay in the rear. Even if you want to go, don't participate in the battle. The Herculean bulls can't afford to lose." Whales nodded and said, "All right, let's wait until this matter is confirmed. After a few days, we'll go to the Mastiff tribe. Their lives are better than the other tribes, after all, we sent them a lot of grains last winter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, since we're in the prairie, then I'll naturally listen to Big Brother. Then I'll go back first, wait for me when we depart." Whales nodded, then he watched as Zhao Hai left. After that, Zhao Hai returned to his tent and looked at Laura and the others, then he sighed and said, "Did I go too far? I actually helped the beastmen deal with the humans?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "This is nothing. Brother Hai, if this matter is really related to the Radiant Church, then starting a war might be a good thing for the humans." At this time, besides the Rosen Empire, more and more people in the continent believe in the Radiant Church. A lot of commoners even donated their belongings to the church. The existence of the Radiant Church is harmful to the humans. Even if we can't eliminate them, we can at least control them. Because of this, I completely agree with you dealing with the Radiant Church. Megan also nodded and said, "Brother Hai, the Radiant Church is our family's mortal enemy. Dealing with them is only natural." Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "Brother Hai, don't you feel uneasy?" "It doesn't matter, I think that starting a war might be a good thing for our family. Think about it, what is lacking the most in the Black Wasteland right now? It's the humans. And when the beastmen attack the humans, what would be their first target? The Oxu Empire. If war breaks out in the Oxu Empire, then a lot of commoners would be displaced. At this time, we can send people to the Black Wasteland and give them their land, making them part of the Buddha clan. Moreover, the Buddha clan has two biggest enemies right now, the Oxu Empire and the Radiant Church. If the Beastmen Prairie's matter is really related to the Radiant Church, then the Beastmen would certainly announce it when they send their troops. This would be a big blow to the Radiant Church. And with the Oxu Empire being the first target, their losses would be even greater. When the time comes, Brother Hai, we would be able to eliminate two of our biggest enemies, so why not? After Lizzie understood Zhao Hai's way of doing things, she also showed her talent. She became more of a strategist. Each of her ideas were very ruthless, but they were also very effective. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "It's just that the commoners would suffer. If we really fight this time, then the ones who would suffer the most would be them, especially the people from the Purcell Duchy. They have some friendship with us, so I really don't want to do this." Zhao Hai was sometimes very soft-hearted. But when he was ruthless, it was only towards his enemies. And since it was impossible for the commoners to be his enemies, he didn't have the heart to make a move. Laura softly said, "Brother Hai, let's forget about it. Have you thought about it? If it weren't for your appearance, then the Herculean bulls might have already been exterminated. Moreover, the beastmen might also discover that something was wrong. In the end, a war would be inevitable, and it might even get out of hand." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "This Radiant Church is really a scourge. It's a pity that they've already become so powerful, it's impossible to get rid of them." Lizzie knit her brows and said, "Brother Hai, the rise of the Radiant Church is very strange. A few hundred years ago, the Radiant Church was just a small church that was worshipped by light mages. There were even some light mages who didn't believe in the Radiant God, but rather the goddess of life. But later on, they suddenly became more and more powerful. From what I know from the imperial records, it seems like the Radiant God had descended several times. After that, the church became more and more powerful. In just a few hundred years, they were already more powerful than the great clans of the continent. There must be something that we don't know about." Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed as he said, "The Radiant God descended? Is there really such a thing?" Lizzie shook her head and said, "There aren't many records about this, but I don't think it's true." "How can the Radiant God descend?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Why is it impossible? What if there are gods in the continent? What if these gods need people's faith as a source of strength? If that's the case, wouldn't it make sense for the Church of Light to descend and help me take in more believers to increase my strength and suppress the other gods?" Lizzie and the others stared. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say this. Meg couldn't help but ask, "Big Brother Hai, is this really the case? Are they gods? Do gods also fight for power and influence like humans?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Don't think that gods are good. Gods are just powerful people. Since they are people, then they would fight for power and profit. What's so strange about this? If the Radiant God really came to the continent, then the Radiant Church's background wouldn't be simple." Lizzie and the others felt as if they were listening to a heavenly book. For them, Zhao Hai's words were too much of a fantasy. Zhao Hai wasn't sure if what he said was true or not. In any case, back on Earth, this was what he read in the novels. Even if the Ark continent was different from those novels, the people here still believed in gods. Magic and battle chi were things that couldn't be explained by science back on Earth. Therefore, Zhao Hai would rather believe that all of this was controlled by the gods. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "It seems like we can't eliminate the Radiant Church. Otherwise, the gods might be dissatisfied. The gods certainly have their reasons for not appearing in the continent. But if they find out that we've uprooted their influence, then they wouldn't be polite. With our current strength, we can deal with 9th ranks, but against the gods, hee. I'm afraid we're still far from enough." Laura frowned and said, "Is that really the case? Big Brother Hai, could it be that you're overthinking it?" Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "I also hope that I'm thinking too much. No matter what, if I'm thinking too much, then we'll be in big trouble." Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai, then she smiled faintly and said, "I believe that if there's a god, then we don't need to be afraid of him. I believe that even gods don't have the space. Big Brother Hai, there's no need to worry." When it came to the space, Zhao Hai and the others relaxed. Just like Zhao Hai said, if the gods really had the space, then they wouldn't need to spend so much effort to create a church. As long as they caught people in the space and brainwashed them, they would become more fanatical than the believers of the church. Whether it was faith, power, or influence, it would be more useful. The group chatted for a while before Zhao Hai took them to the prairie to play. In any case, they didn't have anything to do right now. Although the Markey family still had a lot of things to do, the Markey family's headquarters had already been moved to Golden Island. Once there, Laura didn't need to worry too much as Kuan was there. Kuan had been a steward of the Markey family for half of his life, so he was naturally adept at managing these matters. Moreover, he knew a lot more about the Markey family's inner workings compared to Laura. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for him to manage the Markey family's people. Not only did he have experience, the remaining stewards of the Markey family were also convinced by him. Kuan used to have a certain amount of prestige in the Markey family. If it weren't for his relationship with Laura, he might have already become an official in the Markey family's headquarters. Because of this, the remaining stewards of the Markey family knew him, making it easier for him to manage. Because of this, Laura didn't have a lot of things to do. Even if there was a matter, as long as it was sent to her study, Kyer would receive it into the space. She could also deal with it in a timely manner. Because of this, managing the Markey family was very easy and she had a lot of time. In the past, the Markey family's business was very big, so naturally, there were a lot of things to do. But now, after several rounds of contraction, their business was only half of what it used to be. At the same time, there were a lot of management staff, so Laura didn't need to worry about the business. Additionally, with the space, Kyer could use the space to monitor whether or not they were embezzling money. With such a supervisor, those stewards who wanted to take advantage of Laura because she had just taken over and wasn't familiar with the situation were immediately dealt with. These stewards also became honest and began to work properly. For the Markey Del clan to be able to do such a big business on the continent, it was inseparable from the ability of these stewards. These stewards were all very capable people. Previously, they had wanted to use Laura as an excuse to look for trouble, but now it seemed that it would be impossible. It was precisely because of the space's formidable strength that Zhao Hai was able to smoothly take over the Markey family. Although the Markey family's business had decreased a lot, and their income had also decreased a lot, their current business was much better than before. The Robert family that Zhao Hai dealt with before was a famous family in the continent that sold daily necessities. The Markey family was also in this business, but they had other businesses before. But now, Zhao Hai had closed down a lot of those businesses, leaving only daily necessities. And with the elimination of the Robert family, the Markey family's market share in the space was immediately taken over by the Markey family. Because of this, the Markey family's business in the Rosen Empire was much bigger than before. Everyone in the continent knew that the Markey family's success today was all because of Zhao Hai's support. The Markey family was also a part of the Buddha clan, so nobody in the Rosen Empire dared to provoke the family. Although the Markey family's income was less than before, their reputation in the continent was much better. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't be as overbearing as the Markey family when it came to business. Some of the shopkeepers who bullied others were also dealt with by Zhao Hai. Now, the Markey family's shops had a very different attitude compared to before. Zhao Hai was very happy about this situation. He knew that the Buddha clan couldn't develop too fast. With the Markey family's connections, their development speed was already very fast. It was time for them to stabilize. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. He took Megan and the others to play in the prairie every day. Because of the arrival of spring, some magic beasts came out of the prairie. Zhao Hai also received some magic beasts into the space, but the space still didn't level up. This made Zhao Hai very impatient. 3 days later, news came from Wales. The next day, they left for the Mastiffs. First, they wanted to form an alliance with the Mastiffs, and second, they wanted to see how big the food shortage in the prairie was. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Megan and Lizzie also played in the prairie for the past 2 days. However, Wales treated them with good food and drinks every day. Moreover, Megan and Lizzie were also learning how to make dairy products from the beastmen. They were like city dwellers who went to the countryside to play. They were curious about everything. Zhao Hai just smiled at their behavior and didn't say anything. Now, he wasn't afraid of having too many magic beasts in his hands. The Markey family had a lot of meat processing plants in the past. Now that Zhao Hai had magic beasts, he had a place to process them. Although the Markey family had a lot of people, Zhao Hai still didn't trust them. Therefore, he only arranged some ordinary jobs for them. Even so, he was still able to understand the Buddha clan's shortage of manpower. The Buddha clan wasn't a millennium-old clan, they didn't have enough resources. And with the disaster that they encountered, it can be said that they didn't have enough manpower. Now that the Markey family had joined them, even if they didn't know too many things, they could still do some ordinary things. For the Buddha clan, this was definitely good news. Zhao Hai believed that if the prairie really encountered a food shortage, then his business with the prairie would certainly grow bigger and bigger. With the help of the Markey family's meat processing plants and shops, he would be able to make canned food and battle rations. Moreover, he would be able to sell them through these shops, which would bring him a lot of income. Most importantly, with these shops, he would be able to sell a lot of good things from the space. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about other people cutting off his sales and blackmailing him. However, Zhao Hai also made some preparations. He watered the breadfruit trees that he had planted in the space. He planted a lot of breadfruit trees in the space's soil. But before, he wanted the breadfruit trees to grow naturally, so he didn't use the space's water to hasten their growth. But now that the situation had changed, he had no choice but to use the space's water to hasten their growth. This was because the Beastmen Prairie might need a lot of food. After the breadfruit trees bore fruit, Zhao Hai had little Jean and the others moved to the space. The environment of the space was much better than Ape Island, which made little Jean very happy. In the end, Zhao Hai also moved the diamond tree to the space. Unfortunately, the space didn't level up this time. However, the amount of metal that Zhao Hai could control had increased. Moreover, the bones of the undead had also become harder. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. The growth of the diamond tree in the space was also very good, it was even better than before. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others followed Wales to the Mastiff's territory. In order to hasten their journey, Zhao Hai didn't take the ox cart that Wales provided. Instead, he sat inside Alien. The inside of Alien was much more comfortable than the ox cart. Zhao Hai also brought Wales along with Mendez. Mendez's task this time was very important. If the Mastiffs had other good allies, then Mendez would represent the Herculean bulls and join the Mastiffs in establishing contact with them. It can be said that Mendez had now become the Herculean bulls' diplomat. Zhao Hai pulled Wales and Mendez into Alien. The three of them drank wine inside. The Herculean bulls outside didn't need to care about them, they didn't have any objections to the way the three of them did it. Wales' prestige in the Herculean bulls was very high. After all, the Herculean bulls had regained the throne of the cow-headed race in his hands. And Mendez was his best assistant. Naturally, the Herculean bulls wouldn't have any objections. As for Zhao Hai, the Herculean bulls were even more grateful. After all, if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then they might have starved to death. Moreover, if Zhao Hai wasn't there during the war, then their logistics would have been a problem. Who would have any objections to the three of them drinking wine while marching? Not only did they not have any objections, they would also occasionally get some game for the three of them to eat. It took about 7 days to reach the mastiff's territory from the main camp. These 7 days were spent hurriedly on the road. Although they passed by some dog-headed race territories, whales didn't bother them. However, the dog-headed race were very enthusiastic. They were old friends with the cow-headed race, so they were very respectful towards the Herculean bulls. After all, the Herculean bulls were also a royal race. Along the way, Xianxia and the others stayed inside Alien and rarely came out. It was only when everyone stopped to eat that they would come out to eat and drink with them. The Herculean bulls were still very respectful towards Xianxia. 7 days passed by in a flash. Xianxia had already visited the dog-headed race's main camp. But this time, he felt something different. It seems like there were a lot more tents here compared to the last time. When Xianxia and the others entered the camp, they found out why there were a lot more tents. It was because there were a lot of dog-headed race leaders gathered here. There were wolfhounds, Shar-Peis, Tosas, bulldogs, shepherds, canary dogs, and so on. The dog-headed race had more races compared to the cow-headed race. Therefore, when Xianxia saw the dog-headed race, he couldn't help but feel dazzled. There were too many of them. After the introductions, Whales and Xianxia were welcomed into the tent. Today, Xianxia didn't bring Laura and the others along, he had them stay inside the space. Naturally, in the eyes of outsiders, Laura and the others were still inside Alien's body. When they arrived at the dog-headed race's golden tent, the dog-headed race looked at Xianxia curiously. They knew that the cow-headed race had a new foreign prince. Moreover, this foreign prince was a big grain merchant. The reason why the Herculean bulls were able to regain their throne was because of this foreign prince. Because of this, the dog-headed race didn't have any aversion towards Xianxia. Beastman didn't have any aversion towards a big grain merchant. However, they were still on guard against ordinary merchants. Since Xianxia was the foreign prince of the cow-headed race, he could be considered as a half-beastman. Naturally, the dog-headed race's impression of Xianxia had increased. Buzier looked at Whales and smiled faintly. "Whales, you little brat, your complexion looks good. It seems like your Herculean bull tribe has really recovered." Whales was still very respectful towards Buzier. He smiled and said, "Uncle Buzier can see that we're doing very well this winter. Every year during winter, we need to calculate how much we eat. But this year, we can't finish our food. Naturally, our complexion would be good." Whales smiled and said, "Yes." Buzier looked at Whales and couldn't help but laugh. "All right, with little high support, you should be able to live a good life. But don't forget about Uncle." Whales nodded, then he said, "All right, with little high support, you should be able to live a good life." Whales smiled and said, "That's possible. Didn't I bring Little High to you as soon as he came to the prairie? Uncle, if you need anything, just tell Little High. I guarantee that he'll sell it to you at the lowest price." Buzier looked at Xianxia, then he smiled faintly and said, "Xianxia, it's great that you came. This time, you came to our dog-headed race to ask for something. Right now, we're lacking in food. Can you take a look?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Buzier can rest assured, I brought a lot of food this time. You can have as much as you want. Also, I brought you some breadfruits, I don't know if you like them." Then he took out a breadfruit and placed it on the ground. Buzier and the others hadn't seen a breadfruit before, even Whales hadn't seen one. At this time, Whales still had a lot of food, so Xianxia didn't leave any for them this time. Buzier looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, what is this thing?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Uncle Buzier, this is a breadfruit. This breadfruit is very magical. You can see that this fruit isn't big, but as long as you open the hard shell, the flesh inside will swell up. This fruit is enough for a Herculean bull to eat." The Herculean bulls ate a lot more than the dog-headed race, this was why Xianxia said this. Buzier looked at the fruit and said, "Is it really that magical?" Xianxia smiled faintly, then he took the breadfruit and gently knocked it on the table. Then he opened it, the flesh inside immediately swelled up and turned into a big loaf of bread. Looking at its size, it was enough for a Herculean bull to eat. Xianxia put the breadfruit on the table and then said to Buzier, "Uncle Buzier, this breadfruit can be eaten like this, or it can be roasted. What do you think? Buzir's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, can we have a taste of this thing first? Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's nothing, uncle can take it and have a taste. Then he took out some unopened breadfruits and had the servants deliver them to Buzir and the others. After Buzir and the others ate the breadfruit, they nodded. This thing was very good, it tasted good, and it was also very convenient. Buzir put down the breadfruit and said to Zhao Hai, Little Hai, I want this thing. How much do you have? Our dog-headed race is really short on food, I'll take as much as you have. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Uncle can rest assured, as long as you tell me how much you need, I'll certainly prepare it for you. Moreover, I'll give you half the price of the bamboo rice. Buzir became even more happy as he said, Good, very good. I'm relieved to hear Little Hai's words. I'll take 20 million jeans first, what do you think? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, All right, I'll take care of it at any time. How about this, I'll leave the breadfruit there in a while. Buzir happily called the servants and had them prepare the food. Then he sat inside the tent and chatted. However, it can be seen that the dog-headed patriarchs were very polite to Zhao Hai. A merchant who can take out tens of millions of jeans of food, how could they not be polite? Wales saw that the time was right, so he immediately said to Buzir, Uncle Buzir, I heard that the prairie has been short on food recently. Is this true? When Buzir heard Wales, he couldn't help but sigh and said, It's true, how could it not be true? Our dog-headed race is short on food. We wanted to borrow some from other races, but we didn't expect them to be short on food as well. Sigh, everyone's lives aren't good. Wales and Zhao Hai looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Then Wales immediately said to Buzir, Uncle, can we talk alone? Buzir looked at Wales and knew that he had something important to tell him. He didn't blame Wales, he just nodded and said, All right, let's go out and wait. I have something to say to Wales. Naturally, these people didn't dare to be negligent, they complied and went out. Seeing that everyone had left, Wales turned to Buzir and said, Uncle Buzir, you should know that our Herculean bull tribe has suffered a great calamity this time. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of people who want to make things difficult for us. I want to tell Uncle that if someone wants to make things difficult for us, Uncle should help us. Buzir laughed and said, Kid, I thought that you were being secretive about something big. Rest assured, with our friendship, I won't do anything. You don't need to worry. Wales smiled bitterly and said, Uncle, this is only one matter. The following matters don't only concern the cow-headed race and the dog-headed race. The scale of the food shortage in the prairie seems to be very big. Little Hai thinks that there's someone behind the scenes, and it's very likely that it's the Radiant Church. Wales smiled bitterly and said, Yes. When Buzir heard Wales, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, do you have any evidence? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Not yet, we can only investigate it first. But Uncle should know that last winter, the Radiant Church had colluded with the Fighting Bulls to take over the Herculean Bulls. After they were destroyed by us, they didn't make any movements. This is very unusual. But this year, a food shortage occurred in the prairie, isn't this too much of a coincidence? Therefore, I think that this matter might be related to the Radiant Church. But now that the Herculean Bull's strength has been hit, they won't be able to recover in a short time. Therefore, I can only ask Uncle to pass this information to the warring tribes and have them investigate it. If there was a force that the beast men feared the most, it would be the Radiant Church. These guys were constantly provoking the humans and the beast men to go against each other. Therefore, whether the Radiant Church was true or not, the beast men would investigate it thoroughly. When Buzir heard Zhao Hai, he immediately nodded and said, All right, I'll immediately report it. You can rest assured that this matter will be investigated thoroughly. Zhao Hai and Wales nodded. Then Wales said, Uncle, Zhao Hai has a lot of food in his hands. You can see if there are any races that the dog-headed race has a good relationship with that need food. We can sell some to them. Buzir's eyes lit up as he said, All right, that's a good thing. Our dog-headed race and the bear tribe have a good relationship. In the past, it was the bear tribe that helped us. But a few years ago, the bear tribe suffered a disaster and we couldn't help them. This made me feel very guilty. Now that there's a food shortage, I think the bear tribe wouldn't be having a good time. If you can sell them food, then that would be the best. Whale smiled and said, that's not a problem. Zhao Hai still has a lot of food in his hands. But uncle, if someone were to make things difficult for the Herculean bulls in the future, can you ask the bear tribe to help us? The beastmen were honest people, and the dog-headed race and the cow-headed race had a good relationship. Because of this, Buzier didn't think much about it as he nodded and said, this shouldn't be a problem. If the bear tribe is really short on food, then you can help them solve their food problem. I'll have Buffon take you to the bear tribe. With him, the bear tribe would certainly agree. Whales happily said, thank you, uncle. Food isn't a problem. But if this food shortage is really related to the Radiant Church, then there might be a war. Although Zhao Hai has a lot of food in his hands, it's still impossible to supply the entire beastman race. What do you think, uncle? Buzier nodded, then he coldly snorted and said, if this food shortage is really related to the Radiant Church, then even if Zhao Hai can supply the entire beastman race with food, we still need to fight them. There's no need to remind them, those humans would think that the beastman race is easy to bully. After saying this, Buzier looked at Zhao Hai. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would be angry. After all, Zhao Hai had food in his hands, and this was something that they needed. However, Zhao Hai's face was calm, there wasn't a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. Whales noticed Buzier's expression, he smiled faintly and said, Uncle, are you worried about Zhao Hai? There's no need to worry about him. Zhao Hai has a great enmity with the Oxu Empire, as well as the Radiant Church. He can't wait for us to deal with the Radiant Church tomorrow. Upon hearing Whales, Buzier looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai is a dark mage, it's certain that he has enmity with the Radiant Church. But why does he have enmity with the Oxu Empire? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I've let uncle laugh at me. My family was originally a noble of the Oxu Empire. But after we became the emperor, we were demoted from a duke to a count. Moreover, we were hunted down many times. If I didn't have some ability, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Our enmity with the Oxu Empire is very big. Buzier nodded and said, it's alright, as long as our beastman race goes to war with the humans, the first one to suffer would be the Oxu Empire. You don't need to worry, I'll certainly avenge you when the time comes. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and thanked Buzier. Buzier looked at Zhao Hai and said, if we really go to war, I think it would be best for your cow-headed race to be the rear guard. You've lost a lot today, you need to recover. And with Zhao Hai here, you wouldn't need my food. Whales nodded and said, thank you for your reminder, uncle. Zhao Hai also told me the same thing. I also want to do the same. Therefore, I wanted to find a few influential races to discuss this matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid that our cow-headed race wouldn't have enough face. Buzier nodded. The cow-headed race could be considered as a strong race, but in the eyes of the warring tribes, they weren't enough. It was good that Whales thought this way, it meant that he had matured and could become a patriarch. Although the beastman race had simple minds, those who could become a patriarch wouldn't have simple minds. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become a patriarch. Buzier was very clear about Whales' plans. But since Whales only wanted to strengthen himself, it wouldn't do him any harm. Naturally, Buzier agreed. At the same time, the dog-headed race and the cow-headed race had been good friends for generations. If one side was in trouble, the other side would certainly lend a helping hand. The stronger the cow-headed race was, the more help the dog-headed race would receive. Naturally, Buzier hoped that the cow-headed race would become stronger. Another thing was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was now the foreign prince of the cow-headed race, as well as a great merchant. Such a person would be welcomed no matter where he goes in the prairie. Normally, the dog-headed race wouldn't be able to get in contact with such a person. Now that there was such an opportunity, Buzier certainly wouldn't let it go. As long as Zhao Hai sells them food at the current price, it would be a great thing for them. The dog-headed race would become more and more prosperous. Beastmen were straightforward, but that didn't mean that they were stupid. On the contrary, a beastman who could become a patriarch wasn't a simple person. It's just that the beastmen were more sincere than the humans. The dog-headed race and the cow-headed race had been good friends for generations. If a cow-headed race was in trouble, the dog-headed race would immediately help the cow-headed race. This was very rare among the humans. Unless it was an eternal alliance like the Buddha clan and the Crook family, no noble would do such a thing. They only cared about benefits, which was completely different from the beastmen. Buzier reminded Wales because he was afraid that Wales would show off his courage and participate in the war. If that happens, the cow-headed race's losses would be even heavier. When that time comes, the cow-headed race's status would be greatly reduced. For the dog-headed race, this wouldn't be a good thing. Buzier didn't think that Zhao Hai had already reminded Wales. To be honest, Buzier was still somewhat on guard against Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's appearance was too coincidental. When he appeared, the Herculean bull tribe immediately had an incident. Moreover, Wales, who had a good relationship with him, became the patriarch while he became a prince. It can be said that the one who benefited the most from the Herculean bull tribe's incident was Zhao Hai, so Buzier couldn't help but be suspicious of him. But today, Zhao Hai did two things that dispelled Buzier's suspicions. First, he sent a letter saying that the food crisis might have been caused by the Radiant Church. Buzier didn't confirm this matter, but he still wanted to thank Zhao Hai. Second, Zhao Hai reminded Wales not to participate in the war. From this point, it can be seen that Zhao Hai was sincerely thinking about the cow-headed race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reminded Wales. After thinking about it, Buzier turned to Wales and said, "Wales, I'll have Buffon bring Little Hai to the bear tribe in 2 days. Do you want to come along?" Wales shook his head and said, "I can't, uncle. I can't go with them. There are too many things to do in the tribe. I want sixth brother to accompany Little Hai." Buzier knew all the people in the Herculean bull tribe. When he heard Wales, Buzier nodded and said, "All right, having 2 princes go together would also show your sincerity. All right, this matter is settled. If you have something urgent to do, you can go back tomorrow. After 2 days, I'll have Buffon bring Little Hai and Little Six to the bear tribe." Wales nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble uncle." Buzier smiled and said, "That's no trouble at all. All right, let's not talk about it. I'm very happy that you came today, let's go and have a drink." Wales nodded and then followed Buzier out of the tent. The dog-headed race's patriarchs didn't leave. Outside the tent, blankets were already spread out, and small tables were set up. They were currently drinking and chatting. Outside, the Argali and barbarian bulls were already being roasted. This was already considered a high-standard treatment for the beastmen. When these people saw Buzier's group come out, they smiled and greeted them. Buzier also greeted everyone before he sat down on his small table. Zhao Hai and Wales also sat down. At this time, the Argali was almost done roasting. Buzier raised his glass and loudly said to everyone present, "Today, our beastmen have encountered a food shortage, our dog-headed race is even more so. We couldn't ask for food from many places. Fortunately, Little Hai has food and is willing to sell it to us at a low price. This has helped us a lot. However, he's also a prince of the cow-headed race. The cow-headed race and dog-headed race have been on good terms for generations, so he's not an outsider. From now on, Little Hai can be considered a member of our dog-headed race. Let's take care of him." Naturally, the dog-headed race loudly agreed. Even if Buzier didn't say this, they would have agreed. Zhao Hai had food in his hands, they really wished that Zhao Hai was their prince. Then, it was time to drink. In the beastmen's territory, if you don't drink, then you wouldn't be giving them face. Therefore, regardless of whether you drink or not, you still have to drink. Unsurprisingly, Zhao was drunk again, but this time he was pretending to be drunk. When he returned to the space, he was still sober. After drinking 2 cups of spatial water, he immediately felt better. Laura and the others were sitting in the living room. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 and smiled faintly. "Tomorrow, we might be able to come in contact with the great warring tribes of the beastmen. I really want to see what these great warring tribes are like." Laura smiled faintly and said, "The great warring tribes of the beastmen have a very good reputation in the continent. I also heard about your discussion today. Although the bear tribe had suffered some losses in the past few years, their fighting strength is still there. They have almost recovered in the past few years. Moreover, they are the most straightforward and honest great warring tribes of the beastmen. It would be good to have a good relationship with them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's very important to have a good relationship with the beastmen. The beastmen lack a lot of things, but they don't lack magic beasts. And now that we have our own processing plants, these magic beasts would be very useful to us." The others nodded. Then Lizzie said, "Big Brother Hai, after coming in contact with the beastmen these past few days, I discovered that dealing with them is much easier compared to dealing with the humans. I think we should slowly shift our focus to the beastmen." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I also want to do that, but it wouldn't be easy. If we really take over the beastmen's business, then a lot of people would attack us. This is because we would be cutting off their source of income." Lizzie smiled and said, "I'm also aware of this point. But the beastmen's business is too big, it's impossible for us to eat it all. However, we can use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with the beastmen. When the time comes, we would be able to grab a large portion of their business. As long as there are people doing business with the beastmen, then the nobles wouldn't be united against us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right. But we'll have to wait until we see the bear tribe. The bear tribe is a very powerful warring tribe. Whether we can gain their trust or not is very important." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, "It's already late. Madams, please accompany me to bed." Laura and the others blushed. They couldn't help but spit at Zhao Hai. Then they turned around and returned to their rooms. Zhao Hai chuckled, then he ran towards Lizzie's room. The next morning, Zhao Hai came out of the space early. However, Lizzie woke up late. Last night, she was tossed around by Zhao Hai. In the end, Zhao Hai was very happy, so he went to Laura's room and flipped her around before falling asleep. After eating breakfast, Wales bid farewell to Zhao Hai and the others. He wanted to return to the Herculean Bull tribe's headquarters, so only Zhao Hai, Mendez, and the others were left behind. After Buffon received Buzir's order, he immediately took care of his own matters. He had a lot of matters to deal with in the Mastiff tribe, so he needed to take care of them properly. Zhao Hai and the others stayed in the Mastiff tribe's camp for a day. They left behind all the food that the Mastiff tribe wanted. Zhao Hai also left behind some food and daily necessities to express his gratitude to the Mastiff tribe. These things were a lot, which made the Mastiff tribe even happier. The leaders of the Mastiff tribe were even more eager to befriend Zhao Hai. They hoped that Zhao Hai would come and do business with their tribes. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't offend these people, so he politely greeted them and wrote down the location of their tribes. The next day, Zhao Hai and Buffon set out. Their group wasn't very large, only about 1,000 people. 500 of them were Herculean bulls while the remaining 500 were kobolds. The dog-headed tribe and the bear tribe weren't close to each other. The two tribes were separated by a branch of the wolf tribe, the prairie wolf tribe. The prairie wolf tribe was a relatively large and powerful branch of the wolf tribe. They were close to the dog-headed tribe and the bear tribe. The relationship between the three tribes was very good, but relatively speaking, the relationship between the dog-headed tribe and the bear tribe was better. The dog-headed tribe didn't like talking to the prairie wolf tribe. This was because the prairie wolf tribe had always thought that they were superior to the wolf tribe. Therefore, every time the dog-headed tribe came into contact with the prairie wolf tribe would always look at the dog-headed tribe with a condescending gaze. This made the dog-headed tribe very uncomfortable, especially the arrogant mastiffs. In the previous war, the mastiffs had never lost to the prairie wolf tribe. It wasn't a problem for a mastiff to deal with several prairie wolves. Because of this, how could the mastiffs bear the contempt of the prairie wolf tribe? The prairie wolf tribe's territory was very large. Moreover, they were the most hated race among the beastmen. Only a few human merchants were willing to deal with them. Because of this, the prairie wolf tribe was the race with the greatest shortage of food in the first year. However, the prairie wolf tribe was also very ruthless. In addition to trading for food, they were also the race that robbed the most human merchants. At the same time, they were also the race that ate the most meat. Because the prairie wolf tribe lacked food in the first year, they could only eat their own argali. Among the beastmen, the prairie wolf tribe ate the most argali every year. Naturally, this didn't make the other beastmen envious. This was because the prairie wolf tribe ate the most argali, making them the poorest race among the beastmen. However, one couldn't help but recognize that the prairie wolf tribe was the most tenacious race among the beastmen. Their weapons were mostly made of beast bones, their clothes were mostly made of beast hides, and their food was mostly made of beast meat. However, they were also the most troublesome warring tribe among the beastmen. This was because their fighting strength was too strong. As long as the Wolf King didn't die in battle and didn't order a retreat, then even if all the warriors of the prairie wolf tribe were to retreat, they wouldn't retreat a single step. In the beastman race, any race would give face to the wolf clan. But the royal clan of the wolf clan was actually the Snow Wolf clan. The Snow Wolf clan lived near the northern icefield, and was one of the closest beastman races to the icefield. Their fighting strength was very strong, and they almost didn't eat grain. Instead, they mainly ate meat all year round. And with the cruel living environment, every Snow Wolf clan member was a natural-born warrior. The only beastmen that could contend with the Snow Wolf tribe were the Polar Bear tribe and the Giant Tiger tribe. These two tribes also lived near the northern icefield, and were also the most famous warring tribes among the beastmen. Like the wolf-headed beastmen, the bear-headed beastmen, and the tiger-headed beastmen. Although they were called one clan, they didn't only have one territory in the beastmen prairie. Different clans lived in different places. Compared to the cow-headed beastmen, the territory of the cow-headed beastmen was much bigger. It would take about 5 days to pass through the prairie wolf's territory. If they want to avoid the prairie wolf tribes, then it would take about 8 days. Buffon didn't want to come in contact with the prairie wolves, so they planned to use 8 days to pass through the prairie wolf's territory. In any case, a few more days wouldn't matter, they weren't in a hurry. With Buffon leading the way, their journey was very smooth. In a blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Now that they were deep inside the prairie wolf's territory, they became even more careful. 2 days ago, Buffon would still drink with Mendez inside Alien's body during the day. But now, he couldn't do that. He had to pay attention to the situation outside. The prairie wolves were very arrogant, but if they were offended, then they wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in the guest room. He was dealing with the Marquis family's matters with Laura and the others as well as Golden Island. At this time, there were a lot of merchants in Golden Island. Although the Rosen Empire had blocked the sea route to the Oxu Empire, one shouldn't forget that the Oxu Empire had the Lion Empire, the Buddha Empire, and the Ocean Waves dynasty. They couldn't avoid doing business with these 3 empires. Golden Island was a place where pirates traded, their goods were very cheap. Because of this, a lot of merchants were willing to trade there. Although Kuan was in charge of the place, Kuan also told them that he wouldn't be in charge forever. Because of this, Zhao Hai and Laura were left to deal with these matters. Mendez was also by Buffon's side. They hadn't been to the prairie wolf's territory before. In fact, they rarely left the cow-headed race's territory. Additionally, the prairie wolves didn't have a lot of friends. Very few people were willing to make friends with the prairie wolves. This was because the prairie wolves were too ruthless. Although the beastmen didn't say it out loud, they were actually harming the prairie wolves in their hearts. Zhao Hai didn't have any dislike towards the prairie wolves. The prairie wolves were just a bit extreme in their ways. Compared to the evil humans, the prairie wolves were still very cute. While they were walking, a wolf's howl was suddenly heard. Buffon's expression changed as he immediately said, "Stop, the prairie wolves are coming. Everyone, be careful." When Zhao Hai heard this, he also walked out of Alien and stood on top of Alien's head. He looked in the direction of the wolf's howl. Buffon knew that the werewolves were proud. If they didn't stop, then they might be attacked by the werewolves. Buffon knew that the wolf's howl was a warning to them to stop. If they didn't stop, then they would be in big trouble. Congo. Not long after they stopped, they saw a group of cavalrymen galloping towards them from afar. The mounts of these cavalrymen were huge wolves that were 3 meters long. The cavalrymen were also a group of wolf-headed cavalrymen that were about 2.5 meters tall. This was the first time that Zhao Hai saw the prairie wolves. These prairie wolves had big wolf heads on top of their heads. These wolf heads were more ferocious than the jackals that Zhao Hai had seen before. Their eyes seemed to be half closed, but when their eyelids occasionally moved, it made people feel a chill in their hearts. These people were wearing clothes made of animal skin. Although they were tall, they looked very thin. Their bodies didn't seem to have any fat on them. Under their skin were solid muscles that were as hard as iron. When they retreated, they didn't make any noise. However, their imposing manner made Zhao Hai vigilant. These people gave people the feeling that they were undead. They were fierce and organized, making people not dare to underestimate them. The prairie wolves stopped 5 meters away from Zhao Hai's group. One of the prairie wolves came out and looked at Bufan, then he said, "Bufan, why did you come to our prairie wolves' territory? You even brought along Herculean bulls? How come there are also humans?" Bufan looked at the prairie wolf, then he smiled faintly and said, "So it's the 7th Highness. What's wrong? Is the 7th Highness patrolling today?" The prairie wolf didn't seem to buy Bufan's words. His eyes widened as he said, "Bufan, you still haven't said why you came here." Bufan smiled faintly and said, "7th Highness, we're just passing by. We're going to the bear tribe to do something." The prairie wolf looked at the Herculean bulls and Zhao Hai, then he said, "Why did you bring the Herculean bulls and humans to the bear tribe? What do you want to do?" His words were very impolite, but it was obvious that Bufan knew his temperament. Bufan smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I just heard that the bear tribe is short on food. This is Zhao Hai, the foreign prince of the Herculean bulls. He's a big grain merchant of the human race, so he has some food in his hands. I just want to bring Zhao Hai to the bear tribe to see if they need any food." As soon as the prairie wolf heard Bufan, his eyes opened as he stared at Zhao Hai, then he said, "You have food in your hands?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I do." Through the conversation between Bufan and the prairie wolf, Zhao Hai understood the prairie wolves. They weren't dissatisfied with you, so they spoke impolitely. They just didn't know how to communicate with people. Moreover, they didn't like to be polite, they were more practical. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't waste time. The prairie wolf looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Where are your goods?" Zhao Hai patted his body and said, "They're in my space bag." The prairie wolf's eyes flashed as he said, "Our prairie wolf tribe wants your food, but the price can't be too high." This? Zhao Hai hesitated for a moment before he turned to look at Bufan and Mendez. The two nodded. They knew that as long as this matter was known to the prairie wolf tribe, then the prairie wolf tribe would certainly want to buy food. In the prairie, even if you offend a beast man, you shouldn't offend a prairie wolf tribe. The prairie wolf tribe was very vengeful. Seeing the two nodding, Zhao Hai turned to the prairie wolf and said, "All right, please lead the way." The prairie wolf nodded, then he turned his mount and headed towards the depths of the prairie. Zhao Hai didn't enter Alien's body, instead, he sat on Alien's head as he looked at Bufan and said, "Brother Bufan, who is that person?" Bufan smiled and said, "He's called Hans, the prairie wolf tribe's 7th prince. His fighting strength is very formidable. Although he's still young, he's already a 7th rank expert. He's the #1 expert of the prairie wolf tribe's younger generation." Zhao Hai said, "He seems to be a very cold person." Bufan smiled and said, "It seems so. Actually, Hans is a good person. As long as you don't offend the prairie wolf tribe, then he wouldn't do anything to you." Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like Hans wasn't a cold person, he just didn't know how to get along with people. Hans was a wolf race person, but he didn't know how to get along with others. The prairie wolf tribe wasn't afraid that Zhao Hai's group would run away or that they wouldn't be able to keep up with them. They just kept walking in front of them while Zhao Hai and the others calmly followed behind. After walking for 3 hours, they could vaguely see the shadow of a camp in front of them. This camp seemed to be very big, the tents were already connected together. Hans didn't stop, he went straight towards the camp. When they got close to the camp, Zhao Hai discovered that this camp was similar to the Herculean bulls and the kobold race's camps. There were only beastmen inside, but the only difference was that this was a prairie wolf tribe. Although the prairie wolf tribe was similar to the kobold race, there were still some differences between them. Very few people would confuse wolves with dogs. Although the prairie wolf tribe didn't show any hostility towards Zhao Hai's group, Zhao Hai's group's eyes were indifferent compared to the kobolds. Their bodies were much more ferocious compared to the kobolds. This ferocious aura wasn't something on the surface, it was something that came from their bones. The prairie wolf tribe looked at Zhao Hai's group with a curious expression. Indeed, this group was very strange. There were mastiffs, Herculean bulls, and even humans. The prairie wolf tribe recognized the mastiffs of the Herculean bulls. One was the royal clan of the cow-headed race, while the other was the royal clan of the dog-headed race. These two races were very strong among the prairie wolf tribe, so they couldn't easily offend them. On the other hand, humans were rarely seen here. This was because humans rarely do business with the prairie wolf tribe. This was because if they offended the prairie wolf tribe, then the prairie wolf tribe would kill them. There was also a golden tent in the camp. Zhao Hai's group stopped outside the tent as Hans entered. Before long, Hans came out of the tent. He looked at Zhao Hai's group and said, "My royal father invites you in." The three nodded and then followed Hans into the tent. The prairie wolf tribe's tent was much simpler compared to the dog-headed race and the cow-headed race's golden tents. The ground was covered with animal skins, there was a fire pit in the middle of the tent. There was no table inside the tent, only an old prairie wolf tribesman was sitting on the only chair inside the tent. After Hans entered the tent, he stood beside the old prairie wolf tribesman. The old prairie wolf tribesman's physique was similar to Hans. Although he looked very thin, he gave people the feeling that he was made of copper. There were 2 wrinkles on his face, but these wrinkles didn't make him look old. Instead, they made him look more imposing. The 3 quickly gave the old prairie wolf tribesman a salute and said in unison, "We have seen the Wolf King." The old prairie wolf tribesman nodded, then he looked at the 3 and said to Buffon, "Are you Buffon? How is your father?" Buffon quickly replied, "He's fine, his body is very good." The old prairie wolf tribesman nodded, then he turned to Mendez and said, "Are you a Herculean bull? I heard that your Herculean bulls encountered some trouble last year." Mendez bowed to the old prairie wolf tribesman and said, "Herculean bull Prince Mendez has seen the Wolf King." Yes, last winter, the fighting bulls colluded with the Radiant Church. They wanted to exterminate our Herculean bull tribe, but they were exterminated by us. When the old prairie wolf tribesman heard Mendez, his eyes couldn't help but flash. Exterminated? Good, who is the current patriarch of the Herculean bull tribe? The old Wolf King nodded and said, "This brother of yours is quite a character. I also know about the fighting bulls, they aren't weak. If they had the support of the Radiant Church, then their strength would be even stronger. You actually managed to defeat them in such a short time and even exterminate them, you're really amazing." Mendez smiled faintly and said, "Thanks to the help of the mastiffs and the foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe, we were able to defeat the fighting bulls so quickly." The old Wolf King turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You're Zhao Hai? The foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe?" Zhao Hai felt the pressure coming from the old Wolf King, but Zhao Hai didn't care. He was already facing a 9th-rank expert, so he didn't care about the old Wolf King's pressure. He smiled faintly and said, "I am indeed Zhao Hai." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't help but stare. When Buffon and Mendez saw him, they were trembling with fear. Only Zhao Hai was very calm. This made the old Wolf King look at Zhao Hai. The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai for a while and then said, "Good, good, a human can become the foreign prince of the Beastman race, your means are good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Wolf King is overpraising me, I don't have any means. It's just that Brother Whales and I are kindred spirits. Additionally, I also helped the Herculean bulls a little, so the Herculean bulls gave me the position of foreign prince." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Young man, don't be so hypocritical. It's impossible for the Beastman race to give the position of foreign prince to anyone. You must have helped the Herculean bulls a lot, so they did this." "Haha, I heard that you have a large amount of food in your hands?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, but the food in my hands is special. It's not ordinary bamboo rice, it's the breadfruit that has never been seen in the continent." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Take it out and let me have a look." Zhao Hai complied and took out a breadfruit. The old Wolf King personally tasted the fruit before giving it to Hans. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "What's the price?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's a quarter of the price of bamboo rice sold by other merchants." The old Wolf King stared blankly at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you joking? A quarter of the price of bamboo rice?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare to joke with the Wolf King. Moreover, I'm not a person who jokes about business. Please don't doubt me." The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and said, if what you said is true, then how many breadfruits do you have? We will take them all. Zhao Hai looked at the old Wolf King, then he smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that the Wolf King won't be able to eat all of them. Just tell me how much you want. When the old Wolf King heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He thought that Zhao Hai was looking down on him. He couldn't help but angrily say, 100 million jin. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's not a problem. The breadfruits are stored in my spatial equipment. I can take them out at any time. The Wolf King doesn't need to worry, you just need to prepare the place. The old Wolf King stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He was very clear that although the breadfruit wasn't very big and wasn't very heavy, as long as it was cut open and turned into bread, then 100 million jin of bread would become 100 million jin of bread. This wasn't a small amount, yet Zhao Hai could actually take it out at any time. The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and said, you're not joking, right? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I wouldn't dare joke with the Wolf King. I really do have it with me. To tell the Wolf King the truth, my territory produces breadfruits. Moreover, the output of these fruits is very high. For me, 100 million jin isn't a large amount. Even if the Wolf King wants more, I can still give you that much. If you want more than 1 billion jin, I can give you 400 million jin first. The remaining 600 million jin can be given to you after 5 days. You should know that the space also has a limit. Although I have some spatial equipment, I can only store this much. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you should know that the space also has a limit. The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, alright, then I'll do as you say. I want 1 billion jin, the price will be the same. However, I don't have a lot of magic beasts right now, so I can take out some gold and silver to trade with you. Do you agree? Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's not a problem. However, I have a request. I want to collect some special magic beasts from the continent. If the Wolf King can take out some special magic beasts to trade with me, then I can give you a discount. The old Wolf King stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, what special magic beasts? Zhao Hai looked at the old Wolf King's expression and knew what he was thinking. In the past, there were humans who brought beastman beasts back to the prairie for research in hopes of finding a way to deal with the beastmen. Although they didn't succeed, the beastmen were still very strict about this matter. Zhao Hai smiled and said, some special magic beasts are fine, as well as plants that are unique to the prairie and the prairie. The old Wolf King looked at Zhao Hai and said, alright, but those things need to be prepared first. I can give you some gold and silver first, as well as some blankets and carpets, as well as some argali. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, that matter isn't urgent. Alright, I'll give the Wolf King 300 million jin of breadfruits first. I'll also leave some for the bear tribe to see if they need it. The old Wolf King laughed and said, of course that big dumb bear would want it. Young man, I dare say that no beastman would refuse your breadfruit. Alright, we'll take out 300 million jin first. Then we'll do as you said, we'll deliver the goods in 5 days. Once the goods are delivered, we'll pay for them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright, the Wolf King can rest assured, I'll deliver the goods in 5 days. The old Wolf King nodded, then he turned to Hans and said, Hans, inform the others that I'll be inviting Zhao Hai, Buffon, and the others for a drink. Go and prepare. Hans nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai before he went outside. Zhao Hai and the others naturally gave the old Wolf King a salute to express their gratitude. Zhao Hai and the others stayed with the prairie wolves for a day before they set off for the bear tribe's territory the next day. But this time, they were accompanied by some guards, the prairie wolves. Zhao Hai and the others didn't care. Zhao Hai was currently inside the space, calculating the amount of breadfruits he had. To be honest, he had a lot of breadfruits in his hands, several billion tons. Note, it was tons, not jin. If Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of scaring the beastman by taking out too many breadfruits, then he would have given the old Wolf King all the breadfruits he wanted. Since they didn't need to take a detour, they arrived at the bear tribe's territory 2 days later. Naturally, the prairie wolves retreated. Although their relationship with the bear tribe was pretty good, it was still possible for them to cause a misunderstanding if they rashly barged into their territory. After bidding farewell to Hans, Zhao Hai and the others finally entered the bear tribe's territory. This bear tribe wasn't the royal tribe of the bear tribe, but rather a branch of the bear tribe, the black bear tribe. The black bear tribe was a powerful warring tribe of the bear tribe. They were second only to the royal tribe, and the royal tribe of the bear tribe was the polar bear tribe. Just like the snow wolf tribe, they lived on the edge of the northern ice field, and their fighting strength was the strongest. Although the black bear tribe wasn't the royal tribe of the bear tribe, they were still very strong. Because of this, their prestige in the bear tribe was very high. Even among the beastmen, no one dared to be disrespectful to them. Their words carried a lot of weight in the bear tribe. The black bear tribe wasn't a very irritable tribe. In the eyes of the humans, the black bear tribe was very irritable. However, this was completely wrong. The black bear tribe was usually very gentle, and their hearts were very honest. This made them seem very simple and honest. This made the black bear tribe's reputation among the beastmen was very good. Last time, the humans cheated the black bear tribe. This made the beastmen very dissatisfied with the humans. At the same time, the humans had been selling food to the beastmen at a very high price. This made the beastmen even more dissatisfied with the humans. Perhaps the humans had also noticed this, so they decided to have a food shortage. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He just felt that the food shortage was being controlled by someone. He wasn't sure if it was the Radiant Church or not. Upon arriving at the Black Bear tribe's territory, Buffon obviously relaxed. He followed Mendez and entered Alien's body to have a drink with Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't object. He took out some wine as well as some snacks from the Rosen Empire. He had a lot of these things in Golden Island, and he heard that their business was very good. Kuan, Blockhead, and the others also knew about the space. Therefore, when Zhao Hai needed these things, he just needed to tell them and they would immediately prepare them and deliver them to Zhao Hai's room. This way, Zhao Hai could use the space to take Alien's body and eat with Buffon and the others. After taking out the things and drinking a glass of wine, Zhao Hai turned to Buffon and said, "Brother Buffon, tell me about the Black Bear tribe. Are they as cool as the werewolves?" In Zhao Hai's eyes, the werewolves were indeed very cool. Their eyes were always half open, and when they fully opened their eyes, they would be ready to kill. With their indifferent eyes, unchanging expressions, and cool tone, if there were people on Earth who had the same temperament as the prairie wolves, then they would be very cool. Buffon smiled and said, "Rest assured, the bear tribe is very hospitable. They are very simple and honest. When you go to their house, they would definitely give you the best things they have. Even if they don't have anything to eat or drink tomorrow, they would still slaughter their last sheep today. Naturally, the premise is that you are their guest. If you are their enemy, then the only thing waiting for you is the bear tribe's warhammer. Their warhammer is one of the most powerful weapons in the beastman race." Buffon smiled and said, "Don't worry, the bear tribe are very hospitable." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect the Black Bear tribe to be so easy to get along with." "Right, sixth brother, why didn't you tell the Wolf King that the food shortage might be related to the Radiant Church? Why didn't you tell them about the matter of asking for their help?" Mendez smiled and said, "Now is not the time to talk about it. The werewolves are also very wary of other beastmen. Therefore, we can't be anxious, we need to take it slow." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. When it comes to understanding the beastmen, Zhao Hai couldn't compare to Mendez and the other native beastmen. Buffon smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, the Black Bear tribe's help is enough. As for the werewolves, they are very cautious. It would take a long time for them to treat you as a friend. Didn't you see that you did a 1 billion gene grain business with them, yet they didn't give you their war flag?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Big brother Buffon, your Mastiff tribe didn't give me their war flag, right? How about you give me one as well?" Buffon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't waste your breath, do you really think that we wouldn't give it to you? Father wants to give you a good war flag, but I'm afraid that others might object. But as long as you do business with us a few more times, then Father can make the decision to give you the dog-headed race's friendship flag." Zhao Hai stared, then he carefully said, "Big brother Buffon, are you talking about the dog-headed race's friendship flag? Isn't it the Mastiff race's friendship flag?" After being in contact with the beastmen for so long, Zhao Hai also knew about the differences between the beastmen's war flags. The dog-headed race's friendship flag and the mastiff race's friendship flag were different. The mastiff race's friendship flag referred to the dog-headed king flag. The dog-headed king flag only represented the mastiff race, but the dog-headed race's friendship flag represented the entire dog-headed race. This flag couldn't be given out casually, it needed the approval of 60% of the dog-headed race's patriarchs before it could be given out. This showed how important this flag was. In the past, Zhao Hai obtained the big-bellied boar tribe's friendship flag and the giant-horned bull tribe's friendship flag, but they only represented the two races themselves. Their weight couldn't be compared to the dog-headed race's friendship flag. If Zhao Hai really obtained the dog-headed race's friendship flag, then he would forever be a friend of the dog-headed race. Disrespecting Zhao Hai was the same as disrespecting the entire dog-headed race. This would lead to a war in the prairie. Because of this, Zhao Hai asked Bufan. Naturally, Bufan knew what Zhao Hai meant, so he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Of course it's the dog-headed race's friendship flag. Otherwise, why do you think the patriarchs of the dog-headed race's branch races would suddenly come to the headquarters? When you entered the dog-headed race's territory, my father already knew about it, so he immediately ordered them to come to the headquarters. My father wanted them to see your performance. Fortunately, your performance was very good, so my father came forward to mediate. I think this friendship flag of the dog-headed race will be yours." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right, I'm sure you'll be able to take it." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "That's good. Let's see who dares to provoke me in the future." If it was the humans, Zhao Hai would certainly say, "I don't dare to walk sideways, I just need to do my business." However, he couldn't say this to the beastmen. If he did, then it would mean that he was looking down on the dog-headed race. When the time comes, not to mention the friendship flag, it would be good if they didn't fall out with him. Bufan laughed and said, "Don't be so proud. Our dog-headed race isn't a warring race. If we meet the warring races, then I'm afraid that they wouldn't be polite to you. But as long as you can take out food, then the warring races might even give you a friendship flag." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Forget it, they might not necessarily take a liking to me. Come, let's drink. Let's deal with the bear race first. I heard that the bear race had suffered heavy losses in the past few years. Since the bear race is a friend of the dog-headed race, then we should help them." Bufan smiled and said, "That's for sure. The friends of the bear tribe are really good friends. If you really become friends with them, then they would certainly help you if you encounter any problems in the future. Even if they suffer losses, they would still help you." Zhao Hai nodded. Through Bufan's introduction, he had a certain understanding of the bear race. The bear race was really good. If what Bufan said was true, then it was worth making friends with them. The three of them continued to drink inside the alien. Naturally, the people outside wouldn't say anything about Zhao Hai. This was because when they first drank, Zhao Hai would always give them some special snacks. These people couldn't help but ask Zhao Hai and the others to drink every day. That night, they really did encounter a small tribe. This small tribe was also one of the peripheral tribes of the Black Bear tribe. The total number of people in this tribe was about 300. Zhao Hai's group actually had more people than this small tribe. The bear tribe was very enthusiastic. When they saw the mastiffs, they immediately helped Bufan and the others set up their tents. At the same time, they let the people of the tribe kill some sheep to entertain the guests. Zhao didn't stop them. If they stopped them now, then it would mean that they were looking down on these people. As long as they gave these people some food as a return gift, then it would be fine. Zhao didn't have anything else, but food was something that Zhao didn't have. Zhao Hai didn't need to build a tent. He slept inside Alien's body at night, it was comfortable and warm, so he carefully observed the bear race. Although these bear beast men had big heads, their bodies weren't as fat as the pig beast men. On the contrary, these bear beast men looked very strong. Compared to the Herculean bulls, they weren't any worse. However, Zhao Hai could see that their days weren't as good as the Herculean bulls. For a small tribe of 300 people, they didn't have a lot of sheep. This time, in order to entertain them, they had to kill a lot of sheep. Moreover, Zhao Hai also noticed that they seemed to have run out of food. To be honest, Zhao Hai couldn't bear it. These beastmen were very cute, but looking at them now, even if they had cattle and sheep, they wouldn't be able to exchange them for food. This was really unfair to the beastmen. Actually, if one thinks about it carefully, there were a lot of times when the beastmen and the humans went to war. It would be the humans who started it. For example, if the humans really cut off the beastmen's food supply, then what else could the beastmen do other than rob them? Would they just starve to death? Even the humans wouldn't do such a thing, let alone the beastmen, whose tempers weren't very good. Xiao Hai and the others spent the night in the small bear tribe. When they left the next morning, Xiao Hai left behind 50,000 jin of bread fruits for the bear tribe. This made the bear tribe very happy. They also wanted to give Xiao Hai some argali, but Xiao Hai didn't accept it. For small businesses like this, Xiao Hai didn't care about them. For Xiao Hai, tens of thousands of jin of bread fruits were too little. Being able to form good karma was also good for him. After eating breakfast, Xiao Hai and the others continued their journey. Although they were now in the bear tribe's territory, it would still take them 4 days to reach the bear tribe's main camp. The black bear tribe was a big tribe among the beastmen, so their territory was naturally bigger than the others. However, the main camp of a big tribe would be fixed and used for winter. After 4 days of traveling, Xiao Hai and the others rested in the small bear tribe's camp. After 4 days, Xiao Hai and the others finally arrived at the bear tribe's main camp. At this time, a group of black bear cavalry came out of the main camp. These people were riding black bears that were almost 4 mego in size. These black bears were also 3 meters tall. Sitting on their mounts was very impressive. Before long, the bear cavalry arrived in front of Xiao Hai and the others. When the bear cavalry saw Bufan, he couldn't help but grin and said, "So it's brother Bufan. Come and have a seat in the camp." "Oh, this is a Herculean bull brother. Good, welcome, welcome." "Oh, how come there's also a bear?" When he heard the bear beastman's words, Xiao Hai knew that he was an honest person. When he saw Bufan, he immediately invited him to the camp. But when he saw Mendez, he was clearly a bit distant. And when he saw Xiao Hai, he even showed a bit of hostility. Xiao Hai didn't expect that the bear beastman would be like this. Bufan jumped down from his mount and hugged the bear tribesman. Then he said, "Liben, you're patrolling the camp today. How come you're still here? Did you slack off again?" Liben grinned and said, "You don't know, but the tribe doesn't have much food left. We can only limit the amount that we can supply. I can't even eat my fill, so how can I have the energy to patrol the camp?" Bufan didn't think that the black bear tribe would reach this point. It was just the beginning of spring, yet the black bear tribe had already limited their food supply. It seems like they really didn't have much food left. Bufan patted Liben's shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter, this situation will end soon. Do you see? This is the foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe, a big grain merchant of the human race. He has a lot of food in his hands. Right after we finished the transaction, I brought him here." Liben looked at Xiao Hai and grinned. A human can actually become the foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe? That's good. Does he really have food in his hands? Bufan smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about this? Let's go to the camp." Liben complied, then he led the group into the camp and directly went to the Black Bear tribe's golden tent. When they arrived at the Black Bear tribe's golden tent, Liben went inside to report. Xiao Hai and Bufan stood outside. Before long, Liben came out of the tent and looked at the three of them. Then he turned to Bufan and said, "Bufan, the patriarch invites you in." Liben didn't invite Mendez and Xiao Hai, so the two naturally wouldn't follow. Bufan nodded to the two and then entered the tent. After a while, Liben came out and said to Mendez and Xiao Hai, "The patriarch invites the two of you in, please." Xiao Hai and Mendez expressed their gratitude before entering the tent. Upon entering the tent, Xiao Hai discovered that there were already a lot of people inside. Nearly 20 black bears were sitting inside the tent, and Bufan was sitting not far from them. In the innermost part of the tent, facing the entrance, a black bear was sitting. This black bear seemed to be in the prime of his life. His small eyes were staring at the two of them. The two of them knew that this was the patriarch of the black bear tribe, so they quickly gave him a salute. The black bear looked at the two of them and then said to Mendez, "You are the Herculean bull tribe's Prince Mendez?" Mendez quickly replied, "Yes, Mendez has seen the patriarch." The black bear nodded and said, "I know what happened to the Herculean bull tribe." "Good job, dealing with the Radiant Church is good." Mendez bowed once again to express his gratitude. The black bear patriarch turned to Xiao Hai and said, "You are the Herculean bull tribe's foreign prince Xiao Hai?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "I am Xiao Hai." Xiao Hai has seen the patriarch. The black bear patriarch looked at Xiao Hai and said, "To be able to become the Herculean bull tribe's foreign prince, this means that you have helped them a lot. It seems like you aren't a bad person." Buffon said that you have a lot of food in your hands? Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I have a lot of food in my hands." Then Xiao Hai took out a breadfruit and showed it to the black bear patriarch. Then he opened it and invited the black bear patriarch to have a taste. After the black bear patriarch tasted the breadfruit, he nodded and said, "Well, it's very good. But for the human race, our black bear tribe needs a lot of food." "How much do you have?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "I have a lot. This food only grows in my territory, I'm the only one in the continent who has it. Today is the second year that I came to the prairie to do business. Originally, I didn't intend to sell this much food. But now that the prairie is facing a food shortage, and the mastiffs are friends of the Herculean bulls, I naturally want to help. Since the black bear tribe is a friend of the mastiffs, a friend of a friend is also a friend, I naturally want to help." The black bear patriarch nodded and said, "All right, how much do you have? Our black bear tribe will buy it all." Xiao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why were these beastman patriarchs so confident? It seems like they can buy all of the human race's food by themselves. Xiao Hai quickly said, "Sir Patriarch, please give me a specific number. I have a lot of food in my hands, I'm afraid that you won't be able to buy it. Although the breadfruit can be stored for a long time, if you don't eat it for a long time, it might explode. I think it's better if you don't store too much." Naturally, the breadfruit wouldn't explode by itself, this was just Xiao Hai's excuse. If he directly told the black bears that they couldn't afford to buy all of his food, then the black bears would certainly think that he was looking down on them. At that time, it would be impossible for him to become friends with the black bears. When the black bear patriarch heard Xiao Hai, he stared and said, "Oh, so it's like this. Right, what's the price of your breadfruit?" Xiao Hai smiled and said, "It's a quarter of the price of bamboo rice." This quarter naturally referred to the price of the bamboo rice sold by the other merchants in the continent. The price of the bamboo rice sold by Xiao Hai was already half of the price of the other merchants. Naturally, the breadfruit couldn't be sold at a quarter of the price of the bamboo rice sold by Xiao Hai. Even so, this price still made the black bear patriarch surprised. He looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Are you sure? Is it really a quarter of the price of bamboo rice?" Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I had some transactions with the prairie wolves before, and this was the price." When the prairie wolves were mentioned, Xiao Hai remembered that it had been 6 days since they left the prairie wolves' territory. It was time to deliver the remaining 700 million jin of breadfruit. The black bear patriarch looked at Xiao Hai and suddenly said, "Mister, please take a rest first, we'll discuss this matter." Xiao Hai nodded, then he went outside with Liban while Mendez stayed inside the tent. Outside, Xiao Hai had already prepared a tent for Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai wasn't polite, he directly led Laura and the others into the tent. Then he released the monitor to see what was happening inside the tent. The black bear patriarch wasn't polite, he directly asked Mendez how he met Xiao Hai and how he became the Herculean bull tribe's patriarch. Mendez didn't hide anything from the black bear patriarch, he directly told him how he met Xiao Hai and how he defeated the fighting bulls with Xiao Hai's help. The black bears were straightforward people, but that didn't mean that they were stupid. They also understood that the reason why the Herculean bulls were able to defeat the fighting bulls so quickly was because of Xiao Hai's help. No wonder Xiao Hai could become their foreign prince. When Mendez finished, the black bear patriarch nodded and said, "So that's how it is. It seems like this Xiao Hai is really a friend of the beastmen. When a friend comes, how can we not have good wine? Liban, go and prepare it, we'll have to invite Mr. Xiao Hai for a good drink." Liban nodded and then turned around to leave. The Black Bear Patriarch turned his head to Mendez and said, I heard Buffon said that you have something else to say besides the grain? Tell me. Mendez nodded, then he told the Black Bear Patriarch about his request to the Black Bear Patriarch. With Buffon's help, the Black Bear Patriarch agreed to this matter. After all, the Black Bear Patriarch was very grateful that they were able to get Zhao Hai, this big grain. After that, Mendez told the Black Bear Patriarch about how the Radiant Church was behind the attack on the grain wasteland. When the Black Bear Patriarch heard this, he became angry and immediately sent people to investigate. At the same time, he also passed this information to the other beastmen warring tribes. At this time, Zhao Hai's matter with the Black Bear Patriarch was almost done. The only thing left was the grain transaction with the Black Bear Patriarch. The Black Bear Patriarch was currently thinking about how much grain he should trade with Zhao Hai. He didn't care about the matter of the Herculean bulls. In his opinion, it was only a matter of a few words. The Herculean bulls and the mastiffs had a good relationship. Just like what Zhao Hai said, a friend's friend was also a friend, so he should help them out. At this time, what the Black Bear Patriarch lacked the most was grain. As long as the grain problem was solved, then everything would be fine. If the grain problem couldn't be solved, then their losses would be even greater. However, after being cheated by the human merchant, the Black Bear Patriarch still hadn't recovered. Even if they wanted to trade with Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be able to come up with a lot of things. Because of this, the Black Bear Patriarch was thinking about how much grain he could trade with Zhao Hai. At this time, Buffon and Mendez had already been invited to their tent to rest. Therefore, aside from the Black Bear Patriarch, there were only a few elders present. One of the Black Bear elders looked at the Patriarch's frown. He couldn't help but ask, Patriarch, what are you worried about? Now that Zhao Hai is here, can't we solve the grain problem? The Black Bear Patriarch sighed and said, the grain problem can be solved for the time being, but I still don't know how much we should buy. The elder thought for a moment and said, Patriarch, I think we should buy less. If the Radiant Church was behind the Wolf Desolate War, then a war would be inevitable. As long as there is a war, we would be able to steal grain from the humans. We wouldn't need to buy too much grain. When the Black Bear Patriarch heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, all right, I didn't think about this. Then let's buy a few 100,000 genes first. Then we'll see how things go. The Black Bear Patriarch's eyes lit up. The elders nodded. Zhao Hai, who was sitting inside his tent, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he turned to Laura and said, who said that the beastmen are simple-minded? I'll beat them up. I don't think the beastmen are simple-minded, on the contrary, they're very smart. Laura and the others laughed. Megan also smiled and said, I didn't think that the beastmen would have such thoughts. It seems like we can't underestimate them. Brother Hai, I'm afraid that we won't be able to do business this time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they didn't buy a lot because they received the news. This is good, I still want to buy some grain in Beast God City. That place is the center of the Beastman race's power. Laura nodded and said, after taking over the Markey family, I found out that the family had some businesses in Beast God City. But it seems like they've been withdrawn recently. However, the place is still there, we can take it over after we go there. I've already sent a letter to Atai, he should have already cleaned up the place. Moreover, I also gave him some bamboo rice so that he can sell it there first. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. But right now, he shouldn't have any grain. The prairie is currently in a shortage of food. Laura smiled and said, Beast God City isn't the same as other places. The core of the Beastman race are stationed there, so they should have some grain stored up. The grain stored up should be enough for them to use for some time. Therefore, they shouldn't be in a hurry. Besides the grain, I also gave Atai some vegetables and fruit oil. I also told him to give the grain to him first. As for me, I'll let you sell the vegetables and fruit oil first. Wait until we go there before we talk about it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, that's the right arrangement. Tomorrow, after we finish our discussion with the bear tribe, we'll go to the wolf tribe and deliver the remaining grain to them. While we're at it, we'll tell them about the grain shortage and the Radiant Church. Right, why do you think the wolf tribe would use gold and silver to trade with us? Laura smiled and said, there's nothing strange about it. The Great War Beastmen would use gold and silver to trade. If they only use things to trade, then it would be very inconvenient. The wolves don't have many magic beasts, but they have a lot of gold and silver. Don't forget, the wolves are the ones who rob the most human merchants every year. They can get a lot of gold and silver from the human merchants. Because of this, they would use gold and silver to trade. Xiao Hai nodded and said, that's indeed the case. If we use magic beasts to trade, then it would be very troublesome. This is also good. In any case, gold and silver are very useful to us. Right, Laura, what do you think about setting up a bank in Golden Island? Laura stared. She looked at Xiao Hai and said, Brother Hai, why do you want to set up a bank? The water there is very deep. Most of the banks in the continent are controlled by the imperial clans. If we set up a bank in Golden Island, then we would have to be prepared to offend the imperial clans. When Xiao Hai heard Laura, he shook his head regretfully and said, forget it, if that's the case, then we shouldn't do this bank. We can't offend everyone in the continent. Laura nodded and said, alright, if that's the case, then we shouldn't do this bank. Laura nodded and said, banks are very profitable. It's precisely because of this that the imperial clans don't allow others to meddle with them. Let's talk about banks later. Xiao Hai nodded. Banks in the continent and banks on Earth were very different. Xiao Hai actually wanted to set up a bank, but when he heard Laura, he gave up on that idea. Now wasn't the time to have a falling out with the Rosen Empire's imperial clan. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside the tent. Excuse me, is Mr. Xiao Hai here? The patriarch has invited Mr. to a banquet. Xiao Hai complied, then he stood up and walked outside. Laura and the others also followed behind Xiao Hai. When they arrived outside the tent, Mendez and Buffon also came out. Not far from their tent, the argali was already roasted along with 2 raging bulls. Such treatment was already very high. Liben invited Xiao Hai and the others to sit down. The beastman's way of inviting people to eat was very similar. Unless it was dark, they wouldn't invite people to eat inside a tent. This was because there was no way to eat barbecued meat inside a tent. In the eyes of the beastmen, this was disrespectful to their guests. Xiao Hai was already used to this situation. After the group sat down, the Black Bear Patriarch came out. Xiao Hai and the others quickly stood up and gave a salute. The Black Bear Patriarch was now very polite to Xiao Hai. After inviting the group to sit down, he turned his head to Xiao Hai and said, this time, I want to thank Mr. Xiao Hai for coming to my Black Bear tribe. Your arrival has really helped our tribe a lot. Xiao Hai smiled and said, the Patriarch is too polite. I'm a merchant, I came here to do business. You're my friend, and you need food. Naturally, I would let my friend come first. The Black Bear Patriarch laughed and said, good, Mr. is right. We're friends, we're friends. Ha ha ha. Let's toast to Mr.'s words. From today onwards, Mr. is our Black Bear tribe's friend. The beastmen were very strange. If you give them a gift, no matter how valuable it is, they would accept it. Even if they know that you're helping them, they would still accept it without hesitation. But if you take out wine during a meal, unless you're a family member, they would think that you're looking down on them. That would be a big problem for them. However, the original flavor of the Beastman barbecued meat was quite unique. This was the first time that Megan and Lizzie had tasted pure Beastman milk wine, so they weren't too unaccustomed to it. After all, they had tasted purified milk wine before, so the taste wasn't too different. During this meal, Xiao Hai and the others ate until they were full. They also drank a lot of wine. Being a guest of the Beastmen was like this, the more you eat, the happier they would be. After the meal, it was already quite late. Xiao Hai and the others returned to their tents. It was impossible for them to talk about the grain trade with the Black Bears today. When Xiao Hai returned to his tent, no one was coming. Just as he was about to enter the space, Mendez and Buffon arrived. This made Xiao Hai stare. He quickly had Laura invite them in. The two looked a bit tipsy, but it can be seen that they weren't drunk. Xiao Hai quickly prepared some spatial water for the two, but the two didn't touch the water. Buffon looked at Xiao Hai and said, Xiao Hai, we just told the Black Bear Patriarch about the Radiant Church. But now it seems like we told him too early. Xiao Hai stared. Mendez also had a guilty look on his face as he said, right, we told him too early. The black bears are short on grain, but they didn't immediately talk to you about it. It seems like they want to wait until the war starts before they rob the humans. Because of this, they didn't want to buy anything from you. Really, who said that the black bears are honest? How can they be so scheming? That's not being a good friend. When he heard the two, Zhao Hai understood what was going on. He couldn't help but smile and said, "It's fine, you're thinking too much. The black bears are in a difficult situation right now, so it's normal for them to buy less food. Actually, I'll be honest with you, if the beastmen weren't lacking in food, I wouldn't have taken out these bread fruits. In my territory, I'm currently using them to make wine. If I can make it, my income would be several times more than the bread fruits. Therefore, you don't need to worry, it's fine." Mendez sighed and said, "Thank you, Little Hai. If there are more humans like you, then the beastmen and the humans would never have a war." Zhao Hai bitterly smiled and said, "Everyone has ambition. As long as someone has ambition, the war will not stop. It will happen sooner or later. With my own strength, I can't change anything. I can only help those I can help." Mendez and Buffon both sighed. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. Ambition was something that no one could control. Not to mention the humans, even the beastmen were the same. Otherwise, the incident with the fighting bulls wouldn't have happened. Buffon looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I want to go to Beast God City and take a look. Now that the matter here is basically over, even if the black bears have good relations with other warring tribes, they wouldn't necessarily be lacking in food. Moreover, if the matter is really investigated, then there might be a war. As such, not many people would buy food. But I'm only going to Beast God City to take a look. If there really is a war, then I'm afraid that my identity as a human would become the most unpopular person in the prairie." Buffon snorted and said, "I don't know about other human merchants, but I'm sure that nothing will happen to you. Don't forget, you're now a foreign prince of the Herculean bull tribe. You can also be considered half a beastman. It's a pity that you have to go to Beast God City. If you go back to the tribe with me, then the matter of the dog-headed race's friendship flag could be settled." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Forget it, I'll just go back to the Herculean bull tribe. Moreover, I recently acquired a new territory, so I have a lot of things to do. If I can't do it, then I'll just go back to the human race. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Mendez nodded and said, "All right, in any case, if there really is a war, then the beastmen generally wouldn't kill human merchants, they would only expel them. You have my Herculean bull tribe's royal flag, it would be very useful." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "All right, don't worry about me. I'm just going to Beast God City to take a look at the situation. Maybe I'll be able to do some business there." Mendez sighed and said, "Now that the situation is like this, I reckon that the chances of a war are very high. But I don't think that the Rosen Empire would be able to invade. Little Hai, you don't have to worry about it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't have anything to worry about. My territory is on a small island in the sea. It's impossible for the beastmen to invade there." Mendez nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late, we should go back and rest. Little Hai, I see that you haven't delivered any food to the wolf tribe these past few days. I think you should go tomorrow. The wolf tribe values their promises, if you go too late, it wouldn't be good." Mendez nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, don't worry, I'll go tomorrow." "You don't need to worry, you should go and rest early." The two nodded, then they stood up and returned to their tents. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others returned to the space. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like we underestimated the determination of the beastmen. Now that there's a food shortage in the prairie, whether this matter is related to the Radiant Church or not, I think the beastmen would start a war. This is because they need food too much." Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, do you think that the beastmen would go to the Black Wasteland? That place is also the territory of the Oxu Empire. If they go there, then it would be very troublesome." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "They shouldn't. The Black Wasteland situation isn't something that only existed for a day or two. All the races in the continent know about it. And with the 7-colored poisonous mist, even the beastmen wouldn't dare to go there. You don't need to worry too much, it's fine. Megan nodded, but Lizzie frowned and said, Big Brother Hai, do you think that this matter is related to the Rosen Empire? Is it because the Rosen Empire doesn't allow people to do business with the Aksu Empire? Therefore, a lot of merchants couldn't come to the prairie to sell food. If that's the case, then wouldn't the Rosen Empire be an accomplice in this war? When Zhao Hai heard Lizzie, he stared for a moment, then his expression changed as he said, That makes sense. But I don't think it's because of this. The Rosen Empire doesn't allow people to do business with the Aksu Empire, but would the great nobles of the continent give up on this business for their own benefits? That's impossible. Doing business with the beastmen is a huge profit, those merchants wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Therefore, I don't think that this matter is the fault of the Rosen Empire. But after hearing what you said, I think that this matter is most likely the work of the Radiant Church. Laura and the others stared, they didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai sighed and said, You should know that the Rosen Empire doesn't allow the Radiant Church to exist. This has already offended the Radiant Church. If the Radiant Church can really control the grain and prevent them from selling to the Beastman Prairie, then they can push the blame onto the Rosen Empire. If that happens, then the Rosen Empire would be in big trouble. The complexion of Lizzie and the others changed. They knew that if the Radiant Church really pushed the blame of this matter onto the Rosen Empire, then the Rosen Empire would become the target of scorn in the continent. This move of using a borrowed knife to kill someone was truly ruthless. Lizzie was the one who was most concerned about this matter. She immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, what should we do? If the Radiant Church really succeeds, then the Rosen Empire would be isolated by the rest of the continent. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Immediately write a letter and tell His Majesty about this matter. Have His Majesty prepare. If the Radiant Church wants to use this method to deal with us, then they would wait until the Beastmen start their war. We don't need to wait, let His Majesty spread the news first. When the time comes, the one who would suffer would be the Radiant Church. Actually, I think His Majesty knows better than I do. What we need to do is to inform His Majesty about this matter. Lizzie nodded, then Zhao Hai immediately took out a pen and paper and had Lizzie write a letter to His Majesty. Then he immediately returned to Golden Island. Kuan used a blood hawk to deliver the letter to the Kelsey family, then Randolph would deliver it to the Emperor. The reason why Zhao Hai went through so much trouble was because he didn't want people to suspect him. Now that everyone in the continent knew that he could ride a blood hawk to the prairie, he needed the blood hawk to deliver the letter. After all of this was done, Zhao Hai and the others went to rest in the space. But after thinking about it, they couldn't help but feel fear. If the Radiant Church really succeeded in this matter, then the Rosen Empire would be in big trouble. The Radiant Church would then use this opportunity to splash dirty water on the Rosen Empire. And with the addition of their believers, it was possible that the Rosen Empire would become an anti-Rose Empire. The Radiant Church would then use this opportunity to suppress the Rosen Empire. They might even force the Rosen Empire to allow the Radiant Church to spread their teachings inside the empire. Although this information hasn't been confirmed, it was still necessary to guard against the Radiant Church. In fact, Zhao Hai was getting more and more disgusted with the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church wasn't as glamorous as they appeared to be, they were an organization that would do anything to achieve their goals. In order to deal with their enemies, they didn't hesitate to start a war between two races. If this matter was proven to be the Radiant Church's doing, then the Radiant Church would truly be an evil organization. The next morning, after Zhao Hai had his breakfast, the Black Bear Patriarch immediately called Zhao Hai to the Golden Tent. This made Zhao Hai's plan to go to the Prairie Wolves have to be postponed. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Golden Tent, he was surprised to find that Buffon and Mendez were also there. Zhao Hai immediately gave a salute to the Black Bear Patriarch. The Black Bear Patriarch was very polite to Zhao Hai, he immediately invited Zhao Hai to sit down. After Zhao Hai sat down, the Black Bear Patriarch looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, I asked you to come today to discuss the matter of food. Zhao Hai nodded, then the Black Bear Patriarch continued, Mr. might already know about the matter that happened to our Black Bear tribe a few years ago. We were deceived by a human merchant, our vitality was greatly damaged, and we still haven't recovered. This time, I wanted to buy more food from Mr., but Mendez told me yesterday that the food shortage in the prairie might be man-made. If this is the case, then our beastman race would certainly wage war against the humans. When that time comes, we would be able to snatch some food from Mr. Zhao Hai stared blankly at the Black Bear Patriarch. He already knew that the Black Bear Patriarch didn't want to buy too much food. He thought that the Black Bear Patriarch would find an excuse to not buy food, but he didn't think that the Black Bear Patriarch would actually tell him the real reason. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai was already accustomed to the hypocritical politeness of humans. Suddenly meeting such an honest person made Zhao Hai feel uncomfortable. Although Mendez and Buffon had said that the black bears were honest, Zhao Hai didn't think that they would be honest to this extent. When the Black Bear Patriarch saw that Zhao Hai didn't speak, he thought that Zhao Hai wasn't happy, so he quickly said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, rest assured, our Black Bear tribe will still cooperate with Mr. in the future. But this time, we'll be asking for less food." Zhao Hai recovered. He quickly said, "The Patriarch is too polite, this is nothing, I understand. How much do you want?" Seeing that Zhao Hai wasn't unhappy, the Black Bear Patriarch smiled and said, "I'm going to ask for 40 million Jin first." "Mister, when will you be able to get it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right away. As long as the Patriarch tells me the location, I'll immediately place the breadfruits in your designated place. 40 million Jin, no more, no less." When the Black Bear Patriarch heard Zhao Hai, he understood that Zhao Hai had the space with him. He immediately became happy and said, "Good, that's great. Mister can just put the food outside, naturally, someone will move it away." "Right, mister, do you want magic beasts or gold and silver?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Gold and silver are fine. Gold and silver aren't very useful to the beastmen, but magic beasts can give birth. Gold and silver are fine." The Black Bear Patriarch's eyes lit up, then he laughed and said, "Good, Mister is really a good friend. Our Black Bear tribe will definitely become friends with you. Liben, take out our Black Bear tribe's friendship flag, I want to give Mr. our Black Bear tribe's friendship flag." Liben complied and then turned around to leave. End of chapter 516. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.